Chapter 1472. The Central Territory, the largest territory in the world. Ziwei Palace, south. Kong Huangtian arrived as expected. He held a bronze sword in his hand and stood in midair. His body emitted a green light. Amidst the green light, a huge phantom of a peacock occupied half of the world. The peacock phantom's expression was like Kong Huangtian's as it stared coldly at Ziwei Palace. At the entrance of Ziwei Palace, Great Emperor Ziwei stood at the front with a group of subordinates behind him. Great Emperor Qinglong also walked out of the main hall and stood at the side. Great Emperor Qinglong? The powerhouses watching from afar narrowed their eyes. Rosefinch, Xuanwu, and White Tiger stood in a valley and looked at the entrance of Ziwei Palace. It's really Great Emperor Qinglong. Great Emperor White Tiger's face darkened. Ziwei life refining technique? In the Second Era, Great Emperor Ziwei used it once when he was fighting for the Great Emperor karmic position. At that time, he refined one of his opponents. After he finally obtained the Great Emperor karmic position, he killed the person who was refined. I didn't expect that even a Great Emperor couldn't escape, Great Emperor Xuanwu said in a deep voice. Great Emperor Rosefinch narrowed his eyes and said, Great Emperor Changsheng and Great Emperor Qinglong have already been refined. Great Emperor Ziwei is ambitious. This time, it's obvious that he wants to conquer the world before the four realms merge. He wants to use the entire world to fight against the people of the other three realms. Will the next one be us? Us. Great Emperor White Tiger narrowed his eyes. The three great emperors fell silent. At the entrance of Ziwei Palace, Great Emperor Ziwei looked coldly at Kong Huangtian. Kong Huangtian, Great Emperor Ziwei asked, Please fight. Kong Huangtian said solemnly. Great Emperor Ziwei sneered slightly. The strongest person in the Third Era? I remember that not long ago, you were still at the 15th heaven. After receiving Chao's gift, you broke through to the 16th heaven? That's right. At my level, comprehension is only one aspect. If I want to improve, the most important thing is an opponent. Only a worthy opponent can make me jump higher. You, Great Emperor Ziwei, the strongest great emperor in the world. I know that you want to conquer the world, and only you are worthy of being my opponent. Kong Huangtian said in a deep voice. The Third Era? Hee. In the face of the Second Era, you're nothing. It's great that you're here to die. I just happen to be lacking a sword. Great Emperor Ziwei said in a deep voice. In the distance, where Yin Chuan and Skirich were, Yin Chuan and the others all frowned. Meow, doesn't the Great Emperor of Ziwei have a sword? Why didn't he forge one himself? Meow asked curiously. No, the sword he is talking about is Kong Huangtian. He wants to subdue it. No, he wants to refine Kong Huangtian and use it as a sword to sweep through the world. Yin Chuan shook his head and explained. Meow. Meow stared into the distance with wide eyes. At this moment, Kong Huangtian was not angered by Great Emperor Ziwei. Instead, he smiled coldly and said, If you have the ability, then come at me. Great Emperor Ziwei smiled coldly. You will never understand the heritage of the Second Era. Yellow Springs Road, open. Boom! All around Ziwei Palace, the sky suddenly darkened. The Yellow Springs surged into the starry sky. Countless ghosts struggled on the Yellow Springs Road. Ghosts wailed and wolves howled. It was incomparably eerie. The Yellow Springs, the power of chaos. The chaos, the beginning of heaven and earth. The Yellow Springs of heaven and earth. Great Emperor Ziwei shouted. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the Central Territory was plunged into darkness. On the ground, the water of the Yellow Springs surged. In an instant, the ground was submerged by countless yellow springs. All the onlookers immediately flew into the sky in horror. Ah! Screams came from all directions. Some cultivators were touched by the yellow springs, and their bodies immediately rotted rapidly. The yellow springs seemed to be targeted. It did not harm any of the people of the Ziwei celestial realm. It only harmed outsiders. The sky was also covered by the yellow springs. For a moment, not a single cloud could be seen. There were only countless yellow springs and countless ghosts screaming miserably. The Yellow Springs Road? Kong Huangtian raised his eyebrows. It was not that he had never seen the Yellow Springs Road before. However, this was the first time Kong Huangtian had seen such a shocking Yellow Springs Road. Poor! Great Emperor Ziwei shouted softly. Boom! The yellow springs that blotted out the sky swept towards Kong Huangtian. Swoosh! The yellow springs were ferocious. It instantly corroded a large area of the void. In the blink of an eye, it charged towards Kong Huangtian. The huge illusory peacock behind Kong Huangtian suddenly swung its tail. Smack! A large amount of yellow springs scattered. However, there was simply too much yellow springs. The illusory peacock's tail was quickly corroded. Oh! Kong Huangtian's expression changed. His figure swayed, and Kong Huangtian disappeared on the spot. However, there was simply too much yellow springs. It blotted out the sky and continued to wash over Kong Huangtian. The experts in the surrounding territories were all shocked. The Yellow Springs Road? How can it be so ferocious? Great Emperor Rosefinch said in surprise. As he spoke, Great Emperor Rosefinch took out a Dharma treasure and threw it into the Yellow Springs Road. Swoosh! The Dharma treasure was instantly corroded. On the other side, Shadi and Great Emperor Golden stood together. Shadi, now I understand why you have been so concerned about the Yellow Springs Road of Great Emperor Ziwei. Great Emperor Golden laughed. You don't know the secret of the Yellow Springs. Heh, it is very useful to the divine realm. Shadi said with certainty. It is indeed a powerful item, as expected of the first era's treasure. Great Emperor Golden nodded. Shadi nodded. How long do you think Kong Huangtian can last in the hands of Great Emperor Ziwei? Great Emperor Golden laughed. I don't know. Oh, Kong Huangtian has been investigating Great Emperor Ziwei's strength. He hasn't made a move yet. Shadi said with certainty. Great Emperor Golden nodded. In the Central Territory, the Yellow Springs were chasing after Kong Huangtian. Countless experts in the surroundings were not optimistic about Kong Huangtian's chances. Great Emperor Ziwei had only used the Yellow Springs Road, and Kong Huangtian had no way to fight back. Kong Huangtian couldn't even get close. How was he supposed to fight? In front of Ziwei Palace, Tanlang, Pajun, and the others also revealed a look of disdain. Kong Huangtian, he's just SOSO. Pajun sneered. That's right. The strongest person in the Third Era? In front of Master's Yellow Springs Road, he is nothing. With this Yellow Springs Road, Master is invincible. Lianjun said confidently. Yeah, what a powerful Yellow Springs Road. Is this the power of the Yellow Springs Road? Zhu Min sighed. Everyone was praising the Yellow Springs Road. At the same time, they were full of admiration for Great Emperor Ziwei. On the other side, Kong Huangtian pathetically ran one round around the Ziwei Palace Hall. He suddenly stopped in the south. Kong Huangtian, you have disappointed me too much. Great Emperor Ziwei said coldly. With a wave of his hand, the endless Yellow Springs Road wrapped around Great Emperor Ziwei. Boom! It covered the sky and covered the earth. It was a 360-degree blockade. Like a huge ball, it wrapped around Kong Huangtian. There was no way for him to escape. Escape? Kong Huangtian was about to be drowned in the Yellow Springs Sea. Ha! Kong Huangtian sneered. Boom! The Peacock Phantom appeared behind him. Moreover, from where the Peacock Phantom was, billions of rays of light shot out. The rays of light instantly pierced through the Yellow Springs Sea and quickly illuminated the world. Countless rays of light that were like peacock plumes shot out in all directions. These rays of light could even turn. Like a huge net, they instantly wrapped around the Yellow Springs Sea. Rumble. The peacock plumes net was so big that it instantly bound the entire Central Territory. In an instant, the Yellow Springs Sea seemed to be unable to move. Kong Huangtian is retaliating. In the distance, Shadi's eyes narrowed. Retaliating? Great Emperor Rosefinch's eyes also narrowed. This is? Yin Chuan raised his eyebrows. According to Kong Huangtian, He could use this move in the future. But what was the use of this move? Binding the road to the Yellow Springs? The road to the Yellow Springs was instantly bound by the peacock plume's net. However, this was just the beginning. Kong Huantian suddenly stretched out his left palm. He suddenly grabbed it. Divine power, deprive. Kong Huantian suddenly shouted. Boom! A loud sound spread across the four seas. Peacock Z, Blind Kong, and the others stood in the distant territory. At this moment, they were excited. Great Emperor Ziwei's expression changed. Buzz! The surrounding void trembled. From where Kong Huangtian's left claw was, a strange ray of light shot towards him. What? Great Emperor Ziwei's expression changed. He waved his hand, and a large amount of yellow springs blocked it. However, this strange ray of light seemed to have come from another space-time. It instantly appeared in front of him. Boom! A loud sound came from Great Emperor Ziwei's body. It was as if something had suddenly disappeared. His body became light, and his heart skipped a beat. Boom! The countless road to the Yellow Springs suddenly collapsed and disappeared. The peacock phantom behind Kong Huangtian also suddenly disappeared. Everything seemed to have returned to before the battle. The sky was clear. Kong Huangtian and Great Emperor Ziwei were facing each other. What's wrong? Countless cultivators in the surroundings revealed puzzled expressions. Meow. Kong Huangtian dissolved Great Emperor Ziwei's road to the Yellow Springs? It's gone just like that? I didn't see it clearly yet. Meow shouted. However, Yin Chuan and Tong Tian stared with wide eyes. In the distance, Great Emperor Ziwei revealed a furious expression. However, Kong Huangtian suddenly waved his hand. Road to the Yellow Springs, open. Boom! With Kong Huangtian as the center, a huge road to the Yellow Springs suddenly rushed into the starry sky. Then, the surging Yellow Springs rushed in all directions. Countless living beings in the Central Territory instantly cried out in pain. They were instantly corroded. In the road to the Yellow Springs, countless evil spirits were screaming miserably. The Yellow Springs of heaven and earth. In the distance, Great Emperor Rosefinch suddenly quivered. How is this possible? Tanlang, defeating armies, and the others all revealed shocked expressions. How could Kong Huangtian also know the road to the Yellow Springs? How could he use it too? Deprive? What a terrifying deprive divine power. Great Emperor Golden exclaimed. Shadi also narrowed his eyes. This is snatching other people's divine powers and cultivation techniques, directly snatching them and using them for oneself. At this moment, Great Emperor Ziwei can no longer use the road to the Yellow Springs. He's gone, Shadi said in a low voice. In another place, meow, meow, meow. Meow shouted. The fifth divine power in the world, the deprive divine power. Tong Tian exclaimed. Meow, with this divine power, isn't he invincible in the world? If others have any powerful techniques, he can immediately deprive them. Meow, such a heaven-defying divine power. Why is it only ranked 5th? It shouldn't be. Meow exclaimed. How is Great Emperor Ziwei going to break such a domineering divine power? Mo Yushi frowned. Chapter 1473. The Yellow Springs surged towards the Ziwei Palace from all directions. Tan Lang and the others couldn't react in time. The road to the Yellow Springs? It was taken away by Kong Huangtian, and now it was used against them. A trace of panic appeared on Tan Lang and Pajun's faces. Great Emperor Ziwei's expression gradually became solemn. It was about to reach the Ziwei Palace. All right, Great Emperor Ziwei suddenly shouted. Boom! Once again, a vast purple pillar rushed into the starry sky. As soon as the purple pillar appeared, a majestic aura rushed in all directions. The Yellow Springs water that had been pouring and was instantly forced back by this huge aura. The aura of a king emanated from this purple pillar. Heavenly path? In the distance, Meow widened her eyes. No, it's one of the 9 heavenly veins of the heavenly path. Tong Tian immediately shook his head. Lin, Bing, Do, and Zhe advance in formation. The Xing heavenly vein? Yinchuan narrowed his eyes. In the distance, as soon as the Xing heavenly vein appeared, a surging aura rushed into the Yellow Springs. It faced off against Kong Huangtian's road to the Yellow Springs. Immediately after, more heavenly Tao appeared behind the Xing heavenly meridian. Boom, boom, boom. In the blink of an eye, 196 heavenly paths appeared. Nearly 200 heavenly paths appeared. Nearly 200 heavenly paths and the accompanying heavenly veins seemed to submit to the heavenly veins and listen to their orders. The surrounding void trembled violently. An aura that was even more majestic than before rushed towards the road to the Yellow Springs. In the distance, Kong Huangtian's face darkened. Great Emperor Ziwei stepped out. 196 heavenly paths surrounded the Ziwei Palace. Great Emperor Ziwei's body merged with the Xing heavenly veins and rushed towards Kong Huangtian. It's been a long time. No one has been able to snatch something from my hands. Kong Huangtian? Great Emperor Ziwei's eyes were cold. Kong Huangtian stared at Great Emperor Ziwei. Divine power seize. Kong Huangtian stretched out his left palm again and grabbed towards Great Emperor Ziwei. Whoosh! Great Emperor Ziwei's figure flickered. As if he had crossed through space, he instantly appeared behind Kong Huangtian. Kong Huangtian's move instantly missed. It was too fast, so fast that no one could see how Great Emperor Ziwei moved. Meow, so fast. The Xing Heavenly Meridian can control unlimited speed? Skirich frowned. Speed? Almost all the great emperors around felt a chill in their hearts. With such speed, who could be a match for Great Emperor Ziwei? The group of great emperors could vaguely see Great Emperor Ziwei's movement, but it was too fast. With the speed of the Xing Heavenly Meridian, they couldn't react in time. Even Kong Huangtian did the same. In an instant, he appeared behind Yishiwen, not giving Yishiwen any time to react at all. 7 Stars Demon Palm. Great Emperor Ziwei suddenly shouted. Xiao Chun threw a palm strike with his right hand. Suddenly, 7 fiend stars appeared in his palm and pressed down on Kong Huangtian's back. His speed was too fast, and his strength was too great. Even the surrounding Yellow Springs couldn't hurt Great Emperor Ziwei in the slightest. It was as if Kong Huangtian couldn't resist at all. Kong Huangtian was about to suffer. Fight! Kong Huangtian shouted. Boom! On the Yellow Springs Road, a huge green heavenly vein appeared around Kong Huangtian's body. It instantly enveloped Kong Huangtian. The 7 Stars Demon Palm slammed into the cyan veins of the sky. Boom! The cyan heavenly vein shook violently. But in the end, it didn't break. Taking advantage of this shock, Kong Huangtian twisted his body and dodged Great Emperor Ziwei behind him. Fight Heavenly Vein! Boom! Suddenly, 196 vassals of the Heavenly Daos appeared behind Kong Huangtian. Rumble! The void around the central dominion trembled violently. Xing Heavenly Vein, fighting Heavenly Vein. The two powerhouses faced each other in the void. Countless cultivators in the surroundings had already held their breaths and watched this battle quietly. Interesting. This is good too. It won't be so boring, and it won't be so sensational. Great Emperor Ziwei said coldly. As he spoke, the 7 fiend moles on his palm once again emitted a demonic blood-red light. Suddenly, he pressed his palm forward. Boom! The void seemed to have been imprinted with 7 huge red marks. Buzz! The surroundings of the central dominion were instantly dyed red. The entire space turned scarlet. The two of them seemed to have been instantly placed in a red world. In the red world, the 7 fiend moles on Great Emperor Ziwei's palm left his hand and transformed into 7 huge stars. The 7 stars surrounded Great Emperor Ziwei. Gradually, the 7 stars transformed into 7 human figures. Every human figure had the appearance of Great Emperor Ziwei. In an instant, there were 7 more Great Emperors of Great Emperor Ziwei. Outside the central dominion, countless powerhouses widened their eyes. 8 Great Emperors of Great Emperor Ziwei. Miao said in surprise. In another valley, Great Emperor Huang Jin narrowed his eyes. 7 stars master in the red world? Could the legend be true? Great Emperor Huang Jin said, in surprise. In the Red World, one of the great emperors of Great Emperor Ziwei pounced towards Kong Huangtian with the Xing Heavenly Vein. The purple longsword in his hand slashed towards Kong Huangtian. Kong Huangtian's sword collided with it. Boom! The swords collided. Kong Huangtian retreated, and so did the great emperors of Great Emperor Ziwei. A single collision was actually a draw. Roar! The other 6 great emperors of Great Emperor Ziwei also swung their swords towards Kong Huangtian. Kong Huangtian's expression changed. He quickly turned around and retreated, dodging the 6 massive sword lights. Boom! 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 The 6 sword lights slashed on the ground. In an instant, 6 huge trenches were formed. The trenches extended endlessly from one end of the territory to the other. Meow! Those 6 people divided the central dominion into 7 parts. Meow said in surprise. In the outside world, countless experts sucked in a breath. Great Emperor Huang Jin's eyes widened and said, "Sure enough, the legend is true. 7 stars master, 7 people with the same strength as Great Emperor Ziwei. In an instant, there were 7 more? Equal? Impossible," Sha Di said in surprise. "It's true. There was a legend in the second epic. Back then, Great Emperor Ziwei fought against a peerless powerhouse. However, the 7 demonic moles on Great Emperor Ziwei's palm instantly turned into 7 great emperors of Great Emperor Ziwei. Their strength was not weaker than Great Emperor Ziwei's. They quickly killed their opponent on the spot. Great Emperor Huang Jin exclaimed. One Great Emperor Ziwei was already invincible. Now, there were suddenly 7 more. In the Red World, Kong Huangtian dodged the attacks of great emperors of Great Emperor Ziwei. He looked at Great Emperor Ziwei in shock. How is this possible? They're not puppets, nor are they your clones. Were they? Kong Huangtian cried out. In the center, Great Emperor Ziwei sneered and said, "You can see clearly. Peacock, the 5th divine beast in the world. You are indeed extraordinary. You guessed right. They are not clones. Oh, they are my 7 elder brothers," Great Emperor Ziwei said with a smile. 7 elder brothers? Kong Huangtian said in surprise. That's right. Back then, my mother had 8 children. All of them were extremely talented. When they grew up, they would definitely become powerful. However, why did they become the 8 strongest powerhouses? My 7 elder brothers finally decided to be refined by me together. 8 physiques at the same time. As long as one of them mastered one type of power, all 8 of them would master it at the same time. Heavenly Fighting Meridian? Let's see how long you can block them. Great Emperor Ziwei glared. Octuplets? 7 demonic moles? Kong Huangtian said in surprise. At this moment, Kong Huangtian finally understood why the demonic moles on Great Emperor Ziwei's palm were so powerful. They were equivalent to 7 great emperors of Great Emperor Ziwei. 8th brother, you stay here. Let's kill them, one of the demonic moles said in a deep voice. Chapter 1474. The Purple Tenebrous Emperor stood in the Red World as the group of demon mole men charged at Kong Huangtian. The 7 demon mole men each had their own movement heavenly veins. Their auras surged. Surging energy pressed down, shattering large patches of space. The Purple Tenebrous Emperor split into 8. After the initial shock, Kong Huangtian quickly calmed down. He even revealed an excited expression. Each person grasps one type of energy. 8 people grasping one type of energy at the same time? Humph. At the very least, they can't grasp your martial emperor karmic rank, right? Since they can't grasp it, their strength can only be considered a portion of yours. To me, such a battle is what I need the most. Kong Huangtian said sullenly. As Kong Huangtian spoke, his hair instantly turned azure. His long hair fluttered, and countless peacock feathers appeared in the surroundings, covering the world. Break! One of the demon mole men instantly swung his sword. The peacock feathers broke, but Kong Huangtian did not care. He revealed a ferocious expression as he instantly charged into the group of demon mole men. The azure divine flames around Kong Huangtian soared into the sky. Like a peerless war god, Kong Huangtian quickly swung the bronze sword in his hand. For a time, the bronze sword images filled the sky. Sword streams tore through the void and tore the void outside the central territory apart. Boom, boom, boom. Amid the 7 demon mole men, Kong Huangtian swung his sword faster and faster. However, he was still suppressed. The demon mole men grasped the movement heavenly veins. Their speed reached the limit. At first, Kong Huangtian could not keep up with their speed and could only block. Although there were only 7 of them, their terrifying speed left afterimages everywhere. They were so fast that it was like tens of thousands of demon mole men were fighting Kong Huangtian. In the end, these people's strength was about the same as the purple tenebrous emperors. They suppressed Kong Huangtian. However, Kong Huangtian also had the movement heavenly veins. With the movement heavenly veins, one's fighting spirit soared into the sky. Although Kong Huangtian's speed was not as fast as the people with the movement heavenly veins, the strong fighting spirit could stimulate Kong Huangtian's limitless potential. The more he fought, the stronger he became. Kong Huangtian's speed also increased. At first, Kong Huangtian was injured all over, but gradually, he could barely hold on amid the chaotic swords. Every time their swords clashed, a surge of lightning would be produced. The countless cultivators in the distance could only see the piercing electric light. Kong Huangtian's potential was forced out unceasingly. The strength of his sword swings grew stronger and stronger. Every single sword strike seemed to contain traces of Tao. Gradually, Kong Huangtian went from being battered and exhausted to being able to wield his sword with ease. Boom, boom, boom. Gradually, Kong Huangtian blocked the attacks of the 7 people. Not far away, Great Emperor Ziwei narrowed his eyes. He looked at Kong Huangtian, who was in a disadvantageous position, with some surprise. In the distance, countless experts held their breaths and clenched their fists as they watched. What a powerful Kong Huangtian! The Great Emperor of the North Star is at the peak of the 16th heavenly layer. Kong Huangtian is also at the peak of the 16th heavenly layer. Right now, 7 great emperors of North Star are actually unable to do anything to Kong Huangtian. Peak of the 16th heavenly layer? Kong Huangtian wants to break through to a higher level. Attack the 17th layer of heaven. The surrounding cultivators all sucked in a breath of cold air. 17th heaven? This was like an insurmountable barrier. In the second epoch, countless people tried their best and died. However, who could reach the 17th layer of heaven? No, at least not among the group of great emperors. Most of the great emperors were still working hard at the peak of the 15th heavenly layer. As for great emperors away, he had already reached the peak of the 16th heavenly layer. He was worthy of being called the number 1 great emperor in the world, but he still hadn't reached the 17th heavenly layer. However, Great Emperor Ziwei had the Great Emperor karmic rank. Under the power of the Ziwei celestial realm, his strength reached the 17th heavenly layer. This was already Great Emperor Ziwei's limit. However, Kong Huangtian wanted to break through to the 17th heavenly layer. The third epoch? Was the third epoch really inferior to the second epoch? The great battle continued. This battle lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. The deafening explosion caused the entire mortal realm to be filled with the endless rumbling of thunder. Countless people knelt down. They looked at the sky in horror. Roar! Kong Huangtian revealed a ferocious expression. His long hair fluttered in the wind, and his body spun like a top in the wind. No one could capture his figure or his movements. Fast, fast, fast. Kill, kill, kill. Cheat. Finally, under the cover of the heavenly battle meridian, Kong Huangtian injured a demon mole man for the first time. This seemed to be just the beginning. Kong Huangtian's movements didn't stop. He quickly increased the strength of the demon mole man. Roar, bastard! Ah, he actually injured me? Kill! The group of demon mole men roared in shock. Not far away, Great Emperor's away, who was standing on the Great Emperor karmic rank, had a gloomy expression. Kong Huangtian's strength is still rising. The more he fights, the stronger he gets. Great Emperor Ziwei's expression was extremely ugly. Kong Huangtian had already lost himself in the battle. At this moment, Kong Huangtian didn't seem to be fighting. Instead, he seemed to be comprehending. He was comprehending the gap between the 16th heavenly layer and the 17th heavenly layer. However, this gap was always a little short. Just a little short? Roar! A demon mole man instantly appeared behind Kong Huangtian and stabbed his sword towards his back. However, Kong Huangtian seemed to have eyes on his back. He suddenly stabbed his sword back. Boom! Kong Huangtian cut off the demon mole man's head with his sword. What? The expressions of the surrounding people changed drastically. Was this still the Kong Huangtian that they suppressed just now? In just 3 days, he actually grew to this extent? The demon mole man's head was cut off, but he didn't die. He quickly dodged, grabbed his head, and reattached it. However, at this moment, Kong Huangtian was no longer someone who could be bullied easily. The speed that he was proud of was quickly caught up by Kong Huangtian. Faster, faster, faster. Kill, kill, kill. Not enough, not enough. Kong Huangtian shouted as he killed. Kill! The group of demon mole men pounced forward again. Boom! Boom! In the battle, another 2 demon mole men were instantly cut in half. Kong Huangtian's sword Dao killing intent was getting stronger and stronger, stronger and stronger, more and more ferocious. The raging killing Dao was rising rapidly. In the distance, the Tongtian sect leader looked at Kong Huangtian's sword. For a moment, he seemed to have sensed something. Waves of black light surrounded his body. It was as if he had comprehended something wonderful. On the other side, Bai Chi's golden body of killing Dao appeared. He looked into the distance. For a moment, the killing intent around him became stronger and stronger. Kong Huangtian's killing Dao made Bai Chi feel a great sense of enlightenment. As for the others, they didn't have such a feeling. However, they could deeply feel Kong Huangtian's strength. It was a kind of feeling that was getting stronger and stronger. Not long after, the 7 demon mole men were no longer Kong Huangtian's match. Under the fierce slaughter, the 7 demon mole men were quickly cut in half. Although their powerful vitality was constantly recovering, they were still directly cutting vegetables and melons when facing Kong Huangtian again. Not enough, still not enough, still not enough. Kong Huangtian frowned and shouted. On the other side, the Great Emperor of Ziwei finally couldn't sit still anymore. Great Emperor, boom! The Great Emperor karmic throne under the Great Emperor of Ziwei suddenly released a dazzling purple light. A vast aura rushed out. Suddenly, the entire Ziwei heavenly realm's fate surged over. Countless merits swarmed over. Endless luck and fortune surged into the Great Emperor of Ziwei's body. The Great Emperor of Ziwei also took out a long sword and quickly charged into the battlefield. The entrance of the Great Emperor of Ziwei instantly changed the situation of the battle once again. Boom! The Great Emperor of Ziwei instantly pierced a big hole in Kong Huangtian's left shoulder. It's still not enough. I can still be stronger. Kong Huangtian waved his sword ferociously, not caring about his injuries at all. The long sword in his hand slashed towards the Great Emperor of Ziwei even faster and more ferociously. You're courting death. The Great Emperor of Ziwei glared at Kong Huangtian. Boom! The Great Emperor of Ziwei instantly suppressed Kong Huangtian. I can defeat him. 17th level of heaven. I can definitely break through to the 17th level of heaven. Kong Huangtian shouted with his eyes wide open. Kong Huangtian waved his sword again. Every time he waved his sword, it would bring out a super thunderbolt. The thunderbolt was like a huge whip that crazily lashed out in all directions. The group of demon mole men immediately cried out tragically. It was different from before. Just now, when they were cut in half because the speed of the sword was too fast, they could quickly reconnect their broken bodies. However, when the thunderbolt cut their bodies, they exploded with a loud bang, turning their flesh into a mess. Kill! Kong Huangtian roared as the divine flames around his body rose crazily. In the Red World, the great emperor of Ziwei suppressed Kong Huangtian while Kong Huangtian cut the group of demon mole men apart. This wasn't the most important thing. The most important thing was that Kong Huangtian's strength seemed to be rising all the time. He was getting stronger and stronger. The great emperor of Ziwei's suppression gradually reached its limit. How is this possible? How can his strength continue to rise endlessly? The great emperor of Ziwei said anxiously. Buzz. Under the suppression of the great emperor of Ziwei, the divine flames around Kong Huangtian's body suddenly turned from green to golden. I seem to have figured it out. As Kong Huangtian fought, a strong sense of excitement suddenly burst out from his eyes. Figure it out? What did he figure out? The great emperor of Ziwei's heart trembled involuntarily. Great Emperor Qinglong. The great emperor of Ziwei shouted. Roar! At the entrance of the Ziwei palace, great Emperor Qinglong suddenly stepped out of the great emperor altar and rushed towards the battlefield. Buzz! Two long swords suddenly appeared beside great Emperor Qinglong. On the long swords, a strong aura surged out. The sword of force. Yinchuan's eyes narrowed. Miao. The great emperor of Ziwei's sword of force was also given to great Emperor Qinglong. He has two now. Miao shouted. The great emperor of Ziwei wants to ask great Emperor Qinglong for help. Mo Yushi's expression changed. Great Emperor Qinglong was aggressive and was about to enter the battlefield in the blink of an eye. Outsiders shouldn't participate in the battle between the great emperor of Ziwei and Kong Huangtian. The Shadi's voice suddenly came from afar. Treasure, please turn around. Swish! A streak of white saber light shot toward the Azure Dragon Emperor. Boom! The Shadi stepped out and stopped great Emperor Qinglong from helping. In the sky, the great emperor of Ziwei's face darkened. Bastard! However, at this moment, it wasn't just the Shadi. The Golden Great Emperor also appeared. The two of them didn't interfere with Kong Huangtian's battle. Instead, they stopped great Emperor Qinglong from helping. The great emperor of Ziwei could only suppress Kong Huangtian himself. Kong Huangtian's strength was like a geyser, increasing rapidly. Although he was still at the peak of the 16th heaven, he was already close to the 17th heaven. At the very least, with the great emperor of Ziwei's current strength, he could only suppress Kong Huangtian. It would be very difficult for him to kill Kong Huangtian. Soon, just a little more, the divine flames around Kong Huangtian, who was being suppressed, kept changing colors. Chapter 1475. Almost there. Just a little more. The divine flames around Kong Huangtian's body were constantly changing colors. The sword in Great Emperor Ziwei's hand kept slashing down. Kong Huangtian could only keep blocking. However, Great Emperor Ziwei could feel that Kong Huangtian's resistance was getting stronger and stronger. It was as if Kong Huangtian had found the key to breaking through the 17th layer of heaven. Great Emperor Ziwei was bewildered. However, Kong Huangtian was extremely anxious at this moment. Vaguely, Kong Huangtian seemed to have seen the gap between them. However, seeing it didn't mean that he could touch it. Getting stronger and stronger didn't mean that he could break through to the 17th layer of heaven. No matter what he did, he seemed to be further away from the 17th layer of heaven. No, Kong Huangtian roared. He used the heavenly battle meridians to squeeze out his potential. Because he squeezed out his potential, he became stronger and stronger. However, Kong Huangtian knew that he was getting further and further away from the 17th layer of heaven. Roar! Kong Huangtian was furious. His bronze sword suddenly erupted with billions of sword lights. Once again, it clashed with Great Emperor Ziwei's sword. Boom! He retreated again and slashed with his sword. Boom! A mole man was once again slashed in half. However, this time it was a vertical slash. When the slash landed, the mole man's flesh and blood instantly splattered everywhere. Amidst the pain, the mole man prepared to repair his body again. Screech! Kong Huangtian suddenly transformed into a huge peacock. He opened his mouth and swallowed the mole man. Screech! Kong Huangtian charged towards Great Emperor Ziwei again. Third brother! The mole men roared in shock. Kong Huangtian's sword instantly transformed into a huge tail. With a flick of his tail, the 12 paths of reincarnation suddenly appeared behind Kong Huangtian. Boom! The 12 paths of reincarnation crazily attacked the mole men. Immediately, the group of demon mold people was stirred up and scattered. Screech! He opened his mouth and swallowed the mole man. Bastard! Great Emperor Ziwei roared in shock. The huge peacock charged towards Great Emperor Ziwei as if it wanted to knock him off the altar. The 12 paths of reincarnation followed beside it, stirring up the void as it charged towards Great Emperor Ziwei. The Supreme Blue Phoenix? In the distance, Imo Yushi's eyes lit up. Meow? What's the Blue Phoenix? Meow was confused. It's the same as my Dark Phoenix, a treasure that can open the 12 paths of reincarnation. I obtained the Dark Phoenix. Kong Huangtian obtained the Azure Phoenix. However, he is a peacock. Even a peacock can forcibly refine the Azure Phoenix? Imo Yushi spoke in shock. In the distance, Kong Huangtian borrowed the power of the 12 paths of reincarnation and his strength skyrocketed. The power of the 17th firmament. Great Emperor Ziwei's expression changed. Kong Huangtian brothers had already been devoured by Kong Huangtian. Kong Huangtian's strength was already enough to make Great Emperor Ziwei wary of him. Now that he had the help of the 12 paths of reincarnation, his strength actually increased by another level. 17th heaven? Perhaps it's because I'm being suppressed and my thoughts aren't clear. My strength is already close, so why can't I break through? It's because of you that I can't break through. As long as I kill you, my thoughts will be clear and I will be able to break through. Kong Huangtian roared as he rushed over. Ming! Under the loud roar, heaven and earth shook. Countless experts in the surroundings felt a sharp pain in their eardrums when they heard this sharp cry. A power that wasn't weaker than Great Emperor Ziwei rushed over. A cold light flashed in Great Emperor Ziwei's eyes. Seal of virtue, suppress heaven and earth. Great Emperor Ziwei shouted loudly. A huge 18-colored square seal suddenly appeared in his palm. There was only one word on the square seal, virtue. As soon as the seal appeared, a vast might rushed into the world of the living. For a moment, almost all the living beings suddenly felt a great panic in their hearts. Under the great panic, countless living beings suddenly knelt down. As soon as the seal of virtue appeared, all the living beings in the surrounding void seemed to be suppressed. Tanlang, Pajun, Great Emperor Qinglong, Great Emperor Huangjin, Sha Di, and even Kong Huangtian were frozen in the void. Buzz! 3,000 heavenly Tao phantoms suddenly appeared in all directions. All the heavenly Tao in this world appeared. Great Emperor Ziwei controlled the seal of virtue, and the merits around him surged into the seal of virtue crazily. The seal of virtue was powerful, but its consumption was also extremely terrifying. Even Great Emperor Ziwei's essence was being crazily sucked out. Great Emperor Ziwei, who could be seen with the naked eye, was actually becoming thinner. However, there was no doubt about its power. It could be seen from how Kong Huangtian was suppressed to the point that he could not move. What is that? Countless cultivators in the surroundings revealed puzzled expressions. It must be a treasure from the first epoch, the seal of virtue? Great Emperor Xuanwu revealed a look of desire. Kong Huangtian had a deeper understanding of it. Is this a treasure from the first epoch? It seems to have the power of heaven and earth when it suppresses it. Kong Huangtian looked at the huge seal in shock. However, Great Emperor Huangjin's eyes lit up. The seal of virtue, the seal of virtue, the treasure of the first epoch's supremacy of virtue. Die. Great Emperor Ziwei said with a ferocious expression. Kong Huangtian's entire body could not move. Even if he stirred up the 12 paths of reincarnation, he could not move at this moment. He could only watch as the seal of virtue covered his head. It was a kind of infinite destructive power. Kong Huangtian could feel that as long as he touched it, he would be crushed into pieces. It was a kind of helplessness, but it was also a kind of irresistible. As it was powerless to resist, the huge peacock revealed a sad expression. When a person was about to die, the memories of their life would instantly replay in their mind. As they replayed, it was as if time had frozen. Pieces of memories flashed past as Kong Huangtian commented on his life. In this life, I have risked my life. I have been crazy. I have fought for the common people. I have carried the burden of the third epoch. I am too tired, too tired, too tired, Kong Huangtian said. As he spoke, Kong Huangtian seemed to have given up on struggling. As if he had been freed, he closed his eyes. There was a kind of breakthrough called letting go. When he let go of everything, a serene smile appeared on Kong Huangtian's face. At this moment, the color of the divine flames around Kong Huangtian's body suddenly changed from a single color to a myriad of colors. 1 color, 2 colors, 3 colors, 15 colors, 16 colors, 17 colors. As soon as the 17-colored light appeared, Great Emperor Ziwei's expression suddenly changed. Boom! The seal of virtue bombarded Kong Huangtian's body. Even though Kong Huangtian had broken through at this moment, the seal of virtue was simply too powerful. As the 18-colored seal of virtue crushed down, countless cracks instantly appeared around Kong Huangtian's body. Even Kong Huangtian's birth chart instantly showed a large number of cracks. Great Emperor Ziwei revealed a look of ecstasy after surviving a calamity. This was because Kong Huangtian's current state could be considered to be completely dead. His entire body was shattered. His soul was shattered. His birth chart was shattered. Everything was shattered. No one could save him. Ha 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 ha. You've broken through. So what if you've broken through? Under the seal of virtue, you'll still die. Great Emperor Ziwei laughed excitedly. At this moment, after activating the seal of virtue, Great Emperor Ziwei's body had lost nearly half of its weight. A large amount of essence energy had been completely extracted. The seal of virtue was powerful, but its consumption was also shockingly terrifying. At this moment, Kong Huangtian, who was covered in countless cracks, suddenly opened his eyes. As soon as he opened his eyes, a sharp light shot out from his eyes. His gaze immediately caused Great Emperor Ziwei to tremble. However, this was just the final radiance of the setting sun. Kong Huangtian's body instantly turned into dust. It completely dissipated. The only thing that remained was the 12 paths of reincarnation formed by the bronze longsword. The 12 paths of reincarnation once again transformed into a bronze longsword and instantly shot into the distance. Haha, Kong Huangtian, your birth chart has already been shattered. You still want to come back to life? You don't even have a birth chart. With your willpower, you can only hold on for 2 days at most before dissipating. Escape? What's the use of that? Humph. Great Emperor Ziwei snorted disdainfully. The bronze longsword was wrapped in 17-colored light as it shot into the distance. Ancestor. Countless members of the Kong family immediately cried out in grief. He had broken through. Great Emperor Ziwei had finally broken through before he died. However, that was also the end of his life. His birth chart had been shattered. All that was left was a ball of consciousness that could dissipate at any time. Then, what was the use of such a breakthrough? The bronze longsword shot out. However, it soon flew to another territory. Under the terrifying speed, the expressions of the people in that territory immediately changed. The longsword flew towards the peak of a mountain. At the peak of the mountain, a group of figures happened to be standing. The longsword rushed towards one of them. Yin Chuan. The longsword instantly shot towards Yin Chuan. In the distance, Great Emperor Ziwei, Great Emperor Rosefinch, Sha Di, Great Emperor Huangjin, and everyone else looked over in confusion. Yin Chuan also saw the long sword piercing towards him. "Oh no!" Tong Tian shouted as he slashed with the fairy-slaying sword. Boom! After breaking apart the fairy-slaying sword, Tong Tian retreated. Blood Sea. Yin Chuan's expression changed as he quickly activated the Blood Sea. However, the bronze longsword speed was too fast. In just an instant, it was in front of Yin Chuan. Break! Yin Chuan's hand of Dao slammed down with a loud bang. However, the bronze longsword seemed to fly through the gaps between his fingers in an instant. Boom! The sword instantly pierced through Yin Chuan's chest. Yin Chuan, Mo Yushi, and Miao immediately cried out in shock. Buzz! The longsword instantly emitted a dazzling 17-colored light that enveloped Yin Chuan. However, the longsword seemed to have melted in an instant and merged into Yin Chuan's body. Parasitism. Kong Huangtian's soft voice sounded from the longsword. What? Mo Yushi's expression changed. Parasitism? Yin Chuan's expression suddenly changed as well. In an instant, he couldn't move. Boom! Yin Chuan's body was involuntarily enveloped by the light as he was shot into the distance. In the blink of an eye, he flew into the sea and was about to disappear in front of everyone. Parasitism. Before he completely lost control of his body, Yin Chuan also shouted loudly. Buzz! Yin Chuan disappeared in front of everyone. Everything happened so fast that almost everyone couldn't react in time. Yin Chuan. Meow. Meow anxiously cried out. Meow, quick! Bring me to Yin Chuan. Mo Yushi grabbed Meow. Meow. Meow nodded. Using the contract with Yin Chuan, her figure flashed and disappeared with Mo Yushi. At this very moment, Golden Great Emperor suddenly shouted, Everyone, Great Emperor Qinglong will be your fate in the future. Right now, Great Emperor Ziwei's blood essence is exhausted. It's time to kill Great Emperor Ziwei and eliminate the hidden danger. Follow me and kill Great Emperor Ziwei together. Boom! Golden Great Emperor's voice reverberated in all directions. Great Emperor's white tiger and Xuanwu's eyes narrowed as they soared into the sky. Obviously, the two of them had made a prompt decision to kill Great Emperor Ziwei here. Only Great Emperor Rosefinch narrowed his eyes as he looked at the place where Yin Chuan disappeared. Chapter 1476. In the Deep Sea. Meow, it's clearly here. It's clearly here. Why isn't he here? Meow looked around anxiously. Meow, can't you teleport directly to Yin Chuan's side? Mo Yushi asked anxiously. Yes, but I teleported here. Yin Chuan should be here, but there's nothing in this sea valley. Meow said anxiously. He must be here. Meow, I'll search here. Go and find Yin Chuan immediately. Ask him how Yin Chuan is now. Mo Yushi shouted. Meow. Meow left quickly. Mo Yushi looked around the sea valley. Meow said it was here, but there was nothing there. Perhaps there was a small space here. Mo Yushi looked around. Just as Mo Yushi had guessed, Yin Chuan was in this sea valley. However, it was a small space in the sea valley. Yin Chuan sat cross-legged. Two consciousnesses were struggling in his mind. Kong Huangtian used the mystique, parasitism. He parasitized Yin Chuan's body. Seeing that he could not move, Yin Chuan also used parasitism, and his consciousness jumped out. The two consciousnesses confronted each other in Yin Chuan's mind. In Yin Chuan's mind, there were two figures, Yin Chuan and Kong Huangtian. Kong Huangtian, you want to snatch my body? Yin Chuan said coldly. Kong Huangtian shook his head. He looked at Yin Chuan as though he was examining him. Yin Chuan frowned and looked at Kong Huangtian. That day, I raised the bloodline of you, Peacock and Blind Kong. I was waiting for today to prevent today's defeat. Kong Huangtian shook his head. Oh, Yin Chuan frowned. I don't have any ill intentions. I have no ill intentions towards you. Although I've lost this battle, I've managed to reach the 17th heavenly layer. I've lost everything except for my consciousness. I can only last for 2 days at most. Within 2 days, I need to choose one of you to inherit my 17th heavenly layer. My memories, my comprehension and my cultivation will become my greatest treasure. I'll give it to one of you. Kong Huang Tian said solemnly. The 17th heaven realm? Yes, yes, but this realm is only suitable for those of the peacock bloodline. The three of you all have this bloodline. If the world is peaceful, I would naturally pass it to Peacock Z. But now that the world is in chaos, Peacock Z's temperament wouldn't be able to protect this treasure of mine. Hence, I entered your body first. You need to show me a method to convince me. Before my consciousness fades away, I will pass all the treasures to you. If not, I will go and look for Peacock Z. After all, he is the true successor of the Kong clan. Yin Chuan narrowed his eyes. All the comprehension and realm of the 17th heaven. Even with Yin Chuan's temperament, he felt an intense excitement in his heart. However, he quickly calmed down. Yin Chuan stared at Kong Huang Tian. You are still able to remain calm after your body and Tao dissipated? Yin Chuan asked in a low voice. At this moment, Kong Huang Tian was too calm. He was so calm that he didn't seem like someone who had just died. However, Kong Huang Tian shook his head. No, I'm not dead. Oh. Yin Chuan was slightly stunned. You're not dead? I'm already at the 17th heaven. I've already seen through life and death. More accurately, I have ascended. Kong Huang Tian shook his head. What do you mean? Yin Chuan didn't understand. For Empyreans, they can live forever. Even if they were completely destroyed, they would be reborn in a different form. Maybe they would be reborn after a long period of time. But they would eventually be reborn. For Empyreans, they can live forever. Do you know this? Kong Huang Tian spoke. I saw it from Tian Gang. However, you did not transcend. Yin Chuan nodded. That's right. That's right. I didn't transcend. This is called ascension. I have dissipated now, but as long as my bloodline is still in this world, there will be a day when I will be reborn according to my bloodline. Kong Huang Tian explained. Bloodline rebirth? Are you saying that one day you will be reborn among the descendants of the Kong family's disciples? Yin Chuan asked, feeling puzzled. Yes. The conditions for ascension and resurrection are different for everyone. As long as the Kong family's bloodline is not destroyed, I will be able to wake up one day. Kong Huang Tian said. Ascension? Yin Chuan sighed. You don't have to make a fuss. The strongest experts of the first epoch, like Phoenix, Virtue, and Sure, are all like this. As long as the cycle of reincarnation is not destroyed, Phoenix will eventually be reborn. As long as Virtue is not destroyed, Virtue will also be reborn. As long as Luck is not destroyed, Sure will also be reborn. Ascension is a form of death, equivalent to a long sleep. When one transcends life and death at the 17th heaven, one can do this. Kong Huang Tian explained. The 17th heaven, Yin Chuan said gravely. My rebirth requires the Kong family's bloodline to be indestructible. Of course, perhaps 1,000,000 years later, I might never be able to revive. If fate destroys all life, none of us will be able to live. Kong Huang Tian said with a bitter smile. In other words, you won't be able to participate in the upcoming War of the World? Yin Chuan asked seriously. I probably won't be able to participate. I hope that you all can protect the common people. My rebirth depends on you all. Kong Huang Tian sighed softly. Then, no matter how a transcendent person dies, they can be reborn. As for ascension, one needs a reason to be reborn. Why don't you all try to transcend? If you transcend, you won't have to worry anymore, right? Yin Chuan asked curiously. Kong Huang Tian shook his head. Transcendence does have a great advantage in terms of rebirth compared to ascension. However, there's also a drawback to transcendence. Oh, it is very, very difficult to break through again. Kong Huang Tian said seriously. Very difficult? That's right. It is very difficult, extremely difficult. At the very least, in my deductions, breaking through again after transcendence is 10 times more difficult than transcendence. Therefore, the people of the second epoch and the first epoch are not willing to transcend, Kong Huang Tian explained. It is very difficult, but it is not impossible, right? Yin Chuan said with a frown. Hey, you know Tian Gang, right? Has he ever broken through since he transcended? Kong Huang Tian asked with a smile. Yin Chuan raised his brows. In the end, he nodded and stopped arguing with Kong Huang Tian. Suddenly, Yin Chuan thought of a sentence left behind by Huang on the cypress tree back then. Don't transcend. Don't transcend easily. These were the last words by Huang left for Yin Chuan. Could it be that this was what he was talking about? Of course, I don't know the specifics after transcending. Perhaps there are other directions. Only a transcendent would know, Kong Huang Tian said. Are you preparing to give me your current realm before ascension? Yin Chuan finally accepted Kong Huang Tian's explanation. That will depend on your methods, Kong Huang Tian said solemnly. How? Yin Chuan asked. Seize a great emperor karmic throne. Kong Huang Tian said. Great Emperor Karmic Throne? Yin Chuan raised his brows. That's right. I will ascend in 2 days at most. Coincidentally, all the great emperors are here. Hence, you must seize back the Great Emperor Karmic Throne within 2 days. Otherwise, I will give up on passing it to you. Kong Huang Tian said. Yin Chuan stared at Kong Huang Tian's consciousness and finally nodded. Also, remember, don't use the parasitic divine ability unless you have no other choice. In this world, only you and I know the secrets behind it. Kong Huang Tian said. I will. Yin Chuan nodded. Buzz. Yin Chuan's consciousness quickly attached itself to his body and slowly woke up. Whoosh! Yin Chuan opened up a small space and stepped out. Instantly, he saw Mou, she looking for him anxiously. Yin Chuan. Mou, she rushed over in surprise. Yin Chuan nodded and smiled. However, Mou, she's expression suddenly changed. Are you Yin Chuan or Kong Huang Tian? Mou, she asked in fear. After the beast exchange, Mou, she's nerves were extremely sensitive. Don't worry, he is Yin Chuan. A voice came from afar. Meow. Yin Chuan, are you all right? Meow flew over. It was Meow and Yin Chuan. The human Yin Chuan nodded. The human Yin Chuan looked at Yin Chuan. The two of them nodded at each other. Bai Qi, Jin Diyu, and the prime of Tong Tian followed. Yin Chuan, are you all right? The prime of Tong Tian asked. I'm fine. However, I might have something to do next. Yin Chuan smiled. What is it? The prime of Tong Tian was puzzled. Kill the great emperor. Yin Chuan said in a low voice. Oh, in the Central Territory, the Slayer, Golden Emperor, White Tiger Great Emperor, and Xuanwu Great Emperor rushed out and pounced on Great Emperor Ziwei, who had exhausted all his essence blood. Great Emperor Ziwei had countless treasures. The group of elites not only wanted to get rid of the hidden danger, but they also wanted to get their hands on the treasures of Great Emperor Ziwei, the seal of virtuous. This was also something that the elites coveted the most. As for Great Emperor Qinglong, at this moment, a man in a black robe suddenly appeared in front of him. It was the Nether River Patriarch. The Nether River Patriarch turned his head and looked at Great Emperor Ziwei and the others who were fighting. A sinister smile appeared on his face. The Nether River Patriarch was more interested in the 2 swords of force wielded by Great Emperor Qinglong. Get out of my way. Great Emperor Qinglong shouted. The Nether River Patriarch smiled evilly. Ziwei life refining technique? What a weirdo. Let's go somewhere else. Show me how magical these swords of force are. You have a death wish. Great Emperor Qinglong shouted and pounced on the Nether River Patriarch. Space superpower, greater shift. The Nether River Patriarch shouted. Boom. The two of them instantly disappeared from the battlefield without a trace. The 4 elites surrounded Great Emperor Ziwei. Tanlang, Pajun, and the others could no longer sit still. They quickly charged forward, followed by Great Emperor Changsheng's subordinates. However, at this moment, 4 elites with gourds on their backs suddenly appeared in midair. Fire Crow Gourd, Luo Luo. Ice Toad Gourd, Huang Luo. Shiwang Gourd, Yulin. Hongmeng Gourd, Meng Sansheng. A group of people stood in front of Great Emperor Ziwei's subordinates. It's you guys? Tanlang's expression changed. Boom! A chaotic battle broke out in the Central Territory. And there was also Great Emperor Rosefinch. Great Emperor Rosefinch looked at the battlefield, and his eyes turned cold. Besieging Great Emperor Ziwei? A bunch of idiots. Do you think Great Emperor Ziwei is so easy to kill? Instead of besieging Great Emperor Ziwei, why don't you get Kong Huangtian's Dharma treasure? As he spoke, he looked at the distant sea again. Yinchuan? Oof. This time, I won't show you any mercy. Great Emperor Rosefinch stepped forward and rushed towards the distant sea. Chapter 1477. A chaotic battle broke out in the Central Territory. Even though Great Emperor Ziwei had used up all of his blood essence, he was still able to fight against a group of great emperors. Boom! Rumbling thunder rumbled across the world. On the other side, although Great Emperor Rosefinch didn't know where Yin Chuan was, he had been paying attention to the direction that Bai Qi, Tong Tian, and the others had gone. Soon, he found where Yin Chuan and the others were. Above the sea, Great Emperor Rosefinch looked coldly at the bottom of the sea. Boom! Great Emperor Rosefinch released his aura, and the surrounding seawater was instantly forced to explode in all directions. The huge impact instantly reached the bottom of the sea. At the bottom of the sea, Mou Shi, Silver-Eyed Yin Chuan, Miao, Bai Qi, Jin Diyu, and Tong Tian were surrounding Yin Chuan. Kill the Great Emperor, Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. Oh, Miao! Miao cried out excitedly. Why? Tong Tian asked curiously. For the Great Emperor's position, Yin Chuan said with certainty. Tong Tian raised his eyebrows and nodded. Who are you going to target? Just as Tong Tian finished asking. Boom! A huge aura came down from above. Everyone was at the bottom of the sea, and an undersea storm immediately swept up, radiating in all directions. Everyone suddenly raised their heads and looked above the sea. Naturally, someone who wants to die will come knocking on our door. Yin Chuan smiled slightly. Boom! Yin Chuan led everyone and quickly stepped out of the sea. Standing above the sea, he looked at Great Emperor Rosefinch, who was in midair. Great Emperor Rosefinch stared at Yin Chuan with a cold glint in his eyes. I thought you were going to run away. I didn't expect you to still dare to appear in front of me. Ever since Miao Rilai had gone to the Great Qin City to cause trouble and had been chased away by the silver-eyed Gue Guzi, he had formed enmity with Yin Chuan. Following this, they joined forces with Great Emperor Qinglong to attack the Great Qin City, but they were easily resolved by Yin Chuan's invitation of Golden Emperor and Shadi. The third time, they personally went to Xianyang City and fell into Yin Chuan's trap. They tried to kill Rosefinch in the Heaven Realm, forcing them to return. After being shamelessly humiliated 3 times, this hatred had long been engraved in his heart. At this moment, when he saw Yin Chuan again, he vowed to kill Yin Chuan to vent the hatred in his heart. Why wouldn't I dare? Yin Chuan smiled coldly. Humph, what did you get from Kong Huangtian? Emperor Rosefinch asked coldly. I received a request, Yin Chuan said with a smile. What? I want your head. Yin Chuan's face turned cold. How dare you? Emperor Rosefinch glared at him. Humph. Yin Chuan snorted coldly. Bang. His long hair instantly turned red, and the surrounding sea instantly turned into a sea of blood. A ferocious aura surged out. Ha ha! With your current strength? You want to become my enemy? Emperor Rosefinch sneered. At this moment, Yin Chuan was at the 13th heaven. After using the Blood Sea Divine ability, his strength could reach the peak of the 14th heaven. However, he was still much weaker than Emperor Rosefinch. Even if I won your life, I might not be stronger than you, Yin Chuan said coldly. His hands glowed with white light as he slightly activated the Hand of Tao. The Hand of Tao had the strength of the 15th heaven in every palm strike. On the other side, Tong Tian took out the celestial slaying sword while Mou Shi turned into a huge black phoenix. Let's go, Yin Chuan shouted as he soared into the sky. Mou Shi and Tong Tian followed behind and rushed into the sky. You're courting death. Rosefinch. Emperor Rosefinch snorted coldly. Suddenly, 3 streams of light shot out from his palms. The 3 streams of light turned into 3 huge red Rosefinch flames and rushed towards the 3 of them. Great! Tontian shot out his sword and broke through one of the rosefinch flames. Screech! Imoyu, she swung her tail and broke another rosefinch. Yin Chuan punched out with the hand of Dao. Boom! The third rosefinch exploded. Emperor Rosefinch's eyes turned cold. He didn't want to fail again. He took a step forward, and his Emperor Karmic rank appeared. Billowing energy gushed out. Behind him, Rosefinch's great Dao suddenly reached the sky and burned a huge part of the void. The boundless flames that filled the sky rushed towards the three of them. Screech! Celestial slaying sword. And a Dao. The three of them surrounded the Vermilion Bird Emperor and launched attacks at him. Rosefinch's burning world. Boom! Billowing flames rushed in all directions and filled the sky. The four of them started fighting. The huge collision shattered a huge part of the void. With the help of his Emperor Karmic rank, Emperor Rosefinch had the power of level 16 and naturally suppressed the three of them. Below, Bai Qi and Jin Dayu stood behind Silver-Eyed Yin Chuan. Meow, Silver-Eyed Yin Chuan, aren't you going to make a move? Meow asked curiously. I've already made my move. Silver-Eyed Yin Chuan looked at the sky. In the sky above where Emperor Rosefinch was fighting, a golden cloud gradually appeared. Around the golden cloud, 3,000 heavenly axioms seemed illusory. That's the heavenly axiom cycle? Meow's eyes widened. This is the boundless land that Emperor Qing Long gave back then. The heavenly axiom cycle has accumulated all the power until today, Silver-Eyed Yin Chuan said. As he spoke, a crack suddenly appeared in the golden cloud in the sky. Crack! The crack slowly opened. Slowly, a huge eye appeared. I was looking down at the battle below. Meow, what a terrifying eye. My heart stopped. Meow exclaimed. Emperor Rosefinch also felt the appearance of a huge golden eye. He suddenly had goosebumps all over his body and turned his head to look at the sky. Heavenly axiom cycle. Silver-Eyed Yin Chuan shouted. Boom! Suddenly, 3,000 heavenly axioms descended from the sky and completely surrounded the surrounding sea region. The turbulent flow of energy rushed towards Emperor Rosefinch. Heavenly axiom cycle again. Emperor Rosefinch's expression changed. Previously, it was the heavenly axiom cycle that caused him to be severely injured. He had to rush out of the range of the 3,000 heavenly axioms as soon as possible. Stop him! Yin Chuan shouted. Immortal slaying heavenly sword. Boom! Yin Chuan, Mo Yushi, and the prime of Tongtian attacked at the same time. The three surges of energy rushed towards Emperor Rosefinch along with the turbulent flow of energy. Courting death. Emperor Rosefinch's face was filled with anger when he was helped. He reached out his palm and attacked the three of them. Boom! 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 The three palms were like the might of the heavens. They instantly caused the blood in their bodies to churn as they were sent flying. At this moment, the golden eye in the sky suddenly released the boundless energy that it had been accumulating for a long time. Boom! Like a giant cannon, a black ray of light rushed towards Emperor Rosefinch. Wherever the black ray passed, the void collapsed. Wherever it passed, there was nothing left. The black ray of light was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it was in front of Emperor Rosefinch. What? Emperor Rosefinch's hair stood on end. A fatal threat rushed towards him. There was no time to dodge. He could only attack. Rosefinch's great Dao, 10,000 sparrows, burned the heavens. As he roared, he punched out. It was as if countless fiery red rosefinch had gathered into a river of fire and rushed forward. Wherever the black ray of light passed, everything was destroyed. Even the rosefinch river was destroyed. Boom! The black ray of light rushed towards Emperor Rosefinch's body. Ah! Emperor Rosefinch screamed. However, in an instant his upper body was completely melted. The black ray of light did not slow down. It rushed towards the sea below. A bottomless black hole appeared above the sea. In midair, only Emperor Rosefinch's legs were left on the Emperor's altar. Emperor Rosefinch was dead? The prime of Tongtian stared in shock. This is too exaggerated. Emperor Rosefinch died just like that. Meow stared with her eyes wide open. Even Yin Chuan was stunned as he stared at the scene. It's over? Just like that? What a powerful black ray. Even if I'm at the 16th heaven, I'll be severely injured if I'm not prepared. Kong Huangtian's voice sounded in Yin Chuan's body. Everyone suddenly looked at Yin Chuan. Yin Chuan did not mind. He shook his head and said, "It's a pity that it can only be used once." The prime of Tong Tian was speechless. Such a heaven-defying black ray. Even if it was used once, it would be incredible. I finally understand why your expression didn't change when you were surrounded by Emperor Qinglong that day. Such an attack is indeed terrifying. The prime of Tong Tian exclaimed. I wonder when I'll be able to accumulate such power again. Not far away, the silver-eyed Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. He waved his hand and kept the 3,000 sky Dao. With Emperor Rosefinch dead, Yin Chuan quickly rushed towards the Emperor Karmic throne. Chapter 1478. After the death of Great Emperor Rosefinch, Yin Chuan also quickly rushed toward the Great Emperor Karmic throne. The Great Emperor's altar floated in the air with the legs of Great Emperor Rosefinch on it. When Yin Chuan flew closer, he discovered that the Great Emperor's altar was imbuing the legs with surging power. His legs were growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. His bones, flesh, and blood were all growing. In just a short while, his thighs had already grown. It seemed like it wouldn't be long before Great Rosefinch's body was completely restored. Mend the corpse. The prime of Tong Tian was surprised. No, the Great Emperor's altar is meant to revive Great Emperor Rosefinch. Yin Chuan's eyelids twitched. Without hesitation, he reached out with his hand of Dao. As the two giant palms approached, Emperor Rosefinch's legs suddenly burst into dazzling flames. It seemed to be resisting Yin Chuan's hand of Dao. Boom! Unfortunately, he only had 2 legs left, so he couldn't block it at all. The hand of Dao tore apart the Great Emperor's altar and Great Emperor Rosefinch's legs. Emperor Rosefinch's leg was sent flying in the air. Yin Chuan extended his hand and attacked. Boom! His legs instantly exploded into fine powder. Beneath Yin Chuan's feet, the heaven and earth sacrificial altar appeared and slammed onto the great monarch's sacrificial altar. Buzz! The 2 altars quickly merged. At the same time, in the underworld, South Outer Continent, Rosefinch Heaven, a loud noise suddenly rang out in the fiery red sky. Boom! Nay! Nay! The countless fiery red Rosefinch flames in the Rosefinch Heaven realm suddenly screamed and then collapsed. Above the starry sky, the giant star Rosefinch suddenly emitted a scarlet light before it suddenly dimmed. Hundreds of second epic experts looked up at the sky in horror. Master! Countless people felt sorrow in their hearts. Rosefinch's celestial realm collapsed, and Rosefinch superstar dimmed. Didn't this mean that Emperor Rosefinch had fallen? Their master had fallen, and all the officials were crying out in grief. In the mortal realm, Yin Chuan, who was in his human form, was standing on the heaven and earth altar of the Qi level. He was trying his best to integrate the Great Emperor Karmic rank. The 2 altars merged and shot out beams of golden light. Waves of terrifying energy were rushing towards Yin Chuan's body. Boom! An extremely powerful will rushed towards Yin Chuan. The will of the Great Emperor sacrificial altar instantly swept through Yin Chuan's body and disappeared. Subsequently, the Great Emperor sacrificial altar surged with energy towards Yin Chuan, helping Yin Chuan refine the Great Emperor sacrificial altar. In an instant, Yin Chuan felt an endless power enveloping his body. His emperor's heart became even more resolute. Although his power had not reached its peak, it gave him a feeling of looking down on the world. Phew! Yin Chuan let out a long breath of turbid air. He felt an indescribable comfort all over his body. What a powerful will of the Great Emperor sacrificial altar! Kong Huangtian's voice suddenly sounded. Yin Chuan was puzzled. When you fused with the Great Emperor's altar, do you still remember the will of the Great Emperor's altar? Kong Huangtian asked in a deep voice. Yin Chuan nodded. The will disappeared in an instant. It did not affect Yin Chuan in the slightest. That will is too strong. Even I can't fight against it. Kong Huang Tian said solemnly. Even you can't fight against it? Yin Chuan asked in surprise. Yes. At the very least, in my current state, my will cannot fight against it. It seems that this great emperor's sacrificial altar is indeed an incredible treasure. Can I trust it? Kong Huang Tian asked solemnly. Can I trust it? I can rely on the power of the great emperor's sacrificial altar, but I can't trust it completely? I will. Yin Chuan nodded solemnly. The surging power of the great emperor's sacrificial altar was still washing over Yin Chuan's body. Rumble. Yin Chuan's body gave off a series of rumbling sounds. Boom. Yin Chuan's body gave off a super loud sound. Immediately, a huge shock wave spread out in all directions. Meow. Yin Chuan, what happened to you? Meow flew over. 14th heaven, the great emperor sacrificial altar helped me break through to the 14th heaven. Yin Chuan said in shock. 14th heaven. Mo Yushi's face lit up with joy. Congratulations to the heavenly emperor for reaching the peak of the great thousand realms. Bai Qi immediately said excitedly. Yin Chuan said in satisfaction. Xiaoqian was extremely satisfied. He felt an indescribable excitement in his heart. Finally, he regained the cultivation he had when he was in the great thousand realms. The silver-eyed Yin Chuan looked at Yin Chuan and shook her head. Pay attention to your temperament. Yin Chuan suddenly raised his eyebrows, and his face instantly became serious. That's right. I've only recovered to the great thousand realms. What's there to be excited about? But why did I feel so satisfied and excited just now? Suddenly, Yin Chuan's eyes narrowed. He recalled the Eternal Emperor's words. The Eternal Emperor had said that the great emperor's sacrificial altar could affect one's temperament. Affect one's temperament? Yin Chuan lowered his head and looked at the triangular great emperor sacrificial altar under his feet. His expression was slightly complicated. The great emperor's sacrificial altar is not a good thing. In just a short moment, it has affected your temperament. It's an inauspicious thing. Don't take it. The silver-eyed Yin Chuan said solemnly. She revealed a trace of worry. On the other hand, Tong Tian looked at the silver-eyed Yin Chuan with a strange expression. How many people had sacrificed their lives for the great emperor's sacrificial altar? Now that Yin Chuan had obtained it, he wanted to give it up? The human Yin Chuan remained silent for a while. His eyes narrowed as he said, Affect my temperament. If my temperament is affected, it means that my temperament is not enough. The great emperor's sacrificial altar? It turned into a heart demon and bewitched my heart. However, it can also refine my heart. It wants to subdue me? I will subdue it. Yin Chuan said with a resolute expression. The silver-eyed Yin Chuan looked at the human Yin Chuan and nodded. She did not say anything else. Kong Huang Tian, I have already obtained the great emperor karmic throne. Now what do you say? Yin Chuan said solemnly. Tong Tian, Mo Yushi, Bai Qi, and Jin Daiyu were stunned. I will pass on all my comprehensions to you. Kong Huang Tian said in Yin Chuan's sea of consciousness. Wang. In an instant, countless images rushed into Yin Chuan's mind. Yin Chuan stood in midair and suddenly became motionless. What's wrong? Meow. Meow exclaimed in surprise. It's nothing. Protect him. The silver-eyed Yin Chuan shook his head. In midair, Yin Chuan's body emitted a brilliant azure light. His hair suddenly turned azure and fluttered in the wind. Stepping on the great emperor's sacrificial altar, Yin Chuan exuded a powerful aura. Far away in the east continent's Xianyang city, boom, above the sea of providence clouds, there was not only providence. Even in the void, countless forces of fortune, and merits were surging into the sea of providence clouds. Above the sea of providence clouds, the divine statues emitted rays of colorful light. Among them, Yin Chuan's radiance was even more dazzling, illuminating heaven and earth. This is... Instantly, The citizens and officials in Xianyang City exclaimed in shock. Some of the officials even felt a sense of comfort all over their bodies. An indescribable power nourished their bodies, and their cultivations began to stir, as if they were about to break through at any moment. Although the Sea of Providence clouds changed greatly, the officials knew that it was a good thing. It seemed like Dejun had been reborn. Could it be? Countless officials thought of a possibility and rushed to the Skyward Palace Square. At the entrance of the Skyward Palace, Lu Buwei was overjoyed. "Prime Minister, what's going on?" the officials asked. "Dejun has taken another step forward. When the Heavenly Emperor returns, no, when the Great Emperor returns, it will ascend to the heavenly realm," Lu Buwei said excitedly. Boom! The group of officials immediately became excited. Chapter 1479. On the surface of the sea, Yin Chuan's consciousness was absorbing all of Kong Huangtian's insights. The silver-eyed Yin Chuan stared at the human Yin Chuan to prevent any unexpected changes. He held a blue brain-like object in his palm. It was the exchange beast. Kong Huangtian's words were sincere, but Yin Chuan still had to be on guard. Fortunately, what Yin Chuan was worried about didn't happen. After more than a day, Yin Chuan suddenly opened his eyes. The moment he opened his eyes, two 17-colored rays of light shot out from his eyes. 17th layer of heaven, seeing through life and death. Yin Chuan's long green hair sighed. "You still have a long way to go. Remember my insights and slowly comprehend them. There's still half a day left. I will let you experience it personally and let you see the real 17th layer of heaven." Kong Huangtian's voice sounded. Yin Chuan frowned for a while. Finally, he nodded. Don't worry. Kong Huangtian, won't lie to you. Remember, after I leave, make sure that the Kong family doesn't perish." Kong Huangtian's voice sounded. "Don't worry." The human Yin Chuan nodded. Buzz! Suddenly, the human Yin Chuan's aura underwent a huge change. An unstoppable aura burst out from his body. The entire sky was filled with countless peacock feathers. The 17-colored light in Yin Chuan's eyes turned into a green light. "Yin Chuan, MOU?" she asked worriedly. The silver-eyed Yin Chuan immediately shook his head and said, "He is Kong Huangtian now." MOU, she revealed, a look of surprise. Kong Huangtian's consciousness controlled Yin Chuan's body. As he stretched out his hand, the bronze sword appeared from his body. Holding the bronze sword in his hand and stepping on the Great Emperor sacrificial altar, Kong Huangtian looked at the distant central territory. He took a step and charged forward. "Look carefully. This is the 17th layer of heaven," Kong Huangtian muttered to himself. Boom! His figure instantly arrived at the central territory. Central territory. The battle continued. Almost all of the Southern Dipper and Northern Dipper Legion commanders took action, but they were still stopped by Meng Sansheng, Huang Luo, Huang Min, and Yulin. The four gourds looked very impressive, ferociously injuring all the Legion commanders. Roar! Tan Lang roared in grief and anger. However, Meng Sansheng's group of four was also extremely fierce, not allowing anyone to take a single step forward. In the sky, Shadi, Golden Great Emperor, White Tiger Great Emperor, and Xuanwu Great Emperor were besieging Great Emperor Ziwei. At this moment, Great Emperor Ziwei's blood essence had been depleted, and his strength had been greatly reduced. He did not dare to use the seal of virtuous virtue again. Even so, Great Emperor Ziwei was still able to suppress the crowd. Great Emperor Ziwei fought the four of them alone, and the four of them were sent flying again and again. White Tiger, Xuanwu Gold, you three bastards, how dare you make me your enemy? You overestimate yourself. Great Emperor Ziwei shouted coldly. After the battle with Kong Huangtian, the Great Emperor of Ziwei's strength had decreased by at least half. But even so, the four great cultivators were still no match for him. Treasure, please turn around. Shadi shouted again. A ray of white light rushed toward Great Emperor Ziwei. Slash! Great Emperor Ziwei's long sword collided with it. Boom! The immortal slaying flying saber was knocked back, but Great Emperor Ziwei's huge sword will crashed into Sha Di. Sha Di was knocked back, but he did not care and rushed forward again. Sha Di, you've been planning this for a long time, haven't you? Great Emperor Ziwei said coldly, looking at the four people with gourds on their backs and Sha Di in the distance. Great Emperor Ziwei instantly understood everything. That's right. I need your road to the underworld, Sha Di said in a low voice, not hiding anything. Ha ha ha. Road to the underworld? Are you sure it's with me? Great Emperor Ziwei said coldly. Sha Di narrowed his eyes, but he still nodded and said, the road to the underworld is extraordinary. Since it belonged to you from the beginning, it belongs to you. Although it was taken away by Kong Huangtian, as long as Kong Huangtian dies, it will no longer be controlled by him and will return to you. You know quite a lot, Great Emperor Ziwei said in a low voice. He waved his hand. Boom! The road to the underworld appeared again, instantly enveloping the surroundings. Rolling power rushed toward Great Emperor Ziwei. At this moment, Golden Great Emperor threw a punch. Great Emperor Ziwei's long sword collided with it. Boom! Golden Great Emperor retreated, and Great Emperor Ziwei also retreated with a loud bang. Golden Great Emperor? My best friend, you've been planning this for a long time, haven't you? Great Emperor Ziwei said coldly. Ha ha ha, friend. Golden Great Emperor's eyes flashed with coldness. Ziwei, in the second epoch, your strength was on par with mine, as well as everyone else's. Our friendship was the best, but I misjudged you. That day, we obtained that precious treasure together, and there were many layers of seals on it. For the sake of our friendship, I left the treasure in your care and prepared to break the seals together, but you took it for yourself. Is this the seal of great virtue? Golden Great Emperor shouted coldly. After obtaining the seal of great virtue, your strength increased again and again, even reaching the strength of the number 1 Great Emperor. It's fine if you betrayed me, but you colluded with Great Emperor Rosefinch to frame me, causing me to lose the chance to transform into a star. Fortunately, I'm not fated to die. Please bury me alive, Great Emperor Ziwei. Only then can I escape the cleansing of the world. Golden Great Emperor shouted. Ziwei, today, I'm going to take back what's mine. The seal of great virtue. You've had it for too long. Golden Great Emperor said coldly. Golden Sovereign punched out once again. Boom! Great Emperor White Tiger and Great Emperor Xuanwu didn't speak. The two of them just fought Great Emperor Ziwei with all their might. They had already taken this step. If they couldn't kill Great Emperor Ziwei today, they would end up like Qing Long and Changsheng when Great Emperor Ziwei recovered his vitality. Roar! The 4 great cultivators kept attacking Great Emperor Ziwei. You guys are still far from enough. Power of the underworld, yin and yang of heaven and earth. Great Emperor Ziwei shouted. Boom! The power of the underworld instantly poured into Great Emperor Ziwei's heavenly meridian. Great Emperor Ziwei's shriveled body expanded rapidly. His strength also skyrocketed. Break! Great Emperor Ziwei let out a loud cry as he pushed his hand forward. The 4 great cultivators were sent flying backward. Even if the 4 of them joined forces, they still weren't a match for Great Emperor Ziwei. Even if I'm injured now, I'm still not someone you can touch. Since you want to die today, I'll fulfill your wish. Great Emperor Ziwei said with a ferocious expression. However, just as he finished speaking, Great Emperor Ziwei's heart skipped a beat. He turned his head to look. However, Yin Chuan, who had long green hair, suddenly appeared in front of everyone. The group of cultivators was slightly stunned. The Great Emperor's altar. Great Emperor Rosefinch's Great Emperor's altar? Yin Chuan killed Great Emperor Rosefinch. No, he's not Yin Chuan. That gaze, that aura. Everyone's expression changed as they looked at Yin Chuan, who was standing on the Great Emperor's altar. Kong Huangtian. Great Emperor Ziwei's originally ferocious face suddenly panicked. Kong Huangtian isn't dead? Great Golden Emperor's expression changed. No, Kong Huangtian is dead. Otherwise, the road to the underworld wouldn't have returned to Great Emperor Ziwei, Sha Di said in a low voice. Then what's going on with him? Everyone looked at Yin Chuan in surprise. However, Yin Chuan, who was possessed by Kong Huang Tian, looked at Great Emperor Ziwei coldly. Yin Chuan, watch carefully. This is the power of the 17th layer of heaven. It's just as well. I can take this opportunity to take revenge and end this regret, Kong Huang Tian said. As he spoke, he waved the long sword in his hand. As he waved his sword, black and white sword chi seemed to appear in the void. They intertwined and rushed toward Great Emperor Ziwei. This is... Great Emperor Ziwei's expression changed as he thrust his long sword forward. Boom! Great Emperor Ziwei's long sword exploded. The black and white sword chi slashed across Great Emperor Ziwei's right arm. Wong! Great Emperor Ziwei's right arm instantly withered. It was so shriveled that it seemed like only a layer of skin was left. This is... Everyone exclaimed in surprise. Is this the 17th layer of heaven? Yin Chuan's consciousness was surprised. The 17th layer of heaven. Although your body's cultivation is weak, I can sense that you also have the strength of the 17th layer of heaven, Kong Huang Tian explained. I don't understand, Yin Chuan said in a low voice. You have my comprehension, but you haven't fully comprehended it. When you fully comprehend it, you will understand, Kong Huang Tian explained. Yin Chuan responded softly. Kong Huang Tian's sword was so powerful. Great Emperor Ziwei's expression changed drastically. The 17th layer of heaven? He was also at the 17th layer of heaven. Why was he so much weaker than Kong Huang Tian? The other four great cultivators also looked at Kong Huang Tian in surprise. Kong Huang Tian's strength was not just a little bit stronger than before, right? On the other side, Great Emperor Ziwei suddenly tore his shriveled right arm apart. Boom! Great Emperor Ziwei quickly filled his right arm with his strength and grew another right arm. Kong Huang Tian, you're still alive? Power of the Yellow Springs. Great Emperor Ziwei shouted again. With a wave of his hand, the Yellow Springs path formed a giant palm of energy that grabbed at Kong Huang Tian. Kong Huang Tian's eyes turned cold. He slashed out with the sword in his hand again. It was still the same move. Black and white sword rays shot out. The giant palm of the Yellow Springs immediately separated. The black and white sword rays once again appeared in front of Great Emperor Ziwei. No! Great Emperor Ziwei cried out in shock. The black and white sword rays touched his legs again. Buzz! In an instant, his legs quickly shriveled until only a layer of skin was left. This is... The surrounding cultivators were shocked. This is called drawing life and infusing death. The black and white sword rays are divided into life and death. At the 17th layer of heaven, one can mobilize the power of life and death. The power of life and death is also called the power of life. It draws life and infuses death, Kong Huang Tian explained to Yin Chuan. Yin Chuan nodded. In the distance, Great Emperor Ziwei was terrified. He quickly tore apart his lifeless legs. Once again, he grew a new pair of legs with great strength. However, at this moment, Great Emperor Ziwei became even thinner. No matter how hard Great Emperor Ziwei tried, he was still powerless against Kong Huang Tian, who was at the 17th layer of heaven. Why is this happening? Great Emperor Ziwei said with grief and indignation. He stretched out his hand and took out the seal of virtue again. Great Emperor Ziwei had no choice. If he used the seal of virtue now, he might die from having all his energy sucked out. However, that was only a possibility. If he didn't use the seal of virtue, he would definitely die. At this moment, Kong Huang Tian was too terrifying. Although he was attached to Yin Chuan's body, Great Emperor Ziwei couldn't withstand the sword of life and death at all. If it had hit him directly, he might have been finished. Chapter 1480. The moment the virtuous seal appeared, a powerful force rushed down like a hot knife through butter, pressing down on Kong Huang Tian and the others. The essence energy in Great Emperor Ziwei's body was also being sucked away. Even though it was extremely taxing on his body, Great Emperor Ziwei's face was still ferocious. He wanted to crush everyone into dust. Under the huge force, the 5 people below bore the brunt of it. The void was sealed, and the 5 of them couldn't escape. Kong Huangtian's face sank. Another virtuous seal? The expressions of Sha Di, Golden Great Emperor, White Tiger Great Emperor, and Xuanwu Great Emperor changed. My physical body has been destroyed, and I only have willpower left. I need the 4 of you to lend me your strength to kill Great Emperor Ziwei. Kong Huangtian said in a deep voice. The eyes of the 4 lit up. I'll lend you my strength. Great Emperor White Tiger shouted and opened his arms. Kong Huangtian controlled the Great Emperor altar and sucked the Great Emperor White Tiger Great Emperor's endless power into Kong Huangtian's body. It was just like how Yin Chuan mobilized the power of an entire nation's citizens. Kong Huangtian's power instantly soared. I'll lend you mine. Great Emperor Xuanwu shouted. I'll lend you mine. Take it. Sha Di and Golden Great Emperor also replied. The power of the 4 powerhouses quickly gathered around Kong Huangtian. In the sky, the virtuous seal pressed down. It was about to reach Kong Huangtian. Kong Huangtian's eyes turned cold. The virtuous seal. Unfortunately, you're not a virtuous supremacy after all. You're just a treasure. Moreover, your body is weak at this moment, so the execution of the seal of virtue is greatly inferior when compared to the last time. As he spoke, Kong Huangtian's sword soared into the sky. The power of the 4 powerhouses instantly gathered into one, transforming into a black and white aura that charged forward. Boom! The black and white aura collided with the virtuous seal, causing the void to shatter. With everyone as the center, the void shattered and countless stars were instantly shattered. Below, the void shattered, and a large area of land was instantly destroyed. The expression of Great Emperor Ziwei, who was controlling the virtuous seal, changed. No! Great Emperor Ziwei roared in shock. Boom! Surging power surged into the virtuous seal. Kong Huangtian's black and white chi of life and death persisted. While he was holding on, he saw that Great Emperor Ziwei was getting thinner and thinner. In just a short while, he was all skin and bones. His right hand, which was controlling the seal of virtue, was also trembling, as if he was losing control of it. You've lost, Kong Huangtian said coldly. With a shake of his hand, the chi of life and death suddenly exploded. The huge seal of great virtue instantly collapsed from Great Emperor Ziwei's hand and rushed into the starry sky. No! Great Emperor Ziwei screamed. Xing! Wherever the long sword passed, Kong Huangtian instantly appeared in front of Great Emperor Ziwei. With a single slash, he sliced Great Emperor Ziwei into 2 halves. The Great Emperor of Ziwei glared at Kong Huangtian. A thin slit appeared between his eyebrows, and blood slowly seeped out. Not only has this sword drained your vitality, it has also drained your vitality. You no longer have any fate charts. Ziwei, you are dead, Kong Huangtian said calmly. The Great Emperor of Ziwei stared at Kong Huangtian. A few days ago, Great Emperor Ziwei would never have imagined that he would die in such a cowardly manner. Screech! Kong Huangtian let out a loud peacock cry. Then, he suddenly left Yin Chuan's body and transformed into a huge transparent peacock that flew into the sky. Kong Huangtian's consciousness left Yin Chuan's body. Standing in midair, the transparent peacock stared at Yin Chuan. Yin Chuan looked at Kong Huangtian and bowed solemnly to him. Thank you, ancestor, Yin Chuan said solemnly. No matter how much he suspected and disapproved of Kong Huangtian in the past, at this moment, Yin Chuan understood that he had indeed benefited from Kong Huangtian countless times. Not only did Kong Huangtian save him, but more importantly, Kong Huangtian had paved a long path for him in the upcoming chaos of the world. With such a gift, as long as his path was smooth, he would reach the 17th heaven sooner or later. Kong Huangtian was his ancestor, but he had never acknowledged it before. At this moment, Yanchuan truly accepted this ancestor in his heart, just like Bai Wang. In his life, he had given him everything that was unparalleled. Screech! The transparent peacock let out a long cry. Yanchuan, I accept your bow. Before I ascend, I have one last thing to tell you. The transparent peacock shouted. Speak. Yanchuan listened carefully. Yanchuan nodded. In the past, Hong Jun challenged the heavens and lost. However, he had a sword duel with me that transcended the mortal world. I was defeated by Hong Jun's sword, said the transparent peacock. Kong Huangtian lost. Yanchuan suddenly raised his eyebrows. In the past, Hong Jun lost to the heavens, and Kong Huangtian won. However, Hong Jun won in the sword duel between Kong Huangtian and Hong Jun. Yanchuan raised his head, wanting to ask for clarification. Bang! The transparent peacock suddenly exploded, turning into countless light spots that were blown away by the wind. Kong Huangtian had ascended. Looking at the place where Kong Huangtian disappeared, Yanchuan took a deep breath and bowed respectfully again. Shot D, Golden Arch, White Tiger the Arch, and Xuanwu the Arch also gradually recovered. Something's not right, Shot D suddenly exclaimed. It was Great Emperor Ziwei, who was not far from Yanchuan. Kong Huangtian had severed all of his life charts. He was already declared dead. At this moment, he suddenly moved. He slammed his palm towards Yanchuan, who was in front of him. Yanchuan suddenly felt goosebumps all over his body. Not good. Yanchuan's expression changed. He turned his head and saw the palm coming toward him. Wasn't Great Emperor Ziwei dead? No, I know. Yanchuan's expression changed drastically. Not long ago, when Great Emperor Rosefinch died, the Great Emperor's sacrificial altar was replenishing Great Emperor Rosefinch's body. It wanted to revive Great Emperor Rosefinch. Now that Great Emperor Ziwei was dead and his life charts are gone, the Great Emperor sacrificial altar was replenishing his life charts? Was the Great Emperor sacrificial altar trying to revive Great Emperor Ziwei? Hannah Dao. Yanchuan's expression changed drastically as he slammed his palm forward. Boom! Great Emperor Ziwei's palm exploded with a loud bang. His life chart power had only recovered a little. It was impossible for him to wield much power. The energy palm instantly shattered, and more than half of Great Emperor Ziwei's body exploded. Great Emperor Ziwei, who only had half of his body left, immediately fled into the distance without hesitation. With the Great Emperor sacrificial altar, he would recover sooner or later. Treasure, please turn around. Whoosh! A white light shot toward Great Emperor Ziwei. Boom! The road to the Yellow Springs and the walking heavenly meridian immediately appeared. Great Emperor Ziwei prepared to flee quickly. Great Emperor Ziwei fled at an extremely fast speed. The expressions of the Great Emperors changed, and they wanted to give chase. Hand of Dao seize. Yanchuan shouted softly. Boom! A hand stretched out, and Great Emperor Ziwei's walking heavenly meridian was pulled over. Great Emperor White Tiger and Xuanwu instantly arrived before Great Emperor Ziwei. Each of them threw a punch at Great Emperor Ziwei. Boom! Boom! Great Emperor Ziwei suddenly exploded. Then he turned into 3 streams of light that shot in 3 directions. Whoosh! Great Emperor White Tiger and Xuanwu each chased after one of them. Sha Di, on the other hand, pounced toward the Great Emperor sacrificial altar that contained the road to the Yellow Springs. Boom! Sha Di grabbed it. As for Great Emperor Yellow Gold, he had long disappeared. He rushed toward his strongest Dharma treasure, the seal of great virtue, and disappeared in front of everyone. Boom! The Ziwei celestial realm exploded with a loud bang. In the starry sky, the Ziwei celestial realm suddenly emitted a scarlet light before it dimmed. Great Emperor Ziwei had finally fallen. My lord, the heavily injured subordinates of Great Emperor Ziwei cried out in grief. Treasure, please take it. Meng Sanxing shouted. A large number of heavily injured cultivators were instantly sucked into the primordial gourd. Yin Chuan stood on the great emperor's sacrificial altar and quickly refined the walking heavenly meridian that he had seized. Yin Chuan was naturally not as skilled as Kong Huangtian. He had just seized the walking heavenly meridian, so he still needed to comprehend it. On the other side, Sha Di was erasing all the marks of great Emperor Ziwei while refining the road to the underworld. He wanted to make it his own. He stepped on the great emperor's sacrificial altar, but did not refine it. And Mo Yu Shi, Tong Tian, Bai Qi, Jin Yu, Miao, and Yin Tong also flew over from afar to protect Yin Chuan. Miao, what happened? Great Emperor Ziwei is also dead? Miao said in surprise. Below, there were still aftershocks of the battle. However, since Great Emperor Ziwei had fallen, most of the commanders have been absorbed by Meng Sanqing's primordial gourd. At this moment, their resistance was even weaker. Some of them even fled quickly. When the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. The Ziwei celestial realm had completely become history. Not long after, Yin Chuan woke up and grasped the walking heavenly meridian. He opened his eyes slightly. On the other side, Meng Sansheng, Huang Luo, Emperor Min, and Yulin also surrounded Sha Di. As for the other great emperors, they had all disappeared. However, at this moment, a woman in a dragon robe was standing not far from Sha Di. It was Wu Jiong. Wu Jiong had suddenly appeared. Miao, that woman has been hiding in the dark until now. Miao looked at Wu Jiong in surprise. Wu Jiong was staring at Sha Di. Sha Di opened his eyes after refining the road to the underworld. Wu Jiong took out a jade talisman. Wu Jiong, have you thought it through? Sha Di asked in a low voice. Wu Jiong smiled. The divinity will help me resolve this crisis. In my opinion, the great emperor karmic rank is more important. I'll use it to exchange for this opportunity. I'm sure of it. Sha Di took the jade talisman and nodded slightly. Wu Jiong stepped onto the great emperor sacrificial altar. Boom! Wu Jiong's heaven and earth sacrificial altar landed on it and quickly merged with it. Rumble! Boom! During the process, Wu Jiong's cultivation suddenly broke through to the next level like Yin Chuan. Level 15, Sha Di looked at Wu Jiong. Wu Jiong closed her eyes for a while and then opened them with satisfaction. Good. From now on, the divinity and I don't owe each other anything. Wu Jiong said solemnly. Sha Di nodded. Sha Di turned his head and took a look at Yin Chuan, who was not far away. Let's go. Whoosh. Sha Di and the other 4 people disappeared in an instant. Wu Jiong looked at Yin Chuan and said, Congratulations, Emperor Yin. Same to you. Yin Chuan nodded. Senior brother, let's go back as soon as possible. Wen Xiu has just escaped. Please help me to take her down and strengthen Zhou. Wu Jiong said with a smile. Tong Tian looked at Wu Jiong and finally nodded. Yin Chuan, goodbye. Tong Tian looked at Yin Chuan. Okay. Yin Chuan nodded. Tong Tian followed Wu Jiong and disappeared into the sky to chase after Wen Xiu. Bai Qi summoned the dragon chariot in return. Yin Chuan said, Yes. Bai Qi replied. Miao. Yin Chuan, what should we do with Emperor Chang Sheng in my hat? Miao cried. Let him out. Yin Chuan nodded. Okay. Chapter 1481. On an island in the south of the Central Territory. Ancestor. Sob. Farewell, ancestor. Sob. 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 Thousands of cultivators knelt on the island, crying and wailing. They were all cultivators from the Kong family. Kong Huangtian challenged Great Emperor Ziwei to reach the 17th layer of heaven. All the elders of the Kong family came to help with excitement. Once they reached the 17th layer of heaven, who in the world could defeat them? Great Emperor Ziwei? He was only at the 16th layer of heaven. He had only reached the 17th layer of heaven with the help of the Great Emperor's altar. That was an illusory 17th layer of heaven. In the end, Kong Huangtian succeeded. The 17th layer of heaven. The legend of the Kong family had once again created a miracle. However, this 17th layer of heaven was at the cost of one's life. In the end, he died together with Great Emperor Ziwei. For a moment, Countless cultivators of the Kong family could not accept this fact. They knelt on the ground and wailed. Blind Kong also knelt down at this moment. Although his eyes were tightly shut, he could see everything that happened in the outside world clearly. Old ancestor! Blind Kong cried out. Only Peacock Z was still standing there at this moment. He clenched his fists and revealed a trace of ferocity on his face. Why? Why? Peacock Z let out a low roar that only he could hear. Ancestor, can't you see me? I'm the head of the Kong family. Why did you pass everything to Yin Chuan and not to me? I am not willing. I am not willing. Peacock Z roared in a low voice. Blind Kong cried for a while and calmed down his uncontrollable emotions. Family head, let's go and pay respects to Yin Chuan. Blind Kong persuaded. Pay respects? Pay respects to what? He's just a distant relative of the Kong family. Peacock Z suddenly glared. You, family head, that's what the ancestor instructed us to do. Blind Kong immediately said in surprise. The ancestor is already dead. What else is there to say? How can the foundation of the Kong family fall into the hands of an outsider? Peacock Z shouted. What? Peacock Z, you? Blind Kong immediately said anxiously. Peacock Z turned his head and said coldly, Remember, I am the head of the Kong family. The ancestor has fallen. I'm the head of the Kong family. As he spoke, Peacock Z looked at the group of Kong family members kneeling on the ground and crying. Everyone, listen up. Although the ancestor died in this battle, it was a glorious death. The ancestor reached the 17th heavenly layer. He fulfilled his wish. Now, everyone follow me back. We'll erect a tomb for the ancestor. Everyone, pay respects to him, shouted the Peacock Master. The Kong family disciples wiped their tears and replied, Yes. Stop. Blind Kong cried out in alarm. Let's go. Peacock Z ignored him and led the Kong clan's elders towards the south. Blind Kong became anxious and quickly chased after him. The central weave. Bai Qi went to look for the 6 dragon palanquin, while Yin Chuan, and Mo Yushi and Jin Diyu surrounded Miao. Miao took out her little felt hat. Who? A figure suddenly rolled out. It was the Longevity Heavenly Emperor. Where's this? Yin Chuan? The Longevity Emperor's eyes suddenly lit up. You've regained your clarity of mind? Yin Chuan looked at the Longevity Emperor. The Longevity Emperor frowned as he recalled everything. The Ziwei life refining technique is indeed domineering. I must have been blind to be fooled by those bastards. The Longevity Emperor said in a low voice. As he spoke, the Longevity Emperor suddenly saw the Great Emperor alter under Yin Chuan's feet. You killed the Great Emperor of Ziwei? The Longevity Emperor was shocked, as if he had seen a ghost. How strong was the Great Emperor of Ziwei? The Longevity Emperor knew very well that the Great Emperor was at the peak of the 16th heavenly layer. He had a strong foundation and countless trump cards. He even had the Great Emperor karmic rank and could unleash the strength of a 17th heavenly layer. Yin Chuan actually killed the Great Emperor of Ziwei? It wasn't me. This Great Emperor altar belongs to Great Emperor Rosefinch. Yin Chuan said, Oh, Rosefinch is also dead? What happened during this period of time? The Longevity Emperor was slightly taken aback. After taking a deep breath, Yin Chuan recounted everything that had happened during this period of time. The Longevity Emperor frowned as he looked up at the sky. After a moment of silence, the Longevity Emperor let out a long sigh. The Longevity Celestial Realm. What use do I have for it? Back then, it was just a plaything. Everyone else opened the Celestial Realm. As the Great Emperor, if I don't open it, it would be meaningless. Well, I don't like being the Great Emperor anyway. After saying that, the Longevity Emperor looked at Yin Chuan. Yin Chuan, I'm going to find some of my subordinates. After that, I'll go to Dijon. I don't want to be involved in politics. I'll just be a carefree foreign affairs director. Ha! The Longevity Emperor laughed. You're welcome at any time. Yin Chuan nodded. My subordinates followed me because I never treated them as subordinates. I saw them as brothers. Now that they have died because of me, I must find them. See you in Xianyang. The Longevity Emperor laughed. All right. Yin Chuan nodded. The Longevity Emperor then looked at the Great Emperor altar under Yin Chuan's feet and smiled. Yin Chuan, I won't forget what you said back then. If you get a second Great Emperor altar, I'll give you my Great Emperor altar immediately. Looking at the serious Longevity Emperor, Yin Chuan nodded solemnly. Let's go. The Longevity Emperor laughed and flew into the sky. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared. Roar! Roar! Soon, the sixth dragon carriage was driven by Bai Qi. Yin Chuan took out Kong Huangtian's sword. Yushi, this is the Blue One's 12 paths of reincarnation. Refine it. Yin Chuan said gently. Looking at Yin Chuan, Mo Yushi nodded. Everyone stepped onto the dragon carriage. Return to the court. Yin Chuan said. Let's go. Bai Qi shouted. Roar! The six dragons roared and pulled the dragon carriage to the east. In the netherworld, above the sea at the border of the outer North Continent and the outer East Continent, waves rose and Qi gathered. Dragon roars could be heard. The surrounding territories were filled with dragon roars, and the ground trembled. Among them, there were two great experts fighting against each other. No, it should be said that one of them was toying with the other. The Nether River Patriarch and Emperor Qinglong. The Nether River Patriarch moved his finger slightly. Instantly, more than 10 Nether River Patriarchs appeared. It was impossible to tell which one was real and which one was fake. At this moment, the vast sea below had already turned blood red. The figures were toying with Emperor Qinglong Dai. Emperor Qinglong controlled two swords of force and attacked the Nether River Patriarch crazily. However, even with the swords of force, he was no match for the Nether River Patriarch. With a stretch of his hand, he neutralized Emperor Qinglong's attacks. Swords of force? Force? The great force of the First Era? Indeed powerful. The Nether River Patriarch looked at the two swords of force and smiled. It's a pity that you used such a trashy move with such a treasure. You're a disgrace to the great force. The Nether River Patriarch smiled. Buzz! All of a sudden, the Azure Dragon Emperor's body trembled. His body came to a halt, and his eyes suddenly became clear. Emperor Ziwei is dead? The Nether River Patriarch said in surprise. Raising his head, the Nether River Patriarch looked at the sky. It was as if he could see the central territory through the netherworld. As expected, Kong Huangtian has finally broken through. It's a pity that he's just a little bit away from breaking through. Otherwise, this world would be more lively. No, this world is going to be lively soon. It doesn't matter whether he's here or not. Old Ancestor Mingi shook his head and said with a smile. On the other side, Emperor Qinglong gradually regained his consciousness. Looking at the Nether River Patriarch in the distance, his expression suddenly changed. Whoosh! Emperor Qinglong took a step forward and was about to escape into the sky. The Nether River Patriarch turned his head and saw another shadow of the Nether River Patriarch appearing in front of Emperor Qinglong. Emperor Qinglong suddenly stopped in his tracks. Haha, what's wrong? You're trying to escape after regaining your consciousness? The Nether River Patriarch laughed. Nether River Patriarch, what are you trying to do? Emperor Qinglong asked in surprise. Nothing. Originally, I didn't think much of the Sword of Force. However, after your demonstration, I realized that the Sword of Force has inspired me. It just so happens that my Avicii and Yuan killer swords are still incomplete. I'll use them to make up for what I lack. The Nether River Patriarch laughed. You. The Azure Dragon Emperor yelled in shock and disbelief. Emperor Qinglong was also shocked by the Nether River Patriarch's tone. What did he mean by originally not thinking much of it? The Sword of Force was a treasure that could help one transcend. You still don't think much of it? Then, the Nether River Patriarch spoke in a determined tone. Although he said it casually, Emperor Qinglong could hear the determination in his voice. No, the Sword of Force is mine. No one can take it away from me. Emperor Qinglong roared. The Nether River Patriarch laughed evilly. Let's see if you can hold on to it. As he spoke, the Nether River Patriarch waved his hand, and the Avicii and Yuan killer swords flew out instantly. Boom! In an environment shrouded by the fog, there was an earth-shattering sound. For the Sword of Force, Emperor Qinglong used all his strength again. It was different from the last time. There was only one sword last time, but there were two now. In the rolling fog, explosions could be heard everywhere. Outside the fog, at the border of a territory, there was a group of figures standing there. The leader was Zombie Yinchuan. Behind Zombie Yinchuan stood Heguzi, Desolation Hua, and the 12 Beast Kings of Dejun. The group of experts stood quietly at the peak of a mountain, watching the sea that was surrounded by fog. Heavenly Emperor, the Nether River Old Ancestor's strength is too strong. He can deal with the Azure Dragon Great Emperor with ease. Moreover, he is toying with him. Desolation Hua said in a deep voice. Yes, Qinglong is a peak level 15 Great Emperor. With the help of the Great Emperor Karmic rank, he can reach level 16. He also has 2 Swords of Force. He is definitely a peak level 16 Great Emperor. With such strength, the Nether River Patriarch can easily deal with him without using all his strength. The Nether River Patriarch's strength, perhaps. Giguzi frowned. 17th Heaven. Yinchuan's eyes narrowed. Level 17? Everyone was shocked. No wonder Emperor Xuanwu did not dare to offend the Nether River Patriarch too much. No wonder he was so domineering in the past. He did not care about the competition of the world. It was not that he did not dare to interfere, but he did not want to. How could the Nether River Patriarch care about a group of level 14, 13, and 15 Great Emperors? Chapter 1482. In the void, there were the first, great evil, great kindness, and boundless world. The 4 great worlds were like 4 chaos spheres. They were separated from each other, and now they were moving closer to each other. The great evil, great kindness, and boundless world were moving towards the first world at the center. Although no sound was heard, anyone who saw it could feel the shock. The speed of their movement was getting faster and faster. The 4 great worlds were similar. They were surrounded by the heavenly demon world, the heavenly demon world of the great evil world. Countless heavenly demons were flying around the peak of a mountain that seemed both real and illusory. Dozens of figures stood at the peak of the mountain. Most of them were surrounded by black gas. Their faces were hideous and evil. There were 8-armed evil demons, 4-faced evil demons, bat-winged evil demons, and black-boned evil demons. Among them, there was also Tiangang, who was a transcender. There was also Yin Chuan's son, the Nether King. Everyone was standing behind a man in a wide and luxurious black robe. The man wore a lotus-shaped purple crown on his head. He had a handsome face, and there was a green lotus between his eyebrows. His eyes were deep like a pool of water, and no one could see through him. The man was the transcender of the great evil world, the Lotus Deity. Master, the speed of the great evil world moving towards the first world is obviously faster, Tiangang said. The Lotus Deity looked into the distance and nodded gently. Yes, the 4 great worlds will merge in 10 days. 10 days? Tiangang suddenly exclaimed. Didn't they say it was 100 years? How long had it been? Only 10 days were left. 10 days? So fast. The Nether King was also surprised. The Lotus Deity nodded. When the 4 great worlds merge, I will use the power of the great evil world to allow the 4 great worlds to merge smoothly. Tiangang, Nether King, I have a mission for you. Master, please give us your orders. The 2 immediately replied. When the 4 great worlds merge, the 2 of you will bring your subordinates and capture the White Tiger Great Emperor. If he resists, kill him and bring the Great Emperor's altar to me. The Lotus Deity said. Permission granted. The 2 of them replied. My lord, we have failed in our duties. Otherwise, we wouldn't have lost the foundation of the first world. We can only rely on a few spies to constantly send messages through the life plates. Pluto immediately admitted his guilt. Tiangang's face fell. Even though the Netherworld King was asking for forgiveness, he hadn't made any big mistakes. It was all his own fault. Gang kept making mistakes which led to the current situation. The Netherworld King was obviously scolding him in front of the Lotus Goddess. My lord, this subordinate has failed in his duty. Gang was unable to refute and could only say hatefully. The expression of the Lotus God, who was standing at the front, changed slightly. Then, her eyes returned to being as still as a pool of dead water. Superiors did not wish for their inferiors to be as monolithic as a piece of iron. Small conflicts were not necessarily a bad thing. Forget it, it's all in the past. Lotus Goddess said indifferently. Yes, the two of them replied. All demon tribes, prepare for battle. Follow me to conquer the first world. The Lotus Goddess said in a deep voice. Yes. The demons behind him roared in unison. The Great Thousand World, the world where Yin Chuan lived in his first life. It was still the entrance of the heavenly demon world in the Great Thousand World, at the peak of a mountain. At this moment, a group of experts was standing there, watching from afar. The leader was dressed in an emperor's robe. He had a broad forehead and was extremely majestic. His eyes were glowing, and a soul-stirring feeling rushed out. Behind him stood people of different shapes and sizes. Most of them were standing in a subordinate position, but there were three who stood side by side. One of them was an extremely beautiful woman. One of them held a horsetail whisk and had a handsome face. One of them was dressed in white and carried a long bronze sword on his back. A surge of sword intent shot out from his eyes. In this man's eyes, there was only one thought. Fight! 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 My husband, the speed has increased. It seems like it won't be long before we collide with the first world. The beautiful woman looked at the man in the emperor's robe and said with a frown, Huanji, you're right. 10 days. In about 10 days, the four worlds will merge into one. It's unstoppable. The emperor took a deep breath and said, Zhongshan, you are a transcendent of the Great Thousand Realms. Now, you are also the realm master of the Great Thousand Realms. When the four worlds merge into one, you need to stabilize the world. The man with the horsetail whisk said. Zhongshan nodded and said, Xin Yuan, I will. Unfortunately, Bai Wang has fallen. Otherwise, Bai Huang. The man in the white robe said with a frown. The Great Thousand Realms is a world born in the fourth epoch. It should have been the weakest one. However, nothing is absolute. The memories of the entire world were wiped away by fate. Fortunately, Bai Wang deduced everything back then and broke the seal, recalling everything. Unfortunately, I can't protect Bai Wang. Zhongshan sighed. This is not your fault. You have already done your best. Xin Yuan shook his head. I understand. Everything else is fine. However, after 1 million years, it should have been revived. I wonder if he will blame me when he learns of the result. Zhongshan took a deep breath. The man in the white robe shook his head and said, Based on my understanding of Ing, he will understand you. Everything before him is not important. What is important is fate. If the people of the four realms are wiped away by fate, then everything will be meaningless. The man in the white robe said in a deep voice, Jinao, you are right. Four realms combined into one. We will soon face the heroes of the four realms and the strong foundation of the first world. This is the best battlefield for you. Zhongshan said in a deep voice. Jin Ao nodded and said, 10 days later, I will challenge the heroes of the world. Xin Yuan, Jin Ao, I need you to do me a favor. Zhongshan said in a deep voice. When the four realms combine into one, the rules and laws of different worlds will clash with each other. During this period, I need to stabilize everything in the Great Thousand Realms in case we are late. I need you to help me capture a great emperor. Zhongshan said in a deep voice. A great emperor? Jin Ao's expression changed. That's right. According to Bai Huang's deduction, when the first world combined into one, it should be during the first world's second epoch. The 9 great emperors each have a great emperor karmic rank. This is something that the Great Thousand Realms does not have. Great emperor karmic rank and heavenly Tao. This is too strange. Even if I can't gather all of them, I must get one, Zhongshan said in a deep voice. All right. Jin Ao nodded in a carefree manner. Don't worry. Xin Yuan also nodded. Great Kindness World. There was no fixed realm lord in the Great Kindness World. Instead, a group of heroes divided the 4 realms. At this moment, a group of heroes stood at the peak of a mountain in the heavenly demon world. They looked at each other, and at the same time, they could see the first world that was getting closer and closer. Everyone, what do you think? A golden-haired man shouted. There shouldn't be much time left. The 4 realms will combine into one soon. After discussing for a while, one of them said, when the 4 realms combine into one, we will be responsible for our own areas. All right. Chapter 1483. The First World. Underworld. Nether River Patriarch's Battlefield. The swords of power shone brightly. Streams of light flashed across. The 4 seas were waiting for Emperor Qinglong's command. However, the Nether River Patriarch was simply too powerful. A single clone was enough to defeat the Azure Dragon Emperor. The Avicii and Yuantu swords stood in the air, unleashing the hell of Avicii and hell of Yuantu. They wrapped around the 2 swords of power respectively. No, you can't do this. Emperor Qinglong screamed. Nether River Patriarch grinned. Bam! 4 of Nether River Patriarchs, clones instantly appeared in front of him. One of them grabbed one of Emperor Qinglong's limbs. Boom! With a sudden pull, Emperor Qinglong's body seemed to have been dislocated. A loud sound was heard from his body. Arg! Emperor Qinglong screamed in pain. A huge green path appeared behind him. A huge Qinglong was circling on the path. Boom! Emperor Qinglong merged with the path. Suddenly, the path changed shape and merged with Emperor Qinglong gradually. It turned into a green dragon. Roar! The dragon roared and broke free from Nether River Patriarch's clones. True Dragon Path? Interesting. Unfortunately, you haven't cultivated it well enough. It's not that easy to cultivate such a path. Nether River Patriarch said calmly. As he spoke, he waved his hand. Boom! Nether River Patriarch's path suddenly appeared. It was a vast black river. The black river surged and rushed into the starry sky. As soon as the path appeared, the surrounding seas trembled violently. The surrounding void shook violently, as if it was shocked by the path. Nether River Path. Nether River Patriarch smiled and waved his hand. Roar! A Qinglong rushed out of the Nether River Path. Qinglong looked exactly the same as Qinglong when Qinglong merged with his path. What? Emperor Qinglong's expression changed. Don't you know? This Nether River Patriarch is a huge space, an illusory space. If I want something, I just have to create it and convert it between illusory and corporeal. Then, I can turn illusory into corporeal. Nether River Patriarch smiled. What? How is this possible? How could a spatial divine ability be so exaggerated? Conversion between reality and illusion? You can materialize whatever you want? The Azure Dragon Emperor exclaimed in shock. You don't believe me? Let's see if it's the same as you. Patriarch Nether River smiled. Roar! Qinglong charged out of the river Styx and pounced towards Emperor Qinglong. Boom! The 2 dragons crashed into each other with the same force. When they collided, they were inseparable. Boom! 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 The 2 dragons continued to clash for a while. No, how is that possible? He has the same power as me? Emperor Qinglong exclaimed. Still don't believe me? Nether River Patriarch mocked. Then let's have another one. With a wave of his hand, the heaven-span underworld river appeared. Roar! Another Qinglong pounced towards Emperor Qinglong. 3 Qinglong pounced on each other in midair. Emperor Qinglong was getting more and more shocked. Was this another one of him? Emperor Qinglong wouldn't lose to the other 2 Qinglong because of his Emperor karmic rank. But that river Styx was too terrifying. At this moment, Nether River Patriarch waved his hand again. Arg! 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 Another 8 Qinglong pounced. 10 Qinglong pounced on Emperor Qinglong. Emperor Qinglong. In the distance, Zombie Yin Chuan and the others. What a strange river Styx. What a domineering river Styx. Conversion between reality and illusion? Conversion between reality and illusion. Goozy exclaimed. Needless to say, Nether River Patriarch's casual move had completely demonstrated his strength. Nether River Patriarch didn't even treat Emperor Qing Long as an opponent. More Qing Long pounced out from the Heavenspan Underworld River Patriarch while he went to the Avicii and Yuan killer swords and focused on devouring the Swords of Momentum. Rumble. The Swords of Momentum were surrounded by countless fortunes as though they were struggling violently. You haven't awakened from your immortalization. It's useless to struggle. Nether River Patriarch said calmly. Rumble. The battle lasted for an entire day. It wasn't a battle at all. It was a one-sided massacre. There were already 100 Qing Long pouncing on Emperor Qing Long. 100 of them, and all of them were Emperor Qing Long's own strength. Even with the Emperor Altar, Emperor Qing Long couldn't help but feel aggrieved. He was covered in wounds. He allowed these Qing Long pouncing on him. Rumble, rumble. After 2 loud bangs, the Swords of Momentum completely shattered into pieces and were absorbed by Avicii and Yuan Killer. The 2 swords vibrated. In an instant, the swords of countless swordsmen in the underworld also vibrated. Haha, you 2 are quite cocky. Go back and refine the Swords of Momentum. Nether River Patriarch laughed. He waved his sleeves and kept Avicii and Yuan Killer. Then, he turned to look at the other side of the battlefield. Emperor Qing Long, who was being humiliated by 100 Qing Long, spat out blood. His face was bruised and swollen. Sai, you asked for it. Nether River Patriarch said with a smile. He waved his sleeves. Rumble. The Heavenspan Underworld River instantly washed over the group of Qing Long suddenly. The 100 Qing Long turned into a puff of green smoke and disappeared. Emperor Qing Long was left alone with a bewildered look. How would he dare to act rashly against Nether River Patriarch? Nether River Patriarch looked at Emperor Qing Long's appearance and was in a good mood. Haha. Nether River Patriarch laughed and put away his doppelganger, Bloodsea, and Nether River. He then walked toward the North Outer Continent and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Phew! Emperor Qing Long suddenly let out a long breath. Nether River Patriarch? He never knew that Nether River Patriarch was so terrifying and powerful. Emperor Qing Long looked at himself and smiled bitterly. He had worked so hard, but in the end, it was all for nothing. Go! Zombie Yin Chuan shouted from afar. Yes, Yin Chuan, Desolation Hua, and the 12 supreme beasts instantly rushed toward Emperor Qing Long. Emperor Qing Long suddenly noticed and looked over with a changed expression. People of Dejun, listen up. I need your strength. Raise your right hand and lend me your strength. Help me kill the emperors and help Dejun ascend to the heavenly realm. Yin Chuan's shout reverberated throughout the world. 12 capital heaven divine wraith formation. The 12 beasts shouted. Boom! A huge explosion shook the surroundings. The statue of Yin Chuan above the great Qin city transformed into the 18 claws Fate Golden Dragon. The Golden Dragon of Fate roared, and Yin Chuan's voice instantly spread throughout the Netherworld. At that moment, countless people in the Netherworld's outer East Continent and inner South Continent looked up at the sky and were shocked by Yin Chuan's voice. Kill the emperors and establish the heavenly realm? In their excitement, countless people quickly raised their right hands. Waves of energy were extracted and poured into the 18 claws Fate Golden Dragon. The 18 claws Fate Golden Dragon seemed to have traveled through time and space and quickly appeared not far away from zombie Yin Chuan. Boom! The power of the people of the 2 continents quickly poured into zombie Yin Chuan's body. Bang! A pair of dragon bone wings suddenly spread out. Yin Chuan's eyes glowed red as he spat out blood-red fangs and roared. Roar! A huge roar rushed out. The void trembled. Zombie Yin Chuan's power reached its limit. Fiend Star, enter the formation. Desolation Transformation shouted. Boom! A ray of starlight seemed to have traveled through time and space and rushed into the 12 capital heaven divine wraith. 10,000 dragons fate. Gue Guzi's voice came from afar. Roar! Roar! Countless dragon veins sounded, and the power of fate rushed toward the 12 capital heaven divine wraith. 12 capital heaven divine wraith, gather! The 12 sovereign beasts shouted. The 12 capital heaven divine wraith formation enveloped Emperor Qing Long and Yin Chuan, but it didn't attack. It only enveloped them and transformed desolation transformations and Gue Guzi's fate. The two forces pressed down on the 12 capital heaven divine wraith formation from above and below. The billowing power rushed toward Yin Chuan's body. Everyone's power poured into zombie Yin Chuan's body. The power was so great that even though Yin Chuan's body was extremely strong, veins popped out on his face. The power formed a golden, lightning-like energy body around his body. Yin Chuan, Emperor Qing Long exclaimed. Emperor Qing Long, it's time to settle the grudge of the past. Zombie Yin Chuan said with a ferocious face. After speaking, Zombie Yin Chuan didn't care about Emperor Qing Long's attitude and rushed forward. Zombie Yin Chuan's 13th heaven had mobilized the power of the people of the 72 territories and transformed into the body of a general. His power had reached the peak of the 15th heaven. In addition to the 12 capital heaven divine wraith, star wraith, and fate, Zombie Yin Chuan's power had reached the 16th heaven. In an instant, he exploded and attacked the Azure Dragon. Roar! Qing Long was furious and clawed at Zombie Yin Chuan. Zombie Yin Chuan's face was ferocious as he punched. Boom! When the fist and claw collided, the void instantly shattered. Crack! The dragon claw was instantly broken. Emperor Qing Long, who was already injured, suddenly changed his expression. Zombie Yin Chuan's power was so strong. His physical body was actually stronger than his. Rascal! How dare you? Emperor Qing Long said furiously. Black Dragon! Zombie Yin Chuan roared. Boom! The great Tao of the Black Dragon suddenly exploded. Zombie Yin Chuan's body swayed and merged with the great Tao. Roar! The great Tao of the Black Dragon was also transforming and suddenly turned into a huge black dragon. The huge black dragon was half the size of Qing Long Roar. The black dragon roared and instantly tangled with Qing Long Roar. The two dragons used their claws and jaws to tear each other apart. Dang, dang, dang. The claws and teeth clashed with the black dragon's body and let out a loud metallic sound. It was as if they couldn't break through the black dragon's skin. However, the black dragon was different. Bam! Its claws pierced into Qing Long's body, and its jaws bit onto Qing Long's neck. Rip! It suddenly tore. Instantly, Qing Long's stomach was ripped open and blood spurted out from his body. Roar! Qing Long roared in pain. However, the black dragon seemed to be enjoying it very much. Qing Long's blood splattered on the black dragon's body and was absorbed into the black dragon's body in the blink of an eye. Roar! The black dragon became more ferocious. Qing Long's stomach was ripped open, but he became weaker. They were entangled for another half a day. Crack! The black dragon bit off Qing Long's neck. Roar! The black dragon roared excitedly and opened its mouth to swallow quickly. Roar! In one gulp, the black dragon completely swallowed the Azure Dragon into its stomach. Emperor Qing Long died, leaving a great emperor karmic position in the air. Roar! The black dragon roared excitedly to the sky. The roar shook the underworld. In an instant, the entire underworld was filled with the black dragon's roar. Chapter 1484. Roar! The black dragon roared excitedly at the sky. Its roar shook the entire netherworld. Instantly, the entire netherworld was filled with the black dragon's roar. As it roared, the black dragon quickly refined and devoured Qing Long, and its body swelled up. At the same time, the heaven and earth sacrificial altar appeared below the black dragon and landed on the large sacrificial altar. Boom! The two sacrificial altars collided and quickly merged. As the black dragon swelled, its body coiled around the arch sacrificial altar. Its body emitted a majestic aura as black light shot into the sky. Rumble. The sea was filled with the sound of dragon bones clanging. Waves of black gas enveloped the black dragon. Not far away, the 12 capital heaven divine wraith array was dispelled. The paragons of the 12 kingdoms, Desolation Hua and Gue Guzi, gathered together and waited for the result of the black gas. Ao Dong, you have been the dragon monarch for so many years. You should know a lot about the dragon race. Why do I feel that the heavenly arch and the great Tao merging into a black dragon? Ninth Rat looked at Ao Dong curiously. Ao Dong frowned slightly and said, the heavenly Thearcha's black dragon great Tao and the arch Qinglong's great Tao should be a true dragon. True dragon? Ninth Rat did not understand. Ao Dong nodded. True dragons are not the dragon race. The dragon race is all evolving toward the true dragon. Unfortunately, it is too difficult. Evolving? I know. If the carp race, the snake race, the turtle race, and even the horse race give up on evolving, they can also evolve toward the dragon race? The Snake Emperor asked. That's right. To be precise, they are evolving toward the true dragon. Unfortunately, this is a never-ending path. Ao Dong explained. Oh, Ninth Rat did not understand. What is a true dragon? The Snake Emperor asked. A true dragon is the sky. The sky is a true dragon. Sky is formless and boundless. No one can describe its specific form. What is the sky? The sky's form is the true dragon, Ao Dong explained. Sky? Everyone looked at Ao Dong. Isn't heaven and earth formed from the 3,000 heavenly Taos? What does it have to do with the true dragon? Bai Diqian frowned. Ao Dong shook his head. I don't know. Buzz. Everyone was startled. The form of fate. A true dragon? Almost everyone suddenly turned to look at the black fog shrouding the black dragon. Everyone, I don't know anything else. Let's just wait and see. Ao Dong said again. Everyone nodded and looked at the true dragon, the son of heaven, who was about to come out. Roar! The dragon roared. With a loud bang, all the black fog in the surroundings was dispersed. Zombie Yin Chuan returned to his original form. He opened his arms, and the black dragon bone wings on his back were surrounded by a dense black aura. He bared his fangs and pointed his mouth at the moon. Roar! Yin Chuan roared, and the huge moon immediately infused a strand of moonlight into the mouth of the zombie Yin Chuan. The great emperor's sacrificial altar also poured endless energy into zombie Yin Chuan's body. A loud noise suddenly came from the zombie's body. Boom! Then, a surging aura formed a ripple that spread out in all directions. Phew! The zombie let out a long cry of satisfaction. Boom! Yin Chuan retracted his dragon bone wings and fangs and returned to normal. 14th Heavenly Layer. Yin Chuan clenched his fists, and satisfaction flashed in his eyes. He finally recovered the cultivation of his first life. Looking at the great emperor's sacrificial altar under his feet, Yin Chuan finally reached the 14th Heavenly Layer. Congratulations, Heavenly Emperor, for reaching the 14th Heavenly Layer. Hua Qiliang's eyes were sharp, and he saw the difference with a glance. Congratulations, Heavenly Emperor. Immediately, everyone congratulated. No, it should be congratulations, Heavenly Emperor. Gue Guzi's eyes lit up. Congratulations, Heavenly Emperor. Everyone said again. Phew, I thought I would have to wait for a while. Who would have thought that this great emperor's sacrificial altar would be so powerful? Zombie Yin Chuan looked at the great emperor's sacrificial altar and said. Everyone also looked at the great emperor's sacrificial altar under Yin Chuan's feet. However, Yin Chuan raised his head and roared towards the sky. All citizens of the world, listen up. We have used the power of the citizens to slaughter Emperor Qinglong. From this moment onwards, the underworld will reach the heavenly court, and it will be promoted to the heavenly realm. We will achieve eternity and exist for eternity. Boom! A golden dragon of fate suddenly appeared from Yin Chuan's body, and the golden dragon of fate roared as it madly flew towards the great Qin city. Within the dragon's roar, zombie Yin Xuan's voice rumbled throughout the world. Roar! In just a moment, the underworld's 2 continents and 72 territories were filled with Yin Xuan's voice. Heavenly Realm? Almost all of the citizens felt quite startled. At this moment, the great Qin city was madly absorbing fate, virtue, fate, and fate from all around. In just a moment, above the great Qin city, multicolored light soared into the sky and shone in all directions. Boundless virtue, fate, and fate gathered and turned into streaks of colorful light. It was impossible to tell how many colors there were, and it was incomparably dazzling. Countless dew rain descended from the void. As the dew rain fell, countless cultivators instantly felt their bodies relax, and some of the weaker cultivators even broke through on the spot. Heavenly music drifted throughout the great heavenly realm, and countless images of immortal birds and divine beasts flew in all directions. The entire great heavenly realm was enveloped in an intense festive atmosphere. Long live the great emperor! Long live the great emperor! Long live the great emperor! Endless cheers could be heard everywhere. While the underworld was in such a state, Yin Xuan and the Yang realm also rushed to Xianyang City. All citizens of the world, listen up. We have slaughtered Emperor Rosefinch. From this moment onwards, the Yang realm will achieve the heavenly court, and it will be promoted to the heavenly realm. We will achieve eternity and exist for eternity. Boom! Yin Xuan's voice instantly sounded in the Yang realm's eastern continent. Cheers rumbled throughout the world. Long live the great emperor! Long live the great emperor! We will achieve eternity and exist for eternity. Xianyang City and the great Qin city were surrounded by 3,000 heavenly Daos. It was as if even the heavenly Daos were congratulating the establishment of the heavenly realm. At the same time, in the Western continent, all citizens of the great Zhou dynasty, listen up. From this moment onwards, the great Zhou heavenly court will be promoted to the great Zhou heavenly realm. We will achieve eternity and exist for eternity. Boom! The promotion of the great Zhou dynasty and the great Zhun dynasty caused a powerful aura to spread throughout the world. Countless experts in the world stopped what they were doing and looked at the 2 dynasties. In a short period of time, the world had changed too quickly. In a valley, Emperor Chang Sheng found a group of subordinates and turned to the east when he sensed the changes in the world. The great heavenly realm? Ha! Emperor Chang Sheng exclaimed. My lord, the 2 great emperors Rosefinch and Qinglong are also dead? One of the subordinates frowned. That's right. Do you feel it? 3 powerful gravitational waves are coming, and the 4 realms are about to merge. Emperor Chang Sheng said. Merging? Everyone was shocked. Emperor Chang Sheng did not say anything. Instead, he raised his head and said, From today onwards, I will withdraw from the heavenly longevity realm. From now on, the heavenly longevity realm will cease to exist, and the world will follow its natural course. Boom! The celestial longevity plane collapsed. Countless cultivators around the Sinan continent looked at the sky in shock. After all, the heavenly longevity realm had only been established for a short period of time. Countless cultivators could only sigh. In the blink of an eye, the world had undergone earth-shaking changes. Around the Sinan continent, Golden Palace. Buzz! Golden Palace was surrounded by rolling merits. Countless subordinates of the Golden Emperor came to protect him. The Golden Emperor had obtained the seal of great virtue. No matter what happened in the outside world, the Golden Emperor did not care. The most important thing now was to improve himself. Around the Sinan continent, Eastern Territory, Dongfang Booby walked out of the palace and looked to the east. Then, he looked to the south where the Golden Emperor lived, then to the west. Finally, he raised his head and looked at the starry sky. Secmaster? A few subordinates walked up to him respectfully. The 4 realms are about to merge. Dongfang Booby said in a deep voice. The 4 realms are about to merge? Mengling Tian said in surprise. Nodding, Dongfang Booby said yes. An old friend from the second era should be back. Sect Master's old friend? Back? Did he go to the other 3 worlds? Mengling Tian said with wide eyes. He went to the Great Kindness World. Dongfang Booby nodded. Netherworld, North Outer Continent. Chujiang Palace. Nether River Patriarch looked at the Avicii and Primordial Killer Swords with satisfaction. Then he reached out and slashed. Boom! A huge hole appeared in the void. Nether River Patriarch instantly stepped into it. The hole slowly closed, and 2 heavenly demons flew out. Nether River Patriarch stepped into the heavenly demon world. It was Snake Spirit who welcomed Nether River Patriarch. Greetings, Nether River Patriarch. Snake Spirit smiled. Where's Fushi? Nether River Patriarch asked. The 4 realms are about to merge. The king has gone to the Wuji platform to observe the ceremony. Snake Spirit said. Bring me there. Nether River Patriarch said. Yes. Great Qin City. Zombie Yin Chuan had returned. He stood in front of the central palace. Zombie Yin Chuan raised his head and looked at the sky. The officials stood respectfully. Congratulations, Great Emperor. The officials congratulated. Zombie Yin Chuan only nodded, but his expression was extremely solemn. Through the Great Emperor karmic position, I can feel that the 4 realms are about to merge. Inform the city lords of the various territories to comfort and protect the people. During the merger of the 4 realms, there will definitely be a great collision between heaven and earth. The world will be in turmoil. We need to protect the people, Zombie Yin Chuan said. Yes. Everyone was shocked. Gue Guzi walked behind Yin Chuan. Great Emperor, news came from the Great Kindness World. In half a day at most, the 4 realms will merge. Gue Guzi said. Oh. Zombie Yin Chuan's eyes lit up. Also, he said that the Great Kindness World is not as simple as the rumors say. It's very deep and has countless experts. Gue Guzi whispered. I can also guess that the Great Kindness World's foundation is the foundation of the Second Era. It's naturally much stronger than the Great Wide World. Yin Chuan nodded. Yes. However, Great Jun has many grievances with the Lotus God. I'm worried that. Wait for my orders, Yin Chuan said in a low voice. Yes. In infinity, the form of the first world was a chaos sphere that was safely fixed in infinity. One could vaguely see a dividing line in the middle that divided the first world into 2. Half was the Yang realm, and the other half was the Netherworld. From 3 different directions, 3 balls of chaotic origin of the same size were hurtling toward him at an extremely fast speed. One was black, one was white, and one was gold. They were so fast that it seemed like they would perish together in the next moment. The collision between heaven and earth of the 4 realms. Chapter 1485. The 4 realms were getting closer and closer. Unification was imminent. All living beings in the world had just recovered from the great changes not long ago. Suddenly, their hearts skipped a beat. They felt as if their hearts were about to jump out of their mouths. Almost everyone stopped what they were doing. They walked out of their residences and looked up at the sky, feeling this inexplicable heart beating wildly. What's wrong with me? Why is my heart beating so fast? It's as if I didn't do anything. Me too. Something seems to have happened. So strong. All living beings fell silent, waiting for something to happen. This was the 4 realms approaching. The huge gravitational force affected all living beings imperceptibly. After a while, a buzzing sound suddenly spread throughout the world. All living beings widened their eyes. Whoosh! Suddenly, a gust of wind came out of nowhere. Everyone looked up at the sky. In Wuji, the 4 Tai Chi spheres were getting closer and closer. As they approached, the 4 heavenly demon realms were the first to bear the brunt. The powerful suction force instantly sucked countless heavenly demons into Wuji. As soon as they entered Wuji, they instantly disappeared into nothingness. The great evil realm was the first to reach the first realm. Countless powerhouses stared at the moment of final contact. It was getting closer and closer. The Nether River Patriarch, Fushi, Snake Spirit, Meng Rongrong, and the explosive Beast King all stared at the place of contact. The outermost heavenly demon realm was close together. At an extremely terrifying speed, they finally made contact. Honk! A huge sound instantly filled the entire heavenly demon realm. A huge shock was produced, and countless heavenly demons were instantly blasted apart. 64 trigrams. Fix the heavenly demon realm. Fushi shouted softly. Boom! Fushi's shout instantly spread throughout the heavenly demon realm of the first realm. The entire heavenly demon realm paused for a moment. On the other side, a shout also came from the great evil realm. Fix the heavenly demon realm. Boom! The heavenly demon realm made contact. The collision between the two realms began. After charging through the heavenly demon realm, what followed was the real collision between heaven and earth. The great evil realm's collision location happened to be in the direction of the outer southern continent. While all living beings in the world were waiting for the result, the outer southern continent welcomed a shocking scene. In the starry sky, countless stars suddenly exploded. Boom! Boom! During the Big Bang, countless black holes appeared in the sky of the outer southern continent. Countless black holes crazily absorbed the light. The entire southern outer continent was gloomy. A huge suction force rushed down. Below, countless soil, rocks, plants, animals, rivers, and seawater were sucked up by a suction force. Help! Master, save me! In the outer south continent, countless cries sounded out as countless creatures were sucked into the sky. Countless miserable cries sounded out. Countless peerless experts from all over the world frowned as they watched. Yin Chuan, in his human form, stood at the entrance of the Skyward Palace and stared at the south. Yin Chuan was at the 14th heavenly layer, and his eyesight wasn't good enough. However, with the great monarch's altar, his strength had risen to the 15th heavenly layer. Naturally, he could see the situation in the outer south continent clearly. It was incomparably magnificent. The entire outer south continent was shrouded in a tremendous force. He could vaguely see the gloominess of the southern continent. They're here. All cities, activate the city defense formation, Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. Yes, in the outer south continent, the world was in chaos. The great evil world descended and charged towards the outer south continent. In the great evil world, at the peak of a huge palace, the Lotus deity led countless demons and waited with rapt attention. The collision point of the two worlds, the outer south continent of the Yang realm, it's about to crash. The Lotus deity shouted. The collision shook the world. Regardless of whether it was the first world or the great evil world, they were instantly filled with this loud noise. A huge shock wave rushed from the outer south continent to all directions. The entire world of the Yang realm experienced a huge earthquake in an instant. In the first world, 3,000 heavenly Tao suddenly appeared out of thin air. Rolling power surged in all directions, calming the impact of this huge collision. Even so, there were still countless storms blowing in all directions, and the airflow of the entire Yang realm was completely chaotic. With the exception of a few experts, ordinary birds would be swept away as soon as they flew into the sky. Rumble! The loud noise in the outer south continent continued. Under the huge collision, it was chaotic for a moment. Everything in the outer south continent could not be seen clearly, as if the world had returned to chaos. Heavenly Emperor, we've lost contact with all the spies in the outer south continent. Yifeng frowned. Yin Chuan nodded. Even with Yin Chuan's eyesight, he could not see the outer south continent. He could only see the edge of the outer south continent. Along with the seawater, there were countless demons wreaking havoc in the sky. The great evil world has descended. Yin Chuan narrowed his eyes and said solemnly, everything was just the beginning. The great evil world had descended. Next was the great kindness world. The outer west continent of the Netherworld welcomed the collision of the Great Kindness World. Just like the Yang realm, under the huge collision, demons flew everywhere, and countless living beings and dead spirits suffered. The entire outer west continent of the Netherworld fell into chaos. In the outer west continent of the Netherworld, the White Tiger Emperor's forces. The White Tiger Emperor looked at the collision of the Great Kindness World, and his face darkened. White Tiger, Celestial Realm. Protect. Boom. The White Tiger Emperor wanted to protect the Tiger Tribe's outer west continent. Unfortunately, the collision of heaven and earth was not something the White Tiger Emperor could face. Boom. The outer west continent of the Netherworld fell into chaos. Yin Xuan, the zombie of the outer east continent, suddenly could not see anything in the outer west continent. He could only see white and golden light shooting out from the direction of the outer west continent. Wherever the light passed, countless vengeful spirits were instantly purified. Then it was the Great Wide World. In the Great Wide World, a huge floating city with the words Lingxiao Heavenly Court written on it. The leader was a man in a golden dragon robe. He was the realm lord of the Great Wide World, Zhongshan. He looked into the distance. 3,000 heavenly Dao defend. The Great Wide World collided with the outer north continent of the Yang realm. In an instant, the outer north continent was in chaos. A large number of things and living beings on the ground were all swept up. Rumble. As they collided, the outer north continent gradually fell into chaos. Heaven and earth collided, and the four worlds collided. Looking from Wuji, the four realms looked like four huge spheres leaning against each other. 3 of the spheres were glued to the sphere in the middle. Some of them fused with each other. In other words, a part of each world fused with the outer south continent of the Yang realm, the outer north continent of the Yang realm, and the outer west continent of the Netherworld. During the fusion period, it was chaos. The heavenly demons of the four worlds scurried around each other, as if they were trying to fight for their respective territories. The shape of the four worlds turned into a strange shape. It was a four-sphere that was stuck together. Heavenly Demon World. Fuxi, Patriarch Nether River, and Snake Spirit were watching all of this. The four worlds collided, and the four worlds merged into one. Patriarch Nether River said in a deep voice, "It's merged, but it's not primordial chaos yet." Fuxi said in a deep voice, "King, what is primordial chaos?" Snake Spirit asked curiously. "It's the true fusion into one, turning into primordial chaos and transcending everything." Of course, it can also be seen from the shape. The other 3 worlds have each fused a continent. Next, more continents will be fused. It can also be said that they will overlap with each other. When they completely overlap into a sphere, they will completely fuse into one, which is primordial chaos. Fuxi explained. "That means we still have time?" Snake Spirit's eyes lit up. Fuxi nodded. "There's still a little time, but it's almost time." Patriarch Nether River suddenly looked at Fuxi. "Fuxi, are you ready to face fate?" Fuxi looked at Patriarch Nether River and smiled. He did not speak, but took a deep breath and looked at Wuji in the distance. He suddenly exhaled, and a strong fighting spirit flashed in his eyes. Patriarch Nether River looked at Fuxi and smiled. He did not continue to ask, because it was meaningless to ask now. "I'm going back," Patriarch Nether River said in a deep voice. Fuxi nodded. Slash. Patriarch Nether River suddenly slashed, and a crack suddenly appeared in the void. Patriarch Nether River instantly entered between heaven and earth and flew quickly to his 10 palaces. Yang Realm, East Outer Continent, Xianyang City. Yin Xuan in human form looked at the South Outer Continent and then at the North Outer Continent and took a deep breath. Great Emperor, the South Outer Continent is the evil world of the Lotus God, and the North Outer Continent is the good world of Mount Zhong. Gue Guzi said in a deep voice. Yes. Yin Xuan nodded. Reporting to the Great Emperor, there's news from the underworld. Yifeng immediately reported. Oh, there's movement on the Yellow Springs Road in the underworld. two figures entered the north outer continent from the chaotic Yang realm. Yifeng said, "People from the greater thousand world?" Yin Chuan's expression changed. "It should be a man in white with a sword on his back." His sword intent soared into the sky. The sentry was an ancient immortal. Looking from afar, he felt as if a sword had pierced into the depths of his soul. He froze there and only recovered after a while. The sword intent in his heart collapsed. Yifeng said, "Invisible sword intent?" Gue Guzi said solemnly. "It's Jianao," Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. The other man was holding a horsetail whisk. After entering the underworld, illusory images of babies flew around him. Each of them had a pair of white wings and were incomparably holy. An extremely peaceful feeling spread out. The other sentry was also an ancient immortal. Looking from afar, he felt a sense of peace and happiness. He lost himself in his longing and only recovered after a long time. Yifeng said, "That's Xian Yuan." Yin Chuan nodded. "Where are the two of them going?" Gue Guzi asked. "I don't know. Wait for the news from the sentry." Reporting, a sentry quickly came from afar. "They're here." Yifeng's eyes lit up. Reporting to the great emperor, the Xuanwu Hall in the north outer continent of the underworld has been inexplicably attacked. Two great experts have descended and are clashing with the Xuanwu great emperor. Reporting, news from the south outer continent of the underworld. The Transcendent's heavenly star and Pluto have appeared at the Yellow Springs Road and are heading towards the west outer continent of the underworld. Reporting, news quickly gathered in front of Yin Chuan. Chapter 1486. The Great Collision of Heaven and Earth. The Yang Realm's outer south continent, outer north continent, and outer west continent were all in chaos. However, as time passed, the chaotic lands of the three continents gradually cleared up. At this moment, almost all the experts in the world understood that the world was going to be in chaos. Outer East Continent, Xianyang City. In the study room, a group of officials stood respectfully in front of the desk. Lu Gang reported the news that the factory guards had received. "Your Majesty, Emperor Xuanwu has been killed." Lu Gang's eyelids twitched wildly. "Xuanwu has been killed?" Yin Chuan frowned slightly. "Jianao and Xin Yuan?" Gigu Zi said solemnly. "It seems that too many things have happened in the vast thousand worlds in the past million years. When I fought with Zhongshan, Jianao was at most 14th heaven. A million years? Too many things have happened." Yin Chuan said in a low voice. The ministers nodded in agreement. After all, the Black Tortoise Great Emperor was also at the peak of the 15th heaven. With the help of the Great Emperor karmic rank, he had the strength of the 16th heaven. However, he was still killed. This meant that Jian Ao and Xian Yuan were definitely stronger than the Black Tortoise Great Emperor. "Your Majesty," a voice came from outside the study room. "Come in." A factory guard respectfully walked to Lu Gang and bowed to Yin Chuan. "Your Majesty, there was a great battle at the border between the outer west continent and the inner south continent. Emperor White Tiger was finally captured and escorted to the Yang realm." The factory guard said respectfully, "Oh, Emperor White Tiger was captured?" Yin Chuan's eyes darkened. "The situation of the great emperors not long ago has completely collapsed." Lu Buwei smiled bitterly. "Emperor Zui, Emperor Rose Finch, Emperor Xuanwu, and Emperor Qinglong are dead. Emperor White Tiger is a prisoner. Emperor Shang gave up on the heaven realm. Only Emperor Huangjin is left." Yifeng nodded. Back then, the heaven realm was established with an unstoppable momentum. And now, the officials took a deep breath and looked at Yin Chuan. There are heroes in every generation. Let's see who will have the last laugh. The great thousand world and the great evil world had just ascended, and their strength was evident. Two great emperors were captured and killed in the blink of an eye. Yifeng explained, "Great Emperor, our spies in the three realms have sent us news again. Back then, when heaven and earth collided, our spies only suffered some injuries and didn't die. The news is that the two realms are rapidly fusing. As they fuse, the 3,000 heavenly Daos of their respective realms and the 3,000 heavenly Daos of our first world complement each other. Yin Chuan nodded. Wang Jian, Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. Present. Wang Jian stepped forward. Yin Chuan took out a letter and said, Head to the northern outer continent and meet Zhongshan personally. Pass this letter to him. Yes, Wang Jian replied. 1 month later, the north outer continent of the Yang realm, the place where the greater thousand realms first intersected with each other. Rumble. The world regained its clarity, but the entire outer north continent was still shaking. In a huge floating city in the outer north continent, it was called the Ling Shao Imperial Court. The Ling Shao Imperial Court was where the realm lord of the Great Thousand World resided. In the center of the palace, it was called the Immortal Palace. In the palace, there were many officials and generals. Zhongshan sat on the dragon throne in the center. He wore a golden dragon robe, and golden rays were emitted from the dragon throne. The golden rays pierced through the ground and shot out in all directions, suppressing the heaven and earth and stabilizing the two realms. Ian, how are the reports from the other realms? Zhongshan asked. Realm Lord, the Great Thousand World was 200 times bigger than before. Now, the space is condensed, and the Yang 9 In 6 realms has returned to its original state. The Great Thousand World's northern continent and the First World's outer north continent are fusing together. The other 8 continents of the Yang world are located to the north of this place. Our Ling Shao Imperial Court is the center of the world. Ian said respectfully. And Zhongshan nodded. Report. A shout came from outside the palace. Soon, a guard rushed into the palace. Realm Lord, Wang Jian of the Great Zhun Heavenly Realm requests an audience on behalf of Great Zhun Great Emperor. The guard said respectfully. Wang Jian. Zhongshan's expression changed. The civil and military officials were in an uproar, and then their expressions froze. Everyone held their breaths and no longer spoke. 1,000,000 years ago, the final battle of the Great Thousand World was still fresh in the minds of the old officials. Back then, Great Qin's Ing clan led the Great Qin's officials to the final battle with them. Invite him in, Zhongshan said solemnly. Zhongshan used the word invite instead of invite. The difference of one word was enough to show how much importance Zhongshan placed on Yin Chuan. Soon, Wang Jian was invited into the palace, and the officials looked at him. Great Zhen Heavenly Realm's 6th Army Commander, Wang Jian, is here on behalf of Great Emperor to greet Realm Lord Zhong. Wang Jian said solemnly, I am relieved that Ing Clan is able to recover. He owes me a fair and square battle. Zhongshan laughed. Wang Jian smiled and said, Great Emperor has never forgotten the battle between Great Emperor and Realm Lord Zhong. Before I came, Great Emperor asked me to bring a letter for Realm Lord Zhong to take a look. Wang Jian took out the letter sent by Yin Chuan and handed it over. A eunuch quickly came up and took the letter, walked up to the stage, and handed it over to Zhongshan. Zhongshan immediately opened the letter and read it. Yang Realm, Outer South Continent. As time passed, Outer South Continent gradually regained its clarity. The two realms merged, and the heavenly Tao merged. Heaven and earth were still trembling. At the peak of a huge mountain, countless lotus flowers surrounded it. At the center was a huge lotus flower. Lotus God sat cross-legged on the lotus flower. The lotus flower that Lotus God sat on had 17 colors. It slowly released light and suppressed the entire outer South Continent. A group of demons stood respectfully around it. More and more people were arriving one after another. Whoosh, whoosh. Several more rays of light shot over. It was the Nether King and Tian Gang who had escorted the White Tiger Emperor. The White Tiger Emperor was surrounded by a large number of chains. He was completely bound and could not move. At this moment, the White Tiger Emperor looked at the Nether King and Tian Gang who had captured him in fear. In the past, he looked down on these two people. In such a short time, They actually made him a prisoner? How did their strength increase so quickly? It was Lotus God. It must be Lotus God? Both of her subordinates had captured him. How strong was the Lotus God? Although the White Tiger Emperor was captured, he still had his eyesight. Looking at the trembling void and the Lotus God sitting on the huge lotus flower, he instantly understood that it was this person who had suppressed an entire world. My lord, the White Tiger Emperor has been captured. Under his feet is the Emperor altar. It is indeed magical. The Nether King laughed. Lotus God opened her eyes gently and looked at the Emperor altar under the White Tiger Emperor's feet. Divine light flickered in her eyes, and she raised her eyebrows. My lord, is there anything wrong? Tiangang asked curiously. Lock him up first. After I suppress this world, I will investigate again. Lotus God said in a low voice. Yes, the two answered. Without the Nether King and Tiangang's help, the subordinates quickly brought the White Tiger Emperor away. Tiangang took a deep breath. My lord, the great evil world has already arrived in the first world. Should we take revenge? Revenge? The Nether King's expression changed. Tiangang ignored the Nether King and looked at Lotus God. My lord, Yin Chuan of the Great Zhun Empire insulted me and offended my lord. He is irreconcilable with the great evil world. I am willing to be the vanguard and lead the demon race to destroy Xianying and capture Yin Chuan. I'm also willing to go. The Nether King immediately added. Lotus God looked at the two with an indifferent expression. My lord, the Great Zhun Empire occupies a huge territory. If we destroy Yin Chuan, we will gain a huge territory. This battle is feasible. A four-faced demon said respectfully. I am willing to be the vanguard. The group of demons immediately shouted. Lotus God sat on the huge lotus flower and looked at Xianying City in the distance. In the sky above Xianying City, fate energy was boundless. In another 10 days, the outer south continent where the great evil world and the first world merged will be stabilized. The 8 divisions of the left will quickly conquer the outer south continent. Lotus God said in a low voice. Yes. At that time, Tiangang, if you want to do it, go ahead. Lotus God said indifferently. Yes. Tiangang was overjoyed. 10 days. 10 days was just right. Tiangang gathered a large number of experts from the great evil world and sent them all to Xianying City. He was confident that the power of an entire world was not something Yin Chuan could resist. The Yang world and the outer south continent had merged into one. Countless demons quickly spread across the world. After losing Kong Huangtian, the Kong family, which used to be the ruler of the outer south continent, immediately became cold. Countless experts left one after another. Now, a large number of demons were running everywhere. The Kong family, which was already in danger, immediately became worse. Kong family, Imperial Palace. Peacock Z entered the Imperial Palace. Family head, 3 more territories have been occupied by the demons. The Kong family's forces have been completely defeated. A subordinate said in grief and indignation. Leave, Peacock Z said in a low voice. Yes, only Blind Kong and Peacock Z were left in the palace. Bastard, why did the old ancestor give the inheritance to Yin Chuan and not to me? Peacock Z said angrily. Bang! He smashed the table with a palm. Family head, please follow the old ancestor's last wish. Blind Kong continued to persuade. Last wish? Blind Kong, don't you know? That Yin Chuan and the Lotus God have an irreconcilable enmity. Are we going to side with Yin Chuan? Do you want to lead the family to destruction? Peacock Z shouted angrily. Not necessarily. He is only a distant relative of the Kong family. He can only side with the Kong family. I will never side with him. Peacock Z said coldly. Sigh. Blind Kong sighed softly. Xianying City. In Yin Chuan's study, everyone had left. Only Yin Chuan sat alone on the dragon throne in the study. Yin Chuan held a small golden ball in his hand. It was the purple cloud palace that Wu Jiong had given to Yin Chuan. In the small ball, There was a sun with 9 planets revolving around it. The third blue planet emitted strong signs of life. Earth? Yin Chuan's eyes narrowed. Miao was lying on the side. Miao, Yin Chuan, why are you looking at this? Is that the Purple Cloud Palace? Oh, right, it's called Earth. Miao approached curiously. Yes, I want to go in and take a look, Yin Chuan said in a low voice. Miao now. Miao's eyes widened. Yin Chuan nodded lightly. Miao, I want to go too. I want to go with you, Miao. Miao suddenly shouted excitedly. Chapter 1487. Meow, I want to go too. I want to go with you, Meow. Meow suddenly shouted excitedly. Meow's little claws desperately grabbed Yin Chuan's clothes, as if it was afraid that Yin Chuan would not bring it along. All right, you can come along, but... Yin Chuan looked at Meow. What? Meow stared innocently. On Earth, almost everyone is mortal, and all the cats are mortal too. No cat can talk, so don't talk in front of people. Don't alarm them. Yin Chuan said. Meow, don't worry, I won't talk. Meow immediately promised. But Yin Chuan looked at Meow's promise and felt that it was not reliable. All right, then let's go right now. Meow shouted. Yin Chuan shook his head. Not now. The Purple Cloud Palace was sealed by Hong Jun, who mastered the time magic. The time in the Purple Cloud Palace is different from the outside world. Different? Meow stared at the interior. Vaguely, it found something strange. There is also a small ball like this in Mount Zhong. He went in and mentioned that the time in the outside world is 1 to 1,000, which means that 1 year in the inside world is 1,000 years in the outside world. But I just studied it and found that the time in the inside world has changed, and it is not 1 to 1,000 anymore. Yin Chuan said in a low voice. What is the ratio? It should be 1 to 1 million. Meow, 1 to 1 million? Isn't that the time in the inside world has stopped? 1 million years in the outside world is only 1 year in the inside world? Meow was surprised. Almost, but that is only relative. The people in the inside world cannot feel it. It has been more than a year since the last time we entered Mount Zhong. Yin Chuan nodded. Then what should we do? Won't it be terrible if we go in? A day inside is equivalent to decades in the outside world. Meow was conflicted. Yin Chuan nodded. This was also the reason why Yin Chuan had not entered the Purple Cloud Palace after obtaining it. No one knew how many things would happen in the next few decades. Report. A guard shouted from outside the hall. Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. The Longevity Monarch has brought a group of subordinates to Xianying to seek an audience with the Longevity Monarch. The guard shouted from outside the palace. Longevity Emperor. Yin Chuan's eyes lit up. What's wrong? Meow looked at Yin Chuan. Have you forgotten? Back then, when the Chongsheng Heavenly Emperor fought against Kong Huangtian, we were there. The Longevity Emperor's move, longevity years, time flies. Yin Chuan took a deep breath and said, Meow, the time theurgy. That wretched man also knows the time theurgy. Meow immediately became excited. That's right. Although the Longevity Emperor's time theurgy is much weaker than Hong Jun's, it is still a time theurgy. As long as we can temporarily suppress the time inside the Purple Cloud Palace, we can quickly reduce the difference. Yin Chuan said, Meow, yes. It seems like we need to ask this wretched man for help. Meow immediately nodded and said excitedly, Go and inform Zhao Afong. Let's go and take a look. I wonder how the Afong Palace that was built for her is now. Let's go and take a look. Yin Chuan said, Meow, okay. I'll go now. Meow's figure flashed and disappeared from the study. Yin Chuan also stepped out of the study and went to meet the Longevity Monarch. In a large hall in Xianying, the Longevity Monarch came with dozens of subordinates. Yin Chuan, I have come to seek refuge with you. How is it? My brothers are not bad, right? The Longevity Monarch said with a smile. There was a baby standing beside him. It was Qi Sha. My lord, it's great that you are back. Qi Sha shouted excitedly. Qi Sha, this time you have worked hard. Our brothers will not forget you. In the future, I will be the boss, and you will be the second boss," the longevity monarch said with a smile. "Okay." Chisha did not stand on ceremony and shouted excitedly. The others were also very happy. They had followed the longevity monarch because of their loyalty. Now that their leader had returned, they would naturally follow his lead. Yin Chuan, my brothers can't stand being restrained. They were the same in the longevity world. Therefore, they will not be part of the Great Jin's army. It will be better for them to stay in the Foreign Affairs Department, the longevity monarch said. Okay. Yin Chuan nodded. I'm a man of my word. You have obtained 2 emperor's altars. I will also give this to you, the longevity monarch said solemnly. My lord, the subordinates exclaimed. How could the emperor's altars be given away so casually? The longevity monarch waved his hand and said, all right, everyone knows that I have no interest in power. It is useless to keep it. Don't you know what happened to the White Tiger and Xuanwu emperors? In the future, those who have emperor's altars will be hunted down by the world's heroes. I still want to live for a few more years. Everyone was speechless. Yin Chuan smiled bitterly. Of course. Yin Chuan, I'm not talking about you. The longevity monarch said. It's fine. I like challenges. Yin Chuan nodded. That would be great. The longevity monarch said. Boom. The emperor's altars appeared under their feet. Suddenly, the entire hall was filled with a grand aura. Slash! The longevity monarch shouted. Boom! Blood chi burst out from Emperor Chongsheng's body and scattered in all directions. Whoosh! The longevity monarch instantly withered. However, he walked down from the emperor's altars. He cut off his connection with the emperor's altars. My lord! Everyone was anxious. I am fine. Damn it. It is too difficult to cut open the emperor's altars. I almost lost half my life. The longevity monarch sat down and rested. Yin Chuan did not stand on ceremony. The emperor's altars appeared under his feet. He stepped on his own emperor's altars and stepped on the emperor's altars that the longevity monarch had sent over. Boom! The 2 emperors' altars approached each other and merged. A ferocious intent rushed towards Yin Chuan's body. Roar! Yin Chuan roared. The powerful intent of the emperor's altars filled Yin Chuan's body once again. Yin Chuan felt like he was looking down on the world. He forcefully suppressed the intent that had suddenly appeared. After a long while, he slowly recovered. There was an indescribable comfort in his body. Moreover, Yin Chuan realized that although his cultivation had not increased, his strength should be much stronger than the emperor's altars. Ka ka ka. He clenched his fists in satisfaction. As expected, the emperor's altars are really a whole. Yin Chuan, you have 1/3 of it now. The longevity monarch laughed. That's right. Yin Chuan smiled. The longevity monarch recovered and looked at himself. Ha ha, this is right. I said that the emperor's altars have affected my personality too much. This is normal. The longevity monarch's expression changed greatly. His original dignity disappeared, and he returned to the Dongfang Zhengpai of the past. There was a trace of wretchedness. Yin Chuan looked at the Dongfang Zhengpai strangely. Yin Chuan stepped forward and kept the emperor's altars. Chisha, take the others and stay here first. I have something to discuss with the Dongfang Zhengpai. Yin Chuan said. Yes. Chisha nodded. A baby led the group of earthly fiend stars and left quickly. Yin Chuan, is there anything else? Dongfang Zhengpai was puzzled. Yin Chuan took out the golden ball. The moment the ball appeared, Dongfang Zhengpai felt something strange. What a thick trace of time ability. Dongfang Zhengpai's eyes lit up. To those who cultivated time ability, they would naturally be excited to see the profound manifestation of their ability. This is called the Purple Cloud Palace. Study it and see if you can suppress this time ability for a short period of time. I want to go in for a while. Yin Chuan said. Go in? Dongfang Zhengpai's eyes lit up. This is definitely an incredible place. Is it a world wrapped in time divine ability? I want to go in too. Dongfang Zhengpai said immediately. Sure. Yin Chuan nodded. One day later, in a palace in Xianying City, Yin Chuan in human form, Yin Chuan in zombie form, Miao, Zhao Afong, and Dongfang Zhengpai gathered together. All right, I have settled the matters of the others. Let's go in, Dongfang Zhengpai said. The time difference has been settled? Yin Chuan in human form looked at Dongfang Zhengpai. Of course. However, it can only be suppressed for a short period of time. This purple cloud palace is too powerful. Is Hong Jun really only at the 15th level? Is he really the same as me? I think his time ability is way better than mine, Dongfang Zhengpai said angrily. Let's go, Yin Chuan in human form said. Everyone nodded. Dongfang Zhengpai waved his hand to the golden ball. Wong. Ripples appeared on the surface of the golden ball. Let's go. Dongfang Zhengpai took the lead, and the group walked in. Whoosh. Yin Chuan in human form, Zhao Afong, Miao, and Dongfang Zhengpai entered together and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Only zombie Yin Chuan carefully put away the small ball to protect himself, just in case something unexpected happened. Once they entered the golden ball, they would be at the edge of the solar system. To the group of powerful beings, this was not a distance at all. Soon, they arrived at the periphery of the Earth and landed on the moon. Meow, look, there's someone jumping over there. Is it a zombie? Meow saw an astronaut jumping on the surface of the moon. Let's go and take a look. Dongfang Zhengpai was also interested. Solar system, Earth's moon. An astronaut walked out of the capsule and walked on the surface of the moon. The astronaut's name was James. A year ago, American astronauts found 3 aliens on the moon who could talk and laugh in a vacuum. 2 of them spoke with China's Hunan accent. The United States increased their exploration of the moon, hoping to contact the strange aliens again. James reporting, nothing unusual. James reporting again, nothing unusual. Oh, I see it. They're coming for me. The aliens are coming for me. James shouted in horror. Before he came, he was full of excitement. However, when he saw the aliens, he suddenly thought of some sci-fi movies that invaded the Earth and screamed. Bang! Meow jumped on the helmet of James' huge spacesuit. James immediately thought of the parasitic aliens in Alien. Help, don't kill me. Mommy! James cried in his unfamiliar Hunan accent. Yin Chuan, Dongfang Zhengpai, and Zhao Afong's expressions froze. James's cries were so shrill that even Meow Meow, who was in high spirits, jumped in fright when he heard them. What the hell? So disgusting, I'm pissing my pants. Meow said speechlessly. Chapter 1488. Yin Chuan, Dongfang Zhengpai, Zhao Afong, and Meow left the moon and went straight to Earth, leaving James paralyzed on the ground. It took a while for James to recover from his fright. I want to go back to Earth. There are aliens here. I don't want to be experimented on by them. James ran back to the shuttle. His face was still pale when he entered the shuttle. James, what's wrong? Why do you look so pale? On one of the monitors, a general asked in a deep voice. General, there are aliens. Let me go back. Let me go back. James said in fear. However, the general on the other side was overjoyed. Aliens? What happened? James stammered and told the general what happened just now. Haha, that's great. James, quickly contact the aliens, represent the United States, and send them a good invitation. The general said immediately. Contact. James rolled his eyes and fainted. Earth, above the Pacific Ocean. Yin Chuan, Dongfang Zhengpai, Zhao Afong, and Meow. The 4 of them stood in midair and looked down. At this moment, a commercial plane flew past. Most people were asleep. Only a little girl sat by the window and stared at the 3 people and the cat in midair. Mommy, mommy, that kitten is so cute. The 3 or 4-year-old girl pulled the woman beside her excitedly. The woman rubbed her sleepy eyes and woke up. Baby, go to sleep. No, mommy, I want that kitten. It's wearing a little felt hat. It's so cute. I want one too. Baby, you must be dreaming. Where's the kitten? Outside the window, there's a big brother, a big sister, and a big fat guy. The kitten is standing on the big brother's shoulder. The little girl said. The woman, Baby, you must be dreaming. How can there be people outside? The woman obviously didn't believe her. There's really someone outside. Wah, mommy doesn't believe me. The little girl suddenly cried. Baby, you can't lie. Wah wah, I'm not lying, right? Wah wah wah. The little girl's cries immediately woke up everyone on the plane. No one could fall asleep due to the cries and shouts. This brat. A low voice came from somewhere. The plane flew away. Meow's eyes widened. This thing can fly? Why aren't there any magical energy fluctuations? Meow meow exclaimed. Look, underground there, on that road, there's a metal box. There's someone sitting in it too? Dongfang Zhongpai pointed at a car on the road in the distance. Look, there are iron ships above the sea. Everyone looked at this grotesque world together. Zhao Afong stretched out his fingers and quickly calculated. Soon, the blueprints of planes, ships, cars, and trains were displayed by Zhao Afong. It's the same as what Wu Jiong said, Yin Chuan said in a low voice. They're all mortals. They use this kind of oil to burn, and the heat generated from it creates power. Zhao Afong explained. This kind of fossil energy? Underground fossil energy? Yin Chuan looked at the oil refineries pointed out by Zhao Afong in surprise. Also, there are all kinds of waves in this world. The entire ground is filled with electric waves, and there's a receiver connected to the stars. These signals are gradually forming communication. The two people over there are using a small box to transmit messages. Zhao Afong was surprised. He calculated with his fingers, and the theory was displayed in front of everyone. Yin Chuan was surprised at first, but after watching for a while, he lost interest in it. I heard it. Those people said that the small box is called a mobile phone. Meow said excitedly. What a pity. Yin Chuan shook his head. What's wrong? Mobile phones are just SOSO. According to what you said, mobile phones need to build many signal towers. It's so troublesome that it can't be spread all over the first world. Even if the signal towers are built, they have to worry about being destroyed and losing communication. Moreover, the fastest speed is only the speed of light. It's far inferior to the life token, Yin Chuan said in a low voice. Mobile phones are only suitable for Earth. Dongfang Zhongpai nodded. What about the airplanes and cars? Meow's hearing was good enough to hear the discussion from afar. It's also very difficult to popularize it in the first world because this kind of thing requires a large amount of fossil energy. It requires the extraction of the Earth's blood. It's like draining the pond to catch fish. In less than 200 years, the fossil energy of petroleum will be completely exhausted. Future generations can only walk towards the end of the road. Moreover, the oil doesn't disappear after being burned. Instead, it turns into invisible impurities and is discharged into the air after being burned. If this continues, people will not only be breathing air, but also oil that has no energy. Yin Chuan shook his head. Is this drinking poison to quench thirst? Zhao Afong said in a low voice. Yes, and this fossil energy can't be stored in large quantities without a space treasure. It can be used for short distances, but once the distance is long, it can't be taken away, and it can't be used too far away from Earth. Yin Chuan shook his head. Meow, they're still cutting down trees. Meow pointed to the distance. The common people are innocent. It's only the rich and powerful who are destroying nature. Zhao Afong said in a low voice. Yes, Yin Chuan nodded. But without cultivation, it's still very comfortable for the common people to live like this. Dongfang Zhongpai said. Comfortable? This is exchanging one generation's comfort for 10,000 generations of misery. Yin Chuan shook his head. The metaphysical is the Tao. The physical is the tool. The so-called technology they're talking about is only the tool, and the physical is the Tao. Neglecting the fundamentals and focusing on the details is already deviating a lot from the Tao. Yin Chuan said in a low voice. The metaphysical is the Tao. The physical is the tool. Zhao Afong nodded. In a short period of time, the quality of life for the common people on Earth was indeed getting better and better. However, how long could the practice of drinking poison to quench thirst last? The future generations would definitely taste the bitter fruit. But there's still solar energy over there? Meow pointed to the things she heard from afar. There's a limit to the solar energy collection. Yin Chuan shook his head. Yin Chuan, Zhao Afong, and Meow were studying the laws of Earth. However, Dongfang Zhengpai's eyes lit up with excitement. Haha, Yin Chuan, let's go our separate ways. Let me know when you're leaving. Dongfang Zhengpai said. Okay. Yin Chuan nodded. Whoosh. Dongfang Zhengpai immediately flew to the left. In a male dormitory of a certain university, under the scorching summer sun, a group of shirtless boys entered a dormitory together. A group of people surrounded a computer that was playing a video. Each of them stared at the video on the computer with a critical look. The academic atmosphere was thick. The group of people did not even blink. Occasionally, they swallowed their saliva and tried to suppress their hunger as they studied the video on the computer. Everyone was focused on the video, even when Dongfang Zhengpai flew in through the window. His two ears did not care about what was going on outside, and he had the attitude of someone who was reading the books of the sages. Dongfang Zhengpai snuck behind a group of people and listened to the voice of Yemidi coming from the computer. He patted the shoulder of a guy and asked, "Kid, what are you looking at? Don't bother me." The guy did not even turn his head. He did not even want to shift his gaze away from the computer. Dongfang Zhengpai looked at the guy strangely. He was too serious. He raised his head and followed the gaze of the crowd. As he watched, Dongfang Zhengpai's eyes were fixed on the screen. His face was filled with blood, and his nose was bleeding. He did not even have the mood to stop the bleeding. An hour later, when the video changed to a new one, Dongfang Zhengpai's eyes revealed a perverted look. He could not help but say, Is this heaven? The people of Earth are too blessed. Almighty God, this is a spirit that does not benefit oneself and only benefits others. Dongfang Zhengpai's body trembled as he revealed a perverted look. High up in the sky, Yin Chuan, Zhao Afong, and Meow looked down and roughly understood the technology of Earth. Let's go to the tomb that I built back then, Yin Chuan said. Zhao Afong and Meow nodded. Swish! The two of them soon arrived at the tomb of the first emperor. However, there were already many buildings around the tomb. Countless terracotta soldiers and horses were also surrounded. The three of them landed at the foot of Mount Li and looked around. Then they went straight to the buildings where the terracotta soldiers and horses were. Soon they arrived. The sky was already dark. Yin Chuan was not in a hurry to enter. Instead, he walked slowly and observed the changes in the surroundings. Everything has changed. Yin Chuan sighed. Yes. Zhao Afong nodded. The three of them walked inside. Suddenly, a beam of light shot over and illuminated Yin Chuan, Zhao Afong, and Meow. Yin Chuan narrowed his eyes and looked over. He saw an old man about 60 years old walking out from a small door. He held a searchlight and shone it at them. It's not open at night. Come again tomorrow. The gatekeeper shouted. Visit? Yin Chuan smiled. The three of them continued to walk inside. Didn't I tell you? It's not open at night. Go back. The gatekeeper shouted again. This is my tomb. I can come and go as I please. Yin Chuan said calmly. What? Your tomb? Who are you? The gatekeeper asked curiously. Zhao Afong said, My husband is the owner of this place. This is my husband's tomb. Are you the tomb keeper here? Tomb keeper? Who are you trying to scare by wearing ancient clothes at night? The gatekeeper felt that something was amiss. After all, it was strange to wear ancient clothes to such a sinister place at night. Even if they were trying to cheat, it would not be so exaggerated. Were they not afraid of visiting at night? Moreover, the price of dressing up was not small. The gatekeeper mustered his courage and shouted again. Who are you? My husband used to be called Ingzheng. This is my husband's tomb, Zhao Afong said with a smile. But when he said these words in the middle of the night, no matter how one listened to it, it was incomparably eerie. The gatekeeper's teeth were chattering. Ingzheng, Qin Shirwang. Don't spread rumors. If you repeat it 500 times, I'll check your water meter. Don't scare me. I'm not afraid. The gatekeeper's mouth trembled as he said in horror. Old man, you really know how to talk nonsense. It's not your home. Why are you so nosy? Meow. Meow was speechless. Cats can talk. Ghost. The gatekeeper tossed the searchlight aside and ran away. Yin Chuan. Chapter 1489. First World, Outer South Continent. Tian Gang and the Nether King had gathered a group of experts from the Great Evil World. Easter High Priest, Hui Yi, and everyone else. I hope that everyone can lend us a hand. Tian Gang said solemnly. Some of the experts had 8 arms, some had 4 faces, some had 2 wings, and some looked normal. One of them was a man in a gray robe. His hair was combed back, and he exuded a sacred aura. Tian Gang, is Yin Chuan really that powerful? You and the Nether King can't deal with him? The man in the gray robe asked. Tian Gang smiled bitterly. Yin Chuan's cultivation is not obvious, but he has many tricks up his sleeves. After suffering so many losses in the past, I finally understood that he can't be described with common sense. Oh, not long ago, I also found out about Yin Chuan's identity. Everyone who knows about the Great Thousand World. Tian Gang asked. What do you mean? I also just found out that Yin Chuan was the emperor of the Great Thousand World in the past. He and Zhongshan, the Great Thousand World's lord, split the world. In the end, Zhongshan destroyed himself. In the final battle, Zhongshan achieved immortality. Tian Gang explained. There's such a thing? Everyone was surprised. He also cultivated the Jiangshan body. The Nether King interrupted. When he interrupted, a man in a purple robe raised his eyebrows. Jiangshan body? Tian Gang's eyes lit up. That's right, Jiangshan body. Hui, you also cultivate the Jiangshan body, right? The purple-robed Hui nodded. All right, I'll go with you to take a look. Hui nodded, and the surrounding experts nodded as well. With Tian Gang and the Nether King as lobbyists, most of the people followed them. There's no time to lose. Let's go now, Tian Gang said. Everyone nodded. Boom. There were 20 people in the group, and each of them was a peerless expert. In the Great Evil World, no one was weaker than Tian Gang. Naturally, their strength was also outstanding in the Great Evil World. The group of 20 people instantly turned into streamers and disappeared from the Outer South Continent. Outer East Continent, Xianyang City. In a huge palace. Inside the palace, 5 men sat cross-legged. Beside each man was a huge gourd. They were Sha Di, Huang Luo, Emperor Min, Yulin, and Meng Sansheng from the Divine World. The 5 of them sat cross-legged. In front of them stood the right chief minister of Great Zhun, Lu Buwei, the Empress ZZ, and the army commander Jin Dayu. I've kept everyone waiting. The battle will begin soon, Lu Buwei said with a smile. Except for Sha Di, the other 4 didn't look happy. Where's Yin Chuan? You called us here, but he didn't come out to meet us? Meng Sansheng asked in a deep voice. From the beginning until now, Meng Sansheng had been unhappy. In the past, in order to obtain enough beasts to trade, he had given Yin Chuan a jade talisman that could help Yin Chuan resolve a crisis. The God Realm had its own plans, and it also had its own plans for the world. With this jade talisman, it wouldn't be easy to target Great Zhun. However, as long as he used the jade talisman, he would no longer owe Dezhun a favor. Thus, when they received Dezhun's request for help, the eyes of the experts of the God Realm instantly lit up. In fact, 5 out of the 7 great experts had come. But when he arrived in Xianyang, he found that he had been completely ignored by Yin Chuan. Ignored? He had always been the one who ignored others. How could he be ignored by others? Who was Yin Chuan? He had asked him for help, but he didn't even want to show his face. This was blatant mockery, except for Sha Di, who was good at maintaining his composure. The other 4 immediately looked gloomy. ZZ looked at everyone and took a deep breath. You promised to resolve a crisis for Dezhun, but you didn't say that you wanted my husband to hold a banquet for you. ZZ, Meng Sansheng said with a gloomy face. ZZ was his granddaughter in terms of bloodline. Although there was no kinship between them, he was still her grandfather in name. How could you be so rude to him? Zizi looked at Meng Sansheng without the slightest respect. Ever since she was young, Zizi had grown up in solitude. Yin Chuan was her only family. Meng Sansheng didn't take care of her at all. Zizi even knew that Meng Sansheng must be plotting something against her. Everyone, you're here to fulfill your promise. You're here to return the favor. You're the ones who agreed to help Great Chun. We're not the ones who begged you, Zizi said solemnly. Huh? Meng Sansheng was a little angry. Zizi glanced at him indifferently. Dejun can still resolve this crisis without you. It's just that Dejun doesn't want to have too much to do with you. Too much to do with? What do you mean? Meng Sansheng said in a deep voice. Haha, I don't want to say more. I'm tired. Prime Minister Liu, I'll leave this to you. Zizi looked at Liu Buwei. Yes, Empress. Liu Buwei replied. Okay. Zizi nodded and stepped out of the hall. After Zizi left, Liu Buwei said with a smile, Everyone, please don't mind her. The Empress is outspoken. Please don't go easy on her because of this. What did you say? Meng Sansheng's face darkened. Sha Di was the only one who remained calm and said, The divinity never goes back on its word. Of course, we will do our best. That's good. Liu Buwei nodded. The relationship between the divine world and Dejun was very complicated. That was why Liu Buwei was not friendly. This time, they were just using the divine world. After this, they would be very wary of the divine world. Shadi looked at Jin Dayu and said, Jin Dayu. Jin Dayu had a complicated expression. Although Sha Di refused to admit that he was his ancestor, Jin Dayu found it hard to believe. Moreover, Sha Di had saved him twice, so Jin Dayu was very respectful to him. Where's Yin Chuan? Sha Di asked faintly. Jin Dayu's expression was conflicted. After a long while, he opened his mouth and said, The great emperor is receiving honored guests, so he has neglected everyone. Please forgive him. Distinguished guests? Huh. Meng Sansheng, who had just calmed down, was angry again. Weren't they distinguished guests? Seventh brother, Sha Di said in a deep voice. Meng Sansheng's face froze. He sighed and said, Yes, third brother. Sha Di nodded and turned to Liu Buwei. You can go now. When the crisis comes, just call us out. Okay. Liu Buwei nodded and said with a smile. Then, Liu Buwei and Jin Dayu stepped out of the hall. Quang. The door of the hall was slammed shut. How dare Yin Chuan ignore us? Meng San said angrily. The others were also angry. I can turn invisible and pass through walls. Let me see who Yin Chuan is meeting. Sixth brother Yulin said in a deep voice. No. Sha Di shook his head. We owe Dejun a favor. Let's talk about it after we return the favor. Sha Di shook his head. Everyone frowned and nodded at last. Moreover, after this battle, the divine world has something to discuss with Yin Chuan. Sha Di added. His words completely dispelled everyone's thoughts. 3 days later, Heavenly Dipper and Nether King led 18 experts and arrived at Xianying City. Although there were not many of them, each of them was powerful. They were peerless experts in the great evil world. Boom! Tian Gang took the lead. When he arrived at the south of Xianying City, he stopped and a gust of wind swept over. Boom! 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 They approached Xianying City one by one. Their powerful auras rushed toward Xianying City. The surging waves of air even forced the countless plants in the surroundings to bend over. Tian Gang rubbed his head that had 36 scars on it, his face full of metal. Yin Chuan, come out. Boom! Tian Gang's voice filled the entire Xianying City. No, the entire Jinlong territory. Tian Gang's voice was so overbearing that all the cultivators in the Jinlong territory felt their hearts skip a beat. How dare you? Countless guards shouted angrily. Boom! The array of Xianying City was activated. Gigu Zi and Liu Buwei stood at the square of Chaotian Palace. The officials gathered and looked coldly at the uninvited guests in the sky. Behind them, the gate of Chaotian Palace was closed. Yin Chuan did not show up. However, a group of empresses stood out. Among the empresses, Mo Yushi saw the Nether King in the distance. She raised her eyebrows and looked worried. Dong'an, Mo, she shouted. The Nether King raised his eyebrows. So it's the Empress of Great Jun. Listen carefully. I am not Yin Dong'an. I am the Nether King. My surname is not Yin. Bastard. Mo, she glared at the Nether King. Her eyes flashed with anger. The Nether King raised his eyebrows. Yin Dong'an, listen carefully. Since your mind is controlled by the Lotus God, you can't think for yourself. I can ignore your nonsense now. However, if you hurt the people of Great Jun, don't think that I will let you go. Mo, she shouted angrily. It seemed like Mo, she was scolding the Nether King. However, they were mother and son. How could Mo, she really do anything to the Nether King? In Mo, she's mind, Yin Dong-un was the future crown prince of Great Jun. Now that he shouted that he was controlled by the Lotus God, it was actually for the officials and the people to hear. It was to prevent the people from hating the crown prince. Oomph. The Nether King snorted. Ha ha ha. Astral Vault was delighted to see the Nether King and his son fighting. Yin Chuan, come out and die. Astral Vault shouted again. A powerful aura swept across the entire Xianyang city. Rumble. The powerful aura caused ripples to appear on Xianyang's defensive array. You little rascals want the Emperor to fight? Astral Vault, you think too highly of yourself. Lu Buwei said indifferently. Astral Vault looked coldly at Lu Buwei. An ordinary ancestral immortal dared to be so impudent? He saw Lu Buwei looking at a large hall not far away. Creak. The hall opened, and 5 men with gourds on their backs walked out slowly. Sha Di, Huang Luo, Huang Min, Yulin, and Meng Sansheng. The 5 experts from the Divine Realm carried their gourds and slowly walked to the front of the officials. They stood in a row and looked coldly at the 20 peerless experts who had suddenly appeared. The 20 peerless experts also stared at the 5. The 5 of them had their foreheads protruding. Although they didn't speak, their eyes were filled with ferocity. Chapter 1490. As the breeze blew, Sha Di and the other 4's clothes fluttered gently. However, they were looking at the 20 experts in front of them seriously. Although the 5 of them were arrogant, they knew that the 20 experts were not as weak as they used to be. At the very least, the current Heavenly Dipper was not the leader of this group of people. In fact, based on the attitude he occasionally revealed, he was rather respectful towards some of them. A detached realm expert, Tiangang, was at level 14. However, he could display the strength of level 15 because he was a detached realm expert. Even with such strength, he still showed respect to some of them. All of them are at level 15. Shadi squinted his eyes and said gloomily, all of them are at level 15? Lu Buwei's face fell. 1,000,000 years? What happened in the past 1,000,000 years? There were not so many experts in the great evil world in the past. No, what they knew in the past was just superficial information. The foundation of the great evil world was not revealed to others. Moreover, Lotus God could improve the strength of Nether King and Tiangang in such a short time. Could it improve the strength of others as well? Humph! A group of weirdos with gourds on their backs? Get lost, or else. Tiangang scolded. Treasure, please turn around. Shadi shouted softly. Whoosh! A beam of white light shot out and instantly reached the Heavenly Dipper. What? Tiangang's face changed, and he slapped it with his hand. Boom! Tiangang's right arm was cut in half. The huge force rushed to Tiangang's head. Ah! Tiangang exclaimed as his figure swayed, narrowly dodging the attack. However, the immortal slaying flying saber was not only targeting Tiangang, but also the Eastern Grand Priest. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, it was in front of the Eastern Grand Priest. The Eastern Grand Priest's face fell, and he used the scepter in his hand to counter the attack. Boom! With a loud bang, the Eastern Grand Priest took a step back, and the immortal slaying flying saber was knocked back. Whoosh! The immortal slaying flying saber returned to the immortal slaying gourd. Shadi squinted his eyes and stared at the Eastern Grand Priest. The immortal slaying flying saber's attack was knocked back so easily. Huang Luo, Emperor Min, Yulin, and Meng Sansheng's face fell. 20 great experts. That was no ordinary number. The powerhouses of the great evil world were indeed extraordinary. God Realm, Immortal Beheading Gourd. Eastern High Priest's face sank. On the other side, Tian Gang grabbed his severed arm and reattached it in fear. The person in front of him was too ferocious, and he actually had no power to resist. Eastern High Priest, this person is troublesome. Tian Gang frowned. Tian Gang, looks like you're right. Great Jun? Great perfection indeed has endless means. What a good immortal slaying flying saber. Unfortunately, your immortal slaying flying saber has yet to reach its strongest state. Eastern High Priest said solemnly. This is still not strong, Tian Gang exclaimed. You don't understand. East High Priest murmured. I'll deal with the immortal slaying flying saber. As for the others, you guys deal with them. Be careful to deal with them. They're all strong people. Eastern High Priest solemnly said. All right. The others all shouted in agreement. You want to deal with me? Oh, fine. A cold light flashed across Shadi's eyes. Shadi was the first to rush out. The road to the underworld opens. My saber breaks the sky. The Shadi, he shouted. Boom! The void road to the underworld suddenly erupted. Several white lights flew out from the immortal slaying gourd, and more than one immortal slaying flying saber swept toward the Eastern High Priest. Sacred light, the Eastern High Priest shouted. Buzz! Suddenly, countless gray lights appeared in the void. They rushed toward Shadi. Boom! The two peerless experts collided with each other, and a large part of the void in the south exploded. Treasure, let's go out. Shadi, he shouted. Boom! Rolling fire crows spewed out from the fire crow gourd and rushed toward the people opposite. Rolling black sea. Nether King shouted. Unfilial son, you dare to interfere? Mou, she shouted, and turned into a huge black phoenix, rushing toward Nether King. Suddenly, the 24 paths of reincarnation trapped Nether King like pillars. Mou, she did not want her son to interfere. Regardless of the result, it would affect the future. Therefore, she had to do it herself. Nether King was stopped, and the others also rushed toward the endless fire crows. Icebound heaven and earth. A four-faced demon shouted. Boom! Endless icebergs fell from the sky. Treasure, let's go out. Emperor Min shouted. Boom! Countless ice toads soared into the sky and charged towards the icebergs. The first world? There is indeed a group of cowards. Ha! 8-armed Naga. An 8-armed demon shouted, and his body suddenly expanded. Treasure, let's go. Yulin shouted. Yulin's vanity gourd did not spew out anything. Instead, it released a ray of light toward Yulin. Then, Yulin disappeared and became invisible. It was like a fist had landed on the 8-armed demon's body. Boom! The 8-armed demon retreated quickly. However, there was no one around. Yulin was invisible, and no one could find Yulin. Suddenly, another fist wind flew over. The 8-armed fiend's face lit up with joy, and a huge barrier flew over. Boom! The 8-armed demon was still sent flying. The jade Shilin had pierced through the cover. I can't see or touch him. How am I supposed to fight him? The 8-armed demon was frustrated. He could not hit Yulin at all. How am I supposed to fight him? Treasure, please. With a shout, a ray of purple light shot toward a one-horned demon from the Hongmeng gourd. Boom! The strong suction force made the one-horned demon lose his balance. Whoosh! The one-horned demon was sucked into the Hongmeng gourd. Meng Sansheng also stepped into the battlefield. Rumble! The heroes of the divine world were fighting against the demons. When the battle started, the sky in the south of Xianyang were filled with countless loud noises. The fierce impact tore the void apart. Sha Di, Huang Luo, Yulin, Min Huang, and Meng Sansheng were ferocious. 1 against 1, or even 1 against 2, they wouldn't lose to anyone from the great evil world. However, this group had 4 times the number of people. Gradually, they were suppressed. Sha Di was facing 3 peerless experts alone. Seeing his brothers gradually losing ground, his face turned gloomy. Brother, let me borrow your 99-soul dispersing gourd. Sha Di shouted. A loud sound pierced the sky. Rumble. A ray of light flashed in the west. Then, a huge red gourd appeared in front of everyone. Treasure, disperse. There was an explosion in the void. Boom. The huge soul-dispersing gourd suddenly sprayed out countless godly sand. The godly sand rushed toward the demons. Roar! The demons screamed because the godly sand was too evil. Their protective shields were useless in front of it. It penetrated their bodies in the blink of an eye and hit them. Immediately, the group of demons felt a huge impact on their souls. It was as if the divine sand was melting their souls. What a vicious treasure! The group of fiends immediately roared in shock. The upper hand they had was gone with the appearance of the soul-dispersing gourd. Of course, there was one exception, the zombie. A pair of huge purple dragon wings extended from the zombie's back. Its mouth was bearing fangs, and its eyes were glowing red. The godly sand fell on its body, and it was all blown away. The body of a general? Gigu Z's eyes lit up. Gigu Z, he turned around and was about to report to the Sky Palace behind him. Kwong! A door suddenly opened in the Grand Hall. Zombie Yin Chuan slowly stepped out of the Skyward Hall. Greetings, Great Emperor. All the officials bowed respectfully. Previously, they were a little worried, but after seeing Yin Chuan, everyone was relieved. As long as the Great Emperor was here, any obstacle could be overcome. Emperor, that might be the body of a general from the great evil world. Gue Guzi immediately said. Oh, Yin Chuan looked at the zombie in the distance. The zombie seemed to have sensed something and turned its head to look. However, he saw Yin Chuan walking out of the Skyward Hall. At this moment, the door of the Skyward Hall was only half open. Although it was strange, they were more interested in Yin Chuan's physique. The body of a general. You've also cultivated the Jiangshan body? The zombie in the distance shouted. The other battles were still going on, and there was no stopping them. Since Sha Di and his companions had agreed to take care of this matter, they would not slack off. Boom, boom, boom. In the battle, it was difficult to separate. Yin Chuan glanced at the battle around him and took a deep breath. Yin Chuan from the great evil world. Yin Chuan looked at the zombie and shouted. "E from the great evil world," the zombie said. "You're the only one in the great evil world who has cultivated the Jiangshan body, right?" Yin Chuan asked. "Oh, you know." D.E. was surprised. "That's good. D.E. Only one of the generals from the Four Realms can survive. Since you've come to great evil world, I'll give you a fair fight. I won't use the power of great evil world." Yin Chuan said. D.E. frowned and looked at Yin Chuan. "Shadi, leave the filth disaster to me. You guys deal with the rest." Yin Chuan shouted into the distance. In the distance, Shadi turned around and looked at Yin Chuan. At the same time, he saw the half-open entrance to the Skyward Palace. He frowned and said, "All right." Boom. Without D.E., Shadi and the others had a much easier time fighting. Gue Guzi, the 12 Supremes, Desolation Flower, be careful of Yushi. Yin Chuan said to Gue Guzi. Yes, everyone responded. Mo Yushi was fighting against the Nether King, and Yin Chuan was still worried about her. Now that everyone was watching over her, Yin Chuan could fight without any worries. Boom! Beneath Yin Chuan's feet, the great Emperor's sacrificial altar emerged, emitting a majestic aura. It slowly rose into the sky and flew toward D.E. roar. Yin Chuan let out a loud roar. A pair of black dragon bone wings sprouted from his back, and fangs extended from his mouth. A ferocious aura was emitted. It's indeed the body of a general. A cold light flashed across D.E.'s eyes. Roar! Yin Chuan let out another roar. Another pair of red dragon bone wings sprouted from his back, one black and one red. As soon as the two pairs of wings appeared, a ferocious aura gushed out. Rolling corpse, Chi dyed half of the sky black. You this is? D.E. was stunned. I've already devoured one of the 4 bodies of a general. You'll be the second. Yin Chuan shouted. The 2 pairs of wings flapped. Boom! Yin Chuan charged toward D.E. Chapter 1491. Boom! Zombie Yin Chuan and Zombie Hui Yi's fists clashed, shattering a large part of the void. The huge impact caused everyone who was fighting to be slightly stunned. Both of them were unscathed after such a fierce physical attack. Yin Chuan's face turned ferocious. You are indeed much stronger than Jie Shi, the body of a general from the great evil world. Yin Chuan narrowed his eyes and charged forward again. Boom! The black dragon path appeared behind him, and a surging energy rushed towards zombie Yin Chuan. Behind Hui Yi, a purple path shot into the sky, and a purple dragon coiled around it. You also cultivated the true dragon path? Very good. You can help me perfect my path. Hui said coldly. Boom! 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 The battle between the two peerless experts became more intense. The sky was filled with the figures of the two fighting. The 5 brothers of the divine world were also fighting a group of evil demons, and the battle was extremely intense. However, the evil demons were also experts from the great evil world, and they did not give in at all. For a time, the battle became inseparable. Outside of Xianyang, there was a shattered void. The officials of Great Zhen watched patiently. At this moment, there was a banquet table in the Skyward Palace. There was a teacup on one side of the table, which was where Yin Chuan had been sitting earlier. On the other side of the table, there was a man with 2 figures standing behind him. The man sat at the table, holding the teacup and sipping the tea. He looked outside the palace, and a satisfied look flashed in his eyes. East of Xianyang, the boulder race. A group of experts stood on the boulder peak, staring at Xianyang in the distance. The leader of the group was the boulder race's patriarch, Pan Geng. Pan Geng took a deep breath. The great evil world's sublord, Yin Chuan? This Yin Chuan is growing too fast, Pan Ding said with a gloomy expression. Isn't that a good thing? Pan Geng smiled. I hope so. Pan Ding took a deep breath. There is news from Pan Sheng. Pan Geng said indifferently. Oh, Pan Ding's eyes lit up. The true Lord is about to awaken. Pan Geng said solemnly. Pan Ding suddenly became spirited. Earth, Qin Shi Huang's tomb. After the gatekeeper was scared away by Miao, Miao was scolded by Yin Chuan. I know, I won't talk to you anymore, Miao said with an aggrieved expression. In human form, Yin Chuan, Zhao Afong, and Miao slowly stepped into the imperial mausoleum. To mortals, the various checkpoints might be difficult to pass, but to the 2 humans and 1 cat, it couldn't be any easier. Soon, the 3 of them arrived at the terracotta soldiers. Meow, there's so many claim men. Are these the terracotta soldiers? Meow's eyes widened. The number of terracotta soldiers has decreased by a lot, Zhao Afong said with a frown. My own soldiers. Yin Chuan swung his sleeves and took a deep breath. Ka-ka, ka-ka. All of a sudden, the terracotta soldiers seemed to tremble. Boom! Suddenly, a black aura emerged from the eyes of one of the terracotta soldiers. The black aura surged out and gradually formed a human figure in front of it. In the blink of an eye, the eyes of the terracotta soldiers were emitting black light. Ka-ka! All of the terracotta soldiers knelt down on one knee in front of Yin Chuan. In an instant, the terracotta soldiers were bowing down to their king. Meow, what is this? Meow looked at the black figures in shock. On Earth, there's a type of energy that is very difficult to find in the outside world. It is called antimatter. It can cancel out normal matter. Yin Chuan explained. Cancel out. As you know, the 3,000 heavenly axioms formed heaven and earth. However, antimatter can cancel out the energy of heaven and earth. I didn't understand in the past, but not long ago, I finally understood what antimatter is. Oh, antimatter is the variable, Yin Chuan said solemnly. Meow? Variable? Isn't it one of the top 10 mythical beasts? Why is it antimatter again? Do you know how the top 10 mythical beasts were formed? Yin Chuan smiled. Meow? Meow was stunned. Silver-eyed Yin Chuan deduced the exchange beast and deduced it to its most primitive form. In the end, he got this antimatter. The birth of the top 10 mythical beasts requires antimatter. With antimatter, everything will be perfect, Yin Chuan said solemnly. Ah, Miao was surprised. Relatively speaking, as long as a large number of creatures are integrated with antimatter, they're all variables, Yin Chuan said. Miao, you mean if the billions of people on Earth go to the first world, they will all be variables? Miao was surprised. Yes, as long as they go to the outside world, they will all be variables. The entire Purple Cloud Palace contains endless antimatter. Therefore, the people here are born with antimatter in their bodies. Their bones are strong and incomparably thick, Yin Chuan explained. Miao, if the people here are brought out billions of variables, won't the world be in chaos? Miao exclaimed. Too much is as bad as not enough. If there are too many variables, it will alarm fate. Fate will definitely take action. Yin Chuan shook his head. Miao. Miao rubbed its small head. From this, it can be seen that Hong Jun is very shrewd. This place is rumored to be an area sealed by Hong Jun in the Greater Thousand World. Now, it seems that it is not so simple. Yin Chuan said, I think that Earth is not only a place to store antimatter, but it is more like a node that absorbs the antimatter of the four realms and all of it converges here. Zhao Afong analyzed. Oh, that's possible. Yin Chuan raised his eyebrows. While talking, Yin Chuan reached out and took out the world-suppressing bronze coffin. Quang. Opening the world-suppressing bronze coffin, the humanoid and horse-shaped antimatter appeared from the terracotta soldiers and quickly entered the world-suppressing bronze coffin. Miao. Are these antimatter collected by you? Miao looked at the terracotta soldiers and asked. Yes, Earth has been here for thousands of years. I have collected enough antimatter. This is just a part of it. Next, collect the antimatter from the terracotta soldiers and bring it back. Bring him back, Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. What do you want these antimatter for? Miao asked curiously. Incorporate it into the birth chart to increase the number of variables. Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. Oh, outside Xianyang in the first world. Sha Di, Huang Luo, Huang Min, Yulin, and Meng Sansheng. Although the five of them were fighting strenuously, with the help of the soul-dispersing gourd, the pressure was reduced a lot. During the battle, they could even see the situation in the distance. The most eye-catching ones were Yin Chuan and Hui. The two of them did not use magic treasures or spells. They only used their great path. Then their physical bodies collided head-on. Almost everyone was envious of their powerful physical bodies. Perhaps their cultivation was not as high as others, but their physical bodies were incomparable. Every punch seemed to be able to destroy an ancestral immortal artifact. It was extremely ferocious. Boom! Boom! The two of them collided more and more fiercely. Roar! Suddenly, their great paths roared. Then, the two of them merged their great paths. Boom! Boom! One of them turned into a huge black dragon made of steel. The other turned into a huge purple dragon made of steel. The two dragons were about the same size. They roared ferociously. Roar! Roar! With a roar, they pounced on each other again. Boom! Boom! The dragon claws collided with the dragon scales of the other party. Countless sparks burst out. There were so many sparks that they condensed into electric light. In the intense collision, chain-like electric currents were flung in all directions. Rumble! It was different from the battle with Emperor Qinglong in the past. Emperor Qinglong had transformed into a true dragon. His physical body was only SOSO. How could it compare to this head-on collision? They tangled fiercely. Neither of them gave in. Neither of them lost. Roar, Jiangchen's body? The black dragon roared with a hint of frustration. How troublesome. The purple dragon was also frustrated. Boom. The two dragons continued to collide with each other. At this moment in the southern outer continent, the entire world was calm. In the center of the southern outer continent, the lotus goddess sat cross-legged on a lotus platform. A group of demons stood beside her. The demons were extremely respectful. At the same time, they looked towards Xianyang with the lotus goddess. Master, it seems that Yin Chuan is not that impressive. His strength is only comparable to Hui's. A three-eyed demon said in a deep voice. The other demons nodded. The great evil world's foundation was naturally not limited to the 20 people who invaded Xianyang. At this moment, the powerhouses stared at Xianyang with a hint of contempt in their eyes. Yin Chuan, a hint of doubt flashed in the Lotus Goddess's eyes. Master, that group of people with gourds on their backs seems to be from the deity world, right? It should be a place that was born at the end of the first epoch. However, it mysteriously disappeared later on. I've read some records to understand it. They're actually working together with Yin Chuan? The three-eyed demon said in surprise. The first epoch is the origin of all worlds. Even though I've long planted spies here, I can't see everything in this world. When the four worlds merged, waves of powerhouses appeared. Furthermore, they became stronger and stronger. This is also the reason why I didn't immediately dispatch troops the moment I entered this world. The Lotus Goddess said in a deep voice. Yes, I've also studied Hui Yi's Jiangxin's body. Only one person per world can cultivate it. This isn't just a cultivation technique for cultivating the physical body, but also a cultivation technique for cultivating fate charts. Furthermore, I saw a great calamity in it. The Lotus Goddess said in a deep voice. A great calamity? Not all the powerhouses of the second epoch have appeared. There should still be some in the Great Kindness world. Send more people to infiltrate the Great Kindness world and the Boundless worlds. The Lotus Goddess said in a deep voice. Yes, I've already done it. The Lotus Goddess nodded. West of Xianyang, on an island above the sea, two figures stood on the island. They were both wrapped in black robes. Dark Ghost Valley, is that your enemy, Yin Chuan? A black-robed man asked in a deep voice. The other nodded. Grand Venerable Yu Tian, there are two people in the distance who cultivate the Jiangxin's body like you. Watch carefully. Chapter 1492. The Battle of Xianyang had become the main character of the Yang world. The collision between the experts of the deity world and the great evil world shook the world. Even in Luoyang, which was far away in the western outer continent, Wu Jiong in heaven, reaching, heard the loud noise and walked to the front of Taiji Palace, watching the battlefield in the eastern outer continent from afar. Boom! Boom! Sha Di and the others were fighting very hard. After all, the great evil world's foundation was extremely strong. However, the more they fought, the fiercer they became, resisting the group of experts. At the same time, everyone was paying attention to the two huge dragons, one black and one purple. The ferocious collision went straight to the stars. Ordinary stars were blasted into powder by the two dragons' tails. No more people participated in the battle. The fierce battle was in a stalemate. Roar! The black dragon roared and bit the purple dragon. Roar! The purple dragon was also very ferocious. It bit the black dragon. The two dragons bit each other tightly, neither willing to let go. Roar! The black dragon suddenly exerted force, and its dragon teeth finally pierced the purple dragon's skin. You want to die together with me? Humph! The purple dragon roared. Boom! The purple dragon's teeth also pierced the black dragon's skin. The sound of teeth-piercing flesh gave off a heavy, grinding sound. Hearing this sound, one could feel the ferocity of the power, which made the hearts of countless people tremble. The purple dragon wanted to force the black dragon to let go, but the black dragon bit deeper. Helpless, the purple dragon could only bite with all its might. Only those who were both generals and subjects would be able to bite through the other's body so easily. Rip! The black dragon and the purple dragon tore at almost the same time. Immediately, they bit off a large piece of the other party's flesh. The internal organs were even exposed, and blood spurted wildly. Roar! After eating each other's flesh, the two dragons became even more ferocious. Countless cultivators in the surroundings were horrified. What was this? Eating each other? The bloody scene continued. The black dragon bit the purple dragon again, but the fierce purple dragon refused to let go and continued to tear at the black dragon. The two dragons kept biting each other, tearing off each other's flesh and swallowing it. Are they really eating each other? Pan Gung said in shock in the distance. How could there be such a way of fighting in the world? Eating each other? Countless cultivators suddenly felt very confused. What was this? Was this a competition to see who could last until the end? On the western island, Dark Gui Guzi looked into the distance, then looked at the black-robed royal. Grand Venerable Yutian, are all you people who cultivate the body of generals and ministers so fierce and overbearing? Dark Gui Guzi was speechless. Beside him, Great Venerable Yutian also fell silent. After all, the battle between the two dragons in the distance was too fierce. He was ruthless to others, and even more ruthless to himself. The two ruthless men were eating each other alive. The purple dragon did not want to do this, but the black dragon had forced him into a dead end. He had no other choice. Let's see who can take it first. He still had the lotus god of the great evil world as his backing. Let's see who could last until the end. You bite, I bite, the two dragons kept biting and swallowing. In the blink of an eye, the two dragons were badly mutilated. Once again, the two dragons bit each other. With a bite, the black dragon was about to tear off a piece of the purple dragon's flesh. But the purple dragon suddenly cried out, "No, no." With a loud cry, the purple dragon trembled in fear. This was because the place where the purple dragon had bitten was the previous wound. There should have been a piece of flesh missing, but now, other than some blood stains, it was perfectly fine. The purple dragon looked carefully again. As expected, the black dragon's injuries were all healed. This is impossible. With your injuries, how is this possible? The purple dragon cried out in shock. Suddenly, the purple dragon found a reason. The great emperor's sacrificial altar. It was the great emperor's sacrificial altar. The great emperor's sacrificial altar surged with endless energy, filling the black dragon's body. Every piece of flesh that was bitten off was quickly replenished by the energy of the great emperor's sacrificial altar. The black dragon's injured body was recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. The purple dragon roared. The purple dragon understood that he had been tricked. He should not have competed with the black dragon to see who could last until the end. However, it was too late. The black dragon became more and more fierce as the battle went on, while the purple dragon's vital essence leaked out in large amounts. Roar! The black dragon bit fiercely, and the purple dragon's injuries increased. Finally, the change in quantity turned into a qualitative change, and the black dragon gained the absolute advantage. The black dragon smashed the purple dragon's right claw with one claw. He then tore the purple dragon's right claw off. The purple dragon roared in pain. However, it was too late. The black dragon's advantage was getting more and more obvious. Boom! The huge dragon claw pierced into the purple dragon's head again. The black dragon was about to kill the purple dragon. Lotus God! The purple dragon roared in horror. Outer South Continent. The Lotus God kept looking at Xianyang. The great emperor's sacrificial altar replenished the body. The Lotus God's face darkened. Buzz! A green lotus suddenly appeared between the Lotus God's eyebrows. The Lotus God's consciousness poured in and shot toward the northeast. Boom! Just like the projection of great Emperor Zhui, the Lotus God traversed through time and space in an instant and appeared above Xianyang. Boom! A huge force came crashing down, and the whole of Xianyang was suppressed by the sudden aura, causing it to be unable to move. Sha Di and the others who were fighting were shocked. This is Sha Di, Meng, Sansheng, and the others were greatly suppressed. Sha Di and the others did not expect such a powerful expert to appear. Even the experts of the God Realm were powerless against such a huge suppression. The huge pressure suppressed everyone indiscriminately. The great battle came to an abrupt end. Everyone raised their heads to look at the sky, only to see a huge rank 36 green lotus floating in the air. A figure in a white robe was standing on the 36th lotus. The figure was transparent and seemed illusory. It was like a projection. However, The pressure emitted by this projection caused everyone in the surroundings to be unable to move in an instant. It was too powerful. Shot D and the others took a deep breath. Countless lotus shadows appeared around the lotus god's illusory figure. The world around them seemed to have turned into a lotus pond. More and more lotuses appeared. There were red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and purple lotuses of all colors. When the lotus pond spread out, the absolute suppression caused the surrounding people to be inexplicably shocked. Shad D and the others wanted to work harder, but the pressure was too great. They looked helpless. "No, Yin Chuan, Xianying, we can't protect it," Shad D said in a low voice. Everyone had already done their best. Not long ago, Yin Chuan had ridiculed them, but now everyone felt a sense of relief. However, the black dragon in the distance did not seem to care about the arrival of the lotus god. Roar! He stabbed his claw into the purple dragon's head. "How dare you!" the lotus god shouted. A gust of angry cyan light rushed toward the black dragon. The lotus god was here in person. Even if it was just a projection, it would not allow anyone to be presumptuous, let alone kill the lotus god's subordinate in front of it. It would have been fine if the lotus goddess hadn't arrived yet, but now that the lotus goddess had personally arrived, he still wouldn't let go and even try to kill her. This was a slap in the face. The lotus god's attack rushed toward the black dragon. They were not at the same level. The lotus god seemed to want to kill the black dragon with one blow. The lotus god's cyan light was about to hit the black dragon, just when all the experts thought the black dragon was doomed. The other half of the door of the Chaotian Palace in Xianying suddenly opened. A huge blade shot up to the sky like a snowfield and intercepted the lotus god's cyan light. Boom! The blade and the cyan light collided, and the void was shattered again. The huge explosion instantly washed over the sky of the Jinlong territory. Boom! Ferocious power rushed out of the Chaotian Palace. It was as ferocious as the lotus god's projection. Meng Sansheng and the others in the air were shocked. They all looked toward the Chaotian Palace. The blade light that rushed out of the Chaotian Palace had shattered the lotus god's cyan light. It was completely shattered. The black dragon in the distance smashed the purple dragon's head with its claw. Roar! The black dragon roared and opened its mouth to swallow the purple dragon. He devoured ferociously and unscrupulously. However, the lotus god did not seem to care about its subordinate being swallowed. Instead, it turned its head to look at the Chaotian Palace. Roar! The purple dragon was completely swallowed into the black dragon's stomach in one gulp. The black dragon glowed with black light. By devouring the violet dragon, Yin Chuan's Jiangshun body was evolving even further, as if he were devouring a cultivator of the Jiangshun body from the great evil world. However, at this moment, the experts were more concerned about the Chaotian Palace. Meng Sansheng and the others' eyelids twitched. That was the lotus god, who was definitely not weaker than great emperors away. However, the blade light in the Chaotian Palace blocked the lotus god's attack. Previously, everyone had complained that Yin Chuan neglected them. Meng Sansheng, in particular, felt insulted. How could there be a more honorable guest in Dezhun than him? Yin Chuan must have deliberately ridiculed him. However, Meng Sansheng's previous good impression of himself disappeared. Indeed, Yin Chuan was entertaining an honorable guest. A peerless expert? Previously, Zizi had said that asking the God Realm for help was dispensable. At that time, he was ready to laugh at her. Now, it seemed that Zizi was right. With such a blade, why would he need them? Yin Chuan was really just trying to draw a line between him and the God Realm as soon as possible. The experts of the God Realm stiffened. The Lotus God's projection stared at the Chaotian Palace's entrance. At the Chaotian Palace's entrance, a man in a golden dragon robe slowly walked out of the Chaotian Palace. There were two people behind him, but more people were staring at the man in the dragon robe. The man had a broad face and a dignified expression. He looked up at the Lotus God in midair without a trace of fear. Instead, he exuded a fierce aura. Zhongshan, the great Thousand Realm Lord, the Lotus God's projection, said with a gloomy expression. Yin Chuan's honorable guest was the Realm Lord of the Great Thousand Realm Lord, Zhongshan, who used to be both an enemy and a friend of the Great Thousand Realm Lord. Zhongshan stared at the Lotus God with a fearless gaze. Go back to where you came from. Otherwise, I will break your seal. Boom. As soon as Zhongshan finished speaking, a fierce, murderous aura rose from his body and rushed toward the Lotus God in midair. The murderous aura surged and filled the sky with blood-red light. In the blood-red light, there seemed to be countless sword-wielding warriors who followed the murderous aura and slashed toward the Lotus God. The blood-red light condensed into a warrior's murderous aura. Chapter 1493. Following Zhongshan's words, a fierce, murderous aura rose from his body and rushed towards the Lotus God. The murderous aura surged and filled the sky with blood-red light. Within the blood-red light, there seemed to be countless sword-wielding warriors that followed the murderous aura and attacked the Lotus God. The blood-red light and murderous aura condensed into warriors. Just the murderous aura alone was enough to make the warriors in the sky go crazy. They were shocked. Zhongshan of the Great Wide World, Meng Sheng, and the others originally looked down on the people of the Great Wide World. After all, although the God Realm was born at the end of the First Era, it was still from the First Era. How could the Great Wide World compare to it? Even the Fourth Era couldn't compare to it. However, Zhongshan's murderous aura completely changed Meng Sansheng's opinion. At least, he couldn't reach this level at his peak. In the sky, the Lotus God looked at Zhongshan coldly. Zhongshan's murderous aura rose around him. His eyes were sharp and unbridled. A wild aura rushed towards the Lotus God. Tiangang, who was also a transcending level practitioner, looked at Zhongshan in the distance and froze. He slowly flew behind the Lotus God's projection. The battle stopped. At least the strong practitioners of the great evil world stopped fighting the warriors of the God realm and flew behind the Lotus God's projection. Unfilial son, Mo Yushi angrily scolded King of Hell. King of Hell also flew behind the Lotus God's projection. Zhongshan and the Lotus God, the two great realm masters, looked at each other coldly. Boom! On the other side, the black dragon swallowed the purple dragon. Then black gas surrounded it and rumbled. Amidst the rumbling, a strong aura spread out from the black gas. Although it wasn't as strong as Zhongshan and the Lotus God's aura, it was much stronger than Yin Chuan's aura. Another breakthrough? Meng Sansheng was shocked. Far away in the east, Pang Ying and the others didn't care about Zhongshan and the Lotus God. This group of races created by Jiangshan cared more about Jiangshan's body and Yin Chuan. It wasn't just Pang Ying. On an island in the west of Xianyang, Great Virtue World's Great Venerable Yutian and Dark Gui Guzi were staring at Yin Chuan. Boom! With a loud sound, the surrounding black gas dispersed. It was Yin Chuan, who was wearing a black dragon robe, standing on top of a huge Great Emperor altar. Zombie Yin Chuan. The Great Tao had already dissipated. On the zombie Yin Chuan's back, there were two giant dragon bone wings. At this moment, after digesting the filth, a pair of giant purple wings had appeared. 3 pairs of wings, one black, one red, and one purple, soared into the sky, looking incomparably ferocious. The fangs in his mouth became even redder. Roar! Zombie Yin Chuan let out a thunderous roar. As he roared, a loud boom rang out around him. Boom! A huge wave of air spread out from zombie Yin Chuan's body. 15th heaven. Far away, Great Venerable Yu Tian's face darkened. On the other hand, the officials and commoners of Xianyang were extremely excited. Congratulations, Great Emperor! The officials bowed respectfully. Turning his head, Yin Chuan looked at the Lotus Goddess, who was not far away. The Lotus Goddess looked at Yin Chuan and narrowed her eyes. Although Yin Chuan wasn't enough to threaten her, Yin Chuan's breakthrough made the Lotus Goddess quite unhappy. Congratulations on winning. The 15th heaven, the first world, is indeed a huge battlefield. Zhongshan took a deep breath and said. Zombie Yin Chuan twisted his body, and the giant dragon bone wings on his back quickly retracted. Stepping on the great emperor altar, Yin Chuan returned to his human form. Lotus Goddess? Yin Chuan narrowed his eyes and stared at the Lotus Goddess. Zhongshan also looked at the Lotus Goddess again. Lotus Goddess, if your original body was here, it would be fine. But now, it's just a projection. What can you do? I'll say it again. Go back immediately. Boom. Once again, a ferocious aura rushed towards the Lotus Goddess. The expressions of the strong practitioners of the great evil world behind the Lotus Goddess changed drastically. This aura was too ferocious. You're determined to protect Yin Chuan? The Lotus Goddess looked coldly at Zhongshan. The Lotus Goddess was annoyed. She didn't expect Zhongshan to be so determined. He would rather offend her world to stand on Yin Chuan's side. Go away! Zhongshan roared again. Boom! Under the roar, a ferocious sound wave rushed towards the Lotus Goddess. Ka. Around the Lotus God, a large number of lotuses suddenly collapsed. The group of experts behind her were in so much pain that their faces were contorted in pain. Some of them even covered their ears. However, Zhongshan's expression didn't change. He was still cold, as if he would really attack if they didn't leave. It was an unstoppable aura, an unparalleled aura. His ordinary figure looked like a towering mountain, suppressing the strong practitioners until they couldn't breathe. The Lotus Goddess's eyes were cold as she looked at Zhongshan meaningfully. All right, Zhongshan, I'll remember it. Humph. The Lotus Goddess swung her sleeves. Then, she turned her head and left with a group of cultivators. Her heart was filled with resentment. Remember? Back then, I said that I would take revenge for the Great Thousand World. The Great Thousand World and your great evil world will never compromise. Zhongshan shouted coldly. Umph! The Lotus Goddess snorted coldly. Without looking back, she led the group of demons and shot far away in an instant. Swish! The group of people disappeared in the blink of an eye. Zhongshan watched the Lotus Goddess leave, his eyes still cold. Whoosh! Yin Chuan stepped forward. What a powerful aura! Yin Chuan laughed. Zhongshan's expression softened. He turned to look at Yin Chuan and took a deep breath. Back then, in the Great Thousand World, when you were strong and I was weak, you protected me. Today, I'll return the favor. Yin Chuan smiled and nodded without saying a word. Absolute dominance required absolute strength to support it. He had been missing for 1,000,000 years, and Zhongshan had become so powerful. Then, Yin Chuan looked at Sha Di and the others. Sha Di, Huang Luo, Emperor Min, Yulin, Meng Sansheng, I apologize for my lack of hospitality these days. After this battle and the exchange of beasts, we don't owe each other anything. Yin Chuan looked at the 5 strong practitioners of the divine world and said. Meng Sansheng and the others frowned and did not say a word. They had thought that Yin Chuan had deliberately neglected them. Now, it seemed that Yin Chuan was indeed unable to entertain them. Zhongshan? Everyone looked at Zhongshan with mixed feelings. That's good. Sha Di nodded. Goodbye, Sha Di said. Yin Chuan nodded. Let's go, Sha Di said. Swish. He led his brothers and shot toward the west. Sha Di did not stop. In the blink of an eye, he had reached the horizon. Third brother, how can Zhongshan be so powerful? Meng Sansheng frowned and asked. There's no need to envy him. When we go back, we'll help big brother and second brother to break another seal on themselves and recover. Sha Di said. Yes. Everyone answered. At Xianyankou, Yin Chuan looked at Zhongshan. Just call me Yin Chuan. The old Ing is dead. Yin Chuan shook his head. Zhongshan nodded. I've said what I should say. I'm going back. Your cultivation is still weak. We'll fight later. Okay. Yin Chuan nodded. By the way, this is what Bai Wang left for you before he died. I haven't touched it. Zhongshan handed over a box. Bai Wang. Yin Chuan's eyelids twitched. His heart sank as he took the box. Goodbye, Zhongshan said solemnly. Let's go. Zhongshan took his 2 subordinates and headed toward the north outer continent. Holding the box that Bai Wang left for him, Yin Chuan watched Zhongshan leave and let out a long sigh. Too many things had changed in a million years. Great Emperor, too many things have happened in the Great Thousand World during the million years that we were lost. Giguzi said. Yes. Yin Chuan nodded. Giguzi was silent for a while. He wanted to say something, but he couldn't. Giguzi's face gradually became ferocious. Great Emperor, how did teacher die? Did Zhongshan tell you? Giguzi asked. Giguzi's teacher was Bai Wang, who was also Yin Chuan's grandfather. In the past, the Great Thousand World was weak. Everyone fought hard to give birth to a transcendence being, and Bai Wang fought the most. With Yin Chuan's relationship with Zhongshan, Zhongshan should have protected him well. But in the end, Bai Wang died. Far away, Dark Giguzi seemed to be connected to Giguzi. At this moment, his face was gloomy, and he emitted a vicious aura. Beside him, Great Venerable Yutian looked at Dark Giguzi. Dark Giguzi, I know you hate Yin Chuan, but you don't have to go to this extent. Don't worry, I will kill Yin Chuan. Body of a general? Seems like only one can live. Great Venerable Yutian said solemnly. Dark Giguzi suppressed the anger in his heart and nodded. Great Venerable Yutian, you were born in the second epoch. I'm sure you know your technique? Dark Giguzi asked curiously. Huh? Great Venerable Yutian sneered. Of course I know. In the second epoch, I followed Jiangchen. Of course I know what this means. Body of a general? It's just for the four of us to refine the body for Great Emperor Jiangchen. We're just paving the way for him. Great Venerable Yutian said coldly. Oh, you know? Dark Giguzi was surprised. Of course I know. How can I give him the body I refined? Jiangchen? He's already asleep. I won't let him succeed. Great Venerable Yutian said solemnly. How strong is Great Emperor Jiangchen? He doesn't use the Great Emperor's karma. He's purely 17 heavens. Great Venerable Yutian said solemnly. 17 heavens? Dark Giguzi's face darkened. Let's go. Follow me to the Boulder tribe and take some things back. Great Venerable Yutian said. Yes. Dark Giguzi nodded. At the entrance of Facing Heaven Hall in Xianyang, Giguzi looked at Yin Chuan and waited for Yin Chuan to tell him the cause of Bai Wang's death. Yin Chuan took a deep breath and didn't speak. Instead, he looked at the small box left behind by Bai Wang. Is it fate? Giguzi asked solemnly. Giguzi had already guessed it, but he didn't seem willing to accept it. If it was someone else, there would be a chance for revenge. If it was fate, how could he take revenge? Yin Chuan touched the box and took a deep breath. I will take revenge, no matter who it is. As he spoke, Yin Chuan's eyes became colder. Giguzi didn't ask any more questions. Lu Gang, here, send more guards and increase the infiltration of the three realms. I want to know all the changes in the three realms. Yin Chuan said solemnly. Yes, Lu Gang answered. Chapter 1494. Earth. Yin Chuan, Zhao Afong, and Miao quickly collected the antimatter. Half a month later, beside a big lake, Yin Chuan and Zhao Afong sat by the lake, holding a fishing rod in their hands. Miao was lying on Yin Chuan's shoulder obediently. Not far away, an old farmer walked over. Ah, the two of you are in a good mood. This ancient costume is not cheap. The old farmer carried a big box on his back. Zhao Afong looked at the old farmer doubtfully. Please don't misunderstand. I opened a small fishing equipment shop nearby. People often come here to fish, so I sell some fishing equipment and bait. Look at your fishing rods, they are really unique. I won't show them to you, but I have a lot of bait. Do you want to take a look? The old farmer smiled. Meow. Meow looked at him curiously. The old farmer immediately opened the box. This is for crucian carp, this is for silver carp, this is for carp, this, and this. Take a look. Oh, and this is the cricket I just dug out from the ground. It's fat and big. It's the best for fishing. The old farmer promoted. Cricket, Meow suddenly called out. The old farmer quivered and looked at the kitten strangely. However, he immediately understood and thought that he had heard wrongly. Hong Jun, Zhao Afang's expression changed. Red Army? Haha, you have good eyesight. My box was left behind by the Red Army during the war against Japan. These are crickets. You're from the big city, right? You don't have to be afraid of this disgusting thing. It's the most convenient for fishing. The old farmer did his best to introduce. Yin Chuan looked at the bag of soil the old farmer handed over. There were a lot of crickets wriggling in the soil. His expression turned serious. As expected, Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. The old farmer looked at Yin Chuan strangely. This city dweller was too ignorant. How could he be so shocked by a bag of crickets? Give it to me. Yin Chuan took the bag. Sigh, okay. Do you want anything else? The old farmer asked. No. Yin Chuan shook his head. The old farmer was disappointed. This is 1 yuan. $1? Yin Chuan and Zhao Afang couldn't take out a single yuan. After thinking about it, Yin Chuan picked up a fist-sized stone from the ground and cast a spell. Buzz! The stone trembled and immediately turned golden, turning stone into gold. However, Yin Chuan was very discreet and did not let the old farmer see him. Today I only brought this, in exchange for a pack of crickets. Yin Chuan handed the fist-sized gold to the old farmer. The old farmer stared at the lump of gold, dumbfounded. When it landed in his hand, it felt very heavy, and he almost lost his grip. It actually weighed more than 5 kilograms. This is, the old farmer asked in surprise. Go, Yin Chuan said indifferently. Although the old farmer lives in the countryside, he still knows about gold. Not long ago, when his son got married, he cut off a lot of his coffin capital to buy gold. But no matter how many there were, it couldn't compare to the lump in his hand. Gold? Impossible. Who would use such a big lump of gold to buy crickets? The old farmer wanted to ask, but he couldn't bear to let go of the gold. The dizzy old farmer was chased away. The old farmer couldn't wait to go home and find his son to confirm whether this lump of gold was real. Of course, the result was self-evident. A few days later, the old farmer brought a pack of crickets to the lake every day, but he never met Yin Chuan and the others again. At this moment, by the lake, Yin Chuan, Zhao Afang, and Miao looked at the pack of crickets. The crickets in the 4 realms are all dead, indicating that Hong Jun has completely fallen. But now it seems, Zhao Afang said in a low voice. As long as the crickets are alive, Hong Jun won't die. Miao was puzzled. Yin Chuan threw a pack of crickets into the lake. Instantly, a large number of fish swarmed over and devoured it. First World, South Outer Continent, Imperial Heaven Palace, Kong family's residence. Family head, we've lost 3 more territories. An old man from the Kong family said. The demons of the great evil world quickly gathered all the territories. Even the Kong family, who used to occupy an entire continent, lost most of their land in a short time. Family head, it's not good. We've lost both the left and right territories. Another expert from the Kong family rushed over. Peacock Z's expression turned ugly. Only Imperial Heaven territory is left. Blind Kong said in a low voice. What should we do? Everyone looked at Peacock Z. Kong Huangtian's fall was the Kong family's greatest loss. In this chaotic world, the Kong family had become rootless duckweed. Peacock Z clenched his fists. Family head, let's go to the netherworld. We can't defend the world of the living anymore. Blind Kong advised. No, the South Outer Continent of the living world belongs to my Kong family. It's mine. Peacock Z immediately shouted. He had endured enough humiliation in the past. It wasn't easy for him to sit on a continent, but he had to give it up in the blink of an eye. Peacock Z wasn't willing to give up. Family head, Blind Kong advised again. But Peacock Z wasn't willing. After a while, Peacock Z said in a low voice, 2 days ago, the subordinate of the Lotus God, King Bing Feng, came to my place. Oh, how come we didn't know? Blind Kong said in surprise. Everyone looked at Peacock Z in surprise. Bing Feng said that as long as the Kong family submitted to him, we would continue to control the 5 continents and help him consolidate the 4 directions. Peacock Z said, What? Everyone was in an uproar. No! Blind Kong immediately shouted. Everyone looked at Blind Kong. Family head, since things have come to this, I won't help you cover it up. The old ancestor left behind a message that if he died, the Kong family would listen to Yin Chuan's orders. Blind Kong said, What? Everyone was shocked again. But at this moment, most of them were shocked, but their hearts calmed down. Yin Chuan? Impossible. Peacock Z said in a low voice. Family head, I also recognize you as the family head, so I didn't announce this matter. I only hoped that you could be independent and support the Kong family. But now, you have disappointed me too much. Not only did you fail to support the Kong family, but you also led the Kong family to destruction. What will happen if the Kong family becomes the subordinate of the Lotus God? In the upcoming struggle for the world, we will only be cannon fodder. If you want to lead the Kong family to destruction, I have no choice but to speak up. Blind Kong said in a low voice. Bastard, who does that Yin Chuan think he is? Is he a match for the Lotus God? Peacock Z shouted. At the very least, Yin Chuan has half of the blood of the Kong family in him. Also, he received the inheritance of the old ancestor. He will definitely protect the Kong family. Blind Kong shouted. No, I won't agree forever. Submit to that bastard. Over my dead body, Peacock Z said coldly. Blind Kong's face was gloomy, but he didn't continue to make a fuss. Instead, he retreated. All disciples of the Kong family, listen up. I announce the old ancestor's last words in the name of the legacy elder. The old ancestor has fallen. The Kong family will follow Yin Chuan. Those who are willing to follow me and listen to the old ancestor's last words, follow me. Blind Kong shouted. Boom! Blind Kong's voice reverberated throughout the Imperial Sky Territory. Instantly, countless people supported Blind Kong, but there were still countless people who supported Peacock Z. Peacock Z looked at Blind Kong with a gloomy face. Even you betrayed me? You've gone mad? I did it for the Kong family. Blind Kong said in a low voice. In the Kong family, I am the most important. The old ancestor became muddle-headed and gave the inheritance to Yin Chuan. Otherwise, the Kong family wouldn't be like this. You betrayed me too? Those who betray me die. Peacock Z glared. Boom! The two powerhouses collided with each other. Chapter 1495. Outer South Continent, Imperial Sky Territory. Boom! Peacock Z and Blind Kong clashed ferociously once again. Behind each of them, a huge illusion of a peacock appeared. The feathers of the peacock filled the sky with divine light. They were exceptionally ferocious. More and more disciples of the Kong family gathered from all directions. They had all heard the news and came over. One of them was the head of the Kong family. He had a respected status and was unique. The other was the elder of inheritance. Although he did not hold any power, he was responsible for the inheritance of the entire family. He was respected by everyone. No one rushed into the battlefield because no one was qualified to participate in this battle. Everyone looked anxious. Boom! The two peacocks clashed again. Peacock Z's eyes were wide open, but Blind Kong's eyes were still closed. Blind Kong, I didn't expect you to be so strong, Peacock Z said in a low voice. Peacock Z, you go your way, and I go mine. I can understand that you don't respect the last words of your ancestor, but I don't want my family to be destroyed. Let's go our separate ways. I'll take those who want to leave with me. Don't stop me. Blind Kong said in a low voice. Leave? Let you submit to Yin Chuan? Submit to an outsider? Peacock Z said coldly. Yin Chuan? He's much better than Lotus God. This is the last words of our ancestor. Blind Kong shouted. I don't care. I can submit to anyone, but not Yin Chuan. Either he dies or I die. Peacock Z said resentfully. Boom! Peacock Z swung his tail. Divine light flashed, instantly tearing through the void. But Blind Kong could do the same. His divine light collided with Peacock Z's divine light. Boom! The huge collision caused the void to shake violently. The two powerful cultivators of the Kong family fought fiercely. This battle lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. During this time, almost all the disciples of the Kong family who had some status came. Boom, boom, boom. Watching the battle, countless peacocks were anxious. Peacock Z was worthy of being the head of the Kong family. He finally had the upper hand. Screech. The peacock let out a long cry and instantly flung out 20 beams of divine light that seemed to be able to curl up and bind Blind Kong. Ha ha ha. Blind Kong, you want to fight with me? You are still lacking. Peacock said coldly. Bound by the divine light, Blind Kong was in an extremely sorry state. His hair was disheveled, but his expression was still gloomy. Peacock's son, don't make one mistake after another. The Kong family appointed you as the family head so that you can lead everyone to glory, not so that you can do whatever you want. This is the trust that the entire family has in you. Do you want to lead the entire family to destruction? Blind Kong shouted. Countless Kong family disciples looked up at the sky with complicated expressions. Patriarch, please let go of the legacy elder. One of the Kong clan's disciples knelt down and begged. Patriarch, please calm down. Patriarch, please let go. In an instant, countless members of the Kong family knelt down. Blind Kong had not done anything wrong. Even if he had taken some people with him and left, he had not wanted to target Peacock Z. However, Peacock Z had been so overbearing again and again that many people could not stand it anymore. Looking at the kneeling members of the Kong family, Peacock Z's expression became uglier and uglier. Bastard! Peacock Z shouted. Blind Kong, you slandered the family head, subverted the family, and betrayed the family. You deserve death. Peacock Z shouted. Peacock Z, I'm the legacy elder. The family head has no right to kill me unless more than half of the Kong clan's disciples agree. You are not qualified. Blind Kong shouted. Ha ha ha, not qualified? In the Kong clan, I have the final say. As he spoke, Blind Kong turned to the Kong family disciples. Kong family disciples, listen up. From now on, withdraw all Kong family disciples from the outer South Continent and enter the Netherworld through the road to the Yellow Springs. Follow me to the great celestial realm. Yes, everyone answered. There was no family head, and the legacy elder had the greatest authority. With an order, the Kong family gave up on the outer South Continent and entered the Netherworld, preparing to submit to Yin Chuan. 2 months later, Netherworld, Great Qin City. Blind Kong met zombie Yin Chuan. Yin Di, the old ancestor, has fallen. From now on, the Kong family is in your hands. Blind Kong said bitterly. Yin Chuan helped Blind Kong up. Don't worry, I promise Kong Huang Tian. He is also my ancestor. When the Kong family enters the Great Celestial Realm, the Great Celestial Realm will definitely protect it. Thank you, Yin Di. Blind Kong smiled bitterly. Back then, the Kong family was full of metal. Who would have thought of this? I know about Peacock Z's matter. You don't have to worry too much. After all, Kong Huang Tian is not really dead. He will be resurrected one day. Yin Chuan comforted him. Well, what? Blind Kong's body suddenly trembled as he cried out in shock. Behind Blind Kong, the Kong family disciples also widened their eyes in shock. Kong Huang Tian has only ascended. As long as the Kong family is not destroyed, he will be reborn one day, Yin Chuan explained. Then he also described the ascension. Ah, good. Blind Kong was immediately overjoyed. In his ecstasy, 2 streams of tears flowed down his face. The Kong family disciples were all pleasantly surprised. The old ancestor could be resurrected. This was great. Everything was worth it. Everything was worth it. By the way, I remember that there is still one more person in the Kong family, Demon King Kong. In the past, Kong Huang Tian snatched the position of sage and then left him in the Netherworld. I wonder why? Yin Chuan asked curiously. Demon King Kong was the strongest person in the Kong family in the sealed realm. However, in this world, his strength was not enough. Later, Kong Huangtian appeared and forcefully raised Demon King Kong's strength to the ninth heaven of the ancestral immortal realm. He then forcefully took the position of sage from the heavens. However, Demon King Kong did not follow Kong Huangtian to the world of the living. He had been hiding in the netherworld, and his whereabouts were unknown. I don't know. Don't worry, Yindi. I will send someone to contact Demon King Kong as soon as possible and ask him to meet you. Blind Kong immediately said. Okay. Yin Chuan nodded. You have cultivated the eye of destruction. It must be very taxing on your body. You should go and recuperate. I have already drawn out an area for the Kong family to settle down temporarily. Yin Chuan said. Thank you, Yindi. Blind Kong nodded. Earth, Bermuda Triangle. Above the sea. Meow. Yin Chuan, what formation did you set up just now? Meow asked curiously. Let's go. You will know in the future, Yin Chuan said with a smile. Meow. If you don't want to say, then I won't say. Meow turned her head and said. Zhao Afong smiled at the side. Husband, I have already deduced what should be deduced. However, this earth is in chaos. I can't deduce anything, Zhao Afong said with a frown, because there are too many variables. Moreover, this world is not within the control of fate. Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. Do you want to bring a group of variables out? Zhao Afong asked curiously. Not for now. Let's talk about it in the future. Yin Chuan shook his head. All right. Zhao Afong nodded. Call Dongfang Zhenpai. We should go back. Yin Chuan said. Meow, that perverted man. Let him stay here. The last time I called him, he was hiding in his room. I don't know what he's up to, but he sealed the room with a seal and even drew the curtains. When he drew the curtains, he even looked outside in a perverted manner. I don't know what he's up to, Meow Meow said, shaking its head. Everyone has their own interests. Zhao Afong laughed. Dongfang Zhenpai, it's time to go. Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. His voice seemed to penetrate the void and went straight to a room far away. In the room, Dongfang Zhenpai was watching a video on the computer with full concentration. Kawaii. A perverted voice came from the computer. Dongfang Zhenpai's eyes were wide open. Suddenly, Yin Chuan's voice came. Dongfang Zhenpai was startled. Ah, leaving just like that? Dongfang Zhenpai exclaimed regretfully. However, he quickly regained his senses. All right. Luckily, I am smart enough to collect so many disks and computers. When I'm outside, I can still watch them slowly. Ha ha ha. Dongfang Zhenpai turned off the computer reluctantly. He carefully kept the computer and the box of disks, tidied up his clothes, and walked out of the room. Swoosh! In a blink of an eye, Dongfang Zhenpai met up with Yin Chuan and the rest. Let's go, Yin Chuan said. The group of people stepped into the sky and flew out of Earth. Chapter 1496. In the world of the living, in the southern continent, on the giant lotus, the lotus god was pinching her fingers as if she was calculating something. In front of her stood a group of powerhouses from the great evil world. After a while, the lotus god slowly opened her eyes. Master! Everyone looked at the lotus god. She took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, I have calculated Zhongshan, but unfortunately, I can't. Oh, everyone was puzzled. In the past, when Zhongshan had just transcended, I was still able to deduce a trace of his outline. But now, it seems that something extraordinary must have happened in the vast thousand domains in the past 1,000,000 years. The Lotus God said in a low voice. Lotus God, what could it be? The Nether King was puzzled. I'm not sure. Nether King, you are to investigate the Great Thousand World. I need all the information about the Great Thousand World. Everything that has happened in the past 1,000,000 years. The Lotus God said. Yes. The Nether King replied. Master, what about Yin Chuan? Tian Gang was still unwilling. That day, the Lotus God retreated because she did not want to destroy her projection. After all, it was Zhongshan's real body. Yin Chuan? The Lotus God narrowed her eyes. Everyone looked at the Lotus God. Let's wait a little longer. Now is not the time. The Lotus God said. Why? Tiangang was unwilling. Based on my calculations, this Yin Chuan is actually involved in a huge amount of karma. Lotus God said in a deep voice. Karma? Apart from me, he is involved in the karma of at least 4 powerhouses of the 17th heaven. The Lotus God said. 4? The 17th heaven? Everyone was shocked. Tiangang and the Nether King especially widened their eyes. How is that possible? How could there be so many 17th heaven? Yin Chuan was involved in so many karmas? I said at least. The Lotus God emphasized again. Tiangang, 17th heaven? Wasn't there no 17th heaven in this world? How did Yin Chuan get involved? This was fake, right? It wasn't just Astral Vault. Everyone else couldn't help but look toward the northeast with complicated expressions on their faces. Karma was not an ordinary thing. Only a huge entanglement could produce karma. How could Yin Chuan have so many big shots entangling him? Our top priority right now is to seize a bigger world, Lotus God said in a low voice. Yes, Heavenly Dipper, King Bing Feng, Easter High Priest, you will lead the left 9 divisions to conquer the southeast continent. Lotus God said in a deep voice. Yes, the other 2 replied. Don't worry, my lord. In the southeast continent, only Golden Sovereign is not bad. Tiangang said confidently. Yes, Lotus Goddess nodded. Southern High Priest, lead the right 9 divisions and conquer the Annan continent. Lotus God said in a deep voice. As you command. The other 2 experts said in a deep voice. My lord, now that the outer South continent has been unified, the original Kong family couldn't even withstand a single blow. Now all of them have fled back to the underworld. An expert laughed. High Priest of the West and High Priest of the North, lead the 9 divisions and conquer the southern outer continent. Lotus Goddess commanded. Yes, everyone replied. Go. Following Lotus God's command, a group of evil demon experts gathered their divisions and attacked all 4 directions. Yang Realm, Outer East Continent. Monolith Clan. Pan Gung was talking to a green-robed man in a square. Pan Gung's eyes revealed a hint of friendliness. Yu Tian, I didn't expect you to have established a foundation in the great kindness world. This is great. Pan Gung smiled. The green-robed man had a broad face, long hair, and a dignified look in his eyes. Of course, once True Lord awakens, I can help True Lord quickly control the world. Yu Tian smiled. That's good. Have you gotten used to living here recently? I feel like I'm about to break through again. Yu Tian smiled. Congratulations. Pan Gung smiled. Yu Tian smiled. All right, do you know about the Jiangshan body in the Great Kindness world? Pan Gung asked curiously. I have some clues. However, the Jiangshan body is a secondary master, so I didn't interfere much. Yu Tian said in a deep voice. That's good. In the future, bring my Monolith clan to take a look. No problem. In that case, I won't disturb you anymore. You have a breakthrough, so continue. Pan Gung smiled. Okay. Yu Tian smiled and nodded. After watching Pan Gung leave, Yu Tian's smile gradually disappeared and became incomparably serious. Turning his head, Yu Tian walked back to the main hall. Clang! The door of the main hall closed with a loud bang. In the main hall, Dark Giguzi was controlling a formation. The formation formed a beam of light that formed a space-time gate in midair. On the other side of the space-time gate, a dark red light surged out. Yu Tian, what is that? What a powerful lightning chi! Dark Giguzi exclaimed in surprise. The Heavenly Peach Sword, Yu Tian said in a deep voice. The Heavenly Peach Sword? Rumor has it that it's the heart of a huge peach tree in the First Era. It's the first peach tree in the world and can withstand all lightning in the world. Later, it was refined into a sword by the First Era's Almighty. It's also the nemesis of zombies. Yu Tian said in a deep voice. The Heavenly Peach Sword, nemesis of zombies? Dark Giguzi looked at Yu Tian strangely. One had to know that Yu Tian cultivated the Jiangshan physique which meant that he was a huge zombie, stealing something that could restrain him. Don't look at me like that. Indeed, this sword can restrain me, but it can also restrain Jiangxin, Grand Venerable Yution said in a deep voice. What do you mean? Jiangxin's power and majesty shook heaven and earth. Only this sword is his nemesis. However, Jiangxin was too strong at that time. He snatched this sword from a weaker opponent and tried to destroy it, but he couldn't. So he suppressed it here. Grand Venerable Yution said in a low voice. Even Jiangxin couldn't destroy it? Only suppress it? That's right. Panjia, Pan E Pan Bing Pan Ding, Pan Xin, the 10 first created by Jiangxin, are responsible for guarding this sword. In the future, I will have to face Jiangxin. If I want to defeat him, I have to use this sword. Grand Venerable Yution said in a low voice. So you came to steal this sword? Dark Gigu Z's expression changed. That's right. I'm familiar with this place. You happen to have this method, so I want this sword. Only with this sword can I contend with Jiangxin. Grand Venerable Yution said in a low voice. That's good. Dark Gigu Z nodded. Escape immediately later. Grand Venerable Yution said. Don't worry, but remember, you owe me another favor. Dark Gigu Z said. Grand Venerable Yution nodded. As he spoke, Grand Venerable Yution reached his hand into the black hole. His hand instantly grabbed the purple-red sword's hilt. TSK, 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 TSK. A burning sound came from the place where the hand and the sword met. Imperial Yution's face revealed a hint of pain, but he still pulled. Boom! A purple-red sword was instantly pulled out. Rumble! Suddenly, the entire hall was filled with endless lightning. A long sword that was constantly spewing out lightning was pulled out. Heavenly Peach Sword? Dark Gigu Z said in surprise. It is indeed the bane of zombies. Grand Venerable Yution's eyes flashed with excitement. At this moment, the entire Coiling Rock Peak suddenly trembled. Rumble! The trembling of the Coiling Rock Peak caused the expressions of countless strong practitioners of the Rock Tribe to change. What's going on? Why is the ancestral mountain moving? Even Pan Gung, who was handling the affairs of the tribe, had a sudden change in expression. He quickly flew towards the Coiling Rock Peak. Bastard! How dare you? How dare you? Angry shouts could be heard from the boulder peak. What's going on? Pan Gung hurried over. A group of strong practitioners walked out of the cave entrance of the Coiling Rock Peak. Each of them had a dignified expression. Big brother, second brother, why are you all out? Pan Gung asked in surprise. Break! The leader of the strong practitioners stretched out his hand and waved it. A huge palm print slammed into the distance. Ah, that's Imperial Yution's residence. Big brother, what are you doing? Pan Gung asked in surprise. Boom! The huge palm slammed down and the entire hall exploded. However, it was quickly shattered by a huge sword light. A purplish-red sword light flung out endless lightning and shattered the palm light. Imperial Yution was exposed. Dark Gue Guzi, on the other hand, was fleeing into the distance. At this moment, everyone's gaze was focused on Great Venerable Yution. They didn't care about Dark Gue Guzi's escape. Imperial Yution? What are you doing? Pan Gung's expression changed. Imperial Yution? It's you. You want to betray True Master? Pan Ding rebuked angrily. Holding the Heavenly Peach Sword, Imperial Yution laughed loudly. Ha 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 ha. Betray? As he laughed, Great Venerable Yution's figure flashed. Boom! A pair of huge dragon bone wings suddenly appeared. A pair of emerald green dragon bone wings appeared and pierced the sky. Great Venerable Yution spat out blood-colored fangs. His eyes were red as he smiled malevolently at the strong practitioners. Body of a general? You cultivated the body of a general? Great Kindness World, Vice Master, it's you? In an instant, everyone understood why Great Venerable Yution wanted to steal the Heavenly Peach Sword and betray True Master. You want to use the Heavenly Peach Sword to betray True Master? Pan Gung's expression changed. That's right. Lend this sword to me. Thank you, ha ha ha. Great venerable Yu Tian laughed loudly and rushed into the sky, flying towards the west. How dare you, where are you going? The strong practitioner in the lead shouted. Pan E, Pan Bing, Pan Ding, Pan Wu, follow me to capture the traitor. The rest of you, guard this place. The leader Pan Jia shouted loudly. Yes, everyone responded loudly. Boom. The group of people rushed towards Imperial Yutian. Imperial Yutian was naturally unafraid. He turned his head to look at them and sneered. You're courting death. Heavenly Peach Sword, slash. Great venerable Yutian slashed with his sword. Boom. The rift shattered as a loud explosion echoed across the entire outer eastern continent. Outer East Continent, Xianyang City. Zombie Yin Chuan looked at the rock tribe. He held a golden ball in his hand. Whoosh! The human Yin Chuan, Zhao Afang Miao, and Dongfang Zhengpai flew out of the ball. What a pity, what a pity. If only I had collected more discs these few days. I don't know when I can go in again. These few hundred discs aren't enough. Dongfang Zhengpai said regretfully. Chapter 1497. Boom! Boom! In the Outer East Continent, there were countless loud noises. Lightning soared into the sky as 5 great experts chased after great venerable Yutian. The humanoid Yin Chuan came out and saw the attack from afar. What a pity, what a pity. If only we had collected more discs these few days. I don't know when we can go in again. These few hundred discs are not enough. Dongfang Zhengpai said regretfully. Just as Dongfang Zhengpai finished nagging, he was attracted by the loud noises from the east. That is, Dongfang Zhengpai stared. Gigu Zi stood beside him. Pan Jia, Pan E, Pan Bing, Pan Ding, Pan Wu. Gigu Zi said. He also described who was in this group. Pan Jia and Pan E actually have a strength of 16 heavens. Dongfang Zhengpai said in shock. 16 heavens? Yin Chuan's eyes also focused. The Boulder tribe hid their strength well. One had to know that the great emperor of Ziwei was only 16 heavens back then. It was only because of the great emperor's sacrificial altar that he became so powerful. The 2 people from the Boulder tribe who came out were already 16 heavens. The body of a general, Yu Tian. Zombie Yin Chuan said in a low voice. That Yu Tian might also be 16 heavens. Dongfang Zhengpai said. Most importantly, the sword in Yu Tian's hand was too powerful. Lightning filled the sky. Great kindness world. Zombie Yin Chuan squinted his eyes. Great Emperor. Looking at their direction, they seem to be coming towards us. Gigu Zi said in shock. Yu Tian wants to go through the Yellow Springs Road outside Xianyang and escape from the Netherworld to the Great Kindness World, which is the outer west continent of the Netherworld. Once he enters the Great Kindness World, Yu Tian will definitely be able to resist the 5 great experts. Yin Chuan said in a low voice. Should be. Everyone nodded. Zombie Yin Chuan looked at them and stepped towards the Yellow Springs Road. Yin Chuan, what are you doing with that zombie body of yours? Dongfang Zhengpai was puzzled. Returning to the Netherworld to guard the great Qin city of the Netherworld in case of any accidents. Zombie Yin Chuan said in a low voice. Oh, Gue Guzi, inform everyone that no one is to stop Yu Tian, Pan Jia, Pan E, Pan Bing, Pan Ding, and Pan Wu from passing through the Yellow Springs Road. Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. Understood, Gue Guzi replied. As expected, it didn't take long for the 6 people fighting in the distance to rush over. Boom, boom, boom. After several battles, great venerable Yu Tian didn't linger. With the Heavenly Peach sword in his hand, he flew toward Xianyang ferociously. He waved the sword in his hand as if he would kill anyone who dared to stop him. However, no one stopped him at the Yellow Springs Road. Great venerable Yu Tian was slightly stunned. Boom! Great venerable Yu Tian rushed into the Yellow Springs Road. Pan Jia, Pan E, Pan Bing, Pan Ding, and Pan Wu's faces changed. Without hesitation, They also rushed into the Yellow Springs Road. Boom! The six of them quickly entered the underworld. Back in a mortal realm, Yin Chuan's expression darkened. Bai Qi, your subject is here. Bai Qi hurried over. Gather all the strong practitioners above the 12th heaven in Xianyang. Yin Chuan said solemnly. Yes. Bai Qi replied and flew away. Back in the underworld, Great Qin City. A loud noise came from the Yellow Springs Road. Great Venerable Yu Tian instantly shot toward the west, and the 5 strong practitioners of the Rock Tribe chased after him. Bastard, stop right there. Yu Tian, you traitor, how can you take the true master's item? Stop right there. The sounds of pursuit were endless. The group of strong practitioners quickly headed toward the west, leaving the Great Qin City confused. Zombie Yin Chuan watched Great Venerable Yu Tian and the others leave. His expression was gloomy. Great Emperor, this Great Venerable Yu Tian isn't easy to deal with. He's at least stronger than Yin Shi and Hui Yi. Li Si frowned. Yes. Zombie Yin Chuan nodded. Back in the mortal realm, Xianyang City. Under Bai Qi's summons, hundreds of strong practitioners quickly gathered. They were all strong practitioners above the 12th heaven. All of them were extremely respectful to Yin Chuan. Greetings, Great Emperor. Everyone bowed respectfully. Yin Chuan, what do you want to do? Dongfang Zhengpai sensed that something was amiss. In the past, Great Zhen wasn't strong enough. Now, Great Zhen is strong, and it's time to deal with some things that couldn't be done in the past. Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. Please give us your orders, Great Emperor. The group of strong practitioners said in a deep voice. Gue Guzi, you're in charge of guarding Xianyang City. Yin Chuan looked at Gue Guzi. Yes, your majesty. Gue Guzi replied. The rest of you, follow me to the far east and uproot the Rock Tribe. Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. Yes, everyone replied. What? Exterminate the Rock Tribe? Dongfang Zhengpai said in surprise. It's not extermination, it's banishment. It's even better if we can subdue them. After all, they don't have good intentions. Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. Oh, although the Rock Tribe hasn't made a move against Great Zhen, they've been keeping an eye on Great Zhen's every move. They're waiting for Jiangxin's resurrection, waiting to follow him and devour Great Zhen. Yin Chuan said in a low voice. Them. Dongfang Zhengpai narrowed his eyes. The Rock Tribe is located in Great Zhen's hinterland. It's fine if Great Zhen doesn't encounter any danger, but if it does, they'll stab me in the back at any time. I won't leave my back to the enemy. Yin Chuan said in a low voice. Meow. I'll help you too. Meow immediately called out. Dongfang Zhengpai nodded. All right, the Foreign Affairs Department will participate as well. Dongfang Zhengpai waved his hand, and a streak of light shot into the distance. Immediately, the experts of the celestial longevity realm gathered. After all, most of them were at the 14th heavenly layer, and some were even at the 15th. Let's go, Yin Chuan said in a low voice. As he spoke, he shot into the sky. Hundreds of experts followed him into the sky, quickly flying toward the far east. Boom! A group of people flew toward the Rock Tribe in a grandiose manner. The world was so vast that even Pan Geng couldn't keep an eye on every place at all times until Yin Chuan's group arrived. Boom! Waves of ferocious energy surged toward the Rock Tribe. Under the immense pressure, the experts of the Rock Tribe bent at the waist, their faces contorted in shock. What? Everyone turned their heads to look. They saw the mountain peak not far away. It was still that same mountain peak. Yin Chuan had once led a group of experts here. At that time, Yin Chuan had tactfully retreated in the face of Vice Lord Jiangxin's contempt. Now, Yin Chuan had returned with hundreds of experts. This time, Yin Chuan wouldn't retreat. A ferocious killing intent surged in all directions. In the distance, Pan Geng's expression changed. Within the Rock Tribe, Panji, Pan Exin, Pan Run, and Pan Gue all walked out. The group of experts focused their gazes on Yin Chuan in the distance. Yin Chuan's expression was cold as he stared at the 5 experts in front of him. Yin Chuan, what are you doing here? Pan Gung's eyes turned cold. Chapter 1498. Yin Chuan, what are you doing here? Pang's eyes turned cold. All the Boulder race experts' expressions darkened. Everyone could tell that Yin Chuan didn't come with good intentions. In the past, the Boulder race looked down on the Great Jin realm. However, in the past few decades, the Great Jin realm had developed too quickly. Mo Yushi, the leader of the Dark Phoenix, 15th Heaven, was that the Longevity Emperor and a group of earthly fiends, Great Jin's officials, and this group of Great Jin heroes who had robbed the second epic's experts of their astral powers. In a short time, the Great Jin realm had already reached the top of the world. Yin Chuan looked at Panging. Panging, I won't make things difficult for you. The Outer East Continent is the Great Jin realm's territory. Leave the Outer East Continent and find a way to develop. All the Boulder race experts' expressions darkened. Banish them? Ha! The Boulder race is here. Since the second epoch, no one has been able to banish us. Pan Xian said coldly. The past is the past. The present is the present. Yin Chuan said indifferently. Panging said with a dark expression, Yin Chuan, the monolith tribe has never offended you. Furthermore, you have cultivated the body of generals and subjects. The monolith tribe has even promised to protect you. Ha! Yin Chuan suddenly burst into laughter. Yin Chuan looked at Pangong with a hint of mockery. However, the Boulder race has never helped the Great Jin realm, even once when it was in danger. Isn't that right? Yin Chuan, you were weak in the past. We didn't bicker with you. However, at that time, we only needed to make a move and the Great Jin realm would be completely annihilated. Pan Xian shouted again. Yin Chuan's eyes turned cold. Yes, the Great Jin realm was indeed weak in front of the Boulder race. This is also why I tolerated you. You didn't destroy the Great Jin realm. Should I thank you? What's your goal? Do you think I don't know? Occupy the Outer East Continent and wait for the Jiangxin to awaken to help him conquer the Outer East Continent? Yin Chuan glared. The faces of the boulders in the distance darkened. Said Yin Chuan in a low voice. There's another reason why you didn't attack me back then. I cultivated the Jiangxin's physique, so you didn't dare attack the rat for fear of breaking the vases. Jiangxin had yet to awaken, so you didn't want to ruin his plans. In the distance, Pan Gung's expression grew even gloomier. I don't owe you anything, but you are vipers that have been hiding by my side, ready to bite me at any time. I have no choice but to treat you seriously. You have 2 choices. 1, submit to the Jin. 2, get out of the Outer Eastern Continent. Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. Submit? You're only a secondary lord, not a true lord. You're not enough. Pan Gung said solemnly. Although Pan Gung's tone was firm, he seemed to be stalling for time, waiting for Pan Jia and the others to return. How could Yin Chuan not see it? A cold smile? Are you waiting for Pan Jia and the others? They won't be able to return in time. They are now on the way to the Great Kindness World. Even if they return, this emperor will seal the Yellow Springs path. It was too late. Attack. Anyone who dares to resist will be killed. Yin Chuan shouted. Boom! A group of experts charged towards the monolith tribe. Stop! Pan Gung's face changed drastically. However, how could Yin Chuan delay for time? Such an opportunity was hard to come by. He wouldn't be swayed by Pan Gung's words. As for the others, they would only listen to Yin Chuan's orders. Naturally, they wouldn't care about the others. Boom! The 2 sides started fighting. Pan Ji, Pan Gung, Pan Xian, Pan Run, and Pan Gue. The 5 of them charged forward at the same time. The 5 of them were anxious. Fighting is the most annoying. Dong Fongzheng directly faced Pan Ji and Pan Xian. They were instantly suppressed. Yin Chuan charged towards Pan Gung. The great emperor altar appeared beneath his feet. Boom! In the blink of an eye, Pan Gung was forced back by Yin Chuan. The others suppressed the monolith tribe even more ferociously. Pan run, pan gue. They charged towards Yin Chuan together. To catch bandits, first catch the leader. Yin Chuan naturally wasn't afraid. As he turned his head, his long hair gradually turned blood red. A powerful aura burst out. Stop! Pan Gung's face changed drastically as he shouted. When he was forced back by Yin Chuan's punch, he knew how powerful Yin Chuan was. Pan Gung was in charge of everything in the monolith tribe. Naturally, he knew Yin Chuan very well. Just now, Yin Chuan was in his most primitive state. Yin Chuan still had the blood sea, the universe in the palm, and the power of the dynasty. In fact, there were two Yin Chuan who might be even more powerful. Yin Di, let's leave the outer east continent immediately. Pan Gung immediately shouted. What? The group of experts from the monolith tribe changed their faces. The people brought by Yin Chuan were also stunned. They surrendered before the fight even started. Everyone looked at Pan Gung strangely, then at Yin Chuan. Pan Gung said solemnly again, Yin Di, I know how powerful your group is, but you should also know about the monolith tribe. We have our own special abilities. For the sake of the race war, we will definitely risk our lives. In a life-and-death struggle, I think your subordinates will also suffer great losses. That's right. Yin Chuan nodded. Since Yin Di thinks we are an eyesore, let's leave the outer east continent immediately. I hope Yin Di will fulfill his promise. Pan Gung said in a low voice. Old Seven, what are you doing? Brother Seven, we'll just fight it out. What are we afraid of? The group of experts from the monolith tribe said anxiously. However, Pan Gung was unmoved. He only stared at Yin Chuan. Yin Chuan looked at Pan Gung and narrowed his eyes. Finally, he smiled. All right. Phew. Pan Gung sighed inwardly. However, I don't want Pan Jia and the others to return in 2 days at most. Yin Chuan said in a low voice. All right. Pan Gung agreed. Let's go to the nearby palace. Yin Chuan said. Meow, Yin Chuan, that's it? Meow was still unsatisfied. After everyone left, the monolith tribe was in an uproar. Brother Seven, why? Pan Xin asked anxiously. Pan Gung shook his head. We are no match for Yin Chuan. He's developing too quickly. The monolith tribe has never been afraid of anyone. Pan Xin was still unwilling to give up. Everything is for Allah. Since I am in charge of the monolith tribe, then listen to me. I will bear all the blame. Now prepare to move, Pan Gung said in a low voice. Sigh. Everyone was unwilling to give up. Everything was for Allah. No one could refute that. Sure enough, Pan Gung was extremely fast. I brought him here, Blind Kong said solemnly. Demon King Kong greets Yama Emperor. Thank you for protecting the Kong family. Demon King Kong said solemnly. He had a grudge with Yin Chuan in the past, but it had been resolved long ago. Now, he was naturally not dissatisfied with Yin Chuan. Zombie Yin Chuan nodded. He looked at Demon King Kong and said, Blind Kong told you, right? This emperor wants to know why Kong Huang Tian allowed you to stay in the netherworld. Demon King Kong nodded. To monitor the boulders. Oh, Yin Chuan's expression changed slightly. In the past, the old ancestor divined that the corpse ancestor, Great Emperor Jiangchen, would awaken in the netherworld's outer south continent. He also saw that Pan Sheng and Jiangchen's karma was very strong. He guessed that Pan Sheng might be responsible for Jiangchen's awakening, so he sent me to monitor him. Unexpectedly, the old ancestor couldn't see him. Huh! Demon King Kong smiled bitterly. Jiangchen will awaken in the netherworld's outer south continent? Yin Chuan's eyes narrowed. Yes, and it might be soon because Pan Sheng's recent actions are very abnormal. Demon King Kong said solemnly. Chapter 1499. Jiangchen is about to awaken in the southern outer continent. Yin Chuan's eyes narrowed. Yes, and he might awaken soon. Pan Sheng's recent actions have been very abnormal. Demon King Kong said solemnly. Great Emperor Jiangchun. Yinchuan narrowed his eyes. Blind Kong and Demon King Kong remained silent. In the study, other than the three of them, there were also a few important officials of the Great Jin dynasty. They stood on either side of the room, their brows furrowed. These experts have awakened because they're waiting for the younger generation to rise. The figures of the early Second Era are finally awakening. Yin Chuan said solemnly. Great Emperor, Li Si suddenly called out. I just received news that the Lotus God of the Southern Outer Continent has begun attacking the Southern Outer Continent of the Netherworld. Li Si suddenly laughed. Lotus God? Yin Chuan's expression changed. Yes, the Lotus God has split into 3 groups. One of them is to subdue the Southern Outer Continent of the Netherworld. Once subdued, the Netherworld portion of the Great Evil World will merge with the Southern Outer Continent of the Netherworld. Great Evil World will have the upper hand, Li Si said solemnly. Have the upper hand? This is going to be interesting. Yin Chuan's eyes shone brightly. Great Emperor Jiangxun and the Lotus God. I wonder if they can create some kind of spark. Li Si laughed. That would be great, In Hentian. Yin Chuan said. Yes, Your Majesty. In Hentian stepped forward. Pay full attention to Great Emperor Jiangxun's awakening. I need to know everything. Yin Chuan said solemnly. Yes, Your Majesty. Demon King Kong. Continue to monitor Pan Sheng and keep in contact with In Hentian. Yin Chuan looked at Demon King Kong. Yes, Your Majesty. Netherworld, Western Outer Continent. Boom. Imperial Sky wielded the heavenly peach sword and fought against Pan Jia and the others. Rumble. The battle continued without end. Haha, the 5 of you, this is my home ground. How dare you act so presumptuously in the great benevolence world? Great Venerable Yu Tian shouted. The loud explosions attracted more and more experts from the great benevolence world. Panjia and the others had extremely ugly expressions. Big brother. Everyone looked at Panjia. Traitor. Panjia looked at Great Venerable Yu Tian in the distance and could only curse. In the past, he was always a yes man in front of the true Lord. Who would have thought that he would have such wild ambitions? Panjia said coldly. Great Venerable Yu Tian said coldly. Submissive? Back in the day, Jiangchun dominated the world. I admired him, that's why I followed him. But now he's plotting against me. He's using Jiangchun's techniques to refine my body. Although I admire him, I am not pedantic. If you want my life, then you have to pay the price. You. The 5 of them glared at him. This is the great benevolence world. You won't be able to get away with it. On account of our past friendship, you should leave. I will make things difficult for you. You don't have the right to participate in my battle with Jiangxun. Great Venerable Yu Tian said solemnly. Bastard. Everyone shouted. However, Panjia stopped everyone. He took a deep look at Great Venerable Yu Tian. Let's go. Panjia said in a deep voice. Big brother, let's go. Panjia shouted. Feeling helpless, they could only follow Panjia and leave. Boom. Everyone flew out of the great benevolence world. Once out of the great benevolence world, Pan Yi's expression suddenly changed. Not good. Pan, he suddenly exclaimed. Pan, he took out a black life token, which shattered. Something happened in the clan. Pan Yi's expression changed. The Lotus God attacked 3 continents at the same time. The Southeast Continent, the Southwest Continent, and the South Outer Continent of the Netherworld. The ferocious attack attracted the attention of the world. However, at this moment, what attracted Yin Chuan's attention the most wasn't the attack from the great evil world, but from the great Zhou celestial heavens of the Yang Realm's West Continent. In the great Zhou celestial heavens, Wu Jiong stood at the entrance of the Taiji Palace, leading the officials to look at the peak of a mountain in the distance. At the peak of the mountain, a man in white stood there quietly. His white clothes were whiter than snow, and he hugged a bronze sword in his arms. His black hair was draped behind his back, and he looked extremely handsome. With his eyes closed, he seemed to be comprehending heaven and earth. The man emitted a sword intent, an unstoppable sword intent. The sword intent soared into the sky, and just the concept alone pierced the sky. Above his head, the clouds scattered, and the sun shone. He just stood there with his eyes closed, but no one dared to underestimate him. Some sword cultivators stared at the man in white. Just by looking at the concept around him, they felt as if their swordsmanship had broken through. Wu Jiong looked at the man in white in the distance and raised his eyebrows. "How long has it been?" Wu Jiong asked in a deep voice. 2 hours. Although this person didn't say a word, the sword intent around him soared into the sky. Most of the sword cultivators in the city looked at him with a sense of shock. A minister said respectfully, "Great Emperor, this person is exuding a majestic great Tao, an unstoppable sword intent." Another official said, "Sword intent." Wu Jiong's face darkened. At this moment, Shang Wanwan's eyes lit up. "Great Emperor, I know who this person is. Oh, not long ago, I saw the portrait of the sword cultivator who killed Emperor Xuanwu. Moreover, according to the information we obtained from infiltrating the Great Thousand World, this person is a peerless powerhouse in the Great Thousand World. His name is Jianao, and he is the world's #1 sword cultivator." Shang Wanwan said in a deep voice. "The world's #1 sword cultivator?" Wu Jiong said in a deep voice. "Of course, the Great Thousand World Lord and Zhongshan are not included. After all, no one knows how strong Zhongshan is. However, the Sword Pavilion, which was founded by Jianao, reigns supreme. In terms of swordsmanship, no one in the Great Thousand World can defeat him." Shang Wanwan said in a deep voice. "Jianao? What's he doing here?" Wu Jiong said solemnly. At this moment, the door of a hall not far away opened with a bang. Clang! When the door of the hall opened, everyone looked over. It was Tong Tun, who was dressed in a black robe and carrying the celestial sword on his back, slowly walking out of the hall. The great Zhou realm's #1 sword cultivator, Tong Tian. The prime of Tong Tian's body was also filled with a monstrous sword intent. At this moment, Tong Tian did not restrain it. Instead, he gently released it. In an instant, the swords of almost all the sword cultivators in Luoyang City began to vibrate. Hum! Millions of swords hummed, as if they were welcoming the Emperor of Swords. Tong Tian walked to the entrance of Taiji Palace and looked at Jianao in the distance. Jianao also opened his eyes at the right time. 2 15-colored lights shot out from his eyes. The lights were dazzling and terrifying. Countless cultivators who were staring at Jianao felt their hearts tremble. It was as if this pair of eyes had pierced into their hearts, and they felt a chill in their hearts. "Great Thousand World, Sword Pavilion, Jianao." Jianao called out to Tong Tian. At this moment, it seemed like there was no one else in Jianao's eyes except for Tong Tian. Tong Tian's face sank. "Tong Tian, when I was in the Great Thousand World, I had long heard of sect leader Tong Tian's great name. In the past, the Great Thousand World sages defied the heavens, and sect leader Tong Tian's swordsmanship was #1 under the heavens. Unfortunately, during sect leader Tong Tian's glorious years, this humble one had yet to be born. By the time this humble one had traveled the world, news of sect leader Tong Tian had already faded. In that case, your sword Dao has reached the peak of the Great Thousand World." Tong Tian stared at Jianao. From Tong Tian's attitude, one could see how much importance he attached to Jianao. After all, that sword intent could not be faked. "Yes," Jianao admitted straightforwardly. "Sword Pavilion's Jianao requests a battle with Tong Tian." Jianao said solemnly, requesting a battle. He was challenging the prime of Tong Tian. Luoyang City was in an uproar. Chapter 1500. Xianyang. When Yin Chuan received the news, he led the officials to the entrance of the Skyward Palace and looked to the west. At this moment, the Tong Tian sect leader had already accepted Jianao's request for battle. The two sword experts had already begun their battle. Boom! Boom! The deafening sound of the collision could be heard even in the outer eastern continent. Looking from afar, The area where the Azure Dragon Emperor had attacked the silver-eyed Yin Chuan's territory had become the battlefield of the two great swordsmen. The sky was filled with sword chi, one green and one purple. The two violent sword chi storms were like two blazing suns. The sword chi was the sunlight, flooding the entire territory and even shooting toward the entire outer west continent. Jian'eo, Yin Chuan's eyes darkened. What a powerful sword Dao. Great Emperor, who is this Jian'eo? How is his sword Dao so powerful? My sword Dao is far from his. Mournful Hua exclaimed. Jian'eo, the #1 sword expert in the Great Thousand World. His life was devoted to the sword. In the past, as a mortal, he became the #1 person in the Great Thousand World. However, he realized that his sword Dao was a little off. In order to correct his sword Dao, he committed suicide. 30,000 years later, he was reborn. Without destruction, there is no construction. He cultivated the purest sword Dao. He cultivated the clear sword heart. His goal was to defeat all the heroes in the world with his sword Dao. Along the way, he killed gods and Buddhas. Ghosts and gods avoided him. His sword Dao was the best in the world. Yin Chuan explained. Such a powerful person. Everyone was shocked. Jian'eo was once able to kill celestials when he was still immortal. The sealed world of the Great Thousand World is called the Minor Thousand World. When he ascended, nearly 1,000 celestials rushed in, but he slaughtered them all. His blood dyed the sky red as he killed his way into the heavens with a single sword strike. The world was shocked. Gigu Zi explained, what a powerful person. Then, wouldn't he be invincible in the Great Thousand World? An official asked. Jian'eo has only been defeated twice in his life. Once he was defeated by Zhongshan. Yin Chuan said, oh, everyone's eyes narrowed. He had only been defeated twice in his life. Only twice? So little? Jian'eo was so ferocious. What about Zhongshan? In the distance, the great battle continued. More and more people were paying attention to this battle in the mortal realm. Outer South Continent. The Lotus God sat in the 10,000 Lotus Sea. This person? Did he get stronger again? Lotus God asked in a low voice. The Nether King, who was standing at the side, said, my lord, I have sent people to infiltrate the Great Thousand World. This person is called Jian'eo, and he is an extremely strong person in the Great Thousand World. He has fought countless battles throughout his life, and he has always been challenging people above his level. The more he fights, the fiercer he gets. Yes, Lotus Goddess nodded. Outside the North Continent, at the entrance of the Immortal Hall, Zhongshan led the officials and looked at the West Outer Continent. The Prime of Tongtian? Zhongshan asked in a deep voice. In the past, when our dynasty and Jian'eo had not risen, the world had already heard of how powerful Tongtian was. Hongjun had 3 disciples, Taisheng, Yuanshi, and Tongtian. Although Tongtian was ranked 3rd, his sword Dao was so strong that even Taisheng and Yuanshi were ashamed to use swords. His sword Dao was comparable to Hongjun's. An official explained. Hongjun, the Hongjun of the Great Thousand Realms, is indeed not dead. Zhongshan said. Everyone fell silent. The Northeast Continent, the Eastern Sect, Dongfang Bubi, dressed in white, slowly walked out of the Eastern Hall with a group of disciples behind him. Sectmaster, the disciples said respectfully. Dongfang Bubi did not say anything. Instead, he looked toward the distant west. His eyes were deep, and no one could tell whether he was happy or sad. West Outer Continent, the battlefield between Tongtian and Jian'eo. Jian'eo's black hair fluttered as he swung the bronze sword in his hand. The prime of Tongtian's robes fluttered. With a ferocious expression, he swung the immortal slaying sword. Ding! The tips of the 2 swords suddenly collided. From the tip of the sword, a spherical ripple radiated in all directions. Wherever the ripple passed, countless sword chi burst out at a speed 10 times faster than before. Boom! The 2 swords collided with each other. So powerful. The Great Thousand Realms actually produced such a strong swordsman like you? The Prime of Tontian said in a deep voice. Jin Ao did not say a word. Immortals slaying the world, world rebirth. The Prime of Tontian shouted. Buzz! The immortal slaying sword burst out millions of sword lights. The Milky Way of swords, heart. Jin Ao said in a deep voice. Boom! The bronze sword instantly burst out millions of green light and charged toward the immortal slaying sword. Boom! Under the huge impact, Jin Ao still looked calm. However, the Prime of Tontian seemed to be unable to hold on. Roar! The Prime of Tontian shouted, and his body suddenly expanded. Are you going to break through? Jin Ao asked solemnly. Not long ago, I watched Kong Huangtian's battle and seemed to have comprehended something. The Prime of Tontian did not hide it. Then I'll help you again. Sword force, great Milky Way surging. Jin Ao shouted again. Boom! All of a sudden, countless streams of sword chi were straightened out and rushed towards sect leader Tontian. Boom! The surging river was unstoppable. The pressure on the Prime of Tontian suddenly increased by more than a few times. The Prime of Tontian's eyes widened, and the great path behind him soared into the sky. The purplish great path suddenly dissipated and gradually turned into a black great path. Boom! There was a loud bang, and the Prime of Tontian's body rumbled. Jin Ao kept his sword at the right time. Tontian's surging aura burst out from his body. The huge aura shattered the surrounding sword chi. In the entire territory, only a huge black hole was left, covering the two of them. Gradually, the black hole disappeared, and the two of them were exposed before everyone. The Prime of Tontian closed his eyes, and the aura around him surged wildly. Jin Ao stood quietly in the distant void. A sword mountain suddenly appeared under his feet, and Jin Ao landed on the peak of the sword mountain. 16th heaven, the Prime of Tontian broke through. In the distance, Yin Chuan's eyes flashed with joy. 16th heaven, in the past, the great thousand world did not dare to imagine it. The Prime of Tontian actually reached it. The sword chi around the Prime of Tontian was restrained, and the strength of his sword Dao could not be seen clearly. However, there was no need to doubt his strength. After a while, the Prime of Tontian suddenly opened his eyes, and a fierce fighting spirit rushed out. All along, I was just a little short. Thank you. The Prime of Tontian said solemnly. Jin Ao nodded. I have also comprehended a lot from your immortal slaying sword chi. Now that you have reached the 16th heaven, let's do it again. This time I will go all out. The Prime of Tontian narrowed his eyes. You are a strong opponent. I have only experienced this sword chi from my teacher. Come. Jin Ao swung his sword again. Whoosh. When the sword was swung, countless sword marks appeared in all directions, as if billions of sword energy were slashing toward the Prime of Tontian. The Prime of Tontian's face darkened, and he swung his immortal slaying sword again. Boom! The fierce impact shattered the void again, and billions of sword-shaped trenches appeared on the ground. It was abnormally fierce. Rumble! The two powerhouses continued to fight. Hum! In the world of the living, the swords of countless cultivators suddenly trembled, as if they were cheering for the supreme sword chi, and also as if they were worshipping it. The dense sword chi instantly engulfed the two of them again. Even Yin Chuan, Zhongshan, and the Lotus God, who were far away, could not see the scene in the distance. The battle went on for 6 hours. Break! The Prime of Tontian roared. Boom! The dense sword chi area exploded with a loud bang. The huge explosion caused the entire territory below to collapse and sink into the sea in the blink of an eye. It's over. Mo Yushi's expression changed. In the distance, the sea below raged. The two of them who were fighting in the sky had stopped. The black hole disappeared, and the sword chi dissipated. Jin Ao and the Prime of Tontian held their swords and looked at each other. Everything returned to silence. Who won? Miao shouted. In the distance, after a long while, a stream of blood flowed out from the scalp above the Prime of Tontian's forehead. It streaked across his face. The prime of Tong Tian is bleeding? MOU, she said in surprise. In the distance, the prime of Tong Tian gently wiped his forehead, and blood flowed out. The prime of Tong Tian smiled bitterly and looked at Jianao. You won. Your sword Dao is better than mine. The 16th heaven. The prime of Tong Tian had already reached the 16th heaven, but he was still defeated. When the prime of Tong Tian announced his defeat, the countless cultivators in the western outer continent instantly went into an uproar. When the news spread throughout the world, the ambitious and ruthless people of the world also went into an uproar. The 16th heaven prime of Tong Tian, the prime of Tong Tian, actually lost? How can this be? Jianao looked at the prime of Tong Tian and finally nodded. You did not disgrace your name. Although I won by a hair's breadth, I gain a lot from fighting you. The prime of Tong Tian smiled bitterly. The sword Dao was the thing that the prime of Tong Tian was most proud of. Aside from his teacher, who had already died, there was also the fallen Kong Huangtian. The prime of Tong Tian felt that no one could match him in the sword Dao. However, he lost so thoroughly today. Yes, he lost so thoroughly. Others might not understand, but the prime of Tong Tian knew very well that he, Jianao, was only the 15th heaven. The 15th heaven? The prime of Tong Tian's sword Dao, a 16th heaven sword Dao, lost to a 15th heaven sword Dao. Jianao's sword Dao was strong, and Tong Tian lost thoroughly. Jianao nodded slightly to the prime of Tong Tian before turning to look at the world. Suddenly, Jianao turned his gaze to the eastern outer continent. He looked at Xianying and Yin Chuan, who was at the sky-facing palace's entrance. Sword intent burst out from his eyes. A strong fighting intent rushed towards Yin Chuan. Yin Chuan's expression did not change as he faced Jianao head-on. Their gazes collided across the world. After that, Jianao retracted his gaze and looked at the prime of Tong Tian. I have gained a lot from the battle with you. I will go into seclusion to comprehend. Goodbye, Jianao said. The prime of Tong Tian nodded. Swish! Jianao shot toward the outer north continent. Countless people stared at Jianao until he could no longer be seen. The prime of Tong Tian watched as Jianao left. He grabbed the immortal extermination sword in his hand. A small crack appeared on the sword's edge. He shook his head. The prime of Tong Tian walked towards Luoyang. In front of the Taiji Palace in Luoyang City, Wu Jiong looked at the prime of Tong Tian with a complicated expression. The 16th heaven? The prime of Tong Tian reached the 16th heaven? Such a shocking matter was not the end. Not only did the prime of Tong Tian fail to defeat Jianao, but he was defeated by Jianao instead. Jianao became famous after this battle. After this battle, no one in the world would not know Jianao's name. Chapter 1501. After the battle between Tong Tian and Jianao, everyone in the world was talking about Jianao. When the three worlds descended, the heroes only knew about Lotus God and Zhongshan. Now, they finally understood that there were other peerless experts in the three worlds. The battle between the experts of the four worlds had officially begun. Xianying City. In Yin Chuan's study, a golden-robed man was standing in the middle of two rows of ministers. Yindi, please help us. The golden-robed man asked sincerely. Oh, is this your idea? Yin Chuan looked at the golden-robed man indifferently. Yes, our master, Golden Emperor, is in seclusion and can't manage the affairs of the Southeast continent. Lotus God sent a large number of experts to the Southeast continent, so we didn't dare to resist. However, they're getting more and more arrogant. They have already plundered 10 territories in the Southeast continent. The golden-robed man said bitterly. Golden Emperor hasn't come out of seclusion. Yes, our master's seclusion seems to have reached a critical moment. We wanted to break in, but our master's golden bounded domain stopped us. The golden-robed man said. I remember that Golden Emperor and Sha Di are good friends. Why don't you ask Sha Di for help? Yin Chuan said in a low voice. Although the heroes of the divine realm are friends with our master, only our master knows where they are. We can't contact them at all. The golden-robed man said bitterly. Yin Chuan stared at the golden-robed man. Indeed, I acted on my own this time. However, I don't want the territories that our master fought for to be plundered by Lotus God again. Perhaps our master will punish me when he comes out of seclusion. However, I have no choice but to ask for your help. I can do whatever you want within my authority. Of course, this is just an extra. Our master will repay you in the future. The golden-robed man said, There's so many heroes in the world. Why did you come to me? Yin Chuan said in a low voice. The golden-robed man was silent for a while and finally said, Because I have collected information that you and Lotus God have a great feud. Secondly, Lotus God went to Xianying in person, but returned without success. Is that so? Yin Chuan stared at the golden-robed man. Also, there are 3 people leading the attack on the southeast continent. The Eastern High Priest, Big Dipper, and King Bingfeng. If the southeast continent falls, the situation in the Great Jin continent will become more and more unstable. The golden-robed man didn't hide anything. King Bingfeng, what's so special about this person? Yin Chuan asked. This person wields the Tao of reincarnation. At first, I thought that he only controlled 6 Taoists, but that day one of my colleagues fought with him, and I found that he controlled 7 Taoists. The golden-robed man frowned. All right, I will help the Golden Great Emperor. Yin Chuan nodded. Great Emperor. A few of the ministers cried out in surprise. This was facing the Lotus Goddess, facing the entire great evil world. Thank you, Yindi. Thank you, Yindi. The golden-robed man was extremely excited. You go down first, Yin Chuan said indifferently. Yes. The golden-robed man slowly left the study room. Your Majesty, why are you helping them? Next, we will have to face the entire great evil world. A minister said worriedly. We will have to face the great evil world sooner or later. The great Jun heaven realm has never been afraid of anyone. Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. But, moreover, I have been paying attention to that King Bingfeng for a long time. He has the Ice Phoenix Venerable and wields the 12 Tao of reincarnation. I need to use this opportunity to obtain him. Yin Chuan said affirmatively. Then His Majesty will definitely leave Xianying. That is not Great Jun's home ground. Lu Buwei frowned. After all, in Great Jin's home ground, Yin Chuan was stronger. If he went out, it would be bad if something happened. The Huanan continent and the Dongwai continent are adjacent to each other. Moreover, the Lotus Goddess can't leave. Yin Chuan said with a smile. Oh, everyone's expression changed. Great Emperor, you mean to trigger a war in the Netherworld so that the Lotus Goddess can't take care of each other? Lu Buwei's expression changed. That's right. Yin Chuan nodded affirmatively. Moreover, help? I won't help the Golden Sovereign for no reason. Yin Chuan narrowed his eyes. The Huanan continent. In a huge palace, everything in the palace was made of ice sculptures. In the center of the palace was a huge phoenix throne, on which sat a majestic man in white. In front of him stood a group of subordinates. Sovereign, the Golden Sovereign's palace is there. Why don't we attack there first? One of the subordinates asked curiously. On the phoenix throne, the majestic man said in a deep voice, Tian Gang and the Eastern High Priest haven't gone. Why should we go first? But King Bingfeng shook his head and said, You don't understand. This world is not that simple. Not long ago, Jin Ao and Tong Tian fought. You all know that. Is the Golden Sovereign really weak? He has the Great Emperor karmic rank. If I go now, at most both sides will suffer. Tian Gang and the Eastern High Priest will reap the benefits. His Majesty sent the 3 of us here to test us. King Bingfeng said in a deep voice. Oh, although the Golden Sovereign is the lord of the Huanan continent, his control over the Huanan continent is not strict. Even without the Golden Sovereign, it will still take the same effort to conquer these places. If you don't defeat a territory lord, this territory will be yours, and you still have to control it. King Bing Feng said in a deep voice. Okay, everyone was helpless. In the distance of the palace, Yin Chuan and Mo Yushi, on the other hand, arrived at another palace. King Bing Feng? 12 paths of reincarnation again. Mo Yushi said solemnly. How is your refining of Qing Wan going? Yin Chuan looked at Mo Yushi. I have mastered all. There are now 24 paths of reincarnation. Mo Yushi said. That's good. When do we start? Wait a little longer. Wait for news from the underworld. Yin Chuan explained. Underworld, South Outer Continent. Under the Lotus God's command, the West High Priest and the North High Priest each held a scepter and led countless demons of the great evil world to attack. The South Outer Continent of the underworld used to be the territory of the great Emperor Rosefinch. Unfortunately, after the death of the great Emperor Rosefinch, it became much more desolate. The subordinates of the great Emperor Rosefinch each occupied their own territory and fell apart. In front of the two high priests, such a state of disunity was naturally vulnerable. If it weren't for the fact that they wanted to completely control the territory, the two high priests would have already swept through it. Even so, the two high priests were unimpeded. In fact, the two of them even joined the army. Report. A three-eyed demon rushed into the main hall. The two high priests on the left and right looked at the demon. Reporting to the West High Priest and the North High Priest, the 6th Vanguard Army has been completely annihilated. What? The West High Priest's face sank. The front line reported that the 6th Vanguard Army was completely annihilated overnight. However, when they left, the 5th Vanguard Army's commander saw them and quietly followed them. The three-eyed demon reported, there are still people who dare to kill my people in the South Outer Continent of the underworld. They should be executed. The West High Priest shouted. No matter who it is, die. The North High Priest's eyes also turned cold. In the South Outer Continent of the underworld, a group of three-eyed demons stopped at the peak of a mountain. Were they? One of the three-eyed demons was puzzled. I saw them coming here earlier. Escape? You want to escape after killing my brother? They actually crossed 3 territories? Who is it? Is there any force in the South Outer Continent that can resist my great evil world? Find them. They killed my 6th brother. I want to exterminate their 9 generations. Yes. A group of demons frantically searched around. After a while, Commander, look, there's someone over there. What a heavy energy. The demons looked into the distance together. Looking from afar, there was a huge abyss that connected to the depths of the earth. Billowing energy emerged from the huge abyss, incomparably eerie. Around this huge abyss, there were countless palaces and giants walked around. The giants were not a side race, but the monolith race. After being expelled by Yin Chuan, they came here. Monolith Peak, Monolith Hall, Panjia, Pan-E, Panding, and the rest of the 10 had extremely ugly expressions. Bastard Yin Chuan. If we didn't show mercy back then, his great Jun would have been destroyed long ago. Pan Exen said angrily. Yeah, what was great Jun? What was Yin Chuan? Pan Gue said coldly. Pan Gung revealed a bitter smile. No, Pan Gung did the right thing. Panjia said solemnly. Big brother? Everyone looked at Panjia. Yin Chuan's actions are understandable. From his point of view, it's already benevolent that he didn't kill all of us. Otherwise, before the True Lord came out, he would have destroyed our monolith race and cut off one of our wings. Panjia said solemnly. Pan Xin said in surprise. Pan E also nodded. That's right. From Yu Tian's attitude, we can see that Yin Chuan has no need to let you guys go when he has the strength. But Yin Chuan can forget about getting any benefits. Pan Xin said unwillingly. No, Pan Xin, you're wrong. Back then, the 5 of us entered the netherworld. Back then, Yin Chuan might not have the strength to kill all of you. In fact, there's a high chance that he could. Do you know how strong Great Jun is now? Pan Jia looked over. Pan Xin frowned. Moreover, attacking the monolith race back then is better than attacking you guys after the true lore comes out, right? If we fight then, Great Jun's losses will be even greater. Pan Jia said. Pan Xian's expression changed. In the end, he could only say helplessly, "All right, the true Lord is about to awaken. We're here to welcome the true Lord." Pan Geng interrupted. Pan Jia and the others nodded. As long as the true Lord comes out, who can be his match? Pan Yi said confidently, while the leaders of the monolith race were talking. Boom! A loud sound came from outside the hall. Pan Jia's face darkened. Ha ha ha, so it's you bunch of rocks. What a tough body. You didn't die even when I hit you like that? A demon's voice came from outside. Humph, you dare to be our enemy? You're courting death. Boom! Pangea's face darkened. He led a group of experts out of the hall. West High Priest and North High Priest camp. Reporting, the culprit has been found. However, the 5th Vanguard Army was almost completely annihilated. Only 3 people escaped. When the coffin's lid opened, there seemed to be a huge black hole inside. The black hole spun, swallowing and spitting out endless secluded spring. Beside it stood an expert from the monolith tribe. It was Pan Sheng. Pan Sheng was the first monolith Yin Chuan had met. When he'd killed Jin Xiong, his father-in-law, in his previous life, he'd encountered an identical beast. Pan Sheng had planned to swindle the beast from Yin Chuan, but in the end, he'd failed. Later, the monolith tribe had sent him to the underworld to pay attention to Jiangxin's awakening. Looking at the pitch-black coffin, Pan Sheng felt slightly bitter. What a pity. If only I'd had an identical beast back then. Since I can't find one to replace me, then this can only be fate. Pan Sheng said bitterly. With a bitter smile, Pan Sheng bowed respectfully to the black coffin. True master, Pan Sheng was created by you. Offer my body is only natural and my greatest honor. I only hope that after you use my body to awaken, you'll take pity on the monolith tribe. The monolith tribe will be eternally loyal to you. I hope that you'll treat them as real people, not tools or treasures. Pan Sheng kowtows and begs you. Pan Sheng kowtowed to the black coffin. Hum! The black coffin hummed, as if urging Pan Sheng to move. Pan Sheng took a deep breath, walked to the coffin's lid, and slowly lay down. In an instant, the black hole swallowed Pan Sheng. Walala! Pan Sheng's face contorted in pain. His entire body seemed to be twisting. His previously bald head rapidly grew hair, and his body shrank. Ah! Pan Sheng cried out in pain. Clang! The lid of the coffin flew into the air and closed with a loud bang. The pitch-black coffin immediately began to absorb the nether spring energy from all directions. Surging energy whizzed over as it absorbed it. Under the ferocious absorption, the entire territory trembled. Not only the monolith tribe's territory, but the surrounding seas and the entire outer south continent also trembled violently. Countless nether springs under the ground in various large territories seemed to have disappeared into thin air. Jiangchun will awaken and absorb the nether spring energy of an entire continent. Rumble! In the outer south continent of the netherworld, countless cultivators looked around in confusion. At this moment, a large number of great evil worlds experts charged toward the netherworld again, and toward the monolith tribe. More and more demons and great demons swarmed over. Rumble! Boundless killing intent brewed outside the monolith tribe. Rolling demons seemed to carry the fury of the great evil world as they poured down in torrents. The huge commotion quickly alerted countless experts in the netherworld. Netherworld, Great Qin City. Zombie Yin Chuan received the news and walked out of the central hall, looking at the monolith tribe in the distance. Outer West Continent, Great Kindness World. Great Venerable Ution held the heavenly peach sword in his hand and coldly looked at the outer south continent. Outer north continent. Chu Jiang Hall. Ancestor Mingyi seemed to have sensed something and stepped out of the hall, looking towards the south. In the world of the living, Yin Chuan and Mo Yushi stood at the entrance of a hall. Yin Chuan's expression was slightly serious. What's wrong? The outer south continent of the netherworld is shaking. Jiangchun is about to awaken, Yin Chuan said solemnly. Chapter 1503. In the world of the living, Yin Chuan and Mo Yu, she stood in front of a great hall. Yin Chuan's expression was grave. What's wrong? The underworld is shaking in the southern outer continent. Jiangchun is about to awaken, Yin Chuan said in a low voice. Jiangchun is about to awaken? Mo Yu, she looked worried. Don't worry. We'll have to face him sooner or later. Jiangchun? Yin Chuan narrowed his eyes. Mo Yu, she nodded, but she was still worried. The Lotus Goddess doesn't know about Jiangchun's connection to the Boulder Clan. She's ordered a large number of experts from the Great Fiend world to attack the Boulder Clan. The time has come, Yin Chuan said gravely. Can we begin? Mo Yushi's expression changed. That's right. Now that Jiangchun has awakened, the Lotus Goddess won't be able to divert her attention to the world of the living. It's time to deal with King Bing Feng, said Yin Chuan gravely. All right. Mo Yushi's eyes lit up. In the world of the dead, at the mouth of the abyss in the outer south continent, Panjia stood in front of a palace, guarding the mouth of the abyss. Almost all of the Boulder Clan's experts had made their move. Waves of demons attacked, and countless experts swarmed in. Rumble. Battles broke out everywhere. Pan led a group of brothers to attack the ambitious and ruthless evil demons. That's them. Everyone. The Lotus Goddess has ordered us to kill them, roared the West High Priest. Roar. Countless demons roared and charged forward. Rumble. In the blink of an eye, the Boulder Clan was drowned in the endless sea of demons. There were too many demons, so many that it was shocking. Although the Boulder Clan was talented and had incomparably strong bodies, they couldn't compare to the demons in terms of numbers. This was an entire world of demons. The Boulder Clan, on the other hand, only had one clan. One clan versus one world. In the blink of an eye, their successors were running out. For true Lord, roared Pan. For true Lord, roared almost everyone in the Boulder Clan. Amidst the fierce battle, countless experts also stared at the mouth of the abyss. Now the entire outer south continent was shaken. Something big must have happened. Here, the Rock Tribe would rather die in battle than give up on the abyss. What was there at the abyss? Suddenly, an evil demon took advantage of the gap in the battle and shot towards the mouth of the abyss. Boom! Pangea's figure flickered, and he instantly appeared in front of him, smashing him into pieces with a palm strike. The plate armor was the final hurdle. Although that demon was dead, it piqued the interest of the other demons. More and more demons shot over. Boom! 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 Pangea flew above the mouth of the abyss. Anyone who approached it would die. The battle grew fiercer and fiercer, and the Boulder Tribe's casualties grew greater and greater. Roar! Pan roared in grief and indignation. With the strength of the 16 heavenly layers, he was fighting 1 against 10, showing his ferocious and overbearing side. On the other side, the demons were shocked by the tenacity of the Boulder Tribe. 16 heavens? Also, that group of 15-layered heaven. What was the origin of the Boulder Tribe? Why had he never received such news before? The Rock Tribe had suffered many casualties, but they were still able to defend against the enemy outside the mouth of the abyss. Kaboom! The ground of the outer south continent shook more and more violently. For a moment, it was as if the Yin-Chi in the outer south continent had decreased by half. The battle lasted for 3 days, but there was still no result. The demons were ferocious, but the Boulder Tribe's physical bodies were invincible. The Boulder Tribe had suffered many casualties, but the Boulder sect elders at the mouth of the abyss had suffered few injuries. The demons had suffered even more casualties. After all, their physical bodies couldn't compare to the Boulder tribes. The more they fought, the more frustrated they became. This time, they'd mobilized a large number of strong cultivators from the great evil world. It had been 3 days, but there was still no result. Moreover, the ground was covered in corpses. If not for the limited number of Boulder tribe members, the great evil world's cultivators would have been defeated long ago. They can't be killed, a demon said with an ugly expression. Can't be killed? If both sides suffered, they would only exhaust themselves to death. Instantly, all the demon's expressions turned ugly. Suddenly, a lotus bloomed on the battlefield. As soon as the first lotus blossomed, an endless number of lotus flowers blotted out the sky and covered the earth. A vast aura spread across the battlefield. Countless demons rejoiced and immediately stopped fighting. Welcome, Lotus Goddess! All the demons were overjoyed. However, Pangaea and the others' expressions changed. The Boulder tribe's cultivators quickly retreated to the mouth of the abyss. At the center, a huge white lotus bloomed. A white-robed man appeared on the white lotus. He had a purple lotus on his head and a green lotus mark between his brows. Wherever he looked, an unstoppable force pressed down on the Boulder tribe. Other than Pangaea and Pan-E, the other Boulder tribe's cultivators couldn't raise their heads. Pangaea and Pan-E's 16 levels of heaven barely blocked the Lotus Goddess's gaze. Boom! The two braced themselves and stepped forward. They blocked the ferocious aura. Boulder tribe, the Lotus Goddess said softly. When the Lotus Goddess opened her mouth, the sky was filled with multicolored light. Her divine might was unparalleled. Countless demons stood behind her respectfully. She was the master of a realm, showing her dominance over the world. Lotus Goddess, the Boulder tribe has no enmity with your great evil world, but you keep coming to kill our people. What is the meaning of this? Pangaea said with difficulty. The ground was still shaking. The Lotus Goddess could feel that endless Qi was gathering fiercely at the entrance of the abyss. The Lotus Goddess narrowed her eyes. The South Outer Continent is my territory. I can do whatever I want. As she spoke, billions of lotuses appeared out of nowhere. The lotuses spread toward the Boulder tribe, drowning them all in the blink of an eye. Bastard, this is my ancestral land. No one is allowed to be presumptuous. Break! Pangaea shouted. Boom! Countless lotuses exploded, but there were too many of them. They couldn't all explode. In the blink of an eye, countless lotuses entered the abyss as if they wanted to investigate. Oh no, everyone attacked the Lotus Goddess. Pangaea's expression changed. At this moment, he couldn't care less about being weaker than the Lotus Goddess. He charged at the Lotus Goddess. Countless members of the Boulder tribe charged forward. Boom! Waves of power surged. The Lotus Goddess glared. Bang! Almost all the Boulder tribe's cultivators were sent flying. Puffed, puffed. Sounds of blood being spat out could be heard. Only Pangaea and Pan-E flew closer. However, they were trapped by the two lotuses in the blink of an eye. Roar! The Boulder tribe roared in grief. Everyone tried their best to stop the Lotus Goddess, but they couldn't stop her. More and more lotuses entered the abyss. True Lord, no! Countless Boulder tribe members cried out in grief. They were sad for their own uselessness. They were sad that the Lotus Goddess was about to wake up. They were helpless. However, the demons were overjoyed. Ha ha! Some of the demons even laughed cruelly. The Lotus Goddess stared at the abyss. Her lotuses entered the abyss. Suddenly, the Lotus Goddess's expression changed. An explosive roar came from the bottom of the abyss. How dare you! Bang! Endless spring water surged into the sky. All the lotuses that entered the abyss exploded. A loud roar came out, and an ear-piercing tremor spread throughout the world. The netherworld was filled with this roar. Many lotuses in the air exploded. The demons were the first to bear the brunt of this roar. Their innards were injured by this roar. Many demons spat out mouthfuls of blood. The sound waves soared into the sky, and surging spatial ripples rushed into the nine heavens. Above the starry sky, countless stars shook violently. The lotus goddess's expression darkened. She quickly stabilized the surroundings and protected the demons. Pan Jia and Pan Yi, who were trapped by the lotuses, could suddenly move. "True Lord?" Pan Yi exclaimed. "Welcome back, True Lord." Pan Jia was overjoyed. "Welcome back, True Lord." Almost all the Boulder Tribe members cheered wildly. In the world, a group of giants stared at the abyss. They saw a black wooden coffin slowly float out of the abyss, surrounded by yin qi. A soul-sucking aura rushed into the minds of countless experts, even from a distance. There were countless mysterious runes on the coffin. The lotus goddess's expression darkened because she felt a divine flame from the coffin. This divine flame seemed to penetrate the coffin and destroy the force field she created. Crack, 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 crack. Countless cracks appeared on the coffin. Golden light shone from the cracks. "Greetings, True Lord." Almost all the Boulder Tribe members knelt down. Even Pan Jia and Pan Yi, the two 16th heaven cultivators, knelt down respectfully. Boom! The black wooden coffin suddenly exploded. The instant it did, endless golden light shot out in all directions. The world, covered by the secluded spring, was instantly filled with a sea of golden light. A powerful aura pressed down on the lotus goddess. Countless demons were pushed back by the surging impact. The lotus goddess's expression darkened. She didn't give in at all. The golden light slowly faded, revealing a man in a luxurious golden robe. The man's long golden hair was draped over his back. On his back, there was a pair of huge golden dragon bone wings, similar to Yin Chuan's dragon bone wings. However, this man's dragon bone wings were even more ferocious and huge. The man had two golden fangs in his mouth. His eyes were like two black holes that absorbed everything in the world. He wasn't handsome, but he was extremely fierce. He clenched his fist, and a fierce aura shot out of his eyes. A ferocious, murderous aura rushed towards the lotus goddess. Just like that day at Mount Zhong, the murderous aura condensed into thousands of warriors and charged towards the lotus goddess with sabers in their hands. Boom! Wherever the murderous aura passed, it was like a surging river. Countless demons were terrified. The lotus goddess's expression changed, and a powerful, murderous aura surged out. Boom! The two powerful experts' murderous auras collided in the void, and the surrounding void was instantly shattered into pieces. The huge impact paused for a moment after the first strike. The golden-robed man suddenly roared towards the sky. Roar! The roar shook the sky, and it was incomparably majestic. The entire netherworld was filled with this huge roar. Hearing the roar, zombie Yin Chuan, who was far away in the great Qin city, suddenly changed his expression. This roar made his blood seem to be boiling. Suppress. Zombie Yin Chuan roared, and his blood calmed down. Although he suppressed it, the blood in his body was still boiling because of the roar, and Yin Chuan was immediately alerted. How could sound affect him from billions of miles away? Roar, roar, roar. In an instant, almost every corner of the netherworld, including the 6 continents, echoed the roar. Zombies, countless zombies. Aside from a few who could suppress the boiling of their blood, most of the zombies had their blood boiling as they roared at the sky. At the same time, countless zombies suddenly bowed in the direction of the outer southern continent. Corpse ancestor, Great Emperor Jiangchen, Lotus God's expression darkened. With a single roar, he could command almost all the zombies in the world. When a general appears, 10,000 corpses pay homage. Chapter 1504. After the roar, Jiangchen felt refreshed. It was as if he'd announced to the world that the mighty, great Emperor Jiangchen had returned. In the great Qin city, Zombie Yin Chuan's gaze was cold. From the roar, he understood how terrifying his future opponent would be. In the great benevolence realm, Grand Venerable Yu Tian's gaze was also cold, but a trace of anxiety flashed through his eyes. No one understood Jiangshan better than Grand Venerable Yu Tian. In the outer North Continent, Ancestor Nether River narrowed his eyes as he stared at Great Emperor Jiangshan. Beside him, Ice Goddess asked curiously, "Master, did that roar come from Great Emperor Jiangshan?" "That's right," Ancestor Nether River said in a low voice. "How strong is Jiangshan?" Ice Goddess asked curiously. "Haven't you read some historical records? Don't you know Jiangshan?" Ancestor Nether River said indifferently. "I did. It was during the early part of the Second Epoch. Great Emperor Jiangshan once ruled the world, then faded into obscurity." Ice Goddess said curiously. "Don't you know what ruled the world means?" Ancestor Nether River said indifferently. "Huh. Majestic heaven and earth," the Nether River Patriarch explained. "It was during that time that Jiangshan became number one under heaven. Number one in the world. That's right, at least on the surface. However, after Jiangshan disappeared, Great Emperor Zui and the others rose to prominence." Ancestor Nether River explained. "Wasn't 1.5 supposed to be the number one in the Second Epoch?" Ice Goddess asked, puzzled. 1.5. This person is extremely elusive. He appeared at the beginning of the Second Epoch and suppressed the world, then disappeared. After 1.5 disappeared, Jiangshan appeared and swept through the world. After Jiangshan disappeared, 1.5 reappeared at the end of the Second Epoch. 1.5 never interacted with Jiangshan, Ancestor Nether River said. So, other than the 1.5 whose strength is unknown, Great Emperor Jiangshan is the undisputed number one in the Second Epoch? Ice Goddess' expression changed. "That's right." Ancestor Nether River nodded. "Master, have you seen Jiangshan before?" Ice Goddess asked curiously. "First time." Ancestor Nether River didn't hide anything. From the looks of it, apart from Master, the Second Era is much stronger than the Third Era. In the past, the number one expert of the Third Era, Kong Huantian, was only at the 15th heavenly layer. Apart from the Lord, each epoch is worse than the last. The Ice God frowned. "No." Nether River Patriarch shook his head. "The world is developing. Peerless experts are born in every epoch. I was born in the beginning of the Third Epoch. Later, I just hit myself. And Hong Jun, as for the Fourth Epoch, don't underestimate it. The great Kiliacosm Domain Lord, Zhongshan, was born in the Fourth Epoch. Not long ago, Jin Ao and Yin Chuan of the Great Perfection Epoch had yet to reach the end of their cultivation path. They still have a lot of room for improvement. No one knows the final outcome of the disputes in the world." Patriarch Nether River said solemnly. "Yes. Do you know why Jiangshan, Kong Huantian, Ziwei, and the others chose to hide from the world?" Patriarch Nether River asked solemnly. "Why? The showdown of an epoch is ultimately too small. Jiangshan went into hibernation so that his descendants could rise. If Jiangshan ruled the world alone, it would be difficult for his descendants to carve out a new world. Those with the heart of an expert don't hope to stand at the peak and look down on the world. It's lonely at the top. Those with the heart of an expert hope to have opponents." Patriarch Nether River said solemnly. "Opponents?" "That's right. They hope to have opponents of the same level, or even stronger. After all, glory, splendor, wealth, and rank are too easy for experts. They will eventually grow tired of enjoying it for 10,000 years. Experts need to be even stronger. Only then can they obtain great spiritual satisfaction. On the one hand, they want to welcome the bloodbath of fate. On the other hand, they want to continuously climb to the peak and compete with fate." Patriarch Nether River said solemnly. "Compete with fate? As long as an expert has the heart of an expert, they don't fear fate or death. What they fear is that they have no opponents. So what if it's fate? In the future, they will defy the heavens and sever fate. Patriarch Nether River said solemnly. Boom! A bolt of heavenly lightning suddenly fell from the sky above. It headed straight for Patriarch Nether River. Patriarch Nether River looked up, his eyes widening. Boom! The bolt of heavenly lightning dissipated with a bang. Beside him, the ice goddess was flabbergasted. In the future, they will defy the heavens and sever fate? Was that heavenly lightning just now a reaction from fate? That's why I say that this is a great era. The four realms are united, and heroes of the four realms will rise. Some will fall, but others will rise. The great era has arrived, and the struggle for supremacy begins. Patriarch Nether River said solemnly. Yes, sir, Ice Goddess said excitedly. With that, Patriarch Nether River turned his gaze to the outer South Continent. In the outer South Continent, Great Emperor Jiangshun was born. Tens of thousands of zombies prostrated themselves before him. Countless experts of the Boulder clan knelt behind him. In front of Great Emperor Jiangshun was the Lotus Goddess. Behind her, a group of demons frowned. Jiangshun unfurled his enormous skeletal wings, seeming extremely comfortable. He gently turned his head. A transcender? Jiangshun stared at the Lotus Goddess. The Lotus Goddess looked at him coldly, not afraid at all. Jiangshun turned his head to the west and saw the virtuous world. Then he looked up at the sky. For realms. Fate severed the three corpses, and now they're coming back together? This really is a great era, haha. Jiangshun laughed heartily. After laughing, he looked at the Lotus Goddess. Pan Jiao, what's going on? Jiangshun asked coolly. Reporting to the true Lord, they're from the great evil world. The realm lord of great evil, the Lotus Goddess, wanted to invade the outer South Continent. My Boulder clan was stationed here, so a conflict arose. In the end, Oh, is that so? In other words, the outer South Continent is my territory? Great Emperor Jiangshun asked coolly. Huh? Pan Jia didn't dare say no. So the great evil world is invading my territory? Great Emperor Jiangshun asked in a low voice. The Lotus Goddess didn't say a word. She looked coldly at Jiangshun. Jiangshun looked up at the sky. The realm lord of great evil? That's for the best. The outer South Continent is my territory. Get out of my territory and what? Asked the Lotus Goddess, her eyes cold. If you want to take one of my continents, you'll have to be prepared to lose one. The outer South Continent of the great evil world will merge with this place, right? Even if you give up your territory as compensation, it's still my territory. Great Emperor Jiangshun said domineeringly. How dare you? One of the Lotus Goddess' eight-armed subordinates shouted angrily. Jiangshun had just been born, yet he wanted to reach out to the great evil world? Wasn't that a bit too arrogant? Jiangshun's eyes widened. Boom! The subordinate's 8 arms exploded. If the Lotus Goddess hadn't noticed, she would have sent out a lotus to wrap around him. Otherwise, he would have exploded on the spot. Impudent, Jiangshun said coldly. Then he looked at the Lotus Goddess again, as if he hadn't injured her subordinates at all. Lotus Goddess, did you hear what I said? He asked coldly. What if I don't want to? She asked coldly. You don't want to? No one can say no in front of me, said Jiangshun coldly. Boom! Jiangshun and the Lotus Goddess simultaneously released a powerful wave of intent. The two waves of intent collided, causing the void to shatter. The surrounding experts were sent flying by the ferocious might. Boom! As the two peerless experts battled, they shot into the sky. Their speed was shocking. In the blink of an eye, they shot into the starry sky. Then, without slowing down, they disappeared from everyone's sight. Only the subordinates of both sides remained. At the entrance to the great Qin city, Great Emperor Jiangshun and the Lotus Goddess have disappeared. The factory guards are searching everywhere for news. Lu Gang immediately reported the news from the outer South Continent. Yin Chuan didn't need to report at all. Yin Chuan had seen everything clearly. There's no need to search. They've gone to the infinite. Yin Chuan said in a low voice. The surrounding officials' expressions suddenly changed. The battle in the 17th heaven was too intense. The two of them moved the battlefield to the infinite. said Yin Chuan. The infinite? Isn't there no living creatures in the infinite? They're just fighting. Yin Chuan shook his head. For a moment, the surrounding officials were shocked. Fighting in the infinite? They'd already left the four realms? They'd already left the world? Wasn't this too exaggerated? In the past, this was something they wouldn't even dare to think about. But now it was happening. The Lotus Goddess versus Jiangchen. In the Netherworld, the Lotus Goddess and Jiangchen were fighting. In the world of the living around the southeast continent. Boom! King Bingfeng immediately sent the Golden Emperor's subordinates flying. Ha ha ha, I won't block my path. King Bingfeng said confidently. Even though the Golden Emperor's subordinates had reached the 12th heaven after being deprived of their astral power, the world was changing too fast. The 12th heaven was no longer enough to face the world's top experts. King Bingfeng fought alone, soaring into the sky. Screech. Suddenly, a long screech sounded behind King Bingfeng. It was a huge black phoenix with 12 paths of reincarnation dancing behind it. At this moment, it stared at King Bingfeng arrogantly. Dark Phoenix? King Bingfeng's expression changed. Suddenly, King Bingfeng seemed to have sensed something and turned his head. Half of the sky was already covered by emerald green peacock feathers. A huge green peacock phantom was staring at King Bingfeng. In front of the peacock phantom stood a man. It was the green-haired Yin Chuan. Yin Chuan only stepped on a great emperor's altar and stared at King Bingfeng with his peacock ability. A wave of fighting intent rushed straight to King Bingfeng. It's you, Yin Chuan? King Bingfeng suddenly glared. King Bingfeng, the late 15th heaven? I allow you to fight. Yin Chuan shouted. Screech. Not far away, and Mo Yushi let out a long screech. Yushi, block the surrounding thieves. I need to fight King Bingfeng alone. Yin Chuan's eyes flashed with seriousness. Peacock fighting intent, climbing the peak in battle. Yin Chuan inherited Kong Huangtian's will and naturally had his own understanding of how to break through. Yin Chuan needed an opponent, a strong opponent. Just you. King Bingfeng showed a trace of disdain. Yin Chuan stretched out his hand and took out the Jade Emperor's sword. With a swing of his sword, a black beam of light charged towards King Bingfeng. Chapter 1505. Yin Chuan's green hair fluttered in the wind. He waved the Jade Emperor's sword in his hand, and a sword light shot toward King Bingfeng. He didn't use the Blood Sea, the universe in the palm, or the hand of Tao. He only used the Jade Emperor sword and the peacock plume. Under the effect of the Great Emperor Karma rank, Yin Chuan's strength reached the 15th firmament. It was extremely ferocious. King Bingfeng was at the peak of the 15th firmament. At King Bingfeng's level, there was naturally no mediocre person. A transparent sword slashed toward the Jade Emperor sword. On one side, the peacock plume filled the void, while on the other side, snow filled the sky. Boom! The two swords collided. Under the tremendous force, Yin Chuan's body was pushed back slightly. After all, the 15th firmament pushed by the Great Emperor altar naturally couldn't compare to King Bingfeng in terms of strength. However, Yin Chuan was getting stronger and stronger. Boom! 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 The two powerhouses clashed quickly in the southeast continent. Fight, fight, fight! Kong Huangtian's will sharpen himself in battle and climb to the peak in battle. Every obstacle was a stepping stone to progress. The stronger the enemy, the stronger he was. Boom! Relying on Kong Huangtian's will, Yin Chuan attacked with all his strength. Boom! The world around the southeast continent rumbled. The huge sound alarmed countless powerhouses in the world, especially in the southeast continent. The Eastern High Priest and Tiangang looked from afar. King Bingfeng, Yin Chuan. Tiangang's eyes narrowed. Tiangang was silent for a moment and flew toward Yin Chuan. The Eastern High Priest looked into the distance, and his face sank. Although it seemed that King Bingfeng still had the upper hand, the Eastern High Priest didn't hesitate to fly over. Because everyone had seen Yin Chuan's information, they knew that Yin Chuan wasn't in his strongest state at this moment. He still had the Blood Sea and the universe in the palm. Yin Chuan didn't plan to use these two cultivation techniques this time, because Yin Chuan needed more than just victory. Yin Chuan, are you courting death? Leave Xianyang, and this will be your burial ground. King Bingfeng said confidently. Yin Chuan ignored him. His eyes glowed green. The battle intent in his eyes grew stronger and stronger. The Jade Emperor's sword quickly danced in the sky, triggering the endless green light of heaven and earth. In the beginning, Yin Chuan was at a slight disadvantage in the battle with King Bingfeng. Gradually, this disadvantage disappeared. Yin Chuan was already able to fight evenly with King Bingfeng. What? King Bingfeng's face sank. At this moment, Tiangang and the Eastern High Priest suddenly. Tiangang's Tian boom. Two's Chuan Tian's two peoples Chuan Chuan two. S of Chuan Tian's Tian's Tian. Chuan Tian Tun. S Tian 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 Tian. There, Tian Tian Tian's is Tian Heaven Emperor Tian. Tian of. High up in the sky, Yin Chuan and King Bingfeng's battle became more and more skillful. Even King Bingfeng revealed a trace of worry. Ha ha, Yin Chuan, you're actually not a coward anymore. You actually left Xianyang. In that case, don't blame me. I'll make you pay the price for the humiliation of the past. Tiangang laughed loudly. With a flash, Tiangang was about to rush into the battlefield. Ming, Mo Yushi's figure flashed and blocked in front of Tiangang. 12 paths of reincarnation suddenly revolved around Mo Yushi, wanting to block Tiangang. With just you, Tiangang sneered. In the distance, Yin Chuan suddenly said, Yushi, let him come over. Huh? Tiangang was slightly stunned. Even King Bingfeng and the Eastern High Priest were slightly stunned. Although Tiangang was only 14th heavenly layer, he had the same special characteristic as Yin Chuan. Tiangang was a transcendent. The strength he displayed was a genuine peak 15th heavenly layer. Be careful. Mo Yushi nodded and let Tiangang go over. Tiangang looked at Mo Yushi strangely. What was she doing? However, although he was puzzled, Tiangang still did not pester Mo Yushi and rushed straight to Yin Chuan's battlefield. Boom! Tiangang attacked. Two peak 15th heavenly layer experts attacked. In an instant, a heavy blow sent Yin Chuan flying 10 miles away. Yin Chuan fell into a disadvantage again in an instant. However, Yin Chuan seemed to be tireless. The more he fought, the braver he became. The more he lost, the more he fought. Boom! A huge tear appeared on Yin Chuan's robe, but Yin Chuan did not care. As his black hair swung fiercely, his eyes were suffused with a demonic light, and his long sword slashed out quickly. Boom! 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 Yin Chuan's face was ferocious. Even though he was heavily injured again and again, he still did not feel tired. The more he fought, the fiercer he became. Yin Chuan, is he crazy? Tiangang exclaimed. Yin Chuan went up against the water again and again at an extremely ferocious speed. He waved his sword fiercely, and the sky was full of Yin Chuan's sword light. However, King Bingfeng and Tiangang's strength were not weaker than Yin Chuan, and it was immediately one-sided. Roar! Yin Chuan waved his sword with a trace of anger. Umph! Want to use King Bingfeng and Tiangang to sharpen your sword? What wishful thinking! Eastern High Priest sneered. While speaking, Eastern High Priest stepped towards the battlefield. Ming! Mou, she quickly blocked him. Yin Chuan was already retreating in defeat. If Eastern High Priest intervened, wouldn't Yin Chuan be in danger? Yushi, don't stop. Yin Chuan's voice came again. Mo Yushi felt a strong sense of worry. In the end, she nodded and opened a path for him. Eastern High Priest looked at Mo Yushi in surprise and said with a trace of sneer, If so, then don't blame us. Boom! Holding the scepter, Eastern High Priest rushed in. Yin Chuan, who was originally in danger, was immediately suppressed by 3 peerless powerhouses. Peacock Sword Art, indomitable will. Yin Chuan shouted ferociously. In a sorry state, Yin Chuan's long hair was scattered, but Yin Chuan did not mind being in a sorry state. His eyes became more and more fierce, and his eyes became more and more unyielding. An expression that broke through heaven and earth went straight for the three people. For a moment, Yin Chuan was injured all over. Tian Gang, King Bing Feng, and Easter High Priest were exceptionally happy. After all, not long ago, he had lost face in Xianying. Now, he could suppress Yin Chuan with all his strength. What could be better than this? Although they suppressed Yin Chuan, the three of them failed to notice that Yin Chuan's way of the sword was rising at an extremely terrifying speed. Boom, boom, boom. The eastern and southern continents shook the heavens, and the entire world was filled with the sounds of battle. In the outer east continent, Dongfang Jingyi was worried. Yin Chuan is fighting. Why didn't you inform me? Dongfang Zhongpai frowned. Gue Guzi, who was standing at the side, shook his head gently and said, "The great emperor doesn't want anyone to interfere this time. But that's the strength of 3 peak 15th heavenly layers." Dongfang Zhongpai said worriedly. "The great emperor knows. Director of Foreign Affairs, you should just wait and see." Gue Guzi smiled. Outer North Continent, Great Thousand Realms. Zhongshan stood in front of the Undying Palace, watching Yin Chuan's battle. Jian Ao stood at the side. "Zhongshan, is that Yin Chuan? It seems like he hasn't changed much over the years," Jian Ao said. "Indeed, he hasn't changed much. He just woke up not long ago." Zhongshan nodded. "However, his way of the sword is rising rapidly, becoming stronger and stronger. What a strong comprehension ability," Jian Ao said in shock. "It should be a gift from Kong Huangtian," Zhongshan said. "Kong Huangtian?" Jian Ao frowned slightly. "However, this won't be a gift soon. Once he absorbs this strong will, it will become Yin Chuan's." Jian Ao, "Didn't you want to challenge Yin Chuan?" Zhongshan asked. "It's not time yet. I need to become stronger." Yin Chuan also needs to become stronger. Jian Ao shook his head. "Yes." Yin Chuan nodded. In the outer west continent, Tong Tian stared at the battlefield, watching Yin Chuan. Yin Chuan was suppressed. At first, he could only defend passively. Now he could counterattack. Yin Chuan's counterattacks increased. Even Tian Gang, King Bing Feng, and the Eastern High Priest found themselves in danger. "It's still not enough. Hurry!" Yin Chuan shouted. The sword in Yin Chuan's hand moved faster and faster. Yin Chuan's counterattacks increased as well. Gradually, the three realized that something was wrong. Something's not right. Yin Chuan is getting stronger. He's getting stronger. The Eastern High Priest's face sank. At this moment, a green light enveloped Yin Chuan. Countless peacock feathers surrounded Yin Chuan. Yin Chuan seemed to have entered a selfless state. A sword in the hand and a sword in the heart. Boom! With the guidance of Kong Huangtian's will, Yin Chuan's improvement was much faster than others. This wasn't just a memory. It was a kind of will. It was the feeling of improvement every time. Others improved their cultivation by exploring the feeling. However, Yin Chuan was familiar with this feeling. With green light in his eyes, Yin Chuan only had 3 opponents in his eyes. Even though he was injured, Yin Chuan didn't care. "Break, break, break. Slash, slash, slash." Yin Chuan shouted unconsciously. Boom! Behind Yin Chuan, the peacock's shadow condensed again. Waves of peacock feathers shot out explosively. In an instant, the aura of the 3 opponents was suppressed. Buzz! Yin Chuan waved his sword and 3 huge energy swords rushed towards the 3 experts. Boom! 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 Under the huge collision, the 3 of them stopped. For the first time, Yin Chuan was on par with the 3 of them. 1 against 3, on par? Moreover, Yin Chuan had only used the Great Emperor's altar. This wasn't the most important thing. The most important thing was that within the countless peacock feathers, Yin Chuan's cultivation increased tremendously. Following that, Yin Chuan's body let out a loud sound. Boom! Yin Chuan's aura had undergone an earth-shaking change. He broke through? The Easter High Priest's face changed. He broke through? His cultivation level is at the 15th level? Tian Gang exclaimed. Isn't this breakthrough a little too sudden? So fast. Phew. Not far away. Imo Yushi was overjoyed. In the outer north continent, Zhongshan and Jian Ao narrowed their eyes. The 15th level? Yin Chuan, in his human form, had finally reached the 15th level. A sword from the west. All the peacocks under the heavens. Yin Chuan shouted and slashed out with the sword in his hand. Boom! Under the great force, the situation was reversed. The three experts were instantly suppressed. No, how could this be? The three of them exclaimed. Screech! King Bing Feng let out a long cry, and his figure suddenly turned into a huge white phoenix. Boom! The white phoenix swung its tail, and the 12 paths of reincarnation suddenly flashed out. Previously, he wanted to hold back, but now if he held back, it would be his death. Tian Gang and the Easter High Priest also quickly used their unique skills. Divine ability, deprive. Yin Chuan suddenly shouted, and the peacock phantom behind him seemed to throw out a ray of colorful light, instantly enveloping King Bing Feng. Boom! The 12 paths of reincarnation collapsed instantly. What? My supreme ice phoenix! King Bing Feng screamed in horror. 12 paths of reincarnation suddenly appeared around Yin Chuan. The supreme ice phoenix, who controlled the 12 paths of reincarnation, was deprived by Yin Chuan. Chapter 1506. In the air, 12 reincarnations revolved around Yin Chuan. His aura surged, and divine flames soared into the sky. King Bing Feng's expression changed drastically. Deprive? The fifth most powerful ability in the world? King Bing Feng exclaimed. King Bing Feng exclaimed. Tian Gang and the Easter High Priest were also shocked and became cautious. Give me back my Ice Phoenix Supreme. King Bing Feng roared. Boom! King Bing Feng swung his tail, and a sky full of ice and snow rushed towards Yin Chuan. Previously, Yin Chuan only used the Great Emperor Altar to fight against 3 people. But now, Yin Chuan's cultivation was at the 15th heavenly layer. With the Great Emperor Altar, his strength could reach the 16th heavenly layer. How could Yin Chuan be afraid of them? If you want it, then come and get it. Yin Chuan laughed. As he spoke, the Great Emperor Altar under his feet suddenly retracted. Yin Chuan didn't plan to use the Great Emperor Altar anymore. He just broke through to fight against 3 people. Yin Chuan didn't just want to win. More importantly, he wanted to break through. Putting aside all the convenience, Yin Chuan only used the Jade Emperor Sword to fight against 3 people. Yin Chuan didn't want to waste the will left behind by Kong Huangtian. Fight! The will to fight. This was what Yin Chuan wanted the most. Moreover, only by fighting continuously could he comprehend more and become stronger. The Jade Emperor Sword collided with King Bing Feng's path of ice and snow. Boom! The void exploded, and a loud sound shook the heavens. In the outer east continent, Dongfang Zhengpai's eyes widened. Isn't this too fast? His cultivation rose after just 1 fight. This comprehension. 7 kills, said in disbelief. Kong Huangtian's will. Dongfang Zhengpai's eyes lit up. Of course, he was more excited. At least the person who kept getting stronger was his good friend. On the other side, Imo Yu, she was watching the battle from a distance. But after seeing Yin Chuan remove the Great Emperor Altar, she was no longer worried and retreated far away. Transcending the Golden Dragon, number 19. Tian Gang suddenly shouted. Boom! Tian Gang transformed into a 19-clawed golden dragon and swung his tail towards Yin Chuan. The Easter High Priest sprinkled white light all over the sky, washing away Yin Chuan. Heaven-breaking sword. Yin Chuan swung the Jade Emperor's sword. Boom! The three experts retreated with a loud bang. Yin Chuan's expression was ferocious. It had been a long time since he had fought to his heart's content. He spun the jade emperor sword in his hand and charged forward again. Boom! Boom! Again and again. Yin Chuan knocked back the three experts. Divine flames dyed the sky blue. Yin Chuan was like a god of war. Wherever his long sword pointed, he was unrivaled. Yin Chuan was invincible even though they both had the strength of the 15th layer of heaven. Yin Chuan once again entered that unconscious state. The will left behind by Kong Huangtian was being crazily absorbed by Yin Chuan. Fight, fight, fight. Yin Chuan still needed stronger opponents. Three people at the 15th layer of heaven were no longer enough for Yin Chuan. Boom! Once again, the three of them were sent flying. For a moment, the three of them had ugly expressions. How could this be? Yin Chuan is getting stronger and stronger. As long as he fights, he's getting stronger all the time? The Eastern High Priest said with an ugly expression, "If my sword of force was still here, Yin Chuan wouldn't be able to be so rampant." Tiangang was unwilling to accept this. The one who was the most unwilling was King Bingfeng. 12 paths of reincarnation, Supreme Ice Phoenix. It was actually snatched away by Yin Chuan. Although they were both suppressed, Tiangang and the Eastern High Priest didn't suffer any great losses. On the other hand, she lost her strongest treasure, Supreme Ice Phoenix. The more she thought about it, the more unwilling King Bingfeng was. Because according to the current situation, it was impossible to take back the Supreme Ice Phoenix. What to do? What to do? Admit defeat? No, the Supreme Ice Phoenix was hers, and it could only be hers. Suddenly, King Bingfeng saw Mo Yushi, who had already transformed into a human form not far away. Seeing Mo Yushi, King Bingfeng's eyes lit up. If she captured Mo Yushi, wouldn't she be able to force Yin Chuan to hand over the Supreme Ice Phoenix? Moreover, it seemed that Mo Yushi still had the Supreme Dark Phoenix. Thinking of this, the previously depressed King Bingfeng suddenly became excited. She, Tiangang, and the Eastern High Priest once again attacked Yin Chuan. Kill! The three of them attacked at the same time. The stronger the three of them were, the more Yin Chuan liked it. The sharpening of sword Dao required the strong to be the rough stone. Boom! Once again, a sword knocked the three of them back. Tiangang roared unwillingly. The Eastern High Priest's face was also extremely ugly. Only King Bingfeng, with this huge force, suddenly shot towards Mo Yushi. What? In the distance, Mo Yushi's expression changed. King Bingfeng had already arrived in front of her. Yin Chuan stole my Supreme Ice Phoenix. Mo Yushi, give me your Supreme Dark Phoenix. Ming. Bingfeng let out a long cry. The ice and snow great Dao suddenly rushed and immediately knocked Mo Yushi over. Reincarnation. Mo Yushi's expression changed, and the 12 paths of reincarnation immediately rushed out. But slightly hasty, King Bingfeng's heavy blow had already arrived in front of her. The ice and snow great Dao collided with the 12 paths of reincarnation. Boom! Mo Yushi immediately flew out, her blood and chi surging. Puff! A mouthful of blood spurted out. In the blink of an eye, King Bingfeng thought that he had defeated Mo Yushi and was about to step forward. Reckless. Suddenly, Yin Chuan's angry rebuke came from behind. Boom! A black sword light rushed straight towards King Bingfeng. Ming! Mo Yushi also suddenly shouted, turning into 24 paths of reincarnation. 12 of them wrapped around her, and 12 of them rushed towards King Bingfeng. What? 24 paths? King Bingfeng's expression changed. Behind him, Yin Chuan's sword shot over, and it was an angry attack abnormally fierce. Attacked from the front and back, King Bingfeng suddenly had goosebumps all over his body. Seeing that King Bingfeng was about to be beheaded by Yin Chuan, Tiangang and Eastern High Priest's expressions changed, and they quickly rushed towards Yin Chuan. Yin Chuan did not make a move. He suddenly turned his head, and in his eyes, a fierce, murderous intent burst out. Boom! The murderous intent burst out, as if forming a sword river, piercing straight into the depths of the two powerhouses' hearts. It was different from the previous fighting intent. Now, it was killing intent, the purest killing intent. Yin Chuan had already made up his mind to kill. Tiangang, an Eastern high priest, suddenly quivered. In an instant, they understood the meaning of Yin Chuan's eyes. This was a warning to the two of them. Suddenly, the two of them realized how stupid they were before. Yin Chuan didn't want to fight to the death at all, but let them accompany him to practice the sword. Now that King Bing Feng attacked Mou Shi, touching Yin Chuan's bottom line, Yin Chuan was no longer satisfied with practicing the sword. Whoever dares to come forward, kill. Yes, the meaning of this gaze was whoever dares to come forward, kill. Easter High Priest quivered and his hand suddenly slowed down, as if frightened by Yin Chuan's gaze. Tiangang's face also stiffened, and his figure paused slightly. Boom! Yin Chuan's sword instantly pierced through King Bing Feng's body. Ming! King Bing Feng let out a long cry of pain. Boom! The long sword swept past, and King Bing Feng's body suddenly split into two halves, and his internal organs burst out in midair. Help me break through. I didn't want to kill you, but you asked for it, Yin Chuan said coldly. On the other side, Tiangang and Eastern High Priest's faces stiffened. Boom! Without hesitation, the two of them turned around and shot toward the southern continent. Yin Chuan's breakthrough had already explained everything. If they continued to fight, they would only be asking for humiliation. Rumble! The shattered void was slowly recovering. Only King Bing Feng's corpse was left in midair, slowly falling. The Jade Emperor Sword's performance was not only to kill, but also to devour blood essence, and even the soul. Being killed by the Jade Emperor Sword, there was no chance of survival. The Jade Emperor Sword trembled slightly, as if it was excited about devouring a 15th level powerhouse. Boom! The corpse fell to the ground and immediately froze the land for thousands of miles. King Bing Feng was dead. Yin Chuan put away the Jade Emperor Sword and flew to Mou Shi's side. How is it? Yin Chuan asked worriedly. I'm fine. It was just an accident. Mou, she said softly. That's good. Yin Chuan nodded. Reaching out, Yin Chuan took out a white crystal. King Bing Feng, Mou Shi's eyes lit up. Refine it well, Yin Chuan said with a smile. And Mou Shi said happily. On the other side, a large number of Golden Great Emperor's subordinates flew over quickly. Thank you for your help, Yin Emperor. The Golden Great Emperor's subordinates were overjoyed. King Bing Feng was killed, and Tiangang and Easter High Priest were scared out of their wits, right? The Southeast continent was safe. Don't be happy too early. The great evil world has a strong foundation. King Bing Feng died, and a large number of powerhouses are about to come, even Lotus God. Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. What should we do? Yindi, please help me. Everyone was anxious. Let's go to the Golden Palace and wait for Golden Great Emperor to come out of seclusion, Yin Chuan said. Okay. Everyone immediately shouted. Outside the South Continent, most of the powerhouses had rushed into the underworld. Lotus God was fighting Jiangchen. King Bing Feng's death couldn't attract a large number of powerhouses. Everyone was waiting for the result. Tiangang and Easter High Priest no longer attacked the Southeast Continent because Yin Chuan's intervention meant that they couldn't move forward. They could only wait for Lotus God to return. Tiangang and Eastern High Priest hurriedly rushed back to Lotus God's 10,000 Lotus Sea. At the 10,000 Lotus Sea, a man in white was waiting anxiously. King Bing Feng, aren't you dead? Tiangang exclaimed. That's right. The man at the 10,000 Lotus Sea looked like King Bing Feng. The man in white said bitterly, I'm a life usurper derivative. My main body has been killed by Yin Chuan. So hateful, so hateful. My divine soul, blood essence, and soul essence are all destroyed. A life usurper derivative? Tian Gang, an Eastern high priest, exclaimed. This life usurper derivative is far inferior to my main body. It's only at the 7th level of the ancestral immortal realm. Sigh. King Bing Feng said bitterly. On the other side, under a huge lotus platform, stood a black-robed man. It was the Nether King. The Nether King saw King Bing Feng, Tian Gang, and Eastern High Priest from afar. He stared at King Bing Feng, killing intent bursting out of his eyes. Regaining his composure, the Nether King walked forward with a regretful expression. King Bing Feng, I saw the battle of the Southeast continent. You almost succeeded. What a pity. The Nether King said regretfully. King Bing Feng looked at the Nether King and didn't say anything. The most important thing now was to wait for Lotus God to return. Suddenly, Lotus God's voice resounded in the great evil world. The power of a world is for me to use. Absorb. Lotus God's loud voice rang out. Boom! Countless providence, merit, luck, and fortune suddenly evaporated in the great evil world and then disappeared. Clearly, Lotus God's battle had reached its peak, and she was mobilizing the power of a world. Chapter 1507. Netherworld, Outer South Continent. The Boulder Race and the great evil world's demons stood on opposite sides. At this moment, no one made a move. They were all waiting for the result of the battle between Jiangshun and the Lotus God. When the Lotus God mobilized the power of the great evil world, all the demons frowned. This was the first time the Lotus God had mobilized so much power. However, no one knew how the battle would go, so they could only wait patiently. Another day passed. Rumble. In the distant starry sky, a large number of stars were blown away by a huge impact. Great Qin City. Zombie Yin Chuan's eyes focused. They're back. Beside him, Desolation Hua said in a low voice. Chu Jianghao, ancestor Nether River's eyes focused slightly. In the great benevolence world, Grand Venerable Yu Tian narrowed his eyes. Sure enough, among the rippling stars, 2 figures of light rushed straight down. They were so fast that they reached the ground in the blink of an eye. Boom! Jiangshun and the Lotus God returned, and a huge impact swept out in all directions with them as the center. Whoosh! Violent gales blew the entire territory into disarray. The demons and the Boulder Race steadied themselves and looked over. True Master? Master? The 2 subordinates were about to greet him respectfully, but they were instantly suppressed by the atmosphere in front of them. Just like before, Jiangshun and the Lotus God faced each other. Their bodies were restored to their previous state without a trace of injury. Their clothes were also neat and tidy. The 2 looked at each other coldly. After a moment of silence, the Lotus God took a deep breath. Everyone in the great evil world, leave the netherworld. What? The demons immediately cried out in surprise. Leave? What was going on? Why did they have to leave? Let's go. The Lotus God turned and left with a few strong practitioners. The demons suddenly trembled and looked at Jiangxin, who was not far away, in fear. They turned and left with the Lotus God. Jiangxin watched the Lotus God and said again, Lotus God, the great evil world's outer south continent is mine. If you have any subordinates, move them all away within half a month. The great evil world's outer south continent? After the battle, the Lotus God not only gave up the outer south continent of the first world, but also a continent of the great evil world. The result was self-evident. True Lord is invincible, Panjia shouted excitedly. Almighty True Lord. The Boulder tribe cried out in excitement. But Jiangxin didn't say anything. He twisted his body, and the enormous golden wings on his back slowly retracted. He returned to his normal human form. His long golden hair gave off a domineering aura. Jiangxin didn't respond. Instead, he looked up at the sky. Rumble. The entire starry sky was shaking rapidly. This is... Countless experts in the surroundings revealed looks of astonishment. Within the Great Qin City, zombie Yin Chuan's eyes narrowed. This is the great evil world? At the entrance of Chujiang Hall, the Nether River Patriarch narrowed his eyes as well. Master, why are the heavens and earth rumbling? The ice god asked curiously. The outer south continent of the underworld of the great evil world is about to overlap with the outer south continent of the first world. The Nether River Patriarch's expression darkened. Boom! Sure enough, the underworld's outer south continent suddenly shook, and a huge suction force sucked the countless dead spirits into the sky. The sky was filled with chaos, and it was like the scene when the three worlds collided with the first world. In an instant, the cultivators outside could no longer see anything in the outer south continent with their naked eyes. At that moment, if one was in Wuji, one would realize that there was a tremor at the border between the great evil world and the first world. Another continent from the great evil world slowly merged into the first world. The two realms of the underworld continued to fuse together. Boom, boom, boom. The world changed, and the world was shocked. However, everything seemed to be just the beginning. Meanwhile, the starry sky in the mortal realm also began to tremble. Almost at the exact same time, the earth around the northwestern continent in the mortal realm suddenly began to tremor violently. In an instant, countless powerhouses in the mortal realm turned their heads to look. At the entrance of the Golden Palace, Yin Chuan in human form also suddenly felt the changes in the world. He quickly flew to the peak of a mountain and looked towards the northwest continent. The northwest continent is in chaos. What's going on? Mo Yushi asked in surprise. The greater thousand worlds, Zhongshan, Yin Chuan said in a low voice. In such a short time, the Lotus God's army attacked the three lands, but Zhongshan took down the northwest continent with lightning speed? Yin Chuan said in a low voice. How is that possible? The factory guards send news back to Xianying every day. Why didn't we receive any news? Mo Yushi said in surprise. Zhongshan is as immovable as a mountain, but once he moves, he will be as fast as lightning. Maybe it will only take a day to take down the northwest continent. Yin Chuan said in a low voice. A day? How is that possible? Mo Yushi exclaimed. One had to know that was a continent, that was 36 territories, and he could take it all in a day. Was this a joke? Didn't you see that the Lotus God took a lot of time to open up new territories? A day? No, it's possible, because Zhongshan knows more about war than the Lotus God. The Lotus God scattered his forces, while Zhongshan concentrated his forces to take down a continent. Obviously, Zhongshan did a thorough investigation of the northwest continent some time ago, and there are no powerful people in the northwest continent. Zhongshan mobilized the forces of the Greater Thousand Worlds, and after arranging his troops, he swallowed the northwest continent in one fell swoop at the fastest speed. Yin Chuan said in a low voice. Mo Yushi frowned. Even now, Mo Yushi could not accept the speed of the Greater Thousand Worlds. A day, just a day? Don't worry too much. Zhongshan's battle is very different from the Lotus God's. The Lotus God thinks that he is the only one in the world, so he is steadily expanding his territory. Zhongshan, on the other hand, is different. Zhongshan is winning by surprise. This move can only be used once. The Lotus God only used a portion of his experts to conquer the world. Zhongshan, on the other hand, used the experts of the entire Greater Thousand World to conquer the northwest continent. Although he only took action for a day, he definitely planned for more than a day. Yin Chuan said, but in the end it's still too fast. Mo Yushi sighed. As she sighed, the northwest continent of the Yang realm was still rapidly merging with the Greater Thousand Worlds. Boom! The Great Vile World and the Greater Thousand Worlds were rapidly merging with the First World. The Lotus God returned to the 10,000 Lotuses Sea. Although the Lotus God's robes hadn't been damaged in the battle with Jiangchen, the result of giving up the Great Vile World was self-evident. As for Jiangshun and the Lotus God's injuries, no one knew. After returning to the 10,000 Lotuses Sea, the demon's expressions were unsightly. The Lotus God's mood was naturally even worse. But at that moment, someone else came to make things difficult for the Lotus God. It was Tiangang, the High Priest of the East, and King Bingfeng's spawn. The three of them reprimanded Yin Chuan in front of the Lotus God. "What? You lost the Southeast continent?" The Lotus God said in a low voice. "Master, please make a decision. It's all Yin Chuan's fault. Yin Chuan took advantage of your absence to ambush me and kill my true body," King Bingfeng's derivative said bitterly. "HM?" The Lotus God's expression darkened. Obviously, King Bingfeng's derivative wasn't telling the truth. Tiangang didn't dare hide anything. He immediately recounted everything in detail. "Bastard," the Lotus God scolded. The three of them immediately looked ashamed. But the Lotus God didn't scold them again. After all, she'd just lost a continent. Her mistake was even worse than King Bingfeng's. After all, Jiangshun had obtained a continent in the Great Vile World. Correspondingly, he could roam the Great Vile World unhindered. The Lotus God was in a very bad mood. He looked up and saw that one of the continents in the Great Thousand World was merging with the Northwest continent. She'd lost, but the Greater Thousand Realm Lord, Zhongshan, had won. "Master, Yin Chuan is still in the Southeast continent. He's at the entrance of the Golden Palace," King Bingfeng's derivative said again. The Lotus God turned her gaze to the entrance of the Golden Palace. "My lord, please avenge me, my lord," King Bingfeng's derivative said again. "The Golden Palace?" The Lotus God's expression darkened. At this moment, Yin Chuan was alone outside. "Master, if you take down Yin Chuan, you can obtain a continent. If you kill the Golden Emperor, you can also obtain a continent." "Master," King Bingfeng's derivative said bewitchingly. The Lotus God, who was in a bad mood, looked at Yin Chuan in the distance. Her expression changed slightly. She was about to get up, but just as she took a step, she sat down again. In her sleeve, the Lotus God's right hand, which no one could see, trembled slightly. There were a lot of claw marks on it. It was obviously injured by Jiangshun. However, the Lotus God naturally didn't want to give up the opportunity now. Buzz! The green lotus seal between her eyebrows suddenly flew out. The Lotus God's consciousness attached. Boom! The Lotus God's projection went out again. At a speed invisible to the naked eye, it instantly appeared in the Southeast continent. In the blink of an eye, it arrived at the entrance of the Golden Palace. Boom! Billowing storms and huge waves crashed. Countless experts at the entrance of the Golden Palace were immediately knocked down. The Lotus God's projection looked down coldly at the countless experts below. Under the suppression of a huge aura, countless cultivators couldn't even raise their heads. Yin Chuan, an MOU, she arrived at the entrance of the Golden Palace. At this moment, the Golden Palace was covered in a golden shield. Obviously, this was a barrier set up by the Golden Emperor. Yin Chuan stood in front of the barrier and looked coldly at the Lotus God in the sky. The Lotus God descended with divine might. In the blink of an eye, countless lotus flowers covered the golden territory. Lotus God, the expressions of the Golden Emperor's subordinates changed drastically. The Lotus God was the realm lord of the great evil world. What should they do? Yin Chuan's gaze was cold. He took a step forward, and a great emperor altar suddenly appeared. Standing on the altar, Yin Chuan looked coldly at the sky. However, the Lotus God's aura was too strong. Even with a great emperor altar, the Lotus God suppressed the surrounding void until it trembled. Boom! Another great emperor altar suddenly appeared under Yin Chuan's feet. Two great emperor altars. The Lotus God's projections face darkened. Lotus God, we meet again, Yin Chuan said coldly. Yin Chuan held the great heavenly seal in his hand. Although his tone was casual, he was still extremely careful. Yin Chuan, I didn't want to make things difficult for you, but you kept making things difficult for me. You're courting death. Don't blame me, the Lotus God said coldly. Chapter 1508. Yin Chuan, I didn't want to make things difficult for you, but you kept making things difficult for me. You're courting death, so don't blame me for it. Lotus Deity said coldly. As soon as Lotus Deity finished speaking, her terrifying aura intensified. Under the immense pressure, layers of giant waves appeared in the surrounding void. Many of Golden Thearka's subordinates were knocked down by the impact. The impact of the aura pressured the shield outside the Golden Palace, causing ripples to appear on the shield. Of course, the one bearing the brunt of the aura was Yin Chuan, who was standing on the two great emperor altars. Boom! Yin Chuan's long hair suddenly turned blood red. When he used the Blood Sea superpower, the surroundings turned into a vast ocean. He stood on the Blood Sea with a towering cypress tree behind him. Connected to the stars in the sky, rolling power surged toward Yin Chuan. Facing Lotus Deity, even if it was just a projection, Yin Chuan no longer underestimated her. Her power climbed to the highest level. Behind him, Imoyushi looked nervous, but Yin Chuan looked proud. Make things difficult? Today, I'll make things difficult for you. What are you going to do about it? Yin Chuan said coldly. I don't care how great your karma is. You're courting death by blocking my path. Lotus Deity shouted coldly. As she spoke, Lotus Deity's projection struck toward Yin Chuan with a palm strike. With a strike of her palm, a giant lotus seal came down from above and pressed toward Yin Chuan. Under the immense force, it tore the void apart with an unstoppable force. The power of great Emperor Zhui? You're just a projection after all. Yin Chuan smiled coldly. He stretched out his right hand, and in his palm was the great Emperor Heavenly Seal. Ordained by the heavens, I shall live forever. Yin Chuan shouted. Boom! 3 giant heavenly meridians suddenly appeared around Yin Chuan. The forward heavenly meridian, Xing heavenly meridian, and fighting heavenly meridian each led hundreds of heavenly laws. Boom! Several hundred strands of heavenly Tao power surged toward Yin Chuan's grand heavenly seal. The power of the heavenly Tao, the power of the Blood Sea, the power of the stars, and the power of the great emperor's altar poured in. The great heavenly seal instantly swelled to over 10,000 times its original size, and a golden aura surged around it like a thick fog. With an unstoppable force, it collided with the Lotus God's giant lotus seal. Lotus Goddess was slightly taken aback. Boom! The great stabilizing heavenly seal and the giant lotus seal collided. Strong winds swept out in all directions from the point of collision. Even though the void had been shattered, there was still a violent storm that tore through all directions. Boom! His robes violently fluttered. Yin Chuan's face was ferocious. His long hair fluttered in the wind, and the veins on his face bulged. Yin Chuan used all of his strength to bombard the giant seal. The surrounding subordinates of the Golden Great Emperor were blown away in all directions by the storm. Rumble! A loud sound rushed into the 9 heavens. The sea of blood surged, and the starry sky flickered. The Lotus Deity's face darkened. Yin Chuan's face was ferocious. A ferocious aura rushed out. Roar! Yin Chuan roared. The sea of blood exploded, and the starry sky flickered. Boom! Under the tremendous force, the great heavenly seal suddenly exploded. Yin Chuan retreated slightly, and so did the Lotus Deity in midair. The giant lotus seal exploded, leaving only the great heavenly seal floating steadily in midair. Eventually, it shrunk and fell back into Yin Chuan's palm. They were actually evenly matched after one collision. Neither of them gained any advantage. The surrounding subordinates of the Golden Great Emperor opened their mouths wide. That was the Lotus Deity. Even if it was just a projection, it was still the Lotus Deity. Yin Chuan was actually able to contend with it. Outside North Continent, Zhongshan had left to fuse with the Northwest Continent, while Jian'ao had been staring at the south. The loud sound alarmed Jian'ao, who had been staring. This is the Ying I have been waiting for. No, the Yin Chuan of this world. Jian'ao's eyes flashed with fighting spirit. Outside West Continent, Wu Jiong and Skirich also looked in the direction of the loud sound. Wu Jiong and Skirich's eyes narrowed, revealing a trace of surprise. Yin Chuan broke through so quickly, Wu Jiong said in a deep voice. Skirich, however, laughed heartily. Outside South Continent, almost all the demons revealed a look of surprise. How is that possible? How can Yin Chuan block the Lord? Tian Gang said in shock. The Easter High Priest and King Bing Feng's derivative also revealed a look of shock. As for the Nether King, he narrowed his eyes and stared at the north. Golden Territory. Yin Chuan blocked the Lotus Deity's attack with all his strength. The Lotus Deity focused and stared at Yin Chuan. Yin Chuan, I really underestimated your growth speed. The Lotus Deity's eyes were cold. It could be said that the Lotus Deity had watched Yin Chuan grow step by step. At that time, Yin Chuan was just a mortal. How long had it been? He had grown to the point where he could contend with her? Even if it was just a projection, Yin Chuan shouldn't be able to contend with it. Yin Chuan grabbed the great heavenly seal and clenched his fists. His eyes flashed with determination. That attack, just now, was already his full strength. The Lotus Deity was indeed fierce. Stepping forward to block Mo Yushi, Yin Chuan looked at the Lotus Deity again. Grow? You will see it again. Yin Chuan said coldly. Oomph. The Lotus Deity snorted. She waved her hand. Boom. In the void, hundreds of identical lotus flower seals suddenly appeared. As soon as the seals appeared, a huge pressure that was dozens of times stronger than before pressed down again. Smack! Not far away, a subordinate of the Golden Great Emperor couldn't withstand the pressure and was instantly crushed into meat paste. As the 100 seals pressed down, the boundary outside the Golden Palace stirred wildly as if it would break at any time. Yin Chuan glared and once again activated the great heavenly seal with all his strength, preparing to collide with the seals with a fierce expression. At this moment, the boundary outside the Golden Palace finally couldn't withstand the pressure. Boom! The enchantment outside the Golden Palace exploded with a loud bang. The huge pressure rushed straight to the Golden Palace. Under the pressure, the Golden Palace didn't shatter. Instead, a vigorous golden light suddenly burst out from the Golden Palace. Endless golden light, carrying countless merits, rushed into the sky like 100 rivers and rushed straight toward the 100 lotus seals. Boom! The loud sound shook the world. Almost all the powerhouses in the Yang realm suddenly felt their hearts beat wildly. Boom! The giant seal of 100 lotuses exploded into pieces. The lotus deity's expression changed. However, he saw the giant lotus seal explode, and the countless merits that were surging like hundreds of rivers converged at one spot. Buzz! In midair, the endless merits gathered and formed a huge golden seal. The seal of virtue. Mo Yushi's expression changed. She instantly recognized it. The strongest Dharma treasure of Ziwei the Great. The seal of virtue? Quang. The gate of the Golden Palace suddenly opened. The Golden Great Emperor walked out in a golden robe. How dare you? The Golden Great Emperor shouted. The seal of virtue fell from the sky, covering the sky and the sun, and pressed down on the lotus deity's projection. Under the huge pressure, 18 colored lights bloomed on the seal of virtue, dazzling heaven and earth. The lotus deity's expression changed. In a hurry, the lotus deity hit the sky with her palm. It was like a 17-colored rainbow that rushed straight toward the seal of virtue. Boom! The seal of virtue was invincible. In the blink of an eye, the lotus deity's rainbow attack was instantly shattered. The seal of virtue sealed the void and instantly closed in. The lotus deity's projection versus the seal of virtue. It was several times more powerful than Yin Chuan's great heavenly seal. It crashed down. Honk! With a loud sound, countless powerhouses around were suddenly sent flying. The seal of virtue was too fierce. Even though the lotus deity was fierce, she was powerless in front of the seal of virtue. Boom! The Lotus deity's projection suddenly exploded like a glass man, instantly shattering and shooting in all directions. The Lotus deity's projection was completely defeated. In an instant, the faces of countless heroes in the world suddenly changed. Previously, Yin Chuan blocked the Lotus deity's attack, which was enough to shock countless people. At this moment, the golden Great Emperor's seal of virtue instantly shattered the Lotus deity's projection. Outer North Continent. The seal of virtue is shattered? The Lotus deity has suffered a great loss this time. A voice suddenly sounded beside Jian Ao. It was Zhongshan who had returned. Outer South Continent. Countless demons were in disbelief. How is this possible? The Lord's projection was destroyed? What kind of seal is that? Why is it so fierce? The seal of Lotus deity was shattered, but the Lotus deity's body in the Million Lotus Sea suddenly woke up. She raised her head and looked at the entrance of the Golden Palace from afar across a large territory. In the distance, after shattering the Lotus deity's projection, the Golden Great Emperor reached out and grabbed the shrunken seal of virtue. He stared at the Lotus deity from afar across a large territory. The first world is no longer the weakest world in the past. The powerhouses of all eras have awakened. Lotus deity, do you really think you're invincible? The Golden Great Emperor looked into the distance and shouted coldly. In the distance, the Lotus deity's expression was gloomy. She had just fought Jiangshan and was seriously injured. She couldn't go with her body, and now the Golden Great Emperor had destroyed one of her divine seals. Furious. The Lotus deity was furious, but there was nothing she could do at this moment. Looking from afar, she could only give up for now and wait for another day to wash away her previous humiliation. At this moment, the Nether King beside the Lotus deity made his move. The Nether King flicked his sleeve, and a vine shot toward King Bingfeng's derivative. Boom! King Bingfeng was instantly wrapped up and entangled by the vine. Nether King, what are you doing? King Bingfeng's derivative cried out in shock. How dare you be so impudent in front of the Lotus deity? Tiangang scolded. Chapter 1509. At the entrance of the Golden Palace, Golden Sovereign held the seal of virtue in his hand and looked coldly into the distance. Yin Chuan put away the great sky stabilizing seal. A group of Golden Sovereign's subordinates rushed over excitedly. My lord is invincible. Congratulations, my lord. Everyone congratulated him. At this time, Golden Sovereign nodded in satisfaction and turned to look at Yin Chuan. Yindi, why are you here? Golden Sovereign looked at Yin Chuan's feet. The two great emperor altars had disappeared, but Golden Sovereign was still a little surprised. After all, there were only 9 great emperor altars in the world. Yin Chuan alone had 2? Golden Sovereign didn't know that Yin Chuan already had 3 great emperor altars at this moment. Before Yin Chuan spoke, one of his subordinates immediately came forward to report. My lord, it was I who took the initiative to invite Yendi. The subordinate immediately apologized. Oh, Golden Sovereign was slightly puzzled. That subordinate immediately explained in detail how Lotus God attacked the world after the 4 realms came into contact, how Tiangang, Easter High Priest, and King Bingfeng pressured the border, how he asked Yin Chuan for help, how Yin Chuan agreed, how he faced King Bingfeng, and even how he risked his life to stay and wait for Golden Sovereign to go into seclusion after offending the great evil world. At this point, Golden Great Sovereign had completely understood. He turned his head and looked at Yin Chuan again. This time, the Golden Celestial Realm owes Yin Di a favor. In the future, if Yin Di has any requests, I will do my best to help. Golden Sovereign is too polite. Then I won't be polite. I'll remember it. Yin Chuan smiled. The 2 territories were adjacent. Although there had never been a war, the situation was destined to not be friendly for generations. It would be too fake to say that they were of the same breath and branch. Exchange of interests, this was the most practical thing. Ha ha, good. Yundi came from hundreds of millions of miles away. Men, prepare a banquet. Golden Sovereign laughed. Yes. A month later, the underworld, the outer South Continent, and the outer South Continent of the Great Evil World had officially merged into one. With the addition of countless demons, the southern outer continent became slightly crowded. Further south of the southern outer continent was the 5 continents of the Great Evil World. Jiangxin's territory was renamed the Corpse Progenitor's Territory. At the center, an endless number of palaces were quickly erected. Great Emperor Jiangxin had established the Jiangxin celestial realm. His aura was magnificent, and his voice shook heaven and earth. The central hall, Corpse Ancestor Hall. This was Great Emperor Jiangxin's main palace. However, it was different from the other Great Emperor's palaces. At the very least, the layout was different. The main palaces of other great emperors were majestic and austere. Emperor Jiangxin's palace, on the other hand, was extremely comfortable. Chairs were placed all around. Sit. Jiangxin smiled at Pan Jia, Pan Yi, and the others. In front of the true Lord, we do not dare to be impudent. Pan Jia immediately said respectfully, I want you to sit, said Jiangxin with a slight smile. Yes. The 10 of them slowly sat down in a daze. At this moment, Jiangxin was walking around the edge of the hall, choosing fine wine. That's right. The east and west walls of Corpse Ancestor Hall were lined with countless wine partitions, each containing a bottle of fine wine. On the northern wall, a golden dragon floated, roaring savagely. Jiangxin picked a bottle of fine wine from one of the walls, then walked over to his chair. His chair wasn't the dragon throne. Instead, it was extremely smooth, like the sofas Yin Chuan had seen back on Earth. It was extremely comfortable to sit on. Jiangxin sat down on a glass table in front of him. He took out a wine cup and poured himself a cup. Then he took a sip. What fine wine! After so many eras, it's become even sweeter. Jiangxin smiled. Would you like some as well? Jiangxin offered a bottle. No, we wouldn't dare. Pan Jia immediately said. Everyone shook their heads. In that case, forget it. Jiangxin said regretfully. None of his subordinates dared say anything. Only Pan Jia said, True Lord, congratulations on defeating the Lotus Goddess. Jiangxin smiled, then said, Tell me about all the major events that have happened in the past few years. Yes, sir. Pan Jia immediately replied. Next, the group carefully recounted all the major events that had happened in the world. Some things were difficult to describe in a short amount of time, so they prepared a few jade slips. Jiangxin skimmed through them and instantly understood everything. A few days passed. By now, Jiangxin had a rough idea of what had happened in the world. As he drank fine wine, he tapped his fingers lightly on the sofa. His subordinates waited quietly. Yin Chuan? Imperial Sky? Refining my body? That's fine too. We'll be neighbors. Jiangxin smiled. True Lord, should we make a move now? Pan Jia immediately asked. Pan Jia was confident that, given Jiangxin's strength, he could easily capture anyone. There's no rush, said Jiangxin. The heroes of the realm have awoken, and this is the realm I want the most. Panja, Pani, Pambing, you 3 go and subdue the various territory lords. Stabilize the outer Southlands. Yes, sir, the 3 answered. Panding, Panwu, Panji, you 3 gather all information about the virtuous realm, as well as that brat Imperial Sky. Yes, sir, Pangung, the 4 of you, continue to pay attention to Yin Chuan. Jiangxin ordered. Yes, sir, I still have to go see someone. When I return, I hope to see new information. Jiangxin smiled. Yes, sir, everyone answered. In a territory of the virtuous realm, there was a palace of immortals. Inside, Grand Venerable Yutian and Dark Gui Guzi stood together. Jiangxin? Jiangxin? Grand Venerable Yutian's expression was extremely ugly. Jiangxin defeated Lotus God in his first battle. His strength is monstrous, Dark Gui Guzi said. Grand Venerable Yutian clenched his fists, his expression ugly. But it doesn't matter. Grand Venerable Yu Tian, you have the Heavenly Peach Sword, which counters Jiangchen. You'll definitely win. Dark Gui Guzi laughed. No. I've followed Jiangchen for so many years, but I've never seen him fight with his full strength. I don't know how strong he is, and I can't see through him. I thought he was on par with Lotus God, but he still defeated her. Grand Venerable Yu Tian grew increasingly anxious. Then what should we do? Dark Gui Guzi frowned. Sooner or later, Jiangchen will come and find me. He will. Imperial Tian said anxiously. Then let's strike first. Imperial Tian shook his head. His former confidence seemed to have disappeared, and he was extremely worried. It's not enough. I'm already 16 heavens. It's not enough. 16 heavens? You're already an extremely strong practitioner in this world. Dark Gui Guzi advised. It's not enough unless... Grand Venerable Yu Tian narrowed his eyes. Unless what? Don't tell me you want to. Dark Gui Guzi's eyes widened. That's right, Yin Chuan. If I can swallow him, I'll be stronger. I'll be stronger. Grand Venerable Yu Tian's eyes flashed with a green light. But Great Accomplishment Realm, Virtuous Realm, and Jiangchen Realm are neighbors. The three realms are in a tripartite balance, and Jiangchen is the strongest. Shouldn't you cooperate with Yin Chuan? Dark Gui Guzi said solemnly. Cooperation? If I eat him, it's cooperation. Grand Venerable Yu Tian said solemnly. As he spoke, Grand Venerable Yu Tian's eyes became brighter and brighter, as if this was the best outcome. Dark Gui Guzi's expression flickered, but he didn't stop him. Netherworld, Great Qin City. Upper Study. A group of important officials stood in front of Yin Chuan. Grand Venerable Yu Tian has a strong desire to attack Great Emperor. Perhaps he'll do it soon. Gui Guzi said solemnly. Imperial Tian? He'll find me. Heavenly Peach Sword? Let Dark Gui Guzi find some zombies to test the Heavenly Peach Sword's various abilities. Yin Chuan said solemnly. Yes. Gui Guzi replied. Great Emperor. Jiangchen left Corpse Ancestral Hall and went to the world of the living. Lu Gang said. Oh. Everyone looked at Lu Gang. Jiangchen had just taken over the Netherworld's South Outer Continent. Was he going to reach into the world of the living? Where'd he go? Yin Chuan asked solemnly. According to the factory guard's report, someone saw Jiangchen in the northeast continent. Jiangchen stopped at the entrance of the Eastern Territory. Lu Gang said, Oh, Dongfang Booby? Yin Chuan's expression changed. Yes, it's very likely that Jiangchen went to see Dongfang Booby. Lu Gang nodded. Pay attention to all news from the Eastern Sect. Yin Chuan said solemnly. Yes, Yang Realm, Middle Heaven Continent, Central Territory. Due to the battle between Great Emperor Zui and Kong Huangtian, Central Territory had been torn apart. Perhaps because of the intervention of an expert, Central Territory, which had originally been torn apart, was once again mended. Moreover, it gathered dragon chi, and dragon veins once again roamed the world. On this day, at the very center of Central Territory, there were no clouds for thousands of miles. Boom! Suddenly, heaven and earth exploded. As the sound of the explosion reverberated, the void trembled. Then, endless divine light shot into the nine heavens. In the void, it seemed both real and illusory. Suddenly, countless experts appeared out of thin air. Boom! Tall mountains suddenly appeared out of thin air. Large numbers of experts roamed the surroundings. Under the heavens, scouts from various factions quickly spread the news. In Xianyang, Yin Chuan quickly led his officials to the entrance of Skyward Palace and gazed at Central Territory. He looked at the experts who'd appeared out of thin air. The Heavenly Realm? Mo Yushi's expression changed. Sha Di, Ming, Sansheng, and the others? They're finally here? Yin Chuan's eyes narrowed. Boom! A loud rumble came from inside Xianyang. Yin Chuan looked over and saw Empress ZZ approaching. Husband, my cultivation inexplicably broke through again. It seems that another layer of my bloodline shackles has been unlocked, ZZ said with a trace of surprise. Yin Chuan looked at ZZ, then at the experts of the heavenly realm in Central Territory. At this moment, countless experts of the heavenly realm were respectfully bowing to a giant mountain. The mountain was emerald green, but in the blink of an eye, it turned pitch black, then red. The color of the mountain changed for a while, then suddenly condensed into a seven-colored divine mountain. Red, orange, yellow, green, indigo, blue, and purple. As soon as the seven-colored divine mountain appeared, dazzling seven-colored rays of light shot into the sky, illuminating the Yang realm. Boom! The sky was filled with auspicious signs, and the Yang realm was filled with infinite brilliance. The heavenly realm has appeared, Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. Although this person has appeared once in the Great Thousand World, he's mysterious and unpredictable, and no one knows his background. Moreover, according to the countless information we've received, this Nether River Patriarch is also a peerless powerhouse. I don't recommend sending troops. In the southwest continent, the Lotus God is attacking. I don't recommend sending troops. In the west continent, the Great Zhou Celestial Realm is strong on the outside, but weak on the inside. We can send troops. In the Middle Heaven continent, we can send troops. Ian analyzed respectfully. Zhongshan looked towards the south and shook his head. Middle Heaven continent, we will not send troops. Divine World? According to what we know, they're experts from the First Era. We will wait and see. Zhongshan said solemnly. Yes, in the West continent, we will not send troops. Zhongshan said again. Oh, Ian was slightly stunned. The Great Zhou Celestial Realm is not a threat. However, Wu Jiong and Tong Tian have an invincible master. We will put them aside for now, Zhongshan said. Hong Jun? Ian asked. Zhongshan nodded. Then, inform Xiao Wang, Lin Xiao, and Zhao Suoxiang to reorganize their armies and attack the southwest continent. Zhongshan said. Southwest continent? Now that the great evil world is also sending troops there, are they fighting with the Lotus God? Yi Yin was slightly stunned. Give the order, Zhongshan said. Yes. Outside the South Continent, Great Evil World, 10,000 Lotus Sea. After a period of recuperation, the Lotus God's injuries were much better. At this moment, she looked at the world again. The Netherworld was under the control of generals and ministers. The Lotus God did not plan to attack the Netherworld again. That was only the Yang world. In the Southeast Continent, the Lotus God had just suffered a loss at the hands of the Golden Emperor. The Lotus God did not plan to send troops there before figuring out the situation. Of course, none of the demons dared to provoke the Lotus God. Master, we can send more troops to the East Continent and West Continent, Tian Gang said. East Continent? West Continent? The Lotus God frowned slightly. Master, I feel that the East Continent should not be considered. The Nether King suddenly said. What? Nether King, are you still thinking about your father? Tian Gang said coldly. The demons around also looked at the Nether King. After all, the Nether King's real name was Yindong. Everyone knew that. Why was he stopping the Nether King from sending troops to the East Continent? The Nether King stared at Tian Gang coldly. Idiot. Everyone looked over. Do you think it's so easy to send troops to the East Continent? Do you think it's easy for you to lead troops to attack? The Nether King said coldly. Led troops himself? Tian Gang's face stiffened. After all, he had been beaten up by Yin Chuan. Chapter 1511. Nether Realm, Inner North Continent. Undying Sect. Undying Hall. The hall was wide open, and a group of experts with long sabers on their backs stood on both sides. All of them looked ferocious and battle-ready. In the north of the hall was a huge throne. On the throne, the Emperor's cold eyes seemed to see through the vicissitudes of life. He looked at a great Jun official below. Undying Sect Master, this is the invitation that the Emperor asked me to send. The official respectfully handed over an invitation. Although he did not know much about the grudge between the Emperor and Yin Chuan, the Emperor's appearance was exactly the same as that of Great Jun's Empress. It was clear that this person had an extraordinary relationship with the Emperor. Hence, he did not dare to be rash. The Emperor reached out, and the invitation landed in his hand. He opened it and read it. Invade Great Kindness World? He wants to ally with me? The Emperor said in a deep voice. Yes. Why should I ally with him? The Emperor said indifferently. The Emperor said that he has written everything that needs to be written. Everything is up to you. Great Jun is about to invade Great Kindness World. It's up to you whether you want to go or not. The official said. The Emperor narrowed his eyes. Oomph. The Emperor snorted. Nether Realm, Outer North Continent, Chujiang Hall. Nether River Patriarch looked at the Great Jun official with surprise in his eyes. Beside him, Ice Goddess also looked confused. This is the Emperor's invitation. Please take a look, Nether River Patriarch. The Great Jun official said respectfully. Although the Great Jun Celestial Realm and Nether River Patriarch did not interact much, everyone knew that Yin Chuan's Blood-Sea Divine Power was inherited from Nether River Patriarch. In other words, Nether River Patriarch was Yin Chuan's ancestor in this life. Nether River Patriarch looked surprised when he saw the invitation. Interesting. Yin Chuan actually invited me to join him in invading Great Kindness World. Nether River Patriarch laughed in surprise. The Emperor said that it's up to Nether River Patriarch to decide whether you want to go or not. Everyone is just taking what they need. No one owes anyone anything. The official said. No one owes anyone anything? The Nether River Patriarch shook his head, a strange light flashing in his eyes. Underworld, South Outer Continent Corpse Ancestor Hall. Allah, the movement of the Jun's troops might be coming from the Great Kindness World. Panding said solemnly. Of course I understand. Apart from the Benevolent Realm, Yin Chuan's forces really have nowhere else to go, said Jiangchen confidently. Reporting. Great Jun's envoy requests an audience. Suddenly, a loud shout came from outside the hall. Come in. Jiangchen narrowed his eyes and looked outside. It was a Great Jun official walking into the main hall. Envoy from Great Jun greets Great Emperor Jiangchen. The official said solemnly. Oh, Great Jun's emissary? Asked Jiangchen, puzzled. I am here to deliver an invitation to Great Emperor Jiangchen on the orders of the Great Emperor. Please take a look. The official said. When the Great Jun official finished speaking, the surrounding Boulder Tribe members all looked bewildered. Did I hear wrongly? Invitation card? The Boulders were all dumbfounded. Was this a joke? Didn't Yin Chuan cultivate the Jiangchen body? He should have an irreconcilable conflict with Allah. Why was he here to deliver an invitation card? A trace of confusion flashed through Jiangchen's eyes, but he immediately accepted the card. When he saw it, a strange expression appeared on his face. The other Boulders also looked puzzled. Jiangchen handed the invitation card to them. They passed it around, rubbing their eyes in disbelief. At this moment, her gaze was focused on the Anan continent. The Great Evil World and the Great Thousand World each occupied half of the Anan continent. The two armies were fighting. This was a war between two worlds. Lotus God, could not afford to be careless. Lotus God looked at the distant battlefield and then at the entrance of the Immortal Palace in the northern outer continent. At the entrance of the Immortal Palace, Zhongshan was also looking at the battlefield. Then, Zhongshan turned to look in Lotus God's direction. The two transcendents, two realm lords, looked at each other from a distance. Their eyes were cold and solemn. Zhongshan, you have already taken the Anan continent, and now you want to fight with me for it. You are too greedy, Lotus God said coldly. Although her voice was not loud, as a transcendent, she could instantly transmit her voice to the entrance of the Immortal Palace. Zhongshan stared at Lotus God and smiled. In this world, there is no rule about who can get it. Let's rely on our own abilities. Rely on our own abilities? There are 6 continents adjacent to you. Why did you choose the one that my great evil world values? Are you trying to start a war between the 2 worlds? Lotus God said coldly. It doesn't matter. Zhongshan said with a smile. It doesn't matter? Lotus God narrowed her eyes. Why? Lotus God asked in a low voice. In the current situation in the Yang realm, she and Zhongshan were the 2 realm lords. They should be the strongest. If they wanted to conquer the world, shouldn't they first take over the smaller factions and then fight at the top? Otherwise, if they fought at the beginning, wouldn't the smaller factions take advantage of them? Lotus God was puzzled and stared at Zhongshan. Zhongshan chuckled and shook his head. Can't you see? What? Among the 6 factions adjacent to the Great Thousand World, you are the easiest to bully. Zhongshan said lightly. She was the easiest to bully among the 6 factions adjacent to her. His words angered Lotus God. How dare you? Lotus God shouted angrily. Zhongshan smiled and shook his head confidently. You and I are both level 15 transcendents. Am I easy to bully? You and I are the same. Lotus God said angrily. It's not the same. No matter what, I can tell you that I want the Anan continent. Withdraw your troops. I'm doing this for your own good. Zhongshan said in a low voice. Lotus God was furious. You don't believe me? I can prove it to you. Zhongshan smiled. Then come. Lotus God's fighting spirit sword. Let's go, Zhongshan said. Zhongshan stepped into the sky. The Lotus Goddess didn't hesitate to follow him. Boom! The 2 transcendents broke through the starry sky and went straight into Wuji. The battle between the 2 transcendents began. Netherworld, Great Benevolence World. Yin Chuan brought Mo Yushi and the 12 Supreme Beasts to the peak of a mountain. The 2 looked over and saw a huge 5-color dragon flying over from afar. Its aura was grand, and its roar shook the surroundings. The guards around the Thunder Phoenix Hall instantly rushed out. Don't stop him. Let him come over. Lightning Emperor shouted. Yes. The guards all retreated. In the hall, Dark Ghost Goozy's eyes lit up. He took a deep breath. Boom! The huge 5-color dragon landed at the entrance of the hall and transformed into a human-shaped man with colorful hair. Lightning Emperor, why did you call me here? Poison Dragon King walked into the hall with large strides. He seemed to have a very good relationship with Lightning Emperor. On the other side, at the peak of a mountain, Yin Chuan saw Poison Dragon King coming over from afar. Dark Ghost Goozy has already tricked Lightning Emperor and lured Poison Dragon King over. Prepare to attack. Yin Chuan's eyes darkened. Yes, the 12 Supremes replied. At this moment, it naturally did not dare to underestimate him and instantly used its full strength. Screech! Mo Yushi turned into a dark phoenix, and the 36 paths of reincarnation revolved around her. Great 12 Capital Heaven Divine Wraith Formation. The 12 Supremes attacked at the same time, and a ferocious aura instantly erupted. The surging waves immediately caused the Poison Dragon King, who was in midair, to change his expression. Previously, he was full of confidence. However, after facing Yin Chuan's palm, he knew how ferocious Yin Chuan was. Now, the Great 12 Capital Heaven Divine Wraith Formation and Mo Yushi's 36 Paths of Reincarnation immediately caused the Poison Dragon King to shudder. The Poison Dragon King was at 15th heaven, and this was not his home ground. He instantly knew that he was in trouble and had been schemed against. Screech! The dragon swung its tail, and a seven-colored poison light pounced toward Yin Chuan. Yin Chuan stretched out his right palm, and silver light shot out in all directions. Boom! The poison light was instantly repelled. The huge force even hit the Poison Dragon King's tail. Boom! The dragon tail suddenly twisted, as if it could not withstand the heavy blow. Screech! The Poison Dragon King's expression changed, and he turned around to leave. Yin Chuan used this attack to display his ferocious side. The Poison Dragon King needed to return to his home ground as soon as possible. Boom! Surging poison fog filled the air. The Poison Dragon King quickly flew back to his territory amid the poison fog. Since you are here, there is no need to leave. My dragon carriage is still missing a dragon. Stay behind. Yin Chuan shouted. Boom! Then Xiao Chan stretched out both palms, and two huge manifested palms shot out. The Dao Hand was a treasure of the first epoch. It was extremely mighty, ferocious, and unrivaled. Coupled with Yin Chuan's current strength, it erupted with unprecedented force. Boom! Xiao Chun grabbed the dragon tail with his right palm and struck the Poison Dragon King's head with his left palm. Boom! The Poison Dragon King's head tilted to the side, unable to fly. What? No, that's impossible. The Poison Dragon King, who could not escape, exclaimed. Then Xiao Chun swung his right palm. Boom! The Poison Dragon King immediately struck the ground like a whip. Mountains and rivers immediately shattered. Everywhere the poison fog went, countless life forms died instantly. The left manifested palm grabbed the Poison Dragon King's neck again. Then Xiao Chun pulled with both hands. Arg! The Poison Dragon King let out a pained cry. His body tore apart from the pull. There were even tears in some places. Buzz! The Poison Dragon King went limp in the blink of an eye, defeated by Yin Chuan. However, Yin Chuan did not let his guard down. He quickly laid down many restrictions to restrain the Poison Dragon King. In the blink of an eye, the master of a continent was easily subdued. All around, the experts who couldn't get close had already widened their eyes in disbelief. At the same time, battles broke out in the cities of the great benevolent realms, inner southern continent and outer eastern continent. Bai Qi, Jin Diyu, Wang Jian, Meng Tan, Desolate Hua, and the other war gods of the great benevolent realm fought against countless experts. Nothing was more shocking than this. When the Poison Dragon King was subdued, the Thunder Emperor broke out of the Capital Heaven Divine Wraith Formation. Boom! When the Thunder Emperor broke out of the 12 Capital Heaven Divine Wraith Formation, he happened to see Yin Chuan subduing the Poison Dragon King. Yin Chuan? Yin Chuan! The Thunder Emperor exclaimed, his scalp going numb. The Thunder Emperor was stronger than the Poison Dragon King, but there was a limit to his strength. The Thunder Emperor was a peak 15th heaven. However, in his home ground, his strength could reach 16th heaven. Even so, the Thunder Emperor was not confident that he could subdue the Poison Dragon King so easily. How could Yin Chuan be so strong? Yin Chuan tossed the Poison Dragon King, and a great benevolent realm expert came forward to catch it. Boom! Yin Chuan instantly arrived before the Thunder Emperor. Thunder Emperor, we will give you a choice. Hand over the Thunder Phoenix and submit to us. Otherwise die. Yin Chuan glared, revealing a ferocious aura. A strong might and pressure charged at the Thunder Emperor. The Lightning Emperor's 12 paths of reincarnation was much weaker than Mo Yushi's 36 paths of reincarnation. There was the capital heaven divine ray formation that could trap the Thunder Emperor and Yin Chuan. The Thunder Emperor's heart suddenly quivered. Imperial sky? He lied to me? The Thunder Emperor suddenly said hatefully. Submit or die. Yin Chuan shouted again. Boom! A palm smashed towards the Thunder Emperor again. I refuse to accept this. I refuse to accept this. Why? The Thunder Emperor struggled and spat out a huge lightning ball at the manifested palm. The huge palm crushed the lightning ball and continued to smash towards the Thunder Emperor. Boom! Under Yin Chuan's ferocious attack, the Thunder Emperor was immediately suppressed. However, the Thunder Emperor was unwilling to accept this. Just earlier, the Thunder Emperor was still thinking about going to the Great Qin City and suppressing Yin Chuan. Now, Yin Chuan suppressed him on his home ground. The difference was too great. It was so great that the Thunder Emperor was unwilling to accept it. No, how stubborn. Boom! Yin Chuan did not show any pity. The Thunder Emperor's struggle was a waste of his time. He deserved to be taught a lesson. Boom! 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 Explosions rang out in the great benevolent world's southern continent, shaking the underworld. However, this was not the only battlefield. In the northern continent, the Emperor also arrived outside a city. Huh! The Emperor roared. As he glared, he swung his saber at a city. Boom! The vast city was instantly cleaved in half from the center, leaving behind a bottomless black ditch. Impudent! Do you know that this is Heavenly King Zhu's teaching ground? A bird-headed man shouted. Xing! The Emperor's expression was cold as he swung his saber across the sky. A white light flashed, and the bird-headed man was instantly cleaved in half. A large number of birdmen flew around, all of them horrified. The third sect master was killed. The third sect master was killed. A birdman exclaimed in horror. Immediately, 2 more white-robed men flew out from a nearby mountain. The 2 gave off a vast white light. Everywhere the white light passed, white waves appeared in the air. Sectmaster, second sectmaster. Greetings, sectmaster. Greetings, second sectmaster. The countless birdmen in the surroundings greeted respectfully. Submit to me or die. The Emperor looked at one of the white-clad men. Chapter 1514. The Great Benevolent Realm. In the inner South Continent, Yin Chuan, Mo Yushi, and the 12 Primes made their moves. Although the Thunder Emperor was ferocious, he was suppressed in all aspects. After fighting for a short while, he could no longer hold on. Boom! Yin Chuan's manifested palm suddenly grabbed the Thunder Emperor's phoenix neck. At this moment, the Thunder Emperor no longer showed his earlier tyrannical air. Panic filled his face. That's impossible. How could the weakest realm? How could it? The Thunder Emperor said in a fluster. Yin Chuan had crushed the Thunder Emperor's earlier confidence. Kill Yin Chuan? Right now, it was more likely that Yin Chuan would kill the Thunder Emperor. Submit or die? Yin Chuan's gaze turned cold as he increased the force of his Dao hand. It seemed like he could break the Thunder Emperor's neck in the next instant. 2 choices? With Mo Yushi here, the Thunder Emperor believed that if Yin Chuan killed him, he would not have a chance to reincarnate, even if he wanted to. Crack! 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 Yin Chuan increased the force of his palm. Submit! Submit! The Thunder Emperor cried out with a sorrowful expression. Boom! Yin Chuan quickly placed a large number of restrictions into the Thunder Emperor's body. At this moment, the Thunder Emperor did not dare to resist, allowing himself to be restrained. Whoosh! Only then did Yin Chuan let go of the Thunder Emperor's neck. After regaining his freedom and having a large portion of his cultivation sealed, the Thunder Emperor could only bow respectfully to Yin Chuan. Greetings, Master. Call me Emperor, then. Yin Chuan said seriously. Yes, greetings, Emperor. The Thunder Emperor said bitterly. Yin Chuan stared at the Thunder Emperor. The Thunder Emperor could only wave his hand helplessly. Slowly, Countless arcs of electricity in his body gathered in his palm, and a purple sphere appeared in his palm. The power of cycles circled the sphere. Supreme Thunder Phoenix. The Thunder Emperor held it out. Mo Yushi immediately received it. Boom! The 36 paths of cycles appeared, immediately wrapping around the Supreme Thunder Phoenix. Using the power of cycles to refine the power of cycles, Xiao Chun quickly refined the Supreme Thunder Phoenix into his body. Boom! Not long after, another cycle of reincarnation appeared around Mo Yushi. Boom! The 48 paths of reincarnation revolve around him, causing the void to tremble and waves of energy to rise in all directions. As the Thunder Emperor looked at his surroundings, he felt somewhat depressed. However, he felt even more astonished. 48 streaks. That was 48 streaks. In the past, before the four realms merged into one, the Thunder Monarch already possessed the 6 paths of reincarnation. Now that the four realms had merged into one, with the Thunder Phoenix's venerable, he had once again grasped the 6 paths of reincarnation and the 12 paths of reincarnation. This filled the Thunder Monarch with endless confidence. But now, looking at the 48 paths of reincarnation, Lei Dian's face was filled with bitterness. He had been too naive back then. Great Jun used his contributions to establish his position and quickly cooperated with Yi Feng to take control of the inner South Continent. He also convinced the Poison Dragon King to cooperate with Great Jun in subduing the major cities. This is your chance to make a name for yourself, Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. Yes, the Thunder Emperor said helplessly. Yi Feng, Yin Chuan shouted. Not far away, Yi Feng slowly flew over from the crowd. Congratulations, Your Majesty, Yi Feng said with a smile. Yes, the Thunder Emperor will cooperate with you and quickly subdue the cities of the 2 continents. Those who are willing to be subdued will be treated well. Those who are not, kill, Yin Chuan said with a cold look in his eyes. Yes, we need to be fast. As soon as possible, Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. Yes. Yin Chuan turned his head and looked in the direction of the outer west continent. Yushi, stay here. Be careful. Yin Chuan looked at Mo Yushi. I'll go and help you. Mo Yushi said worriedly. No, you stay here to guard this place in case anything happens. Yin Chuan shook his head. Seeing Yin Chuan insist, Mo Yushi could only helplessly nod. Boom! Yin Chuan quickly shot towards the outer west continent. When the Thunder Emperor saw Yin Chuan leave, he relaxed slightly and let out a long breath. He wanted to resist again, but when he looked around, he smiled bitterly. He could not resist at all. Boom! A loud sound came from all directions. The Thunder Emperor was a peak 15th heaven cultivator. Naturally, he could see into the distance. However, the first thing he saw was the inner North Continent. He happened to see the ruler of the inner North Continent, Heavenly King Zhu, split in half with one saber strike. Ah, Heavenly King Zhu? The Thunder Emperor exclaimed. This was because the inner North Continent's Heavenly King Zhu was as strong as the Thunder Emperor. Such a strong person got chopped down with one saber strike. One saber strike? As the Thunder Emperor looked into the distance, his scalp suddenly went numb. He celebrated his treatment and also felt fear for his ignorance. Not long ago, the Thunder Emperor thought that Jiangchen was the only expert in the First World's netherworld, and that the others were nothing to worry about. However, it now looked like how laughable the Thunder Emperor was back then. The Thunder Emperor understood that Yin Chuan did not use his full strength. Under such circumstances, he was captured alive. Why did he have to compete with Yin Chuan? He looked at the woman in the First World's North Continent. She should be the ruler of the Undying sect, right? She killed Heavenly King Zhu, who was on par with him, with one saber strike. The Thunder Emperor's scalp went numb. Boom! A loud sound came from the outer North Continent again, attracting the Thunder Emperor's attention. The Thunder Emperor looked over. The Northern Master God? The Thunder Emperor looked at the ruler of the outer North Continent. The ruler of the outer North Continent was a man with blonde hair and blue eyes. He was 30 meters tall and extremely majestic. He held a trident in his hand. When his body shook, divine flames soared into the sky. In front of him was a thin and handsome man. The man looked extremely weak and could not withstand a single blow. Compared to the Northern Master God, he was on a completely different level. The Northern Master God also seemed to be mocking the thin and handsome man. The thin and handsome man did not waste any time. He stretched out his right palm and threw it at the Northern Master God. Smack! The loud slap shattered the void. The Northern Master God's face was deformed, and he was sent flying. The Thunder Emperor's face stiffened. Boom! Another golden light landed on the surface of the sea. It was Zhongshan. He was dressed in a golden robe and stepped on an illusory golden dragon. He looked coldly at the sea below. Huh! A loud shout came from the sea, and the magma was instantly sealed. The raging sea was instantly as calm as a mirror. It was Lotus Deity. Her hair was disheveled, and she stood on the surface of the sea in an extremely sorry state. Blood flowed from the corner of her mouth as she looked up at the sky, her eyes filled with unwillingness. In the sky, Zhongshan stood with his hands behind his back. Now you know that I'm right. Why? Why? Lotus Deity roared with a ferocious expression. Zhongshan looked at her coldly. You and I are both at the 15th heaven. We are both supreme transcendents of the 15th heaven. We can mobilize the power of a world and reach the strength of the 17th heaven. Why are you stronger than me? Lotus Deity roared with extreme unwillingness. The strong practitioners of the great wide world and the great evil world immediately understood the outcome. Zhongshan won. I said, I'm different from you. Zhongshan said solemnly. How are we different? I don't understand. Lotus Deity said anxiously. Transcendence is another form of immortal ascension. You transcended by borrowing the treasure of a strong practitioner of the first epoch. You are different from me. Zhongshan said solemnly. Impossible. If you want to transcend, you need the treasure of a strong practitioner of the first epoch to succeed. Lotus Deity shouted. Zhongshan said solemnly. It's not necessary, but possible. You borrowed the treasure of the great air supremacy to transcend, but your growth will never surpass the great air supremacy. The great air supremacy of the first epoch was already so strong, so why didn't you transcend? Why did you choose immortal ascension? The path of transcendence is not a shortcut. Instead, it is a difficult path. A difficult path? Lotus Deity said solemnly. You and Tiangang both borrowed the treasures of the great air supremacy and the great force supremacy to transcend. Therefore, after you transcend, it will be difficult for you to grow stronger. Zhongshan said solemnly. What about you? Are you useless? Lotus Deity said in disbelief. Me? Of course, I didn't use any treasure. Although I had Yin Chuan's help when I transcended with my own strength. My path is the correct path of transcendence. My path is already different from yours. If you want to break through, you're still far away. However, I'm only a step away. I just need an opportunity. Zhongshan said confidently. You can still break through? You were about to break through? Lotus Deity's face was ferocious, and her eyes were filled with unwillingness. Zhongshan stopped talking and stared coldly at Lotus Deity. Lotus Deity's face was ferocious, and endless unwillingness accumulated in her heart. She originally thought that she was invincible, and that even Zhongshan might not be her match. However, when the four realms merged into one, she ran into a wall with Jiangqin. Now, she was defeated by Zhongshan. endless unwillingness accumulated a monstrous resentment. You've already transcended. You're immortal. No one can kill you, but it's not impossible to suppress you. Tell your people to get the hell out of the Anon continent. Otherwise, I'll suppress you for eternity. Zhongshan glared at him and said ferociously. Lotus Deity's expression was extremely ugly. Everyone in the Anon continent and great evil world, retreat. Roar. Lotus Deity roared in grief and indignation. They had lost. They had lost so completely. The demons of the Anon continent, the Southern High Priest, and the Northern High Priest all had bitter expressions. They had just taken 16 territories, and they were going to give it up just like that. Although they were unwilling, there was nothing they could do. Lotus Deity's anger accumulated even more. Zhongshan glanced at Lotus Deity and ignored her. He flew back to the immortal palace of the outer North Continent. Lotus Deity led a group of demons and retreated unwillingly. The demons returned. Lotus Deity was still angry. Rumble. The outer West Continent rumbled. It was sect leader Tontian, who fought a group of demons with the immortal slaying sword. The High Priest of the East, the High Priest of the West, and the Heavenly Dipper were all suppressed by the prime of Tongtian. Countless demons rushed forward. Once a mortal slaying sword was used, who could fight against it? With a sword in hand, he was invincible. Heavenspan alone blocked the great evil world's magnificent army with thousands of men and horses. He was ferocious and invincible. Lotus Deity looked at Tongtian in the distance. Her face was gloomy, and the anger she had accumulated before became even more furious. Netherworld's outer South Continent, meeting a wall. Around the Southeast Continent, meeting a wall against the Golden Emperor. Around the Anon Continent, meeting a wall against Zhongshan. Now, the little sect leader Tongtian also made her army meet a wall. Lotus Deity flung her sleeves in anger and flew toward the outer West Continent. Boom! Lotus Deity rushed toward Tongtian's main battlefield. On the battlefield, Tongtian fought a group of heroes with unparalleled ferocity. The Heavenly Dipper had been killed several times, but because he had transcended, he could quickly recover each time. But even so, he was still bitterly disappointed by the slaughter. Sect leader Tongtian was too powerful. Get out of the outer West Continent. Tongtian shouted coldly. Boom! A powerful aura rushed toward the demons. Behind him, the people of Great Zhou cheered. They cheered for Tongtian, who blocked all the demons. In the distance, Wu Jiong's eyes flashed with joy. But at this moment, boom! A violent aura rushed toward Tongtian's battlefield. Bam! A large number of demons were instantly sent flying by this powerful aura. The battle between the Heavenly Dipper, the High Priest of the East, and the High Priest of the West suddenly stopped. Tongtian's expression changed as he looked over. Half of the sky was already covered by black lotuses. The Lotus Deity descended with monstrous anger and boundless ferocity, rushing toward Tongtian. Bam! Sect leader Tongtian was forced to step back. Lotus Deity? In the distant Luoyang city, Wu Jiong's expression changed. On the Tongtian battlefield, it was even more shocking. The Lotus Deity came personally? The Lotus Deity stared at Tongtian. Tongtian, submit to me or die. Boom! A fierce aura rushed toward Tongtian. This was not a projection, but the Lotus Deity's true body. She had just fought with Zhongshan and was furious. She glared at Tongtian with boundless ferocity. Chapter 15:16. The Heavenly Peach sword appeared. Roar! Roar! 5 lightning dragons roared as they charged towards Yin Chuan, bringing with them countless bolts of lightning. Boom! Under the endless lightning, it was like a vast sea of lightning that surged over. Wherever the aftershock passed, a large number of zombies in all directions screamed. Ah! Roar! Amidst the screams, Countless zombies were struck by lightning and burned to death. The Heavenly Peach Sword was the nemesis of zombies, and its power was boundless. Yin Chuan's face darkened. He stretched out his right hand, and silver light surrounded it. The hand of Tao appeared, and a huge silver screen appeared in the void, blocking the endless lightning dragons. Boom! The lightning and the palm collided, and the void around the Imperial Heaven Palace exploded. Imperial Heaven was 16 heavens after all, and his power was incomparably fierce. Yin Chuan was 15 heavens and stepped on the great Emperor's sacrificial altar, reaching the power of 16 heavens, but it was still a little weak. Roar! Yin Chuan's head spat out blood, and a vast sea of blood suddenly appeared. The cypress tree soared into the sky, and in an instant, it connected the stars in the sky. The stars in the great kindness world suddenly lit up, and the rolling star power was quickly extracted by Yin Chuan. Behind him, hundreds of heavenly Tao revolved, and a terrifying power gathered in Yin Chuan's body. The hand of Tao was activated by an even greater power. Boom! His right palm pushed out, and instantly, thousands of lightning bolts were crushed into powder and scattered everywhere. The huge power rushed straight towards Imperial Heaven. Boom! Under Imperial Heaven's feet, the mountains all around exploded. Under the huge power, even great venerable Yu Tian's body retreated. As Yin Chuan's power increased, the sea of blood's ability to suppress those of a higher level gradually weakened. It didn't weaken, but it gradually couldn't keep up with Yin Chuan's power. Even so, with all the power gathered, Yin Chuan's power was pushed to the peak of 16 heavens. Imperial Heaven retreated and stabilized himself, looking at Yin Chuan in shock. The Heavenly Peach Sword is useless? You're not the zombie Yin Chuan? Imperial Heaven exclaimed. Yin Chuan in human form? Yu Tian's face darkened, as if he knew that he had been tricked. After all, the First World had sent so many experts, including Jiangshun, but Yin Chuan had come in human form. Wasn't that the same as provoking a war between him and Jiangshun? The zombie Yin Chuan didn't come, and the human Yin Chuan wanted to take advantage of the situation? I don't care which body you are. Since you're here, don't even think about leaving. Great Venerable Yu Tian said coldly. The Heavenly Peach Sword in his hand slashed out again. Boom! Tens of gigantic purple lightning dragons roared and tore apart the void, rushing towards Yin Chuan once again. Universe in the palm. Boom! The endless lightning was instantly sucked into Yin Chuan's palm. It circled around his palm. Stellar transposition. Yin Chuan gave a loud shout, and the lightning dragons rushed out again. However, this time, they were rushing towards great venerable Yu Tian. What? Yu Tian's expression changed, and he swung the Heavenly Peach Sword in his hand again. Endless lightning bolts from both sides collided with each other. Boom! The void was torn apart. The two forces canceled each other out. However, great venerable Yu Tian's expression was extremely ugly. Was the Heavenly Peach Sword completely ineffective against Yin Chuan? Boom! Suddenly, a strong gust of wind blew. The hair on Yu Tian's back stood on end, and he turned his head to look. A golden-robed figure suddenly appeared to the south of Yu Tian. Jiangshun had suddenly arrived? Yu Tian couldn't help but take 3 steps back. The human Yin Chuan narrowed his eyes and stared at Jiangshun. Jiangshun had a mocking expression as he looked at Yu Tian, then at Yin Chuan. The 3 great experts looked at each other, each with different thoughts. Yu Tian, long time no see. Why do you have such an expression when you see me? Jiangshun said indifferently. Yu Tian's face twitched violently. In the past, Jiangshun's might had caused him too much fear. Even though he was much stronger now, he still trembled in fear. Yu Tian quickly calmed himself. Jiangshun. Yu Tian did his best to make himself look fierce. Jiangshun's body? I once told you not to cultivate this technique, but you didn't listen. You can't go against the will of heaven. Jiangshun shook his head. Heaven's will? What bullshit heaven's will? Jiangshun, You don't believe in heaven's will either, do you? I've refined Jiangchen's body. Don't even think about it. I've already obtained the heavenly peach sword, which counters you. Yu Tian said hatefully. Is that so? Jiangchen smiled slightly. Heavenly peach sword, 10,000 thunderbolts annihilate zombie. Yu Tian shouted. Boom! The heavenly peach sword instantly shot out of vast purple sword energy. It transformed into the shape of a dragon, surging with 10,000 bolts of lightning, and pounced on Jiangchen. Jiangchen's lips curled into a cold smile, and he suddenly stretched out his right hand. Boom! The dragon head crashed into Jiangchen's palm. The dragon head was violent, but it couldn't resist Jiangchen's palm. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Endless bolts of lightning exploded. Jiangchen gradually suppressed the dragon and squeezed it into a small sphere. Finally, it transformed into millions of rays of light that illuminated the entire netherworld. It dissipated. Impossible. Why? Isn't the heavenly peach sword supposed to counter you? Why are you unharmed? Yu Tian cried out in shock. Who told you it was supposed to counter me? Jiangchen laughed. No one. Yu Tian suddenly froze. That's right. It seemed this was all wishful thinking on his part. Not far away, Yinchuan was also speechless. After all this time, Yu Tian still hadn't figured out what was going on? No, that's not right. If the heavenly peach sword didn't counter you, why did you go through so much trouble to obtain it? Why did you allow the boulders to seal it in Boulder Peak? Yu Tian cried out. Because I like the sword, so I kept it as a treasure, Jiangchen said coolly. As he spoke, he waved his hand and swung it at the heavenly peach sword. Boom! The heavenly peach sword seemed about to break free from Yu Tian's control. Yu Tian's expression was extremely unsightly. No, it shouldn't be like this. The heavenly peach sword counters all zombies. You're a zombie too, so of course it counters you. Yu Tian said angrily. Counters? Didn't you cultivate the Jiangchen body? The body of a Jiangchen was flawless. Even the heavenly peach sword can't. Jiangchen said coolly. Boom! The heavenly peach sword finally flew out of Yu Tian's hand and into Jiangchen's. Yu Tian's fear of Jiangchen increased even further. He glared hatefully at Yinchuan. Why? Why is it a human? Yu Tian said unwillingly. If only Jiangchen Yinchuan were here. If he could devour Jiangchen Yinchuan, his Jiangchen body would be perfect. Then he'd be able to fight Jiangchen. Why Yinchuan in his human form? Yinchuan looked at Yu Tian and shook his head. Even if you ate my Jiangchen body, you wouldn't be able to defeat Jiangchen. Impossible, Yu Tian cried. Oh, Jiangchen looked over. Yinchuan in his human form said in a low voice, You don't even have the courage to fight Jiangchen. So what if you're strong? Without the will to fight, you're nothing but a paper tiger. Oof. Yu Tian snorted coldly. Jiangchen, on the other hand, smiled. What? Do you have the courage to fight? Yinchuan smiled faintly. Great Emperor Jiangchen, I invited you here to conspire against the greater benevolence underworld. Naturally, I'm prepared to fight. Oh, just with your current strength? Jiangchen looked at him curiously. Let's wait and see. Yinchuan smiled. Not far away, Yu Tian looked at Yinchuan's calm expression and thought back to his own panic. He instantly understood Yinchuan's intentions and tried his best to suppress his excitement. Jiangchen, you want to steal my body? I'll make you pay the price. Yu Tian roared. Have you grown a bit more ambitious? Jiangchen praised. However, you're still not strong enough. Since you've come, you can't leave empty-handed. Come back with me. Oomph, Yu Tian merit points. Yu Tian roared. High up in the sky, countless amounts of merit points poured into Yu Tian's body. Rumble. Yu Tian unfurled a pair of emerald-green dragon wings and bared his fangs. He looked ferocious. Jiangchen, Yu Tian said coldly, this is the inferior 10-directional fist you said was unsightly. Now, I perfected it. Have a taste of it. Boom! Yu Tian spread his wings and blurred into 10 Yu Tians. They charged at Jiangchen from 10 different directions. 10 enormous fists flew toward Jiangchen with heaven-destroying, earth-shattering power. Jiangchen had no time to defend himself. In the blink of an eye, he was right in front of Jiangchen. Jiangchen smiled coldly. If I say it's inferior, then it's inferior. 10-directional fist? Laughable. You think you can win by dividing your strength into 10 and attacking from 10 different directions? Fists are domineering attacks. You don't need too many, but they must be strong. One punch is all it takes to decide victory or defeat. As he spoke, Jiangchen punched. A golden energy fist instantly reached one of the Yutions. Boom! 9 of the 10 Imperial Sky Shadow clones vanished, leaving only the one that Jiangchen had hit. Under the tremendous force, Yution was sent flying backward. Boom! Yution smashed through a large number of boulders and stabilized himself. Puffed. Yution spat out a mouthful of blood and stared at Jiangchen in shock. Jiangchen said indifferently, "How many times have I taught you? Why are you still so obsessed with these flashy techniques? In battle, all you need to do is find your target and deal the most powerful blow. That's enough. Any fancy movements are superfluous." Yution's face contorted with shock and hatred. Jiangchen? He couldn't even take a single blow from Jiangchen? Was he defeated just like that? Yution's heart was filled with sorrow. Not far away, Yin Chuan's eyes narrowed. Jiangchen's punch was too powerful. Even he couldn't match it. Whoosh! Suddenly, another figure shot over. It was the black-robed ancestor, Nether River. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of them. Whoosh! The Emperor also stepped forward and appeared in front of them in an instant. Jiangchen's gaze shifted from Yution to Ancestor Nether River. Haha, good punch. Ancestor Nether River laughed. The Nether River Patriarch won't help you. Jiangchen smiled. Great Emperor Jiangchen, aside from the missing half of the Second Era, you're the most powerful person in the world. Ha! Unfortunately, we're no longer in the Second Era. Yin Chuan smiled. As he spoke, Yin Chuan waved his hand. In the distance, another beam of golden light shot toward them. Everyone looked over. It was the golden-robed Emperor Huang. Boom! He steadied himself, causing a storm to sweep up around him. Emperor Huang? Jiangchen was confused. Great Emperor Jiangchen, please don't take offense. I owe Yin Chuan a favor. I had no choice but to face you. Emperor Huang said politely. Although he was polite, he was obviously on Yin Chuan's side. If they really fought, Emperor Huang would definitely help Yin Chuan with all his strength. Oh, Jiangchen narrowed his eyes. At this moment, Yin Chuan's expression suddenly changed. He looked up at the sky. Everyone looked at Yin Chuan, wondering why Yin Chuan suddenly had such an expression. Indeed, what's wrong? Emperor Huang asked, puzzled. I don't know. I suddenly have an ominous premonition. I don't know what happened. Yin Chuan didn't hide the truth. An ominous premonition? An ominous premonition. It was from the First World. Yin Chuan's best friend, Skirich, had encountered a huge problem. West Outer Continent. Boom! Lotus Goddess suddenly thrust her palm into Skirich's chest. Skirich's face revealed a ruthless glint as he stabbed his sword into Lotus Goddess' chest. The surrounding territory was a mess. The sky darkened, sand and stones flew, and countless creatures were annihilated. Lotus Goddess versus Skirich. It was incomparably tragic. Skirich's hair was disheveled, and his face was ferocious. It was a move that hurt both sides. Boom! Under the tremendous force, Skirich flew backward, blood spurting from his chest. Blood flowed from the corners of his mouth. It was extremely tragic. A sword wound was left on Lotus Goddess' chest, but Lotus Goddess still stood steadily in the air. Skirich? How dare you? Lotus Goddess said with hatred. Not long ago, she had been defeated by Zhongshan. Now, she was dealing with Skirich, and she was injured. Ha, Lotus Goddess, I don't worship anyone other than Master. Since you want my life, I'll bite off a piece of your flesh. Skirich clutched his chest and said hatefully, Oomph, I have a mortal body. How can you compare to me? Die. Lotus Goddess charged forward again. Boom. The battle between the two powerhouses was like a collision between heaven and earth. Huge black holes swept wildly in all directions. Taiji Palace's entrance. Wu Jiong's expression was extremely ugly. He held a jade talisman in his hand and looked into the distance, his eyes filled with uncertainty. Emperor, Shangguanwaner said anxiously. But Wu Jiong was unmoved and stared into the distance. Boom, boom, boom. The battle between Skirich and Lotus Goddess was extremely tragic. Lotus Goddess suppressed Skirich one-sidedly, but Skirich would rather die than live in dishonor. He would rather die than surrender. Every time, he would injure the Lotus deity when both sides were injured. Blood splattered everywhere. Die! Lotus Goddess shouted, and a lotus flower exploded at Skirich's neck. All her power was channeled to Skirich's neck. Roar! Skirich seemed to know that he was about to die. His face was ferocious, and he spat out a purple sword light. Boom! The sword light pierced Lotus Goddess' right eye. Boom! Tong Tian's head exploded, and the Lotus Goddess's right eye exploded as well. Ah! Lotus Goddess screamed in pain. She covered her eye and retreated a distance. On the other side, Skirich's head was gone. Only his body was left. It was extremely tragic. Even so, the headless body slashed with a sword. Boom! The sword pierced Lotus Goddess' chest. Die! Lotus Goddess shouted. Boom! Terrifying power poured into the banishing immortal sword, and countless cracks appeared on it. The headless body flew backward with a loud bang. Its entire body exploded, and its skin and flesh were rotten, revealing the white bones of the headless body. He's not dead, Lotus Goddess said in surprise. It was almost as if Skirich had been destroyed, but this headless skeleton stained with flesh and blood had once again stood up. It was as if a surging wool poured into the cracked, banishing, immortal sword. Whoosh! With a violent swing, the banishing immortal sword shot northwest. Lotus Goddess was shocked by Skirich's ruthlessness. Lotus Goddess was sure that she had destroyed Skirich's fate and soul, but he could still support the skeleton for so long with his tyrannical will. Whoosh! Skirich's headless skeleton rushed toward Lotus Goddess. Again, Lotus Goddess said in surprise. She reached out with her palm and grabbed the skeleton. But just when Lotus Goddess thought that she had completely suppressed Skirich, what? Boom! The sky-reaching skeleton exploded with a loud bang. The huge explosion was deafening to the ears of everyone in the mortal realm. Lotus Goddess was in an extremely sorry state where the skeleton exploded. Many parts of her body were deformed, and her hair was disheveled. She was badly mutilated. Roar, bastard Skirich. You can't rest in peace even in death. Lotus Goddess said hatefully. Lotus Goddess was immortal. Her right eye was blinded, and her body was in a sorry state, but she was quickly recovering. Not long after, Lotus Goddess gradually recovered. Tian Gang and the others flew over. Lord, Tian Gang said anxiously. Destroy the great Zhou, celestial realm for me, kill. Lotus Goddess roared angrily. Skirich fell. The cracked banishing immortal sword shot toward Taiji Palace. Whoosh! The banishing immortal sword landed in Wu Jiong's palm. Wu Jiong, I've already done all I can. I've already perished. Master asked me to do my best, and I've already done my best. This is my last will of the 16 levels of heaven, and I'll leave it to you. In my entire life, I've only respected the heavens and the earth, and only respected Master. I've already repaid Master's kindness. Now that Master has perished, I still have doubts in my heart. Skirich's voice sounded. Wu Jiong stared blankly at the shattered banishing immortal sword in her hand. Sigh. I miss the days when eldest senior brother and second senior brother were still around. Hee, for the sake of master's dream, eldest senior brother went, and so did second senior brother. Now I'm going too. This is good too. At least I won't be so tired. Skirich's voice sounded. A ball of light flowed into Wu Jiong's body from the banishing immortal sword. Skirich's will. Crack, 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 crack. The banishing immortal sword shattered more and more, turning into powder and dissipating in the air. It was as if it was following its master. Whoosh! Suddenly, heavy rain fell from the sky. It was as if it was sending Skirich off. Send Skirich off, Shangwan said mournfully. Send Skirich off. All the civil and military officials bowed respectfully to the powder of the banishing immortal sword. Wu Jiong bit her lips, and her eyes were slightly moist. However, in the blink of an eye, her will became firm again. A fierce light flashed in her eyes, and she suppressed her emotions. Boom! In the distance, demons rolled over. Lotus Goddess led countless experts toward Luo Yang. Pa! Wu Jiong crushed the jade talisman in her hand. Boom! Beside Wu Jiong, a crack suddenly appeared, and billowing heavenly devils surged out. Chapter 15:18. In the distance, billowing demons swept over. The Lotus Goddess led countless experts toward Luoyang. Pa! Wu Jiong crushed the jade talisman in his hand. Boom! A crack suddenly appeared beside Wu Jiong, and billowing demons surged out. The billowing demons instantly filled the entire Luoyang city. Rumble! The crack grew bigger and bigger. Gradually, countless demons in the Taiji Palace's square bowed toward the crack. A huge throne slowly appeared in front of everyone. On the throne sat a 1,000-foot-tall giant in a luxurious robe. The giant held the armrest with both hands, and he was calm and composed. He exuded an aura of supremacy. Behind him was a golden connate 8 trigrams diagram. In front of him stood some people with human heads and snake bodies, as well as Meng Rongrong. Rumble! A violent aura spread out, and all the demons in Luoyang City immediately bowed. Snake Spirit and Fushi? Wu Jiong looked at them and said in a deep voice. In front of the giant Fushi, Snake Spirit smiled strangely and said, My king has already divined the great Zhou's calamity, so he naturally came personally. He has been waiting in the heavenly demon world for a few days, but I didn't expect Emperor Wu Jiong to only use the jade talisman now. You've already divined it? Wu Jiong said in a deep voice. Yes, I didn't expect that you would watch Tong Tian fall. Speaking of which, I admire Tong Tian. Unfortunately, he was too sentimental and was bullied by you in the end. If you want to break through to the 16th heavenly layer, you're really unscrupulous. Snake Spirit said in a deep voice. Snake Spirit did not have a good impression of Wu Jiong. Wu Jiong looked coldly at Snake Spirit before finally looking at the giant Fushi. Fushi, do you still honor your promise? Wu Jiong said in a deep voice. The giant looked at Wu Jiong and said indifferently, I'll honor my words. That's good. The Lotus Goddess is attacking. Fushi, please help me resolve this crisis. Wu Jiong said in a deep voice. As you wish. Fushi said indifferently. Boom! In the distance, the Lotus Goddess's army arrived outside Luoyang City in the blink of an eye. Boom! Billowing storms swept toward Luoyang City. The Lotus Goddess stood at the front. When she saw the 1,000-foot-tall giant in Luoyang, she suddenly narrowed her eyes. Who are you? Lotus Goddess shouted. The Lotus Goddess could sense a great threat from Fushi's expression. Just by looking at the innate 8 trigrams behind Fushi, the Lotus God felt pressured. So powerful. Go back to where you came from. Fushi said indifferently. What if I don't go back? Lotus Goddess snorted. The Lotus Goddess felt as if nothing was going her way after the unification of the 4 realms. First, it was Jiangchun, then Golden Emperor, then Zhongshan, then Skirich, and now a peerless expert. Where did so many powerhouses come from? Wu Jiong sneered at Lotus God. With Fuxi here, Wu Jiong believed that the Lotus God's crisis would be resolved. In a corner of Luoyang City, a black-robed figure stood there. It was Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong clenched his fists, his eyes filled with tears. Wu Jiong, you bitch! Goku roared in his heart. Sun Wukong quickly rushed into Skybound's original palace. After packing up, Sun Wukong led a group of people and quickly left. At this time, everyone's attention was on the Lotus Goddess and Fuxi. No one cared that Goku and the others had left. Along the way, Sun Wukong gritted his teeth. Benefactor, you are too kind. You did your best to assist Wu Jiong, but she schemed against you. Wukong is useless. Although I have a lot of hatred and want to vent on the Lotus deity and that slut, I am powerless to avenge you. Benefactor, the Lotus Goddess killed you, so I must avenge you. Although I'm useless, there must be someone who can. Even if I have to suffer 3 tribulations and 9 disasters, I will find someone who can avenge you. Sun Wukong's eyes were filled with tears as he flew quickly. Master, where are we going? One of Sun Wukong's disciples shouted. Sun Wukong gritted his teeth and said, Leave the great Zhou dynasty and go to Xianyang, the great celestial realm. Yin Chuan and Gigu Zi are good friends with Benefactor. I'll go beg him to avenge you. Sun Wukong sobbed as he flew quickly. Boom! The group quickly left. Great Benevolence World, Yang Realm. Zombie Yin Chuan's Black Dragon Great Dao emerged and merged with the Great Dao. He instantly transformed into a black dragon. True Dragon Great Dao? Looks like those who cultivate the bodies of generals and ministers are not willing to be inferior to others. I am the same. Great Venerable Utian roared. Boom! A jade green dragon Great Dao soared into the sky. Great Venerable Utian merged with the green dragon Great Dao and transformed into a green dragon in the blink of an eye. Roar! The 2 true dragons roared at the sky. Their roars soared into the sky and shook the world of the living in the Great Kindness World. In an instant, countless strong practitioners in the world of the living in the Great Kindness World paid attention. Although they were paying attention, no one interfered. Boom! The 2 dragons collided, and countless bolts of lightning shot out from the void. The lightning tore through the void and scattered all over the sky. The bodies of generals and ministers were incomparably sturdy, and the powerful collision shook heaven and earth. Boom! 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 The 2 true dragons, one black and one green, didn't give way to each other and fiercely collided with each other. Roar! Roar! As they roared, they didn't give way to each other. Zombie Yin Chuan was at the 15th heaven, but he had swallowed the bodies of 2 generals and ministers and had the sacrificial altar of the great emperor. His abilities had reached the 16th heaven, and he was on par with the green dragon. Neither of them gave way. Meanwhile, in the netherworld, Yin Chuan in human form and Emperor Huang Jindi stared at Jiangchen. They didn't necessarily want to fight to the death. Instead, Yin Chuan's main goal was to delay Jiangchen. He didn't want Emperor Jiangchen to interfere with the battle in the mortal realm. However, Jiangchen didn't seem to have any intention of interfering with Yin Chuan and Imperial's battle. Jiangchen's bearing, however, was difficult to fathom. At this moment, Yin Chuan no longer cared about his human form. He looked up at the sky. The Nether River Patriarch also looked up. Although they were in the netherworld, they could see what was happening in the world of the living. Yin Chuan in human form narrowed his eyes, but didn't clamor to attack. Jiangchen's body? As expected, it's extraordinary, praised the Nether River Patriarch. Jiangchen, on the other hand, stared at the sky with a satisfied smile. The Emperor's gaze couldn't penetrate the 2 realms. Is this the perfect Jiangchen body? It's several times stronger than before. Yin Chuan exclaimed. On the other side, Dark Gui Guzi was nowhere to be seen. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, a series of figures flew over from all directions in the mortal realm, stirring up gusts of violent winds. Zombie Yin Chuan was instantly surrounded by 9 peerless experts from the great benevolence world. While the group of experts was investigating the matters of the Netherworld, the Netherworld also submitted to the various factions of the First World in the shortest time possible. After the Thunder Emperor and the Poison Dragon King submitted to great kindness, they quickly announced to the world that their subordinates would submit to Yin Chuan. Surging virtue, fate, influence, and fate gathered towards the great Qin city. Power of fate, power of virtue, power of influence, power of fate, listen to my command. Connect the continents of the 2 worlds, combine. Yin Chuan shouted. With the surging power of fate, power of virtue, power of influence, and power of fate, the 2 worlds quickly merged. Rumble. The Great Kindness World rumbled. South Outer Continent, First World, Great Kindness World combine. Jiangchen shouted. North Outer Continent, First World, Great Kindness World combine. The Nether River Patriarch shouted. Inner North Outer Continent, First World, Great Kindness World combine. The Emperor shouted. Boom! The 4 experts shouted at the same time. At almost the same time, they mobilized the power of the 2 worlds and quickly merged. From Wuji, one could see that almost half of the sphere of the Great Kindness World was suddenly fusing with the sphere of the First World. Boom! The worlds collided and merged. The First World and the entire Netherworld underwent earth-shattering changes. Countless dead spirits suddenly lost their center of gravity and fell into the sky. Under the powerful suction force, the entire Netherworld was in a mess. Rumble! The Netherworld was in chaos, and nothing could be seen clearly. Amidst the chaos, the various officials of the Outer East Continent and Inner South Continent had long since summoned their citizens into the cities to prevent any unexpected changes. Now that the chaos had struck, the various cities activated their formations and waited for the impact. Rumble! The worlds merged, and the Heavenly Daos appeared. The First World's Heavenly Daos and the Great Kindness World's Heavenly Daos. The Heavenly Daos of the 2 worlds wildly merged. First World's Netherworld, Great Qin City. Silver-eyed, Yin Chuan stood at the entrance of the central palace, looking up at the sky with his officials. Silver-eyed Gui Guzi stood beside him. The 2 of them stared at the countless Great Kindness World's Heavenly Daos that were surging over. The 2 of them were quickly analyzing and arranging the Heavenly Daos. The human Yin Chuan, the zombie Yin Chuan, Mou Shi, and the others quickly traversed through the Netherworld and headed towards the Great Qin City. Rumble! The world was in chaos. The fusion of the entire Netherworld was even more chaotic than the fusion of continents in the past, and it lasted for countless years. This was a grand occasion for the Netherworld's Great Zhan Heaven Realm and the entire First World's Netherworld. What's wrong? Zombie Yin Chuan asked curiously. Sect leader Tong Tian has fallen, Lu Gang said in a low voice. What? Zombie Yin Chuan raised an eyebrow, and a strong killing intent flashed in his eyes. Yin Chuan in human form did not hesitate and rushed straight to the Yellow Springs Road. He rushed straight to the Yang realm. Tell me clearly, what happened to sect leader Tong Tian? Yin Chuan's eyes flashed with nervousness. Sect leader Tong Tian died at the hands of the Lotus Goddess. Impossible. Why would he make an enemy of the Lotus Goddess? Yin Chuan said with an ugly expression. It's true. This is what happened at that time. Also, Sun Wukong is kneeling outside Xianyang City, begging the great emperor to avenge sect leader Tong Tian. Lu Gang immediately handed over a jade slip. Yin Chuan immediately took it and quickly read the contents. As he read, his expression became uglier and uglier. Wu Jiao, you bitch! Smack! Yin Chuan angrily smashed the jade slip in his hand on the ground. This time, I blocked a saber for you. We are even. This group of evil thieves has been wreaking havoc in the world for many years. Let's see who has killed more. Gue Guzi is a learned man, and you're not bad either. However, we can't travel the world together in the future. Teacher has a big plan to do. The three of us will do our best to cooperate with Teacher. In order to cooperate with Teacher, my body may be separated from my divine soul. If one day, my body becomes your enemy, kill. You may not see me in the future, but remember, you and I are brothers. Yin Chuan, your enemy is my enemy. So what if it is Emperor Qinglong? At worst, I will lose my aquamarine palace. I will fight with you. The past of Tong Tian flashed through Yin Chuan's mind. Gradually, Yin Chuan clenched his fists tighter, and his eyes became moist. Emperor Yin, Wukong, kowtows. Wukong kowtowed again. Rise, the hatred of Tong Tian is my hatred. Yin Chuan said through gritted teeth. Huh? Wukong suddenly looked up. Lu Buwei, send an order to the world. Great Jun is to prepare for war. We will attack the great evil world. Yin Chuan said in a low voice. What? Great Emperor? Everyone shouted. Attack the great evil world? Now. Emperor, the Lotus God, is powerful. Although he was severely injured by Zhongshan and Fushi, his strength is at the 17th heaven. Is Great Jun going to attack the great evil world now? Lu Buwei said in surprise. Yes. Yin Chuan took a deep breath and nodded. The officials were in an uproar. The scene of the Lotus God's projection coming to Xianying not long ago still lingered in their minds. Such a domineering expert was going to fight now. Fight! Yin Chuan shouted, instantly interrupting the clamor of the officials. Yes, Emperor. Lu Buwei said solemnly. Meng Wenruo, you will write the declaration of war and prepare to attack the great evil world. Yin Chuan ordered. Yes, Emperor. Send by Qi, Wang Jian, Meng Tian, Jin Diyu, and Shang Yang to the world of the living. Yifeng will be the commander of the war against the great evil world. Immediately formulate a plan to attack the great evil world. Yin Chuan ordered. Yes, Emperor. The people behind him shouted. The Lotus God was powerful, so powerful that he was the master of a world. However, in Great Jun, the officials were not frightened by the Lotus God's name. It was fine if Yin Chuan did not give the order, but once he did, the officials were united. They were united against the outside world. Great Jun's national machinery quickly moved, attacking the great evil world. Over the past few days, it had always been the great evil world invading the first world. This was the first time Great Jun was preparing to invade the great evil world. The officials obeyed. Sun Wukong, who was in front of Yin Chuan, could no longer stop his tears. Sun Wukong was not a person who cried easily. In fact, this was the first time Sun Wukong had cried in this world for 1,000,000 years. However, he could not stop crying. No one around him would laugh at him. These were tears of gratitude. Many thanks, Yin Emperor. Many thanks, Yin Emperor. Sun Wukong immediately said. Thump, thump, thump. Sun Wukong desperately kowtowed to the ground to express his boundless gratitude. That was the Lotus God. Aside from peerless experts like Fushi, Jiangshun, and Zhongshan, who dared to provoke him. Yet, Yin Chuan decided to risk his life for the sake of their old friendship. No need to kowtow. If you have a deep grudge, go find Yifeng. Go to the battlefield and kill the enemy together. Yin Chuan said. Yes. Thank you, Yin Emperor. Sun Wukong immediately replied. Although he could not deal with the Lotus God, killing the Lotus God subordinates was a way for him to vent his hatred. Yin Chuan gave the order. Soon, the news spread throughout the world. Meng Wanruo's declaration of war was published. Chapter 1521. Great Zhen's forces were gathered at the border, waiting for Yin Chuan's order to attack Great Evil World. Before the army arrived, the crusade had already spread throughout Great Evil World. Under the command of the evil demon leaders, a large number of evil demons gathered at the border. The crusade was also spread throughout the world. For a time, the eyes of all the heroes in the world were gathered here. Outside North Continent, Zhongshan study. Sector Lord, Yin Chuan has offended Wu Jiong and made Lotus Deity his enemy. A minister said in a low voice. Zhongshan nodded and said, although Tong Tian was killed by Lotus Deity, he died because of Wu Jiong. His hatred for Wu Jiong is even greater. But why did Yin Chuan send troops to Lotus Deity and not Wu Jiong? The minister was puzzled. After all, Wu Jiong was definitely not as powerful as Lotus Deity. That's because Tong Tian did not blame Wu Jiong in the end. He even passed his will of the 16 levels of heaven to Wu Jiong. Tong Tian did not want Wu Jiong to die. Yin Chuan respected Tong Tian's decision, so he directed his anger at Lotus Deity. Zhongshan said in a low voice, but Tong Tian is really strange. Can't he see that Wu Jiong is using him? According to the collected information, Tong Tian should know that Wu Jiong could ask Fuxi to attack. But he was used by Wu Jiong on purpose, and in the end, he passed on his will. Zhongshan said in a low voice. Why? The minister could not understand. It should be related to Hong Jun. Zhongshan said in a low voice. Hong Jun, do you still remember the fall of Grand Supreme and Primeval Supreme? They had already entered the big picture, and there was no turning back now. To Tong Tian, dying in battle is the best choice. Zhongshan said with a complicated expression. I don't understand the specific situation, but I can feel the big picture, a big picture set up by Hong Jun. Hong Jun's schemes are unparalleled. Not everyone can see through his schemes. Zhongshan said in a low voice. The ministers nodded. Then, Sector Lord, should we intervene when Yin Chuan attacks Great Evil World? The minister asked again. After a moment of silence, Zhongshan shook his head and said, no. Oh, this is a chance for Yin Chuan. Since he dares to fight against Lotus God, he naturally has his own plans. Let's wait and see. Zhongshan said solemnly. The ministers were silent for a while. After a while, one of them asked curiously, Realm Lord, when Ing was in the great thousand worlds and shook the world with his might, our dynasty was still weak. But Ing didn't seem to be around and helped our dynasty to soar. Realm Lord, are you trying to imitate the past and return the favor to Yin Chuan? Zhongshan remained silent for a while before answering. Not all of them. Oh, the Lotus Deity used the magical treasure of the first epoch to transcend, but I didn't. He has no hope of breaking through again in this lifetime, but I can. I need an opportunity, and this opportunity might fall on Yin Chuan. Zhongshan said solemnly. Oh, everyone's eyes lit up. My transcendence in the past was ultimately due to Yin Chuan's help. It was ultimately due to someone else, and there is this flaw. And this flaw can only be removed when I fight Yin Chuan in the future. When Yin Chuan and I work together, it will be the time for me to fight him. Zhongshan said solemnly. Yes, the ministers answered. Since Great Zhen has sent out their troops, I naturally can't do nothing. Yin Chuan has a grudge with Wu Jiong. I'm afraid that Wu Jiong will make a move when Yin Chuan fights Lotus God. Your mission is to block all of Wu Jiong's schemes for Great Zhen. Zhongshan said solemnly. Yes. Also, I'm preparing to make a trip to the netherworld. Mr. Sure, go and send me a visitation card. Zhongshan said solemnly. Visitation card? Send it to Nether River Patriarch? An official's expression changed. The Nether King said in a low voice. Ah, good. The fiends were instantly delighted. Since Lotus Deity had already recovered from her injuries, then De Zhun's attack would be a joke. The Lord is refining the White Tiger Great Emperor and is trying to close the altar. He can't come out for now. The battle at the front lines will depend on you all. The Nether King said, refining the Great Emperor's altar. Everyone's eyes lit up. When the Lord emerges, he'll be even stronger. Not to mention Yin Chuan. Even if he meets Zhongshan and the others again, he'll be able to defeat them. Tiangang said confidently. Good. Everyone said happily. You're tuning into the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.